Chapter 1. Upon opening his eyes, Huang urges me to rescue my wife and daughter. In Sioux City, nestled within a picturesque garden of mountains and water, the elderly Ren Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. In my lifetime, I have wronged no one, save for my beloved wife and precious daughter. After my passing, I entrust the management of the company to a professional agent. 50% of the annual profits will be allocated to charity, with the remainder donated to the state. Upon my demise, I seek no enduring fame, merely the ability to continue aiding those in need. Thus, the life of this philanthropist, businessman, and extraordinary legend came to a poignant conclusion. A sudden cacophony of urgent barking jolted Ren Dingtian awake, his face a mask of astonishment as he reached up to touch his slightly aching head. Had I not already departed this world? He mused, mustering his strength to survey his surroundings, rendered speechless as if struck by lightning. The dilapidated yet familiar abode, with its peeling walls, surrounded him. A glance around revealed the chaos of disarray, save for a relatively new poster bearing a date. However, the date inscribed upon it sent a shockwave through Ren Dingtian's heart. 1985. Had I truly been reborn in 1985? A surge of joy welled within him, for in this year his wife, Dong Sujing, and cherished daughter, Yuan, were still alive. Yet, a shadow of foreboding crossed his mind, for he recalled that a year hence, his wife and daughter would meet with disaster in the mountains. Just as he reveled in his newfound fortune, a large black dog, its body entirely dark save for the tips of its paws and tail, rushed in, barking anxiously. Huang. Ren Dingtian's heart leapt at the sight of the dog. He was about to rise and caress it when the dog's frantic barks interrupted him. In a surprisingly human-like manner, the dog tugged at Ren Dingtian's pant leg, urging him toward the door. "What are you doing, Huang?" Initially bewildered, Ren Dingtian suddenly awoke to the realization sparked by the scattered markings on the calendar poster. No, this was not 1985. This was last year's calendar. The current year was 1986, and due to their dire financial straits, they had not purchased a new calendar. Huang's desperate barking and insistence on dragging him outside were clear. He needed to save his wife and daughter. Yes, Ren Dingtian could never forget this fateful day. In his previous life, intoxicated beyond measure, he had dismissed Huang's frantic barks and persistent tugging, even threatening to rid himself of the mad dog as a meal to accompany his drinks. When he awoke that afternoon, groggy and disoriented, he searched frantically for his wife and daughter, yet did not concern himself too deeply, instead cursing his wife for not preparing a meal. As night fell, his wife and daughter still had not returned. Eventually, someone discovered the lifeless bodies of his wife and daughter in the mountains, with Huang weeping beside them. After their bodies were returned to the village, Huang, too, succumbed to death. Visions of his past life flooded his mind. A shiver ran down Ren Dingtian's spine as he hastily leaped from the bed. As he donned his shoes, he stumbled toward the door, calling out, "Sujing, wait for me." As he hurriedly rushed forward, woof, 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 Huang was anxiously barking and running ahead. The villagers, witnessing this scene, either shook their heads in dismay or were enveloped in sorrow. It was only when someone noticed that they had dashed into the back mountain, an area they deemed ominous and uninhabited, that realization struck. Madness. That wretched boy has actually gone in. Insanity. Isn't he courting death? What shall we do? He deserves it. Ignoring the cacophony behind him, Ren Dingtian followed closely behind Huang. Racing with fervor, at last, he spotted the unconscious figure on the ground and his darling daughter, Yuan, sobbing beside her. Yuan, don't cry. Don't be afraid. Daddy is coming. Ren Dingtian shouted from afar, "Woof, woof." Huang echoed the call. Little Yuan, who had been wailing on the ground, froze upon seeing Ren Dingtian. Then her cries turned even more pitiful and sorrowful. "Daddy, hurry, come see Mommy." I called for Mommy, but she didn't respond. Daddy doesn't want me anymore, and Mommy doesn't want Yuan either. The plaintive cries of the innocent child pierced Ren Dingtian's heart like a steel needle, but he took a deep breath, quickened his pace, and scooped up little Yuan in his arms. Yuan, don't worry. Daddy is here. Daddy will always be here. Daddy will always be here. Daddy, please look at Mommy. Little Yuan wiped her tears while anxiously gazing at her fainted mother. Ren Dingtian first performed a simple examination on Dong Sujing, who lay on the ground, and upon discovering she was merely unconscious, he sighed in relief. He swiftly lifted her onto his back while holding little Yuan Yuan's hand, heading back towards the village. In his haste, he hadn't felt the distance, but after walking a while, Ren Dingtian found himself panting heavily. Having already consumed alcohol through the night and skipped breakfast that morning, combined with his years of despondency and lack of exercise, his body was already weak. After rushing such a distance, and now carrying Dong Sujing, fatigue overwhelmed him. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, step by step. Finally, he caught sight of the village at the foot of the mountain, but, with a startled cry, Ren Dingtian's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Even so, as he fell, he extended his arms to shield Dong Sujing. Daddy, what's wrong? I'm fine, Yuan. Don't worry, I will carry both you and Mommy home, even if I have to crawl. Ren Dingtian gritted his teeth and attempted to rise, using his hands and feet to inch forward. However, after crawling a short distance, he collapsed once more. He tried to get up again, but only managed to crawl a few more meters before sinking down again. Su Jing, if in this life I cannot save you, then I am willing to remain here, always by your side. Ren Dingtian turned to glance at the woman on his back, the one he had vowed to protect in this lifetime. Daddy, Mommy, woof, woof. Yuan and Huang cried out in panic. Ren Dingtian gently lowered Dong Sujing from his back, draping his garment over the small Yuan. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he lifted Yuan and secured her onto De Huang's back with the sleeve of his clothing. De Huang, return home. Take Yuan back, cried Yuan, her eyes brimming with tears. Woof, 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 woof. De Huang emitted a series of reluctant yet sorrowful barks. Hurry, De Huang. Settle Yuan. First, only then can you bring help for us. Ren Dingtian shouted, gesturing towards their home. It seemed as if De Huang understood, casting a lingering glance at Dong Sujing before hastening down the mountain with Yuan. Cautiously, he cradled Dong Sujing in his arms, using his own body heat to warm her. Hunger and fatigue clouded his mind. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a familiar barking pierced the air. Is this a dream? He murmured to himself that De Huang hasn't been gone long, they couldn't possibly arrive so soon. Yet, through the haze, he soon discerned the silhouette of a dog racing towards him, followed closely by a group of people who were shouting as they ran. First, save Sujing. First, save my wife. First, save my beloved. Chapter 2, Reporting and Surrendering Su Jing. Awakening once more, she found herself lying on a hospital bed. Yuan. Ren Dingtian anxiously scanned the surroundings, searching for the two figures most significant to him. You're awake? On the adjacent bed, the foredrip connected to Dong Sujing revealed a complex expression as she gazed at Ren Dingtian. This man, why did he save her? Shouldn't he have allowed her to perish? 5 years ago, at the tender age of 18, Dong Sujing had been accepted into university, poised to embrace a joyous and liberating new world. Yet, unexpectedly, she was abducted by human traffickers and sold to a remote mountain village. She could never forget the villagers' gazes, filled with the contempt reserved for livestock, a mere commodity for trade, just as she believed she was destined to plunge into a hellish abyss. Ren Dingtian and his father appeared. They purchased her for the exorbitant sum of 276 yuan. That night, in despair, she had exclaimed, "If you dare to touch me, I will die right before you." To her astonishment, he replied, "Where are you from? Do you remember? In a few days, I will save enough money to send you home." Those brief words pulled her from the depths of despair and illuminated her path with the light of hope. However, fate can be cruel. Shortly thereafter, the benevolent elder who had agreed to buy her, in an effort to gather enough funds for her journey home, ventured into the mountains with a group. Tragically, he never returned. The once optimistic and sunny Ren Dingtian was struck by a devastating blow. For 3 whole days, he remained silent, refusing to eat or sleep, convinced that his father's misfortune was his fault. Had it not been for the money spent to buy a bride, their family would not have faced financial ruin. Had he not stubbornly insisted on being a good Samaritan, his father would not have risked entering the mountains to earn the fare for her return. He wallowed in regret and self-blame. Similarly, Dong Sujing felt the weight of guilt. Had she not appeared, perhaps their family would not have suffered so. The sunny man and the kind elder deserved better. Thus, burdened by guilt and remorse. She reached out to comfort him, to care for him, even taking his hand and embracing him. That fateful night, the despondent man succumbed to alcohol. Initially, Dong Su-jing believed that her tenderness, her selflessness, and her sacrifices could redeem the once kind-hearted man. Unfortunately, he transformed into a full-fledged alcoholic. Even with the arrival of their adorable daughter, Yuan, he continued to drink. For 5 long years, he did nothing but drink, reducing their home to a state of destitution. Yet he remained ensnared by the bottle, numbing his mind. Ultimately, Dong Su-jing had lost all hope, relinquishing any fantasies of his redemption. When she collapsed in the mountains, she even felt a sense of relief, thinking she might finally find freedom. To her surprise, when she awakened, it was in a hospital. Moreover, the villagers have spoken of how the first person to rush to her aid and carry her away to safety was, astonishingly, him, the very man who had once left her utterly disillusioned. Initially, she could hardly believe it, thinking they were merely jesting. Su-jing, do not doubt it. Just look. He truly risked everything for you, even his life. Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin sighed, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she gazed at Ren Dingtian, who lay upon the sickbed. You should have seen how terrifying the scene was. Behind you, there were 2 long trails of blood. At first, we thought it was your own blood, but eventually we realized it was from him crawling forward, using both hands and feet, scraping his knees and palms raw. Su-fing, are you all right? Observing the intricate emotions on her face, Ren Dingtian could not help but exhale in relief. He then slowly reclined, a foolish grin gracing his features as he murmured to himself, as long as you're fine, I haven't had the chance to truly care for you or shower you with affection yet. How could anything happen to you? Upon hearing this, Dong Su-jing trembled involuntarily, staring incredulously at the man before her. Had he perhaps come to his senses? But the next moment, as his stomach let out a resounding growl, his true nature was laid bare. Sister-in-law, is there anything to eat? I am hungry. He beamed at her, his familiar demeanor of a carefree glutton re-emerging. Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin, who had earlier praised Ren Dingtian, was momentarily taken aback, her body going rigid as she became a loss for words. Xiao Tian, the family's finances are limited. Aside from the money for the child's education, there's hardly anything left. And now, you've landed us back in the hospital? Sister-in-law, rest assured. Consider it a loan of 100. I promise to return it to you double in a few days. Ren Dingtian declared confidently, only to elicit simultaneous eye rolls from both Dong Su-jing and his sister-in-law. They had heard such claims countless times before. Previously, it had been small sums of 5 or 3 or even 1.5. Yet now, he was audaciously asking for 100. In these times, 100 yuan was a considerable amount. With everyone living on tight budgets, who could casually produce such a sum? Had this young man lost his senses? Or had he merely grown more insatiable? Ren Dingtian, noticing the shock, followed by anger and suspicion on the faces of the 2 women, felt a flicker of confusion. However, he quickly raised a hand to his forehead in realization. I completely forgot that in this day and age, 100 yuan holds a purchasing power not unlike several thousand or even tens of thousands in later times. More critically, everyone is genuinely impoverished. Who could possibly produce such a sum all at once? With an awkward smile, he looked sheepishly at his sister-in-law. 100 yuan may indeed be excessive. How about 10? As expected, both sister-in-law and Dong Su-jing sighed in relief. I thought impossible. Look, he still embodies that same lazy persona. 5 is acceptable too, sister-in-law. Ren Dingtian continued to probe tentatively. In the end, he could only helplessly press his forehead, resigning himself to the situation. All right, just 50 cents, 50 cents. Sister-in-law gazed at Ren Dingtian with a face full of suspicion, hesitating momentarily, embodying a sense of misfortune, before nodding and cautiously retrieving 50 cents. Ren Dingtian looked longingly at the small amount of money, contemplating whether it could suffice to feed his wife and daughter a decent meal. It seemed he needed to devise a way to acquire more funds. Lost in thought, he directed his gaze out the window. However, while he was distracted, sister-in-law swiftly placed the money into Dong Su-jing's hands. Jing, you keep the money. If it gets into his hands, he'll undoubtedly spend it on alcohol. Rest assured, sister-in-law. This time, even if he beats me to death, I shall not return the money to him, Dong Sujing declared resolutely, her expression filled with vigilance as she scrutinized Ren Dingtian. At her words, Ren Dingtian was initially taken aback. Then, with a sudden resolve, he slapped himself hard across the face. Ren Dingtian, look at yourself. How despicable you have become. Dong Sujing was startled by his unexpected action. Her vigilance, wavering as a hint of compassion, crept in. Sujing, do not worry. I will take good care of you from now on, ensuring you endure no more suffering. As he spoke, he rose from the bed, approached Dong Sujing, and embraced her gently before striding towards the door. Sitting on the hospital bed, Dong Sujing clenched her fists. Her cheeks flushed with emotion. How infuriating! Just moments ago, Sister-in-law gazed at Ren Dingtian in astonishment. Daddy, it's wonderful that you've finally awakened. Yes. My dear Yuan, you must be hungry. Come, Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. Yay. Yuan clapped her hands joyfully, then mischievously glanced at her mother on the hospital bed. But Daddy, do you have money? Ren Dingtian faltered momentarily, then, with a confident smile, replied, Fear not, this feast is on someone else. With that, he lifted Yuan and headed outside. Xiaodian, where are you going? Don't do anything reckless. Dong Sujing and sister-in-law exclaimed anxiously. Do not worry. Just wait a moment, and someone will come to bring you delicious food. Ren Dingtian assured them with a smile, then confidently stepped out of the ward. Upon exiting the hospital, he took a deep breath, casting his determined gaze towards the police station located not far across the street. What are you doing? A short-haired young man stood at the entrance of the police station, inquiring in a routine manner. I wish to report a case. Perhaps it could be considered a confession. What sort of case? A domestic dispute? Did your wife leave you? The young man observed Ren Dingtian holding a child, assuming the matter was trivial. However, upon hearing Ren Dingtian's response, he instinctively reached for his side. A serious case, 7 lives lost. Chapter 3. 7 lives lost what? The short-haired young man instinctively reached for his side, but found only emptiness. Stepping back, he withdrew a baton, his expression shifting to one of alarm and incredulity as he regarded Ren Dingtian. Are you certain you are not jesting? It is rare for someone to come in to confess, especially while holding an adorable little girl. Moreover, to mention a murder case, particularly one involving 7 lives. This sudden revelation illuminated Wu Jianxiong, who had been standing there listlessly, his eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. Yet, moments later, he gazed at Ren Dingtian with a countenance filled with perplexity and hesitation. For the man before him, calm and composed while cradling his daughter, bore no semblance of a ruthless killer responsible for 7 lives. Am I jesting about such matters? Ren Dingtian adopted an air of nonchalance, addressing the young man. This is a significant issue. If you find it beyond your capacity, it will be prudent to summon your highest authority. Wu Jianxiong was momentarily taken aback. In recent days, he had encountered numerous arrogant individuals, yet none quite like the one before him. This man exuded an unassuming calmness, devoid of any ostentatious bravado. Comrade, this is no laughing matter. Wu Jianxiong reiterated his warning. Young comrade, I am speaking with utmost seriousness. Your youth may render your ignorance excusable, but 5 years ago, the massacre at Renjiao village was not merely a local incident. It sent ripples throughout the county. Ren Dingtian emphasized gravely, if you feel ill-equipped to handle this, perhaps it would be wise to consult your superior. Upon hearing this, Wu Jianxiong was initially stunned, then cast a dubious glance at Ren Dingtian before retreating to the guard booth to dial a number on the landline. I brought someone, he said, astonished to discover that this young man had connections. After hanging up, Wu Jianxiong regarded Ren Dingtian with a curious expression. Come, let us proceed inside. With a sigh of relief, Ren Dingtian contemplated the gravity of the moment. They ascended to the 2nd floor, where Wu Jianxiong opened the door adorned with a deputy title. Dad, I brought him. Jianxiong, how many times must I remind you? Here, you shall address me as Director Wu. The middle-aged man shot a serious, stern look at his son before turning his gaze toward Ren Dingtian. He paused, then furrowed his brow in astonishment. Why is it you? Ren Dingtian, observing the middle-aged man seated behind the desk, was equally taken aback. Wu Sangui, I did not anticipate it would be you. Of course. His true name was not Wu Sangui. That moniker was a nickname conferred upon him by the public later on. As the saying goes, there are no erroneous nicknames, only incorrect names. This nickname hinted at the considerable power he held in the future. Well, this works out. It is a fortunate coincidence. Ren Dingtian smiled as he approached. Greetings, Director Wu. You are Director Wu pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Ah, you're the second son of village head Ren? Impressive indeed. Thought Ren Dingtian. That Director Wu could recall a figure as inconsequential as himself. That incident from years ago remains a deep and painful scar. Are you certain you wish to reopen it, subjecting everyone to renewed discomfort? Director Wu's gaze was authoritative, his expression grave as he fixed his stare upon Ren Dingtian. Years ago, 7 individuals from Renjia village mysteriously vanished in the mountains, causing a considerable uproar. This incident not only affected the town, but also brought misfortune to the county. Consequently, even though 5 years have elapsed, most people remain reluctant to discuss the event. However, Ren Dingtian displayed no trepidation. He met the gaze of Wu Suo and articulated. After all, that was 7 lives. Chuckling, he added, and even if it were 7 lives, they brought it upon themselves. If you insist on this perspective, I have nothing more to say. Upon finishing his statement, Ren Dingtian turned to leave. Yet, just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Wu Suo. What if I were to say that I have found the murder weapon from that time? The murder weapon? What murder weapon? Wu Suo was momentarily taken aback. He then slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, glaring at Ren Dingtian with an authoritative intensity. Those 7 were lost in the mountains while searching for minerals. There was no murder weapon. Young man, if you continue to speak such nonsense, be wary of the consequences of your words. Most individuals would have been intimidated by such a threat, but Ren Dingtian remained unfazed. In contrast, the girl in his arms, Yuanyuan, appeared frightened and anxiously looked at him, on the verge of tears. Noticing this, Ren Dingtian quickly reached out to pat her head, reassuring her, Don't cry, Yuanyuan. Don't be afraid. Your Grandpa Wu is just joking with you. Really, Daddy? Is Grandpa Wu being so fierce just for fun? Yuanyuan inquired, glancing at Ren Dingtian and then batting her adorable eyes at Wu Suo. The once imposing Wu Suo softened at the sight and sighed, relinquishing his stern demeanor in favor of a gentle tone. Young man, look at how adorable your daughter is. Why not cherish her and avoid unnecessary troubles? Ren Dingtian was initially taken aback, but then responded with a smile. Wu Suo, you may be joking, but I am not. You see, when my father led his 6 brothers into the mountains, it was for mineral exploration. So, in that sense, can we not consider the mine a weapon? Can it not be deemed the true culprit? What? Wu Suo was stunned at first, then widened his eyes in shock and disbelief as he regarded Ren Dingtian. You mean you have found the mine? Just as the words escaped his lips, he halted abruptly and signaled his son at the door. Jianxiong, go about your business. And remember to close the door behind you. Dad, I want to listen too. Wu Jianxiong protested. There is no dad here. He was quickly silenced. Who says there is no daddy? My daddy is right here. Little Yuanyuan chimed in curiously. Ren Dingtian exclaimed, I have no intention of taking advantage here, truly. Wu Jianxiong retorted, damn. I considered you a brother, and you want to be my dad? Wu Su added, damn. I regarded you as a junior, and you wish to. In the office, only Wu Suo, Ren Dingtian, and little Yuanyuan remained. After Wu Jianxiong left to close the door, Wu Suo, still feeling uneasy, approached the door to lock it. Shouty Yan, this is a significant matter. You truly aren't joking. Ren Dingtian replied. Wu Suo, how could I possibly jest about such a thing? Ren Dingtian gazed earnestly and solemnly at Officer Wu, saying, however, since you are aware that this is a significant matter, what do you think we should do? As he spoke, he lifted his gaze towards the ceiling. It should be addressed, replied Officer Wu, reaching for the receiver to make a call. Yet, he hesitated and placed the receiver back down. There's no rush in reporting this. We must first confirm the details. Truly, Wu Sangui's prudence and meticulousness far surpassed that of his son, Xiao Wu. But rest assured, Xiao Tian, this matter was discovered by you, and your contributions will not go unnoticed. Ren Dingtian chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, accolades do not fill one's stomach. Little Yuan chimed in, Daddy, I'm hungry. Didn't you say someone was inviting us for a grand feast? Is it Grandpa Wu who is treating us? Upon hearing this, Officer Wu was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. That's right, dear Yuan. It is indeed Grandpa Wu who is treating you to a splendid meal. Half an hour later, Xiao Wu, clad in formal attire and carrying a lunchbox, arrived at the hospital room, guided by little Yuan. He blushed as he placed down 4 dishes and a soup, along with 2 bowls of rice, before hastily retreating. Inside the room, Dong Sujing and her sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, were utterly astonished. What's happening here? The young comrade. Are you delivering meals to some leader or their family and made a mistake? Wu Jinxiong, who was rushing to the door, quickly turned to glance at the room number and bed position, and upon seeing little Yuan affectionately calling Dong Sujing Mama, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be correct. This is indeed the room number mentioned by the individual who just surrendered. Ren Dingtian is Yuan's father, your husband, right? Yes. Surrender? What is going on? Dong Sujing and her sister-in-law, startled by the revelation, hurriedly inquired. This involves confidential matters. I am unable to disclose anything. Wu Jinxiong, partially informed and unsure how to respond, left behind this cryptic statement and departed. Little did he know that his words brought immense shock and misunderstanding regarding Ren Dingtian to Dong Sujing and her sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin. Yuan, what is happening? What has your father done? Little Yuan strained to recall, then began to recount. Daddy went to the police station and met Grandpa Wu, saying that 7 lives were lost in Renjia's Wang. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dong Sujing and her sister-in-law darkened to an extreme degree. How could he do this? How could he bring up that incident from 5 years ago? They were appalled that he would exploit that disaster, that tragedy, and the sacrifices of her father and 6 uncles to gain attention and sympathy. Chapter 4. The Copper Mine, as Dong Sujing and her sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, stared at the sumptuous 4 dishes and a soup before them, their faces twisted with anger. Ren Dingtian was seated in the Santana, driven by Wu Jinxiong, heading towards a town school. Regardless of the era, mines symbolize wealth. Though Wu did not possess extensive knowledge about mines, he was well aware of the immense profits they could yield. He immediately sealed off the information, planning to investigate the site in person. Regrettably, Wu's understanding of mineral resources is nearly non-existent. He only knows that gold is yellow and coal is black. Therefore, before heading to the site, he feels the necessity of bringing along a professional. However, in this era, intellectuals are already scarce, and experts in mineral resources are even more so. Thus, Wu plans to visit a local secondary school to see if he can find a reliable teacher. Perhaps he should seek out a physics teacher? Wu feigns a facade of knowledge as he speaks. Dad, physics is for making sewing machines. It's the chemistry teacher who deals with steel production. Little Wu quietly interjects from the driver's seat. Is that so? Wu remains unfazed, even when his ignorance is laid bare. Ahem. Shouldn't we actually be looking for a geography teacher? Ren Dingtian finally can no longer contain himself and coughs lightly to speak. Both little Wu and old Wu widen their eyes in disdain, casting scornful glances at Ren Dingtian. Clearly, they still feel that a physics or chemistry teacher would be more appropriate. In reality, however, Ren Dingtian harbors little hope for these secondary school teachers. His certainty in finding the or stems from his reincarnation and memories from a past life. He knows that individuals in this era would struggle to locate the mineral deposits using outdated methods. Upon arriving at the central school of the town, Wu expresses his request for teachers in physics, chemistry, and geography to the principal. The principal is momentarily taken aback, but soon returns with a balding middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses. Principal, I asked for teachers in physics, chemistry, and geography, yet you've only brought me 1 person. Wu exclaims, visibly displeased. Ahem, allow me to formally introduce him. The principal awkwardly coughs and states, this is Teacher Nyo, who teaches physics, chemistry, and geography at our school. Wu. Little Wu. Ren Dingtian. What a relief. I should never have harbored any illusions. Thus, the group sets off anew. Initially concerned about the cramped conditions in the car, they now feel completely at ease. The journey from the town to Ren's home village is not particularly long, yet the poor road conditions, filled with potholes and stones, transform the less than 10-kilometer trek into a nearly half-hour ordeal. Nevertheless, upon reaching the village entrance, little Wu, the driver, quietly breathes a sigh of relief and wipes the cold sweat from his forehead. Curious villagers emerge from their homes, craning their necks to gaze at the Santana. This is the first car to arrive in their village, and it is evident they recognize that important individuals are inside. Perhaps someone from above has come down. They must be looking for the village chief. The villagers speculate, yet none dare approach. It is only when the vehicle halts in front of Ren Dingtian's home that he steps out, leading the others into the courtyard. Ahem. I apologize for the disarray of my humble abode, he says, feeling embarrassed as he surveys the dilapidated house with bare walls. In an effort to divert attention, he swiftly picks up a stone from the corner of the yard and hands it to Wu. Officer Wu, behold the weapon, the root of all evil. Wu gazed at the stone before him, clearing his throat with an air of seriousness. It certainly bears little resemblance to an ordinary rock. He then handed it to Teacher Niu, who, upon examining the stone, found his eyes lighting up with intrigue. With one hand holding the stone and the other adjusting his glasses, he coughed lightly and proclaimed with pride, "Indeed, this is an ore, and a precious one at that, gold." Before Teacher Niu could finish, Wu's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "Teacher Niu, are you certain you are not mistaken? This stone, colored like cow dung, can contain gold?" He wore an expression that conveyed, "I may be less educated, but surely you cannot deceive me," as he feigned anger, puffing out his cheeks. "Who spoke of gold?" "I referred to brass." "Brass? Copper ore?" Teacher Niu shot Wu a disapproving glare, clearly annoyed by the interruption. "Oh, brass is it?" Upon hearing this, Wu's demeanor deflated akin to a frostbitten eggplant. In his perception, only gold mines were valuable, and if he had to settle for less, then coal would suffice. Even iron ore would be acceptable. But copper ore? "Father, copper is worth many times more than iron. Please do not tell me you are unaware of that." Young Wu could no longer contain himself and interjected, "How could I not know?" Old Wu jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. However, in this era, copper was indeed not as widely recognized as iron or coal. Yet, Teacher Niu continued to flaunt his knowledge. Brass, or is a copper-iron sulfide mineral, often containing trace amounts of gold and silver. Upon hearing of the potential for gold and silver, Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. But he was promptly silenced by a warning glance from Teacher Niu. Physical properties. Brass is yellow, often displaying blue and purplish-brown tarnish. It leaves a greenish-black streak. Possesses a metallic luster. Is opaque, conductive, has a hardness of 3 to 4, and is brittle with a relative density of 4. 1 to 4. 3. Chemical composition. 3. 456, 3. 052, 3. 492. Geographic distribution. Found throughout Huaxia, and our ancestors began to process and utilize it thousands of years ago. 5,000 years ago, we in Huaxia already possessed bronze artifacts. Truly, Teacher Niu deserves his title. Not only did he elucidate the physical, chemical, and geological aspects of copper ore, but he could also speak at length about its history. Had Wu not interrupted, Teacher Niu might have continued until dawn. "Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Niu. This is a state secret, so I kindly ask you to keep it confidential." Wu spoke with utmost seriousness. He then instructed Teacher Niu to wait in the vehicle. In the dilapidated house, only Wu and Ren Dingtian remained. Wu surveyed the crumbling surroundings, squinting thoughtfully. "Xiao Tian, I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of the nation. The location of the copper ore is now known solely to me. No one else shall find it." Ren Dingtian interrupted Wu with a cheerful grin. "What do you desire? Money? Or perhaps a position of power? I heard your father was once the village chief. Do you wish for?" Wu boldly inquired. However, unexpectedly, Ren Dingtian shook his head in refusal, instead smiling as he looked towards Director Wu. "As you mentioned, although I discovered this copper mine, it ultimately belongs to the nation. If Xiao Wu were present, he would undoubtedly give Ren Dingtian a thumbs up, praising his integrity. Yet, Director Wu could not help but internally curse. That young rascal, though still quite young, is far more cunning than those old foxes. Despite his inner grievances, Director Wu maintained a smile, inviting Ren Dingtian to return to the town with him. Once in the car, Ren Dingtian exhaled deeply, gazing cheerfully at the village before him, pondering, do they think they can placate me with a bit of filthy money or a nominal position? No, what I seek is beyond their wildest imagination. Meanwhile, a piece of gossip began circulating in Huang. That car seemed to have headed to Ren Dingtian's home. Could it be that he had ingratiated himself with a powerful figure? With his lazy demeanor, how could that be possible? I just saw someone step out of the car, and it looked like Director Wu. Indeed, it did resemble him. Could it be that he has committed some offense? Chapter 5. If poverty is a sin, then I am beyond redemption. The vehicle exited Huang, but instead of returning to the town, it headed directly towards the county seat. The county was only 40 to 50 kilometers away, and with few vehicles on the road, they arrived in less than an hour. After a brief registration at the entrance, the car drove straight into the courtyard. You all wait here. Xiao Wu, keep an eye on them. No one is to leave the vehicle without my command, Director Wu stated succinctly before stepping out. After several minutes, he returned, signaling for the three in the car to disembark and follow him inside. The county building was notably taller, standing at 6 stories. Director Wu led them directly to the top floor, arriving at the office of a deputy county head responsible for public safety. Speak, what do you desire? The elder seated at the desk appeared quite busy, glancing up at Ren Dingtian momentarily before cutting straight to the chase. I desire nothing. I have come to confess. Ren Dingtian stood tall, articulating each word clearly. The elder furrowed his brows at this. I have limited time. Do not play tricks. Please grant me 5 minutes. Ren Dingtian extended 5 fingers. Just 5 minutes. The elder remained silent, but tacitly acquiesced. I was born in Huang, situated on a hillside, and we have always been impoverished. So impoverished that the next generation may struggle to find wives. Indeed, not only the county seat, but even neighboring villages disdain us. Perched on a hillside, our mountains are barren and desolate. Rocky terrain yields no crops, and even trees are scarce. Consequently, the young women from other villages are reluctant to marry into Huang. The elders in the village are anxious. If this continues, it is uncertain whether future generations will have enough to eat, let alone access education, or even whether they will have descendants. The elders argue that we are not truly poor. The mountain behind us is not a mountain of destitution, but a mountain of treasures, a mountain rich in minerals. Yet, no one believes them. In order to secure a better future for their descendants, my father and his old companions ventured into the mountains time and again, hoping to discover mineral deposits that would alter the impoverished and backward state of Renjia village. Regrettably, as Ren Dingtian spoke, his gaze fell upon the elderly man before him. I understood that the disappearance of my father and his companions had caused considerable distress to everyone. However, few were aware that before their final expedition into the mountains, my father and his 6 brothers had paid homage to their ancestors, shared a drink, and donned their finest attire. Indeed, they had set forth with no intention of returning. They had prepared themselves for the ultimate sacrifice. Upon hearing this, those present shuddered involuntarily, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief as they turned to Ren Dingtian. What? How can this be? In truth, the outcome of their last venture was already sealed. They would either unearth a treasure and joyfully emerge from the mountains or remain forever lost within them. One thought remained unspoken by Ren Dingtian. The 7 elderly men, though perhaps not regarded as heroes in the eyes of others and seen instead as troublemakers, were undoubtedly not villains. They were, at the very least, benevolent souls. While the younger generation of Renjia village struggled to find brides and their elders grew increasingly anxious, they were approached by unscrupulous individuals, human traffickers. Once desperate, the elderly man found himself tempted. Yet, upon witnessing the despairing and sorrowful gaze of the abducted girl, he trembled with unease. The traffickers, cunning and deceitful, meticulously assessed the family's meager resources and, after much haggling, gleefully accepted 276 yuan. That night, as the old man smoked his pipe, he reflected upon his son. That girl is truly enchanting, truly beautiful. How wonderful it would be if she could marry into our Ren family. He mused aloud, even though a mere thought could have made this dream a reality. Nonetheless, he chose a harder path, one of greater sacrifice, yet one that left his conscience clear. He resolved to seek out mineral wealth in the mountains, believing that once they struck it rich, Renjia village would prosper, children would be well fed, attend university, and build grand homes, thus attracting beautiful brides willing to join the Ren family. Many years later, the remains of the 7 elderly men were gradually discovered. Indeed, they were found one by one. After a lifetime of fruitless searching, these stubborn elders concealed themselves, much like the treasures they sought. They hoped that their mysterious disappearance would stir some commotion or draw attention. Perhaps, in their absence, more souls would venture into the mountains to seek them out. Thus, even if their bones were never found, the serendipitous discovery of the mineral deposits would suffice. The elder generation held dear the principle of resting in peace beneath the earth. Yet, owing to their poverty, they chose the most tragic, constrained, and brutal path, ultimately dedicating their last worth to Renjia village and to their descendants. Regrettably, they were unaware that their disappearance rendered the back mountain a place of ill omen in the eyes of the villagers, townsfolk, and county residents, instilling a deep-seated fear that deterred anyone from entering it again, except for that foolish woman who believed that such kind-hearted individuals should not meet such tragic fates. She felt responsible for the old man's demise, burdened by guilt and unwilling to accept this grim reality. Thus, in the intervals of the busy farming season, day after day, year after year, she ventured into the mountains, hoping to uncover the remains of the benevolent elder, or perhaps the glimmer of hope and solace they represented. Little did they know that many years later, when the final body, belonging to Ren Dingtian's father, was discovered, it was not only remarkably preserved but also emanated a radiant golden light. Initially, some speculated that he had ascended to immortality. However, subsequent scientific examinations revealed that the body had been affected by rare mineral radiation. Indeed, the old man had stumbled upon a treasure trove of precious minerals, valuable beyond measure. Unfortunately, due to the limited technology and understanding of that era, those who had failed to locate the mine were deemed foolish troublemakers, subjected to ridicule and scorn. Yet now that the mine was found, it validated their claims. Ren Family Village truly possessed valuable resources. They were not fools, but heroes. My father was not a fool. He should not be mocked. He was a hero. Contemplating these thoughts, Ren Dingtian felt his eyes redden, tears welling up. If poverty is a crime, then I am undoubtedly guilty. It was my poverty that rendered me the murderer of my father. The mine became the weapon. My father, in his quest to ensure a prosperous life for his descendants, to provide food, clothing, education, a home, and the chance to marry, chose this irreversible path. It was my inadequacy, my incompetence that led to their demise. If you ask me what I desire, I shall tell you. As a son, I seek not wealth or power, but to restore their honor, to fight for the recognition they rightfully deserve. I refuse to let them be ridiculed and called fools even 5 years after their passing. They are all heroes, at least in my eyes. The people in the room also felt their eyes moisten, some shedding tears. The elderly man, seated, rose to his feet, inhaling deeply. Very well, I promise you that. And what more? I may relinquish everything. But my father and his 7 comrades wished for a prosperous life for Ren Family Village. Upon hearing this, the old man regarded Ren Dingtian with a profound gaze and sighed. Young man, you must understand that to live well, you must rely on your own efforts. Yes, rest assured, the copper mine lies on the back mountain of our village, and we will strive diligently to extract its riches. Ren Dingtian responded with resolute determination. The elder interjected, Young man, mining is a monumental task. Your manpower is limited, and you will need assistance. If the foolish old man could move mountains, then we too. Come on, now tell me, what is it that you truly seek? Firstly, if roads are to be constructed, it is imperative that the roads in our Renjiazwang are also attended to. Likewise, should a railway be developed, a station must be established in our Renjiazwang. I'm not being overly ambitious. A mere carriage stopping for 3 minutes would suffice. Secondly, whether it be mining, factory construction, or road building, laborers are essential. We, at Renjiazwang, are eager to contribute to the nation's development. Thirdly, a young man should embrace contentment, for it is the key to happiness, and one must not be greedy. An elder interrupted Ren Dingtian's words with a wave of his hand. If roads are to be built, that is acceptable, but railways are a matter for the future. Our county town still lacks a train station. However, this is not beyond negotiation. As for recruitment, your village lacks experience. Experience can be acquired. We can start as laborers or even apprentices. If there are a few who are utterly inept, they may retreat. Ren Dingtian hastily interjected. That is agreeable. Upon exiting the county courtyard, the atmosphere in the vehicle was heavily oppressive and somber, until they delivered Teacher Nyo to his residence. No one in the car dared to break the silence. As they halted in front of the school, as Teacher Nyo extended his hand to open the door, intending to alight, Wu Suo grasped his arm. Teacher Nyo, this concerns state secrets. You may have merits, but do not inadvertently become a scapegoat. Teacher Nyo paused, taken aback, then frowned in displeasure, shaking off Wu Suo's grasp and stepping out of the vehicle. Dad, Wu Jinxiong spoke in a despondent tone. Kolme Wu Suo. Old Wu felt a similar gloom. His initial intention had been to offer Ren Dingtian some monetary incentive or arrange a nominal position, securing the credit for discovering the copper mine, and subsequently reporting to his superiors alone. Yet, he did not anticipate that Ren Dingtian was equally shrewd, effortlessly declaring that only he possessed knowledge of the mine. Thus, they were compelled to report together to the county. This transformation from being the primary discoverer of a national resource to merely serving as a guide infuriated Wu Suo. However, Ren Dingtian now held significant standing in the county, and Wu Suo dared not provoke him too much. Thus, his pent-up frustration was directed at Teacher Nyo and his son Wu Jinxiong. Wu Suo, where shall we go next? Wu Jinxiong gazed at his father, disheartened. Xiaodian, why not first settle you in our guest house? Despite his anger, Wu Suo maintained a cheerful facade towards Ren Dingtian. No need. Just take me to the hospital. Ren Dingtian promptly declined. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Ren Dingtian hesitated to exit, instead smiling at Wu Suo. What, is there something else? Wu Suo clung to a flicker of hope, believing Ren Dingtian might reconsider and provide some valuable information, making his day's efforts more fruitful. However, he was unprepared for Ren Dingtian's response. My wife and I, in our quest for the copper mine and in service to our nation, have both sustained injuries and are hospitalized. Not only can we not afford medical expenses, but even basic sustenance has become a challenge. Ren Dingtian feigned a pitiful expression towards Wu Suo. You can count this as a work-related injury. I shall handle it. As for meals, just send us some leftovers after you finish. Ren Dingtian hastily chimed in. Wu gazed skyward in speechless contemplation. Yet, the young Wu in front shed tears of emotion. Look, it's not just Ren Dingtian who possesses profound enlightenment and selfless dedication. Even his wife is exemplary. From now on, let young Wu deliver your meals. 3 times a day, adhering to the standard of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Wu's questioning gaze turned towards Ren Dingtian. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Satisfied. Then, is there any further issue? We previously squandered much time and energy in search of, or resulting in our current financial scarcity. My daughter is so adorable. I can't even afford to buy her a piece of candy. Alas, while speaking, Ren Dingtian rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to squeeze out a single tear. As a father, I feel utterly inadequate. Wu, could you lend me some money to buy my child a candy? Rest assured, I will repay you. Wu suppressed the urge to strike out and rummaged through his pockets. He then awkwardly glanced at his son. How much money do you have on you? Young Wu was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? Show me. Wu spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. What about your money, Dad? Young Wu attempted to resist. I haven't been working long. Where would I have money? Ahem. I never carry money when I go out. Wu replied somewhat awkwardly. Ren Dingtian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, Does Wu Sangue need to carry money when he leaves? This town practically runs itself. With tears in his eyes, young Wu reluctantly pulled out his wallet, revealing 50 cents. 50 cents could buy a bag of candy, sufficient indeed. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wu snatched the wallet from his hand and handed it to Ren Dingtian. Young Wu, aren't we buying candy? Ren Dingtian, smiling, accepted the wallet, pulled out the money, and, adhering to professional ethics, returned the wallet to Wu Jianxiong. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, he seemed to remember something and handed over 50 cents. Wu Jianxiong was initially stunned, then felt incredulous. Go buy a bag of candy. Oh. Wu Jianxiong sighed in relief, thinking that at least he was reminded to buy a bag of candy to comfort his wounded young heart. However, Ren Dingtian's next sentence nearly caused him to choke with rage. Please remember to bring me a late-night snack when you deliver, and I will express my gratitude to little Yuan on behalf of my family. After saying this, Ren Dingtian exited the car. Young Wu, what about the promised 3 meals a day? What does this late-night snack count as? Wu Jianxiong. He wanted to say something, but Ren Dingtian had already alighted and walked away, leaving him to stew in frustration. How much did he give you? Wu sighed, feeling a pang in his heart. I don't know. Young Wu replied defiantly. How could you not know? Old Wu was taken aback. It was you who gave it to him. How would I know? Young Wu was equally surprised. Dad, you didn't count it, did you? What should I count? Don't you know how much money is in your wallet? The money in my wallet is mine. I never intended to lend it to anyone casually. Why would I bother counting it? Little Wu's eyes widened as a sudden realization struck him. He anxiously gazed at his father. Dad, what should we do? When it's time to repay the money, he wouldn't shortchange us, would he? Wu Su rolled his eyes, unable to contain his exasperation. You're overthinking it. At his words, little Wu was just beginning to relax when Wu Su added, but this money was given freely. I never intended for him to return it. With that single statement, little Wu was plunged into despair. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian was counting money as he walked into the hospital. 86 yuan and 30 cents. He stuffed the money into his pocket, chuckling to himself, truly worthy of being Wu Sangui's son. This lad has a bright future. Upon entering the ward, however, Ren Dingtian was taken aback. The food is cold. Why haven't you eaten? He inquired of his wife, Dong Sujing, as he looked at the barely touched meal. Daddy, Yuan is hungry. Yuan gazed at him with pleading eyes. I dare not eat this, Dong Sujing replied, her face etched with disappointment as she glanced at Ren Dingtian. I fear that taking a bite might send you back in there. Ren Dingtian, bemused, scooped up little Yuan and began to feed her. Rest assured, I will work diligently, and our family will prosper. After Yuan happily ate, he picked up another piece and extended it toward Dong Sujing's lips. Come on, darling, open wide. Initially worried and frustrated at her husband's misfortunes, Dong Sujing found herself momentarily stunned, inexplicably parting her lips. She neither expressed anger nor uttered a word, simply accepting the food in silence. Daddy, you're biased. Yuan finally erupted. You're only feeding mommy, not me. Laughter erupted among the three of them, filling the room with joy. After they had eaten their fill, Ren Dingtian cradled little Yuan and turned his serious gaze toward Dong Sujing. Sujing, I must extend our family's gratitude indeed. The gratitude of the entire Ren family, to you. Thank me? Dong Sujing was taken aback, utterly bewildered. The mine has been found. What? And you discovered it. As he spoke, Ren Dingtian produced a small stone from his pocket. You've worked hard. The initial excitement on Dong Sujing's face faded upon seeing the stone in Ren Dingtian's hand. This is impossible. I have tried this before. The magnet showed no response. Indeed, it was unresponsive because this is not iron ore, it is copper ore. As Ren Dingtian embraced Dong Sujing, he continued, I understand that the matters concerning my father have weighed heavily on your heart, much like a stone that you cannot cast aside. Thus, you often ventured alone to the back mountain, desperate to prove that there truly is a mine there, to validate their sacrifices, and to prevent them from being derided as fools after their demise. My dear wife, you have truly excelled. You have accomplished it. Henceforth, you need not recklessly venture out to gather various heavy stones to bring back home. Chapter 6. The unique video hall of this era upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words. Dong Su Jing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at him in disbelief. Is everything you said true? Of course, he replied. Then why are you going to the police station? Naturally, to report this matter. Ren Dingtian reached out and affectionately ruffled Dong Su Jing's hair. Silly girl, the town's leaders are exceedingly busy. If I were to go directly to the town courtyard to seek them out, who knows how long I would have to wait to see them. Besides, with my notorious reputation in recent years, I might very well be turned away the moment I step inside. At this, Dong Su Jing could not help but stifle a laugh, thinking to herself, so you are aware of your infamous reputation over the past 2 years. Thus, I must employ a clever tactic and turn myself in to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Moreover, I have an even grander plan. Hearing Ren Dingtian speak in such a manner, Dong Su Jing's eyes widened in curiosity, regarding him as if he were a strange creature. What plan? She inquired eagerly. This is a secret for now, Ren Dingtian replied, simultaneously pulling out money from his pocket. He counted 3 10-yuan notes, followed by 2 5-yuan notes, 3 2-yuan notes, and 4 1-yuan notes, totaling 50 yuan, which he handed to Dong Su Jing. Where did you acquire this money? Upon seeing such a sum, Dong Su Jing felt not joy, but rather an increased sense of tension and concern as she looked at him. You mustn't do anything foolish or make any mistakes. Fear not. This is a reward bestowed upon me by Director Wu for my contributions in reporting the ore, Ren Dingtian said with a straight face, spinning a tail. Just then, Comrade Xiao Wu entered, carrying a lunchbox. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's serious declaration, he trembled with rage, nearly hurling the lunchbox at his face. Oh, Comrade Xiao Wu, you arrived early. Ren Dingtian greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, I have matters to attend to this evening, so I came early, Xiao Wu replied, setting down the lunchbox and preparing to leave with the one he had brought earlier. What matters, Xiao Wu? Ren Dingtian asked, playfully patting him on the shoulder. You're not off to meet your girlfriend, are you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, unsure of what to say, before hastily making his exit. Ren Dingtian, initially unconcerned, sat down and arranged the dishes on the table, preparing to feed Dong Su Jing. I just ate not long ago and am not very hungry. You should eat, Dong Su Jing said, her cheeks flushed as she curiously regarded Ren Dingtian. Why is Xiao Wu still bringing us food? Ahem, I emphasize to Director Wu your diligent efforts and the remarkable contributions you have made for the country. Director Wu was quite moved by it, which is why this counts as a business matter. Not only will your hospitalization expenses be reimbursed, but your meals and accommodations will also be covered, and you may even receive a bonus in the future. Dong Su Jing was left astounded. But hasn't the reward already been given? She pointed to the 50 yuan tucked away in her pocket. That was given by the town. The matter of the mine is of great significance and will surely attract the attention of the county, perhaps even the city. In time, they will reward you, Ren Dingtian remarked, gently ruffling Dong Su Jing's hair. Silly girl, your efforts will ultimately be rewarded. Rest assured, our family will enjoy a prosperous life from now on. As they dined and chatted, Dong Su Jing curiously mentioned Xiao Wu, a young man who seemed commendable, wondering what kind of girlfriend he had. However, Ren Dingtian suddenly trembled, as if struck by a revelation. Xiao Wu, girlfriend? It dawned upon him. Previously, he had been puzzled by the singular impression of Wu Sangui in his past life, whose reputation was nearly tarnished. Yet, the Xiao Wu he encountered seemed rather amiable. Strangely, he did not possess a profound impression of Xiao Wu. It appeared that it was due to Wu's son suffering an unexpected tragedy that transformed him into the feared figure of Wu Sangui. Xiao Wu had only recently begun his work, and shortly thereafter, while on a date with his girlfriend, a calamity struck. It seemed he had valiantly intervened outside a video hall, only to be severely injured by 2 ruffians, ultimately succumbing not long after. This incident delivered a significant blow to Wu. Upon grasping these thoughts, as Ren Dingtian made his way outside, he instinctively reached into his pockets to call for help. However, as he rummaged through them in vain, he suddenly realized that he was not in the era of ubiquitous mobile phones. This was the 1980s. Not only were mobile phones a luxury, but even landlines were scarce. "What are you doing? Step out for a moment. Wait for me to return," Ren Dingtian said as he ventured out. Upon arriving outside the hospital, he cast his gaze around and quickly spotted the video hall sign not far away. This town, in this age, was not as developed as in later years. Only a single main road adjacent to the highway appeared bustling, with most of the commercial establishments situated along this thoroughfare, alongside institutions like the hospital, police station, and schools. Yet, the video hall was tucked away in an alley. Observing his hand still bandaged, Ren Dingtian hesitated briefly before proceeding into the alley. He could see 3 or 5 ruffians from a distance, but Xiao Wu's figure, Wu Jinxiong, was nowhere in sight. "Damn it, how long must I wait?" Ren Dingtian muttered, shivering in the cold wind. Due to the faint memory of the incident, he could not recall the exact time it had occurred, thus he could only remain vigilant. Eventually, as the chill became unbearable, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and stepped into the video hall. After inquiring, he was stunned to learn that a ticket cost 2 yuan. Ren Dingtian felt his heart bleed. Having already started screening for quite some time, were they not robbing him? "Could you lower the price a bit?" After some haggling, he managed to buy a ticket for 1 yuan and entered the hall. Inside, he discovered a darkened room where the large screen displayed scenes unsuitable for children, enough to make any adult blush. In the audience, couples of both genders were entwined in affectionate embraces, creating a perplexing dilemma for Ren Dingtian. The dimness of the venue rendered visibility nearly impossible without approaching closely. Moreover, with couples entwined together, it would be inappropriate for him to intrude upon their intimacy. Prying their heads apart to take a glance, or to whisper like a phantom, "Is that you, Xiao Wu? Your father calls for you to return home for dinner." With no other choice, he settled into a seat, waiting for the crowd to disperse, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xiao Wu. As the film played on, it proved to be quite captivating. However, once the credits rolled and the audience filtered out, despite brushing past a few ruffians, he found no sign of Xiao Wu. What could be amiss? Was it not today that the incident had occurred? As Ren Dingtian pondered this while retracing his steps, he realized he was uncertain of the exact date of Xiao Wu's mishap, conjecturing that perhaps Xiao Wu had multiple dates, and the unfortunate event might have taken place on a subsequent occasion. This notion brought him some relief when they next met. He could counsel Xiao Wu to refrain from frequenting such lowbrow films. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by the sounds of shouting and scuffling. Approaching the commotion, he discovered the ruffians harassing a young woman. Just as someone attempted to intervene, they were swiftly knocked to the ground, causing the onlookers to recoil in fear of further confrontation. However, amidst the ruffians' taunts, Ren Dingtian caught sight of a familiar figure. Xiao Wu dashed forward, executing a graceful leap, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the ruffians sprawling. The others stood in stunned silence, while bystanders erupted in cheers. Xiao Wu, reveling in his triumph, exchanged a triumphant glance with his date, showcasing his bravado before turning his attention to the remaining ruffians. Unbeknownst to him, the ruffian he had just dispatched was regaining his footing beyond the crowd, stealthily maneuvering closer to Xiao Wu from behind. Ren Dingtian, observing this unfolding scenario, wasted no time and swiftly pursued the assailant. Just as the ruffian, face contorted with malice, brandished a dagger aimed at Xiao Wu's lower back, Ren Dingtian instinctively seized the blade with one hand while delivering a swift blow to the ruffian's head with a brick in the other. Aware of his own limited physical prowess, Ren Dingti the ruffians across the street, one after another, wiped their faces while unable to suppress their curses. "Bah! Discussing martial ethics with you scoundrels is absurd. I am merely ridding the world of its pests." Ren Dingtian spat disdainfully at them. Observing this, the surrounding crowd eagerly joined the fray. Though they hesitated to confront the ruffians directly, they relished the opportunity to kick a dog when it's down. Primarily, the ruffians were disoriented by Ren Dingtian's provocation, and the crowd, harboring grievances against them, seized the moment for retribution. Particularly, Xiao Wu, initially inclined to hold back, found himself caught off guard by sudden movement behind him, leading to a sharp pain in his lower back. As he reached to wipe it, he discovered that his newly purchased cotton coat had been pierced, and his skin had been cut, leaving his palm stained with blood. if not for Ren Dingtian's timely intervention, which shielded him from the full brunt of the attack. The consequences could have been dire. This thought ignited Xiao Wu's fury, prompting him to retaliate without restraint, swiftly bringing several ruffians to the ground. "Are you all right?" Ren Dingtian inquired with concern. "Ie me fine." Xiao Wu replied with a smile, eager to showcase his bravery. Yet, he froze upon noticing that Ren Dingtian's hand was bleeding. Chapter 7. The plan to plant potatoes in an instant. Xiao Wu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Despite his own bleeding hand, Ren Dingtian prioritized his well-being, inquiring whether he was hurt. He had discovered a treasure and was prepared to contribute to the greater good. Truly, he was a paragon of selflessness. While Xiao Wu felt touched, he was suddenly reminded of a troubling thought. Had Ren Dingtian kept track of how much he had borrowed from him? Indeed, the realization that Ren Dingtian was such a noble and responsible individual rekindled Xiao Wu's hope regarding the loan. However, he couldn't help but slap himself in annoyance. "Bah, Wu Jianxiong, you truly are insensible. Ren Dingtian just saved your life and took a blow for you, and yet you were so consumed by greed. It was not entirely his fault, for he was genuinely impoverished. Why hadn't Ren Dingtian found him at the cinema? Simply because he had given all his money to Ren Dingtian, leaving him broke and only able to indulge in romantic pursuits with his date, strolling outside in the cold, enjoying the wind, admiring the flowers, and gazing at the moon. Thankfully, it hadn't snowed. Otherwise, they could have played in the snow with Xiao Wu's connections. The ruffians were swiftly apprehended by arriving agents, likely to spend some time in custody. The three of them strolled leisurely down the street. Xiao Wu intended to escort Ren Dingtian to the hospital for a proper bandaging. However, Ren Dingtian insisted that they should first take Xiao Wu's girlfriend home. Xiao Wu felt somewhat displeased. His original intention had been to take Ren Dingtian to the hospital, after which he and his girlfriend could continue their romantic escapades. After dropping her off, Ren Dingtian cheerfully remarked, "What?" Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a flushed face, shook her head. "What are you thinking? We are merely friends. TSK. Dear Xiao Wu, I am a man of experience and wisdom. Allow me to impart this knowledge. When pursuing a lady, one must not be overly aggressive. Instead, one should master the art of feigned indifference." Intrigued, Xiao Wu inquired, "What do you mean by feigned indifference?" The following morning, Dong Sujing was due to be discharged from the hospital. However, Ren Dingtian wished she could stay a few more days to recuperate. After all, the hospital not only provided medical examinations and care, but also offered nourishing meals sent by Xiao Wu, which would be beneficial for the frail Dong Sujing. "I cannot. There are many chores awaiting me at home. The wheat needs watering and weeding, and the vegetable garden requires tidying." Dong Sujing insisted on getting up to leave the hospital. Unexpectedly, she found herself firmly pressed back on a bed by Ren Dingtian, who held her shoulders with both hands. "You should rest. Allow me to handle these matters." Dong Sujing was momentarily stunned by this display. Her face reflected a mix of hesitation and disbelief as she gazed at Ren Dingtian. "Are you truly serious?" It was well known that for the past few years, aside from drinking, Ren Dingtian had been utterly inactive, leaving all household responsibilities to her. Could it be that Ren Dingtian had genuinely changed for the better? With this thought in mind, she decided to delay her return, eager to observe whether Ren Dingtian would indeed fulfill his promises and demonstrate newfound diligence. After ensuring Dong Sujing was settled, Ren Dingtian exited the hospital. Yet, instead of rushing home, he meandered through the town. The main street was lined with storefronts and government offices. In this era, daily necessities were primarily acquired from supply and marketing cooperatives, leaving little room for alternative shopping options. However, this situation also revealed a business opportunity to Ren Dingtian. Indeed, it was an opportunity. This period was characterized by the monopolization of supply and marketing cooperatives. Although economic development was encouraged, progress was predominantly seen in large cities. Small towns like his would take years to evolve unless unexpected circumstances arose. The average person lacked the acumen for economic growth and commerce. Even those with such talents were exceedingly rare in remote and overlooked towns. Ren Dingtian himself, had it not been for his family obligations, would have sought opportunities in the city. Furthermore, at this moment, his financial resources were limited, preventing him from contending with the cooperatives. The cooperatives operated on a large scale, benefiting from bulk purchasing and wide-ranging inventory, allowing them to maintain low prices. With neither capital nor connections, how could he possibly compete? As Ren Dingtian wandered through the cooperative, admiring the array of goods, he fell into deep contemplation. Relying solely on the family land would yield no profit. Based on his memories from previous life, the mine in the back mountains could indeed generate substantial wealth. Yet it was not a remedy for immediate needs. Mining was no simple endeavor. It entailed exploration, road construction, and, subsequently, establishing a factory or commencing extraction and transport. Completing all this within a year to capitalize on favorable market conditions would be a challenge. Moreover, the mine was state-owned, limiting his potential profits, necessitating exploration of alternative avenues. Upon arriving in the seed-selling area, Ren Dingtian beamed at an elderly man who was engrossed in listening to the radio. "Excuse me, sir, do you have any potato seeds?" The old man, while still absorbed in a tale from the romance of the Three Kingdoms, glanced at Ren Dingtian with a look of disdain and incredulity. "Potato seeds? What on earth is that? I have never heard of anyone around here growing potatoes. If you truly wish to plant some, why not buy a few potatoes from outside? Dig a hole and bury them in the ground?" Ren Dingtian gazed upwards in silence, shaking his head with a sigh as he stepped out of the supply and marketing cooperative. Indeed, the cooperative sold everything, including seeds. It did not offer fruits or vegetables, especially vegetables, perhaps deemed unworthy of high regard. It seemed he would have to devise another plan. After leaving the cooperative, he took a stroll and was astonished to discover that there was not a single respectable vegetable shop in the town. Indeed, even in this 1980s setting, it was likely that in another decade or two, the villagers living in some backward rural areas, relying on agriculture, would have their own fields and vegetable gardens. Their demand for vegetables would be far less than that of urban residents lacking arable land. Thus, it was quite normal for some remote towns in the 1980s to lack vegetable shops. However, Ren Dingtian did spot a few vendors selling vegetables at makeshift stalls. Yet, after searching high and low, he found no trace of potatoes or other exotic vegetables. Most vendors offered only radishes and cabbages. After wandering for most of the morning, he returned to the hospital as noon approached. Despite having some money, he preferred to save where he could. After all, with free and excellent meals available, why not take advantage of them? Sure enough, shortly after his return, Xiao Wu entered carrying a lunchbox. This time, Xiao Wu's demeanor was significantly more amiable, even managing a rare smile. As 4 dishes and a soup were laid before him, Ren Dingtian's eyes lit up. "Xiao Wu, where did you get these potato shreds?" "The cafeteria has plenty. I'm not entirely sure." Xiao Wu's expression soured at the sight of the potato shreds. Recently, the cafeteria's 3 staple dishes had been boiled potatoes, boiled radishes, and boiled cabbages. Chapter 8. Good counsel. After their meal, Ren Dingtian and Xiao Wu stepped outside together. "Xiao Wu, could you lend me a hand?" Ren Dingtian said, cheerfully placing his hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder. "Brother Tian, you know I would brave fire and water for you." Xiao Wu replied, though hesitantly, his face reflecting distress. "But I truly am out of money. I'm really out of money." "Do not worry, Xiao Wu. I do not require you to brave fire or water, nor do I need you to spend your money. In fact, I intend to give you some." "Really?" Xiao Wu looked at Ren Dingtian as though he had seen a ghost, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. "Of course," Ren Dingtian replied with a smile. "So, by your account, your cafeteria has an abundance of potatoes, then?" "Indeed, we have an overwhelming supply. We eat potatoes so often that we nearly tire of them." The mere mention of potatoes caused Xiao Wu to lament. "Very well, I shall give you some money. Please help me procure some potatoes." As Ren Dingtian spoke, he reached into his pocket, intending to procure some money. "Do you want potatoes?" Xiao Wu was taken aback. "Yes, and they're sprouted potatoes that are inedible. Don't worry, I will pay you." Ren Dingtian chuckled, continuing to fumble for cash, though his usually swift motions appeared somewhat sluggish this time. "Come now, even if they were perfect potatoes, you needn't spend your money." Indeed, Xiao Wu firmly declined Ren Dingtian's offer to pay. Upon witnessing this, Ren Dingtian sighed with relief. It wasn't that he was a miserly or cunning individual. Rather, he was simply a bit financially constrained and preferred to save wherever possible. Thus, Xiao Wu led Ren Dingtian to the cafeteria behind the courtyard. Upon entering, it was evident that there were heaps of cabbage, radishes, and potatoes. After greeting the elderly gentleman in charge of the cafeteria, the latter readily obliged. Nevertheless, Ren Dingtian still produced a pack of cigarettes and extended it towards him. The old man professed his disinterest, yet his face beamed with delight, particularly when he observed that Ren Dingtian was indeed serious about acquiring only the sprouted or slightly blemished potatoes. Ah, young man, you don't need to be so earnest. Choose some better ones. Others come here to collect rotten potatoes, but they typically take a bag of good ones, leaving only a few sprouted ones on top. I've never encountered someone as genuine as you. The old man couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Ren Dingtian. Xiao Wu was once again moved by the noble character of his esteemed brother. After selecting an entire large bag of sprouted potatoes, the old man and Xiao Wu's fervent insistence compelled Ren Dingtian to accept an additional bag of good potatoes. Initially, he intended to refuse, but the warmth of their hospitality made it hard to decline. However, this left him in a quandary. Managing one bag was already a challenge, let alone two. How about this? Wait for me to finish my shift, and I'll ride my motorcycle to deliver them to you. Xiao Wu hesitated before reluctantly suggesting this. It was not that Xiao Wu lacked loyalty. Rather, he cherished his beloved motorcycle, which was meant to carry his beautiful girlfriend. The thought of using it to transport potatoes, before she had ever had the pleasure of riding on it, was too painful to bear. Yet, upon hearing Xiao Wu mention the motorcycle, Ren Dingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Wu, you actually have a motorcycle? Seeing the astonished expression on Ren Dingtian's face, Xiao Wu couldn't help but beam with pride. Indeed, this is the very first brand new Honda 125 motorcycle in our town. It's a pity you don't know how to ride. Otherwise, I could let you experience the thrill of speed. To his surprise, Ren Dingtian laughed joyfully at this. Who says I can't ride? I can. Instantly, the smile on Xiao Wu's face began to fade. He had merely boasted without considering that Ren Dingtian might actually know how to ride a motorcycle. Well, a motorcycle is quite different from a bicycle. Are you sure you can ride it? Xiao Wu inquired skeptically. Of course, Ren Dingtian replied with unwavering confidence. In a previous life, he had ridden this vehicle countless times, although motorcycles now cost a fortune. With prices plummeting in later years, especially after the advent of electric bikes and the widespread adoption of cars, one could easily procure a decent second-hand motorcycle for just over $1,000. Can you truly ride? Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat bashful, hesitated to retract his words. However, until he accompanied Ren Dingtian to his motorcycle, he couldn't help but express his concerns repeatedly. You must be careful, go slow. A fall could be quite painful. Rest assured, Ren Dingtian replied, reaching for the keys in Xiao Wu's grasp. Yet, Xiao Wu clung tightly, reluctant to relinquish them. Go slow. Trust me. Ren Dingtian insisted, pulling the keys from Xiao Wu's hand, mounting the motorcycle with flair, and starting the engine. With a roar, he effortlessly circled around, leaving Xiao Wu dumbfounded. Wow, impressive, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. So, are you reassured now? Ren Dingtian chuckled, fully aware of Xiao Wu's apprehensions. Could you bring it to me before you finish work tonight? Xiao Wu asked bashfully. Haha, are you planning to take your girlfriend for a ride? Xiao Wu nodded. His cheeks flushed, then sheepishly added, it would be great if you could come early to help me practice. Sure, no problem. Ren Dingtian replied, dismounting to secure 2 bags of potatoes before revving the engine and zooming off. Xiao Wu watched, his lips twitching, envisioning himself riding with his girlfriend, her arms wrapped around him. However, as he observed the 2 bags of potatoes swaying in the wind, Ren Dingtian decided to take advantage of the motorcycle to procure some daily necessities. How much for the calendar? $1.50. It's past the new year. No one wants it anymore. You still have so many. Can't you lower the price? 30 cents. The vendor, an elderly woman, seemed to disregard his plea. If you don't want to sell, then fine. I'll save it for toilet paper. Haha, I almost forgot. This calendar is so stiff it wouldn't even serve that purpose. Ignoring the vendor's reproachful gaze, he strolled toward the section with fabrics and toys. The toys were acceptable, but to his dismay, he was informed that fabric tickets were still required for purchasing materials. This left Ren Dingtian quite disheartened, although 2 or 3 years prior, the economy had begun to develop, advocating for monetary transactions. Large cities had gradually abolished the mandates for grain and fabric tickets. Nonetheless, the implementation of such policies was not instantaneous. In this remote area, the supply and marketing cooperative still held a monopoly. To maintain their interests and authority, grain and fabric tickets continued to be in use, albeit with less rigor than before. Fortunately, after Ren Dingtian's persuasive efforts, the saleswoman cheerfully provided him with the fabric he sought. Yet, he remained unsatisfied and approached the lady selling calendars. "Did you see that motorcycle outside? The one belonging to Xiao Wu's family?" The plump woman exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, I'm Xiao Wu's brother." Ren Dingtian continued to plead amicably. "Brother, 30 cents really won't work. I'll get scolded and have to cover the difference. How about 50 cents? Indeed, upon hearing the kind counsel of Ren Dingtian, the once obstinate woman underwent a dramatic transformation. In all honesty, it is not that Ren Dingtian delights in exerting his influence. Rather, the salespeople of the supply and marketing cooperatives in this era, reliant on public funds, tend to carry an air of arrogance. To put it bluntly, they often regard others with disdain, and it is only through such behavior that they greet others with smiles and hospitality. Chapter 9. The commotion caused by the motorcycle, a cacophony of motorcycle roars shattered the tranquility of Rinjia village. Curiosity piqued. The villagers couldn't resist stepping outside to glimpse the source of the commotion. Their intrigue deepened upon discovering that the rider was none other than Ren Dingtian. Hadn't he been taken away by Wu just the day before? Indeed, word had it that he had been at the scene for identification and a search for the weapon. How was it that he had emerged today, astride a grand motorcycle? Though the villagers whispered and speculated, few dared to approach him. After all, Ren Dingtian had gained a notorious reputation, feared and avoided by many. Yet there was one exception, his elder brother, Ren Dali. In this era, parents bestowed names with great significance, and Dali certainly embodied the spirit of the times. "Xiao Tian, what has happened to you?" Ren Dali, his face ashen, pointed at the motorcycle and the various bags it bore. "Brother, you've arrived just in time," Ren Dingtian exclaimed as he dismounted, unloading the bulging packages. Although Ren Dali was somewhat perturbed, he sighed and stepped forward to assist. The family dog, Huang, having sensed the excitement, rushed over, wagging his tail enthusiastically, circling around Ren Dingtian and the gleaming motorcycle. "Ah, I knew you were cunning," Ren Dingtian declared, producing a chicken leg. "This is what your mistress and Xiao Yuan saved for you, reluctant to eat it themselves." Ren Dali, witnessing this, found it difficult to swallow. He couldn't believe that Ren Dingtian was feeding a chicken leg to the dog. Am I, Ren Dali, living a life beneath that of a mere dog? He dared not meet Huang's gaze, fearful of succumbing to temptation and seizing the chicken leg for himself, and thus shifted the conversation. "Why have you bought so many things? Where did you acquire the money? The village is buzzing with rumors that you sold Su Jing and the child." I didn't believe it at first. While Ren Dali struggled to suppress his anger, he continued, "Don't tell me it's true. Ridiculous." Ren Dingtian retorted, his temper flaring. "Who said that?" He strode towards the kitchen, seizing an old, rusty kitchen knife, even one with a chip on its blade. "I swear I'll go after his entire family and sell his wife and daughter." "Calm down. Everyone is saying this. It's not entirely their fault. Just look at you, riding a motorcycle and buying all these things. Where did the money come from?" "The motorcycle belongs to a friend of mine, and I found those 2 bags of potatoes without spending a dime," Ren Dingtian replied, unfastening one of the potato bags. "Is that so?" Ren Dali clearly remained skeptical. "It's not that you didn't spend any money. You bought a pack of cigarettes. And look, they're all sprouting and rotten. I have heard that consuming an excessive amount of sprouted potatoes can be toxic." "Little Tian, my dear brother, I must admit, I harbor some concerns and was just about to advise you. However, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I was actually planning to deliver these to you. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Ren Dali's expression changed dramatically. Are you intending to poison me with sprouted potatoes and then seize my inheritance? In the past, I tolerated your covetousness towards our parents' meager assets, but now that I have a son, even if you were to succeed in poisoning me, those possessions are destined for my child. Do not harbor such delusions. He muttered gloomily to himself and could not help but remind, Little Tian, you have a daughter and I have a son. Even if something were to happen to me, the family legacy would still belong to my son. Ah, I completely forgot. My nephew is studying in town. I should have gone to see him first. Ren Dingtian patted his own head. He realized that he had not visited his nephew during his time in town, especially after going to the school, which was indeed a grave oversight. However, in Ren Dali's eyes, this was interpreted as, this scoundrel intends to first harm my son and then turn against me. It is no wonder that Dali is on high alert. The former Ren Dingtian was indeed a rogue. While Dali was on edge, Ren Dingtian remained oblivious. As he spoke, he removed 2 bags of potatoes from his motorcycle and untied them. He poured out the contents and began to fill 2 worn burlap sacks. Brother, you know sprouted potatoes are toxic. Thus, these sprouted potatoes are for you to plant. Please do not consume them. The unsprouted potatoes are edible, so you and sister-in-law should indulge. Once you finish them, I shall bring you more. Hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Dali finally exhaled in relief. However, he was now filled with even more uncertainty. So, the sprouted potatoes are meant for planting? Yes, indeed. Now that you have harvested your radishes and cabbages, the garden lies vacant. You should dig up the potatoes, ensuring to include the roots and tubers, and plant them in the soil. It is best to cover them with a layer of straw. In 3 to 5 months, you shall reap a bountiful harvest. The yield of potatoes should be quite ample, correct? Yes, it should be comparable to sweet potatoes, certainly higher than that of wheat. Dali gazed at the considerable amount of sprouted potatoes that Ren Dingtian had provided, and he could not help but chuckle. How much can our family possibly consume? A small amount would suffice. We do not require this much. Brother, your family indeed cannot consume so many, but there are others as well. Others? Dali was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Ren Dingtian's words. Ren Dingtian smiled and explained, You see, at this time of year, most of us are relying on radishes and cabbages. Moreover, these vegetables are not easily stored. Many households have encountered spoilage with their cabbages. Radishes are somewhat better as they can be buried in sand for preservation, but each time we wish to eat, we must dig them up, which is quite a hassle. The crux is consuming radishes and cabbages daily can become rather tiresome after a while. At this juncture, wouldn't you desire a change in flavor with potatoes? Ren Dingtian looked at Dali with a cheerful demeanor. Gulp. Dali found himself struggling to swallow as he gazed at a potato the size of his palm. Of course, I would love that. This is precisely the point. Ren Dingtian smiled at Brother Dali and said, You should plant more. If you can't consume it all, you can sell it to others. Dali hesitated, responding, But everyone's living is quite frugal. Who would be willing to spend money on it? Brother, your perspective is limited. Ren Dingtian, exasperated yet amused, pointed towards the horizon. If the villagers are unwilling, what about the town? The county? The city? Dali's eyes brightened with hope and longing, but soon a shadow of worry clouded his expression. But wouldn't that be troublesome? Fear not. That is a distant concern. Our immediate goal is to ensure everyone in the village has enough to eat, then sell to the town. Long before that time arrives, many will flock to our village. At that point, we might fear that our yield will fall short. Many will come to our village? For what purpose? Dali questioned, bewildered. Brother, this is precisely what I wish to convey. Ren Dingtian took a deep breath, picked up a stone from the corner, and presented it to Dali. Father and the others are not fools. They did not deceive us. There is indeed a mine behind our village. Upon hearing this, Dali's heart leapt with joy, but as he examined the stone in his hand, he chuckled in disbelief. Xiaotian, stop fooling around. We've tested such stones before. A magnet doesn't attract it, so it's not iron ore. I know, it is not iron ore. It is copper ore. Ren Dingtian replied with a grin. Copper ore is far more valuable than iron. Really? Dolly inquired, astonished. Indeed. With that, Dolly collapsed to his knees. Father, did you hear that? Father, come back and open your eyes. He cried out. Father, Xiao Dian has found a mine for you. Our village will prosper in the future. Please come back and see. The events of 5 years ago weighed heavily upon the Ren family, a burden of guilt that rendered them incapable of forgiving themselves. Their father, accompanied by 6 brothers who prostrated before their ancestors, resolutely ventured into the back mountain, never to return. This incident once stirred significant commotion. While the Ren family wallowed in sorrow, the outside world echoed with discordant voices. Ha! Those old fools from Ren family village still harbor dreams of instant wealth. Others scoffed. They don't even consider the desolate nature of their location. They think they can strike it rich. What a bunch of deluded idiots. Eventually, many from the town and even higher up in the county were implicated. After all, 7 lives lost constituted a significant tragedy. Consequently, there was considerable discontent towards the people of Ren family village. The townsfolk directed their ire not only at the villagers, but also at the 7 brave elders, subjecting them to further derision. The entire Ren family village felt unable to hold their heads high. Yet, how many knew that these 7 elders, driven by poverty and the desire to secure a better future for their descendants, gambled their very lives? As they entered the back mountain, they honored their ancestors, drank strong liquor, and donned their finest attire. Perhaps they harbored their own selfish thoughts, but who truly understood that these 7 elders, as they drank, wept tears of joy and murmured soft farewells. Finding a mineral deposit would be ideal. However, if it proves elusive, perhaps perishing within would suffice. My disappearance might indeed stir a commotion, for it involves 7 lives. Surely, a search and rescue operation would be initiated? Alas, I have lived my life with integrity. Yet in my twilight years, I find myself contemplating a moment of disgrace. I deeply regret the burden I may impose upon others at my advanced age. Nonetheless, my demise holds little consequence. Even if my remains are never discovered, it matters not. At this age, I have experienced enough of life. If my sacrifice could prompt others to venture forth, uncover the mineral wealth, and alleviate the poverty and backwardness of Renjaikan, granting my children, grandchildren, and future generations access to education and sustenance, then my death would be rendered meaningful. Who would have thought that a selfless elder, resigned to his fate, would feel guilt and remorse for potentially inconveniencing others? Tragically, what they do not realize is that once they ventured into the back mountains and did not return, that area became known as an ominous place, shunned by the villagers and townsfolk. No one dared to tread there again, except for one woman who, after the harvest season, would quietly search day after day, year after year, accompanied by her large black dog named Huang. She sought not only the stubborn old man, but also the hope that resided in their hearts. Ultimately, exhaustion and malnutrition caused her to collapse in the back mountains. Such is the cruel twist of fate. Years later, as technology advanced and the nation's strength grew, life became increasingly prosperous. With ample food and free 9-year compulsory education for children and no shortage of funds for university. It was a visiting businessman who discovered the copper mine here. Perhaps fate intervened as Ren Dingtian finally realized their dreams, bringing forth the mineral wealth long anticipated by generations. Chapter 10. The sun rises in the west, so? Does this mean that the copper mine in the back mountains will soon be excavated? Rendali looked at Ren Dingtian with eager anticipation. Not so fast. Ren Dingtian shook his head with a wry smile. Brother, you underestimate this matter. Initially, a small team will be dispatched for exploration. Once the location and scale of the copper mine are confirmed, a relevant extraction plan will be devised. Following that, roads must be constructed and factories built. Essential infrastructure. These preparatory tasks could take a month or, in a slower scenario, a year and a half. Upon hearing this, Rendali's initial excitement began to wane. So, we must wait a long time? Indeed, this is fortuitous, as it grants us time to prepare. Prepare for what? The first step is to plant potatoes. As Ren Dingtian spoke, he gestured towards the sprouted potatoes before them. Plant potatoes? For what purpose? Regardless of whether individuals come for exploration or road construction, they will require sustenance. Ren Dingtian smiled at Rendali. Did you not just worry about whom to sell the surplus seeds to? There's no need for you to run around. They will come seeking you of their own accord. I can sell them wheat, radishes, or cabbages as well. However, Dali harbored some concerns. Why take the risk of cultivating potatoes that he had never grown before and did not know how to manage? Brother, whether it is wheat or radishes, they are abundant everywhere. They can buy from you or from others. How could they possibly come seeking your produce? Ren Dingtian, feeling helpless, could only succinctly explain to Brother Dali the advantages of monopolizing a product. Unfortunately, it was akin to playing a lute to a donkey. Nevertheless, Dali was persuaded by Ren Dingtian and decided to plant potatoes in the currently vacant vegetable patch. As Dali observed the half-full sack of fine potatoes that Ren Dingtian had gathered for him, he hesitated briefly before speaking. Xiaodian, could you possibly gather a few more sprouting potatoes for me? I wish to plant more. Of course, Ren Dingtian replied, bending down to collect more until he had given most of the potatoes to his brother, then dusting off his hands. Brother, regarding the mining matter, please keep it to yourself for the time being. It is not yet confirmed, and I wouldn't want to cause any trouble. Ren Dingtian cautioned his brother, Rendali. Sure thing, Xiaodian, you need not worry, Dali said as he lifted the sack and prepared to leave. Ren Dingtian also picked up some items he had bought in town and headed toward his brother's home. Is there anything else, Xiaodian? Dali inquired curiously. Turning to look at Ren Dingtian. It's nothing significant. I just bought a few things on my way back to share with you and sister-in-law. Ren Dingtian tearfully replied, lifting the items in his hands. Rendali was momentarily taken aback. Previously, it was always Ren Dingtian who had taken things from their home without hesitation. But he had never seen Ren Dingtian bring them anything. The only thing he had ever brought was trouble. Yet today, not only did Ren Dingtian present them with a bounty of potatoes, but he also arrived with an assortment of goods. This astonished Rendali, who gazed up at the sky in disbelief. Brother, what are you doing? Ren Dingtian, surprised, looked up as well. I'm checking if the sun has risen in the west today. Rendali exclaimed incredulously, staring at Ren Dingtian. Xiaodian, have you been affected by something? This isn't like you. You haven't been possessed by some demons in the back mountain, have you? Ren Dingtian replied, so it appears that my kindness towards you is mistaken? Well, it's no wonder. My former self was indeed quite despicable. Brother, the incident of fainting in the back mountain after encountering Su Jing has enlightened me. I realize now that my previous actions were wrong. But rest assured, I shall mend my ways and strive to improve. Really? Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Rendali's eyes lit up, and he looked at Ren Dingtian with excitement. Suddenly, he tossed the sack of potatoes onto the ground and, with enthusiasm, grasped Ren Dingtian's shoulders. Xiaodian, you have finally found your resolve. You have awakened at last. As Rendali spoke, tears of emotion streamed down his face. Oh heavens, you have finally opened your eyes. Father's mind has been found, and Xiaotian has finally regained his spirits. Our Ren family can look forward to a life of prosperity. Ren Dingtian, witnessing this, sighed deeply. Brother, you have endured much hardship in the past. I shall help you uphold our family's legacy from now on. No, let us join hands and strive together to support this sky. Just a moment ago, Rendali was filled with excitement and joy, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he lamented while slapping his thigh, alas. I carelessly dropped the potato. I wonder if it's damaged. Fear not, brother. It's all right. Potatoes are sturdy and resilient. The two of them continued their jovial banter as they made their way to Rendali's home. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted sister-in-law Tian Wanjin sweeping the ground. It was customary for rural households to rise early and tidy up. Yet, Dali's family kept a flock of chickens that roamed freely, leaving behind considerable droppings. Sister-in-law Wanjin was a cleanliness enthusiast, thus she swept several times a day. Normally, if someone approached, she would promptly set down her broom and greet them with a smile. However, today upon seeing Ren Dingtian, she not only continued sweeping but did so with greater fervor, intentionally directing the dust towards him. In this rural setting, where cement was scarce and the ground was merely earth. Clouds of dust billowed up. Occasionally, a few stray chicken droppings soared through the air, creating a rather vivid scene. In the past, Ren Dingtian would have jumped back in evasion, grumbling all the while. Yet today, he stood motionless, for he understood that sister-in-law Wanjin, though sharp-tongued, had a heart of gold, a truly devoted woman. Despite her frequent criticisms of him, she had always supported him, even when he had been a burden in his previous life. Now, in this second chance at life, it was gratifying to allow her to vent her frustrations. As expected, upon noticing that Ren Dingtian did not flinch or complain, sister-in-law Wanjin paused, her eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, "What has come over you today? Are you perhaps unwell?" "Wanjin, Xiao Tian has awakened. He has changed for the better," Ren Dali exclaimed joyfully, gently placing the potato down. Upon hearing this, Wanjin's eyes widened further as she gazed skyward, incredulous. I refused to believe that the sun could rise from the west. Chapter 11. Sister-in-law is the best Ren Dingtian, unfazed by sister-in-law Wanjin's astonishment and skepticism, felt it was entirely reasonable. After all, she was not only capable but also astute, given his past shortcomings. It was natural for her to harbor doubts about his sudden transformation. Once Ren Dingtian exchanged pleasantries and departed with the items, Wanjin shot a fierce glare at the grinning Ren Dali, who was still chuckling merrily. "Only a fool like you could be deceived time and again by that little rascal. Wanjin, do not speak so harshly. This time, Xiao Tian has truly turned over a new leaf. Just look at all the wonderful gifts he has brought you. Moreover, I have a secret to share, but you mustn't tell anyone." As Ren Dali spoke, he glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice. "Xiao Tian claims he has discovered a mine." "Amina, what sort of mine?" Upon hearing this, Tian Wanjin was momentarily taken aback. "A colpir mine, the very one my father and his companions sought in the mountains. It promises to provide for everyone in Ren family village, ensuring our children can attend school, allowing us to build tall structures, and even marry off our sons." "What?" Upon hearing this, Tian Wanjin's initial excitement faded, replaced by an expression of deep concern. "I knew it. No wonder. What is the matter?" Ren Dali asked, bewildered. "This is disastrous. A grave predicament indeed," Tian Wanjin exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Your troublemaking brother has stirred up a significant issue once again." "What do you mean?" Ren Dali was utterly confused. Tian Wanjin, exasperated, pressed her hand against her forehead. "Where do you think he acquired the money to buy all these items?" Ren Dali found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Found it? Indeed, given Ren Dingtian's previous behavior, his idleness, with nothing but drinking on his mind, he had squandered all his money and even borrowed a considerable sum from their family. How could he suddenly possess enough funds to procure all these things? Short of finding it, Ren Dali simply could not fathom any means by which his brother could amass such wealth. Found it? These items are worth at least 30, especially this piece of cloth. I know its value all too well. I hesitated to purchase it at the supply and marketing cooperative despite seeing it multiple times. Go try and find $30 for me. Tian Wanjin glared fiercely at her honest husband. If it wasn't found, then how did he come by it? A sense of foreboding began to swell within Ren Dali. Tian Wanjin paced back and forth in agitation. Of course, he deceived them. Deceive them? How so? Did you not say it yourself? He used the mine as bait. How did he use the mine? He tricked them into believing he had found a mine. I recall hearing him mention our father's exploits from 5 years ago, which infuriated Su Jing. So this is the ruse he intended to employ. Tian Wanjin, transformed into a detective, pieced together the entire scenario. This cannot be true, can it? Ren Dali clung to a sliver of hope. Could it be that he truly discovered a mine in the back mountains? Can he? Upon hearing this, Tian Wanjin scoffed disdainfully. How many times has he even been to the back mountains? What makes him think he can find a mine there? Our father spent nearly a lifetime searching, and Su Jing has quietly sought it numerous times over the past 5 years without success. Do you honestly believe your unreliable brother, who has only ventured there once and was carried out by others, could possibly find it? Ren Dali fell silent. It was not that he doubted his brother. Rather, The facts were glaringly evident. Seeing her husband in such a state, Tian Wanjin felt a pang of compassion. She sighed. However, Xiao Tian has indeed changed somewhat. You can see that he has sent us some gifts now, that he has money. Indeed, Xiao Tian has genuinely improved. Faint daily responded, his eyes once again shining with hope. Yet he thought, despite his newfound wealth, he still indulged in lavish spending. As his elder brother and sister-in-law, we ought to guide him more. Yes, I shall go find him right away, Ren Dali declared, preparing to rise. What are you off to do? Unexpectedly, his wife, Tian Wanjin, grasped his arm. Xiao Tian has just sent us so many things. If you go scold him now, it will surely hurt his feelings. Just when he seems to be improving, we cannot let him give up. Ah, you are right. What should we do then? Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow? Early the next morning, Ren Dali rose early, intent on visiting Ren Dingtian. He was genuinely concerned for his brother, despite his unreliability, for he was still family. However, he was once again halted by Tian Wanjin. You know Xiao Tian loves to sleep in. If you go to find him this early, he will surely be irritated. Even if you go to praise him, he may not receive you warmly. Ren Dali scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing his brother was indeed a source of worry. Fortunately, his wife was wise and understanding. Otherwise, their relationship with his troublesome brother might have deteriorated long ago. Ahem, since we are up so early, we cannot simply idle away the time. We must do something. Tian Wanjin's cheeks flushed at his words. What do you intend to do? I wish to plant potatoes. Tian Wanjin was taken aback. Plant potatoes? Meanwhile, it was rare for Ren Dingtian to rise early. After a quick wash, he picked up the potatoes he had prepared the night before and stepped out of his home. Aunt, are you cooking? Ren Dingtian approached a nearby courtyard, pushing open the door as he spoke. What brings you here? An elderly woman with graying hair emerged from the house, glaring sternly at Ren Dingtian. I brought some potatoes for you, Aunt. He replied with a cheerful smile. Is Huang up yet? Not yet, just like you. He is lazy and waits to be fed, the elderly woman retorted, glaring at Ren Dingtian before calling in the house. Tian Huang, did you hear? This lazy boy is up, and you still have the face to sleep. Stop shouting, I'm up, came the embarrassed voice from inside. Aunt, is breakfast ready? Ren Dingtian asked, scratching his head awkwardly. Could you add a bit of water? You know Su Jing isn't home. And I'm too lazy to cook for myself. If you want to eat, you should have come earlier. Our family is already poor. Adding another bowl of water will just mean you might as well have a bowl of cold water instead. However, despite her words, she added another bowl of water. And after a moment's contemplation, she poured in more than half a bowl. Finally, shaking her head, she took a handful of cornmeal and tossed it in. Observing this, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but squint and smile. I knew it. Aunt Lu, you care for me the most. Upon hearing the title Aunt Lu, the old woman trembled involuntarily. It had been many years since that familiar voice had called her so. Chapter 12. The Old Man and the Dog Indeed. The household before him was one of the few that had ventured into the back mountain with Ren Dingtian's father years ago. It was also the only family with the surname Tian among the 7 families, apart from the Ren family. They had been old neighbors, once possessing a strong bond. But alas, an event 5 years prior had shattered everything. Aunt Lu, it's all right if the rice porridge is thin. Just wait a moment. I'll take care of it, Ren Dingtian said as he reached for a potato and began washing it. What are you doing? Aunt Lu exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. I'm going to stir-fry a plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes for you. As he spoke, he finished washing the potato and began peeling it with a knife. Hey, what are you doing? Aunt Lu shouted anxiously. Washing it is enough. Why are you peeling it? And look at how thick you're peeling it. What a waste. As she spoke, she snatched the potato and knife from Ren Dingtian's hands. Never mind. Let me handle it. All right, Aunt Lu, your skills are unmatched. Ren Dingtian replied, standing up and adding, please cut it into thin shreds. The finer, the better. After saying this, he walked towards the main room to check if Tian Huang, the lazy fellow, was up yet. Just as he was about to step into the main room, he collided with a wall. Who else could it be but Tian Huang? Strangely enough, despite his family not being particularly wealthy, this clumsy oaf stood over 6 feet tall and weighed more than 200 pounds, making even Ren Dingtian, who was around 5'8", appear somewhat diminutive. Brother Tian, you're here quite early today. Yes, I need to talk to you. What is up? Are we going out for drinks? Tian de Wang's eyes instantly lit up at the suggestion. Let us see if you dare to go for a drink. But before Ren Dingtian could respond, Aunt Lu's voice rang out from the room, filled with warning. Despite his towering stature, Tian de Wang shuddered at his mother-esque call. I can't go, Brother Tian. It seems I won't be able to make it today. At that moment, Aunt Lu emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a knife and angrily pointing at Ren Dingtian. You little rascal, Su Jing from your family is still lying in the hospital. If you dare to go for drinks, how heartbroken and upset would she be if she found out? You dare to go, and I will break your legs. Seeing Aunt Lu's fierce demeanor, Ren Dingtian felt no anger. Instead, he smiled genuinely. This was the Aunt Lu who had cared for him in his childhood. Rest assured, Aunt Lu, I called De Wang not to drink, but to work. Work? What kind of work? Upon hearing these words, De Wang was instantly taken aback. My goodness, is this truly not a dream? He gazed upwards, noting that the sun had not risen in the west. Could Brother Tian possibly be calling me to work? Surely, this must be a figment of my imagination. In disbelief, he slapped himself twice across the face. Am I really going to work? It was Aunt Lu who looked at Ren Dingtian with a mixture of belief and skepticism. Of course, Aunt Lu, you know me well. I could deceive anyone, but I would never dare to deceive you. As Ren Dingtian spoke, he walked toward Aunt Lu. She instinctively recoiled her hand, fearing that the kitchen knife she held might inadvertently harm him. Yet, Ren Dingtian strode directly into the kitchen, observing the neatly sliced potatoes and smiling with satisfaction before placing them in water. They've already been washed and peeled. Why wash them again? Aunt Lu interjected, unable to contain herself. Aunt Lu, you simply don't understand. Just watch. Although Ren Dingtian said this, he went on to explain, this isn't washing. It's to remove the starch. Oh, I see. Aunt Lu appeared not to fully grasp the concept, but was reluctant to admit it, nodding earnestly instead. Hey, you little rascal. Don't pour so much oil. Does oil grow on trees? Aunt Lu exclaimed, unable to hold back her concern. It's not my family's oil. Why should I care? Ren Dingtian replied with a chuckle as he began to stir fry. In just a short while, a plate of fragrant, spicy sour potato strips was ready. It smells delightful. Brother Tian, how is it that you've learned to cook in secret without telling me? Tian de Wang remarked, stretching his neck to peer inside. Once the dishes were served, the three of them sat down. Aunt Lu looked at Ren Dingtian and said, come on, you rascal. What mischief are you up to this time? Aunt Lu, be patient. You should try it first. Ren Dingtian replied, gesturing toward the spicy sour potato strips on the table. Trying it is one thing. Don't think you can buy my loyalty with just one dish, Aunt Lu declared, picking up a few potato strips and placing them in her mouth. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Tian de Wang, unable to contain his eagerness, dove into the food as well. Hey, this is delicious. Truly delicious, he exclaimed. Haha, it's not bad, considering how much oil was used, Aunt Lu said, her words betraying her inner conflict as she still lamented the oil expenditure. As long as it tastes good, that's what matters, Ren Dingtian said with a grin. Revealing his plan, I managed to acquire some potato seed from the town. I intend to plant them in the vegetable garden. Plant potatoes? Aunt Lu initially paused, then hesitantly responded, is that feasible? I've never planted them, so I'm unsure how. It's quite similar to planting sweet potatoes. Ren Dingtian assured her confidently. Aunt Lu, you need not worry. Look at the toughness of these potatoes. They are quite easy to manage. That could work. Aunt Lu sighed in relief, nodding her head. Very well, Aunt Lu. Let's plant both your garden and mine today. All right, Aunt Lu replied, glancing toward the neighbor's yard, hesitating to speak. However, as her son Tian de Wang wolfed down the spicy sour potato strips, she shot him a stern look. Have you never eaten potatoes in your life? Don't forget to leave some for your mother. Mom, believe it or not, this is indeed my first time eating potatoes, and they are absolutely delicious. Tian de Wang chuckled innocently, yet he proclaimed it delicious without taking another bite. After finishing their meal, the two individuals made their way toward Ren Dingtian's home. Armed with farming tools, Lu Aunt, carrying the leftover potatoes, sighed as she walked towards the adjacent yard. This was the home of Ren Dingtian's mother. and the events of 5 years prior had aged the two women considerably. In particular, Ren Dingtian's recent despondency had greatly distressed his mother. This stubborn elder, in her desperation to awaken her son to reality, resorted to every possible means, ultimately uttering the harsh words, "If you do not improve, do not set foot in my home." Consequently, she became increasingly unwilling to see her disappointing son. This had become a permanent scar in Ren Dingtian's heart, especially after his mother learned of the misfortune that befell his beloved daughter-in-law and precious granddaughter in the mountains. Her anger rendered her gravely ill. Until her last breath, she never forgave Ren Dingtian. In truth, Ren Dingtian had longed to call out mother, but feared it would only anger her further. He resolved to wait until he achieved some success, so that she might see the profound transformation he had undergone before approaching her. However, sister-in-law, come, come. Today, I have something rare for you to taste. Lu Ant cheerfully arrived at Ren Dingtian's mother's home. Thus, the two elders, while silently shedding tears, savored the spicy and sour potato shreds, murmuring softly to themselves, "Good, good, good." At that moment, a large black dog with a shiny coat and white-tipped paws and tail dashed in. In rural folklore, it is said that black dogs should not be kept, as they can perceive and attract malevolent spirits. A dog with white-tipped paws is considered particularly unlucky, as it is believed to be associated with mourning rituals. Thus, this unfortunate creature was abandoned at birth. It was Dong Sujing, moved by its plight, who took it in. Initially, her mother-in-law had opposed the idea, yet Dong Sujing was resolute. Although the elder disapproved, she reluctantly suggested giving it a good name. Consequently, the black dog was named Da Huang. So, Da Huang grew amidst the disdainful and scornful gazes of others, gradually maturing into a creature of remarkable understanding. It frequently visited the elderly woman who once rejected him, and indeed, this kind-hearted elder gradually grew fond of him, caring for him as well. Da Huang, you have grown up and become sensible, just as he should have. The elder reached out, pinching some potato shreds to feed Da Huang, who joyfully wagged his tail as he ate. Observing the delighted Da Huang, the elder was reminded of his joyful puppyhood, instinctively reaching out to stroke his head, reminiscent of how she once caressed her own son's head. Chapter 13. Truly inconsiderate despite vowing to reform. It must be said that this body was ill-suited for labor. In just a few short minutes, Ren Dingtian found himself panting heavily, a blister forming on his hand, which showed signs of bleeding despite having just been bandaged. "Dewang, I have an important matter to attend to in town that concerns our future ventures. I must leave this to you," he gasped, patting Tian Dewang on the shoulder before making his escape. Riding his beloved motorcycle, he sped away, exhilarated by the rush of the wind. He hummed a tune as he headed towards the town, feeling as though he had forgotten something important, yet unable to recall what it was until he caught sight of Wu Jianxiong's forlorn expression. "Brother Tian, you certainly made me wait," Wu Jianxiong exclaimed. "What do you need me for?" Ren Dingtian replied, bewildered. "To help me carry the vegetables? It's only a short distance. I can manage on my own." Indeed, this time Ren Dingtian wasn't empty-handed. He had brought 2 bags of cabbage and 2 bags of radishes. "My motorcycle," little Wu lamented as he looked at the fully loaded bike, his heart aching. "You haven't even taken my beloved girl for a ride yet, and you've already carried potatoes, cabbage, and radishes. I truly feel I have wronged you." Just as little Wu mourned for his cherished motorcycle, he saw Ren Dingtian unloading 1 bag of cabbage and 1 bag of radishes, preparing to leave with the remaining 2 bags. "Brother Tian, what are you doing? Where are you going?" Wu Jianxiong shouted with alarm. "I'm going to the county to sell the vegetables." "What's wrong with that?" Ren Dingtian replied. "Your motorcycle is idle while you're at work. Rather than let it go to waste, why not lend it to me for a bit? It'll help with the break-in process." Wu Jianxiong instinctively wanted to refuse, but thoughts of Ren Dingtian's noble character and selfless deeds, along with the debt of gratitude he owed him, left him at a loss for words. "You can use it, but I have a date after work, so you must return it to me. Don't worry, I'll bring it back as soon as I'm done. Off I go." As he finished speaking, he sped off. Little Wu stood there, disheartened, lamenting, "My motorcycle, my charm machine." Upon arriving at the hospital, Ren Dingtian parked the motorcycle without a care for the 2 bags of vegetables. His brand-new motorcycle was well known throughout the town. Entering the ward, he offered a flurry of affectionate inquiries. "My dear wife, I have come to see you. How are you? Thank you for your hard work." Not only did he leave onlookers envious, but even little Yuan, standing nearby, could no longer hold her tongue. "Daddy, how can you be like this? What is wrong, sweetheart?" Ren Dingtian asked, puzzled. "You only care about Mama and not about me." Little Yuan's cheeks flushed with indignation. "I was going to give you some candy, but now I won't." Seeing the adorable expression on little Yuan's face, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but scoop her up and plant a kiss on her cheek. "My dear wife." "Yes, what is it?" she replied. "Could you lend me some money?" Ren Dingtian asked, his face turning red with embarrassment. The smile on Dong Sujing's face vanished. Unconsciously, memories flooded her mind, recalling the countless times over the past 5 years that he had approached her for money to buy alcohol. It felt like an unshakable nightmare. Yet, gazing at the man cradling their daughter, a pang of compassion stirred within her, and she sighed, "I can give you the money, but please, do not squander it on alcohol. If you absolutely must indulge, you cannot afford to get drunk. You see how adorable Xiaoyu is. I do not want her to be influenced by an intoxicated father. Rest assured, my dear wife, this time I seek money not for drink, but to earn even more," Ren Dingtian proclaimed with fervor. "Really? Donc su hink questioned, her skepticism evident." It was no wonder, for 5 years, Ren Dingtian had exhausted such excuses to ask for money. With a resigned sigh, she reached into her pocket and produced 50 yuan, handing over a 50-cent note first, followed by 1, 2, 5, and 10 yuan notes. 18, is that enough? She inquired cautiously, eyeing Ren Dingtian. He wanted to protest that it was insufficient, but seeing her expression softened his heart. He accepted the money with a smile and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Don't worry, I will bring back 36, he declared, swaggering away. "I will be grateful if you return with 10. Dong Su-jing chuckled, shaking her head in disbelief. "Mommy, Daddy is biased again. He only kisses you and not me." Young Xiaoyu pouted, pulling out a candy, tearing open the wrapper, and offering it to her mother. "Mommy, eat candy, and you won't give any to Daddy." Dong Su-jing laughed heartily, her joy radiating. As Ren Dingtian mounted his beloved motorcycle, he felt the rush of wind, exhilarated by the freedom of the open road. He hummed a cheerful tune as he sped out of town towards Beijiang City, 50 kilometers away. Although the county town was closer, he had observed during a previous trip with Wu that its purchasing power was lacking, leading him to choose the nearest city instead. Initially, he felt elated, but half an hour later, he was flushed and had to halt his bike. "It's freezing, absolutely freezing," he exclaimed, his legs numb. After a brief stretch, he continued towards Beijiang City, finally arriving just before 10:30. He made his way directly to the vegetable market in the city center. After parking his motorcycle and untying his sack, he prepared to sell. Before he could utter a word, a curious elderly lady approached him leisurely. Seeing her, Ren Dingtian's heart leaped with joy. "Ah, it seems I have chosen a prime location to set up shop," he thought. However, to his astonishment, the lady extended her hand and said, "Money." Taken aback, he stared at her in disbelief, glancing around at the many onlookers, some uncertainly asking the lady, "I am in broad daylight. Are you planning to rob me?" "I am, after all, a robust young man. Surely you do not underestimate me so?" The elderly woman, taken aback by his words, could not help but chuckle. "Young man, do not speak frivolously. Who would dare to rob you? I am merely collecting a management fee." "Oh, so it is a protection fee, then?" Ren Dingtian quickly grasped her meaning and nodded in understanding. The elderly woman, however, was left speechless. "Young man, your words are rather fanciful." "Ahem, dear madam, as you can see, I have just arrived and have yet to open my stall. To incur an expense before even starting is not only unlucky, but also quite unreasonable, as I am without earnings," Ren Dingtian hastily explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "You are riding a Honda 125. How could you possibly be broke?" The elderly woman, arms akimbo, and regarding him with skepticism, fixed her gaze upon Ren Dingtian. He sighed, realizing that a Honda 125 nowadays would cost no less than 10,000. It is hardly inferior to the luxury vehicles of the future, comparable even to a Ferrari supercar. It was indeed rather bold of him to sell vegetables while riding a Honda 125, akin to selling vegetables in a Ferrari in later times. Chapter 14. The accounting, though somewhat audacious, and perhaps even appearing to seek attention. It must be acknowledged that such actions attract interest. Soon enough, a crowd began to gather. With spectators came the illusion of a bustling business, and before long, Ren Dingtian had officially opened his stall. "Young man, have you opened your stall?" The elderly woman, who was collecting management fees with a smile, regarded Ren Dingtian as if she were a ghost that refused to depart. "Ahem, dear madam, do take a look at my fresh radishes. Would you care for a couple?" Ren Dingtian coughed lightly, offering her 2 radishes. The elderly woman was momentarily stunned. "What? I collect your protection fee. No, your management fee. And you wish to make a profit off me for my grocery money? 20 cents. She extended 2 fingers, forming a peace sign. "Ren Dingtian ki skyvat." "What is it?" The elderly woman, now curious, followed suit and looked up. "Madam, do observe the sun. It is directly overhead." Ren Dingtian spoke with gravity. "While you have collected fees from those who have been here since dawn, I have only just arrived. Thus, you should not charge me the same amount. That is quite unfair." The elderly woman exclaimed, "Goodness, in my 30 years navigating the vegetable market, I have never encountered such a sharp-tongued young man. 20 cents? That is not how the accounting works. You see, if I set up at 6 in the morning and collect 20 cents for 6 hours, and I arrive at 10:30, only to stay until noon, that is merely an hour and a half. You should only charge me a quarter of that fee, which is 5 cents. Ren Dingtian presented his case with a scientific and meticulous approach, diligently calculating the figures for the elderly woman. As she listened, she began counting on her fingers. "Goodness, I have never met such a skilled negotiator. 5 cents? The elderly woman found it hard to believe, yet she sensed that this young man had a point. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian continued to greet the passing customers with a smile, watching the elderly woman with a sense of amusement. "Uncle and aunt, come and take a look. Fresh radishes and cabbages, crisp and sweet." He picked up a radish and, with all his strength, broke it in half with his thigh. He took a bite. Behold, the succulent radish. Indeed, several elderly folks approached, each inquiring about the price and eager to purchase. The lady collecting management fees hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relented. "All right then, 5 cents it is. My apologies, I miscalculated just now." Ren Dingtian quickly apologized to the lady. "Well, it's good that you recognize your mistake." The lady sighed in relief, thinking to herself that this young man was rather considerate and perceptive. However, Ren Dingtian continued, "Look, in just a few minutes. I've sold half the vegetables, haven't I? At this rate, I could sell out in 20 minutes. I'll be generous and calculate based on 20 minutes. So I only need to give you 1/18 of 2 dimes, which is just over a cent, rounded to 1 cent. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 1-cent coins. He actually had 2 2-cent coins, but felt that giving a single 2-cent coin might appear too stingy. 2 1-cent coins seemed more generous. After all, the lady collecting the fees was quite busy herself, braving the chilly wind to stand with him for so long, deserving of at least some recognition for her efforts. Indeed, the lady looked bewildered, incredulous as she extended her stiff arm to accept the 2 cents Ren Dingtian offered her. Just as she was about to say something, Ren Dingtian preempted her. "You see, my radishes are both juicy and sweet, and so many people are eager to buy them. Are you sure you don't want to?" The lady gazed at the radish in his hand, sighed, and thought, "Well, even if I can't make any money, bringing home 2 radishes isn't so bad." Reluctantly, she reached out once more, making a gesture of agreement. "Fine, give me 2. "Great." Ren Dingtian cheerfully picked up 2 radishes, weighed them, and said, "That'll be 3 pounds and 6 ounces at 6 cents per pound, totaling 21 cents. "You can give me 21 cents. The lady? "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?" Indeed, the lady was filled with regret. If only she had accepted those 2 radishes from the young man earlier. Suddenly, a nearby ant couldn't help but chuckle. This young man certainly knows how to conduct business. "Ah, Ingjia, you've arrived." The fee-collecting lady, upon seeing the smiling Ingjia, looked as though she had found a savior, her face radiating excitement. "Ahem, Ingjia, please judge for yourself whether my reasoning holds. Ren Dingtian remained unflustered, for he was a man of logic. However, before Ingjia could speak, the fee-collecting lady, feeling a bit despondent, waved her hand and sighed, reaching for her money. What can I say? I can't deny that what you said makes sense. Sister Ing, while speaking, bent down to pick up a radish for a moment. Then, with a smile, she said, but the account cannot be settled in such a manner. Allow me to calculate a sum for you. As she selected the radishes, she began her calculations. Firstly, whether you arrived at 6 or at 10:30, you are both selling goods, and your sales are not inferior to theirs. Secondly, what they charge is not a protection fee, but a management fee, which includes maintaining order and cleaning. Look at this. As Sister Ing spoke, she pointed to the neighboring stall. The vegetable leaves you discard when you leave. You turn a blind eye, yet they still have to clean up after you. Most importantly, my young friend, even if you win the argument today and spend less, what about tomorrow? Conducting business in this manner might lead to displeasure, and you risk facing repercussions. Upon hearing Sister Ying's words, before Ren Dingtian could respond, the charging Annie hurriedly interjected, Sister Ing, I am not that kind of person. All right, there aren't many radishes left. I'll take them all. Sister Ing responded with a smile, waving her hand. All right then, since Sister Ing has spoken, there is nothing more to say. Ren Dingtian beamed at the charging Annie. Annie, these 2 radishes are a gift for you. Please continue to support my business tomorrow. The auntie exhaled in relief and fled as if escaping. Sister Ing, look how fresh this cabbage is, though the outer leaves are a bit withered and unappealing. Let me peel back this layer for you. Ren Dingtian said as he began to peel a cabbage to show Sister Ing. Ha ha, you're quite the charmer, young man. While I am of considerable age, you call me Sister Ing. Why do you not refer to me as Annie? Sister Ing, you appear youthful and full of grace. How could I call you Annie? The best I can do is address you as Auntie Ying. Ren Dingtian chuckled as he handed a cabbage to Auntie Ying. This cabbage is for you. Take it home, and if you find it delicious, come back to buy more tomorrow. Indeed, this cabbage looks good. I'll take it all. Auntie Ying proclaimed grandly, waving her hand. Chapter 15. The young man's ambitions are vast, all of it? Ren Dingtian was taken aback. Do you fear I cannot pay? Auntie Ying smiled warmly at Ren Dingtian. Not at all, but these radishes and cabbages are rather heavy, and I see you are carrying other items. Since you wish to take everything, I shall deliver it to your home. Ren Dingtian said, swiftly beginning to pack up. Deliver home? Auntie Ying was momentarily stunned. Then her expression grew peculiar. However, when she noticed that after packing, Ren Dingtian had left his stall spotless, not a single leaf of vegetable left behind, she realized that this young vendor was different from the others. From start to finish, he had placed vegetable scraps into a bag, creating no mess at all, which made her smile involuntarily. This young man is quite decent. He could have easily used this point to counter my argument, yet he chose to leave me face. Very well, I shall observe further. An Ing, laughing, nodded at Ren Dingtian as she spoke. After quickly discarding the vegetable leaves into the garbage heap, Ren Dingtian approached her with a cheerful demeanor, pushing the cart and preparing to leave. Why not ride on it? Aunt Ing inquired curiously. Ren Dingtian hesitated, contemplating that given Aunt Ying's age, he feared she might struggle to mount it, and he was even more concerned about the responsibility should anything unfortunate occur. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and continued to push the cart. Oh, you young man, how very honest you are, Aunt Ing remarked, pretending to be quite upset. What? Do you look down on me? Just a moment ago, you praised my youthfulness. Were those words insincere? Of course not. Ren Dingtian quickly admitted his faux pas, and only then did he mount the motorcycle. Once Aunt Ing climbed on as well, he started the engine. Under Aunt Ying's guidance, they soon arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. The security guard, initially poised to stop them, was taken aback upon noticing Aunt Ing behind Ren Dingtian. His eyes widening in shock, mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to speak until the motorcycle had completely vanished from sight. All right, it's this building, Aunt Ing exclaimed, pointing at a 6-story edifice with a smile. Ren Dingtian marveled at the sight. In this era, those who resided in such buildings were certainly not of ordinary means. Noticing Ren Dingtian's astonished expression, Anning paused for a moment before chuckling. After parking the motorcycle, she picked up the radishes and cabbage and followed her lead up the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, Aunt Ing unlocked the door. As Ren Dingtian stepped inside, he was further astonished. The presence of a refrigerator, color television, washing machine, and even air conditioning was overwhelming. This could easily be considered a well-off family, even in the rural settings of later years, let alone in this time period. Seeing Ren Dingtian's face filled with astonishment and curiosity, Anning couldn't help but laugh. "Young man, it seems you are quite taken aback." "Indeed, it's rare for a country person like me to encounter such an abundance of good things," Ren Dingtian replied with a smile, setting down the radishes and cabbage while gazing at Aunt Ing with a twinkle in his eye. "So what is it that you need?" Aunt Ing returned his smile with her own. "Aunt Ing, you haven't given me the money yet." Ren Dingtian scratched his head awkwardly, a sheepish grin on his face. Aunt Ing was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed. She reached into her pocket, counted the money, and handed it to Ren Dingtian. He accepted it without counting, took out the change, and, after exchanging polite words, turned to leave. As he reached the door, he noticed an iron bucket filled with ashes and garbage, nearly overflowing, and cheerfully suggested, "Aunt Ing, may I help you take out the trash?" Initially, Aunt Ing was astonished and struggled to believe it. However, upon hearing Ren Dingtian's offer, she couldn't help but smile. "All right, I'll accompany you downstairs." "No need, just tell me where to dispose of it," Ren Dingtian replied, waving his hand dismissively as he lifted the bucket, which proved to be rather heavy. Aunt Ing, witnessing this, felt even more puzzled and intrigued. Initially, she had harbored doubts about this young man, dressed in shabby attire, yet riding a brand-new Honda 125, clearly intelligent and deliberately seeking her attention. There was an unmistakable sense of intrigue, particularly when Ren Dingtian proposed to escort her home. It felt as though he must have known her true identity all along, perhaps even having come specifically for her today, harboring ulterior motives. Initially, she felt a strong aversion to such cunning antics. However, the impression Ren Dingtian left on her was not entirely unpleasant. Curiosity piqued. She yearned to discern what schemes this young man might be concocting. Upon descending the stairs, she was taken aback to observe Ren Dingtian in a state of surprise, and his astonishment appeared genuine, especially after entering the house. His wide-eyed gaze at the array of household appliances further fueled her skepticism. It was only when he stood there, seemingly rooted to the spot, that her suspicions solidified. He must indeed have an agenda. Yet, the awkward truth was that it stemmed from her failure to settle the payment. At that moment, Aunt Ing felt a twinge of guilt, almost wishing to disappear into the ground for suspecting Ren Dingtian. The sight of him accepting the payment and leaving with such decisiveness was striking. But to her astonishment, he returned. He approached the door with an unexpected offer to assist her in taking out the trash. Clearly, this was a calculated attempt to ingratiate himself and leave a favorable impression. Aunt Ing pondered this, her curiosity deepening. What could this young man possibly desire? With a smile, she followed Ren Dingtian down the stairs. "Aunt Ing, you really needn't be so cautious. Do you think I have ulterior motives in helping you with the trash?" Ren Dingtian remarked, a bemused expression on his face as he glanced at her. Taken aback by his words, Aunt Ing felt a smirk form within her. Was it not so? "All right then, I concede, but what is it you truly seek?" she inquired, her intrigue evident. "Of course it's this trash bin," Ren Dingtian replied, chuckling as he gestured toward the refuse container he was carrying. "Goodness, such a fine bin, and you're using it for trash. What a pity, what a waste." His mock sorrow elicited a laugh from Aunt Ing, who could not help but appreciate his theatrical flair. Such a young man, and yet his acting skills are commendable. There must be a grand design at play. Under Aunt Ing's direction, Ren Dingtian made his way to the refuse pit, promptly emptying the contents with a flourish. In his eagerness for a thorough disposal, he even remembered to pat the bottom of the bin. However, unbeknownst to him, that seemingly innocuous gesture would lead to unforeseen consequences. As he struck the bottom of the bin, a calendar page emblazoned with galloping horses fluttered out, descending towards the waste heap. "Oh no!" Ren Dingtian exclaimed, hastily setting down the trash bin to retrieve it, only to discover it was already sullied. Gazing at the pristine bottom of the bucket, and then at the somewhat soiled calendar paper, Ren Dingtian awkwardly scratched his head. I apologize, Anning. I had no idea you had something underneath. It's nothing truly. Anning waved her hand dismissively, resembling an unconcerned child who had made a mistake. Ah, it's still this year's new calendar. There's still 2 days left in this month, yet you've already used it. Surely, you cannot tear up next month's as well? Ren Dingtian spoke with a hint of regret. It is worth noting that the calendar he had previously purchased was merely a poster featuring 12 months. This one, however, was a genuine calendar, encompassing only January and February. The quality of both the paper and the printing far surpassed that of the one Ren Dingtian had earlier acquired. It's nothing. I have plenty at home, Aunt Ing replied nonchalantly. To his surprise, she continued, It doesn't matter. You have so many? Ren Dingtian was momentarily taken aback, incredulity evident in his voice. What do you buy so many calendars for? They're not bought, Aunt Ing instinctively retorted, her face transforming into one of astonishment as she stared at Ren Dingtian, thinking to herself that this young man truly did not know, or perhaps was pretending to be oblivious. Given her background, it was entirely normal for many people to gift calendars. So they don't cost anything? No wonder there's such casual waste. Ren Dingtian's understanding swiftly dawned. Waste? Aunt Ing raised an eyebrow, poised to argue that this could hardly be classified as waste. Her son had long urged her to discard the excess, yet she, being frugal, could not bear to throw them away. Thus, she repurposed them. Moreover, this young man had quite the audacity, coming to seek her assistance, yet he dared to accuse her of wastefulness before even speaking. Although he appeared shrewd, was this how one approached someone for help? Noticing Aunt Ing's displeasure, Ren Dingtian chose to refrain from further comment. With a wry smile, he lifted the garbage bin to present it to her. However, Aunt Ing, intrigued, began to inquire about him. Where does your family come from? From Rinjia village. Ren Dingtian replied with a smile. Rinjia village? I haven't heard of it. Which district is that in? Cough. It's not in the urban area of Beijing. It's a mountain village under the jurisdiction of the small county town of Huang County. Oh, that is quite far, isn't it? Indeed, over 100 miles. Aunt Ing gazed at Ren Dingtian with curiosity and astonishment. You've traveled all this way just to sell a few vegetables? Certainly not, Ren Dingtian declared emphatically. Hearing his response, Aunt Ing let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he has come. This time, it seems he has truly arrived. So, what else do you plan to do? My family is relatively poor, and I seek a way to earn some money. Have you found it? Aunt Ing chuckled derisively, thinking to herself that although the young man was cunning, his true motives were beginning to reveal themselves. Not yet. I've just entered the city. I'm here to sell some vegetables first, to earn some initial capital. Ren Dingtian explained, scratching his head with a wry smile. But is selling vegetables enough money? Aunt Ing squinted, amused. It's not quite sufficient. But at least when I came, my wife still gave me 18. Whenever Ren Dingtian recalled the money given to him by Dong Su Jing, a warm feeling enveloped his heart. 18? He was momentarily taken aback. What could such a meager sum accomplish? Their conversation soon led them to Ing Yi's residence. Upon entering, Ren Dingtian placed the trash bin appropriately and intended to greet Ing Yi before taking his leave. However, Ing Yi, noticing his intent to depart, became both curious and perplexed. She picked up a calendar, preparing to tear off a page to place at the bottom of the bin. Ren Dingtian caught a fleeting glimpse of the cabinet and was startled to discover it was densely packed with numerous calendars. Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing that Ren Dingtian was about to leave yet remained stationary, Ing Yi smirked, sensing that this young man was employing a strategy of feigned indifference, waiting for her to speak first. All right, she thought, let's see what trick you have up your sleeve. With Shouty on here, how could there be any business to discuss? It seems such a waste to let these calendars go unused. Ren Dingtian remarked with a smile. Why not sell them to me? He was somewhat bewildered. You mean to keep them hanging? Ren Dingtian chuckled. To be honest, my family has never had such splendid calendars before. Are you really interested in just a calendar? He was taken aback. She had assumed that Ren Dingtian was merely lamenting his poverty and would seize the opportunity to request something significant. Little did she expect it was solely for a calendar. Indeed, leaving them in your cabinet to serve as trash bin liners is rather wasteful. Why not sell them to me? Ren Dingtian spoke earnestly once more. It's just a calendar. I would gladly take it as a gift. Ying Yi, displaying her generosity, waved her hand dismissively and handed him one. Yet, after accepting it, Ren Dingtian did not leave. Is there something else? Ying Yi, growing impatient, urged young man. If you have something to say, please do so clearly. Ying Yi, please sell them to me. Ren Dingtian confessed, I must admit, I do not intend to use them for myself. I noticed you have quite a few, and I thought to take them back to sell to the villagers. They have never had such fine calendars. Ying Yi was taken aback by his revelation. It was already the new year. Who would still be buying them? Suddenly, she came to a startling realization. That was close. I nearly fell for this young man's ploy. It dawned on her that, given the time of year, these calendars would surely be unsellable. Yet, he proposed such a clumsy excuse to acquire her useless calendars. If she were to sell them to him, it would essentially mean accepting a favor from him. It was no wonder Ying was inherently suspicious. Her position attracted various individuals, all seeking to ingratiate themselves with her, and some even attempting to bribe her. Ahem, Ying, you know it's past the new year, and you have no use for them sitting in your cabinet. Wouldn't it be reasonable to sell them to me at a lower price? Ren Dingtian hesitantly suggested, intending to imply, how about selling them to me at the price of scrap? However, he was apprehensive that Ying might take offense, so he chose a more tactful approach. Originally, Ren Dingtian intended to purchase these calendars at a high price to bribe his aunt. Upon hearing this, she was momentarily taken aback, followed by a curious smile. How much do you propose? Ren Dingtian tentatively raised 3 fingers. 30 yuan? His aunt's eyes widened. After hearing this, Ren Dingtian let out a bitter laugh and sighed. Contemplating leaving, he thought to himself that indeed, there were no such things as free lunches. Young man, what do you mean by turn to leave? His aunt grew anxious. I fear that if I reveal my price, you might become upset and send me away, so I might as well leave myself. Ren Dingtian awkwardly scratched his head. Could it be 300? His aunt's eyes widened again, thinking to herself that this young man was quite unexpected. He was willing to go to such lengths to curry favor. Ren Dingtian nearly fled in fright upon hearing this. Don't go. However, his aunt swiftly grabbed him, sneering. As she thought, could he really be planning to offer such a high price? So what is your offer? 3 cents. Ren Dingtian mustered the courage to speak. 3 cents each? Per pound. He added awkwardly. Chapter 17. The first business venture ends in loss 3 cents per pound? His aunt stared at him with wide eyes and suddenly burst into laughter, realizing she had underestimated him once again. He had cleverly turned the tables and exceeded her expectations. Seeing her laughter, Ren Dingtian thought she was amused by his pricing, so he took a step back, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, if this deal doesn't please you, then you might as well keep them for the trash bin. With that, he prepared to leave. Wait, who said I'm unhappy? His aunt replied, still smiling. You, young man, know how to set a price. The scrap paper is 2 cents a pound, and you've even offered a penny more. Ren Dingtian's smile became even more awkward. Here, take all of these. His aunt pointed to the thick row of calendars in the cabinet. He suppressed his joy, not allowing it to surface, and quickly reached out to retrieve them. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face truly vanished. What's wrong? His aunt observed him, frowning. I've lost. I've suffered a tremendous loss. Ren Dingtian looked at the scale in his hand, wishing he could slap himself. His aunt glanced at it and couldn't help but chuckle. At first glance, it appeared to be 7 or 8 calendars, but they already weighed over 10 pounds. Consequently, they exceeded the price he had set. Aunt, perhaps we could settle at 3 cents each, as you suggested. Ren Dingtian felt like crying. Haha, young man, in business, one must be honest and trustworthy. His aunt smiled, feeling quite content, although she had only sold them for a few cents more. Witnessing the young man's substantial loss brought her immense joy, as he wore a pained expression akin to having his heart torn out. In a moment of whimsy and delight, Ren Dingtian dashed into his sleeping quarters and retrieved a 1-meter-tall landscape calendar painting. Upon gazing at the calendar, He was struck with astonishment. The quality of both the paper and the printing was undeniably exquisite, and the landscape artwork depicted was nothing short of remarkable. "Enning, do you sell this as well?" he inquired. "Indeed, it's quite heavy. Let us weigh it." Aunt Ing chuckled, handing it over to Ren Dingtian. He placed it on the scale, and to his dismay, it weighed over 2 Jin. "Alas, I've lost 4 cents." He lamented, his heart aching. Aunt Ing giggled heartily. As she escorted Ren Dingtian out, she seemed to have a sudden thought and knocked on the neighboring door. "Old Wu, are you home?" "What is up, Ingzi?" A jovial elderly woman opened the door with a smile. "Your calendars are overflowing, so I'm looking for a high-priced buyer. Is that so?" The elderly lady glanced curiously at Ren Dingtian. "How much?" 3 cents. Aunt Ing promptly responded. 3 cents each? Old Lady Wu was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of such a price. Ren Dingtian quickly nodded in affirmation. 3 cents per Jin. Aunt Ing enthusiastically added, "You have no use for them anyway. It's far more profitable than selling them as scrap." Thus, as Ren Dingtian exited the building, he had already amassed dozens of calendars. Though his burden was heavy, it could not quell the fervor and excitement within him. After bidding farewell to Aunt Ing, he mounted his bicycle and exited the residential compound. At the entrance of the complex, he halted and, unable to contain his curiosity, stopped a passerby to inquire, "What is the name of this community?" "This is the Commercial Bureau's residential area. Are you here for business?" A middle-aged man regarded Ren Dingtian with intrigue. "Brother, what channel did you use to get in? Can you share with me?" "The Commercial Bureau's residential area?" Ren Dingtian was intrigued. No wonder he was able to collect so many calendars. However, his curiosity was merely piqued. After all, his small venture was just beginning, and he had yet to reach a stage where he needed to curry favor and offer gifts. As noon approached, Ren Dingtian cycled to a small noodle shop beside a mall, ordered a bowl of pulled noodles, and slurped them down. When it came time to pay, he slipped a cigarette to the owner, exchanged a few brief words, and requested him to keep an eye on his motorcycle before striding into the mall. Meanwhile, in the Commercial Bureau's residential area, Aunt Ing watched her son return home with a gift box, a sardonic smile on her face. "Receive another gift, have we?" "Ah, don't mention it, Mom. This gift giver is cunning. I didn't notice he left it on my bike." The young man replied, half amused, half exasperated. "Did you manage to squeeze him for something?" Aunt Ing inquired, her curiosity piqued. "From Huaibei County. He is quite young and a bit wild, with some cunning tricks up his sleeve." Upon hearing this, Aunt Ing paused momentarily, then recalled Ren Dingtian, uncertainly stating, "He is indeed quite wild. He might have even sought me out. What's going on?" Upon hearing this, the young man's eyebrows raised, clearly displeased. "Rest assured, I can manage. After all, have you ever considered the profession of your mother?" Aunt E spoke with an air of triumph. "In the future, anyone engaged in commerce will know that a woman's money is the easiest to earn, followed by that of children, and then the elderly. As for men, they are perpetually occupied with the toil of earning to spend on women, children, and the elderly." Thus, Ren Dingtian arrived at the marketplace, making his way directly to the daily necessities section. In this era, cosmetics had yet to become a popular category and were included within daily necessities. The range of cosmetics was limited, primarily consisting of snowflake cream. Ren Dingtian perceived that girls have a greater affinity for perfume, but alas, such items were deemed luxuries in this time. At least, within this 5-story department store in Beijiang City, they were nowhere to be found. After purchasing 3 bottles of Pecco and snowflake cream and a few hairpins, Ren Dingtian did not rush to return. Instead, he intended to wander further, seeking to familiarize himself with the prices of this era and discover new business opportunities, particularly in calendar art. After more than 2 hours of wandering, parched and weary, Ren Dingtian exited the mall. He arrived at a noodle shop, intending to buy a bottle of water from the proprietor, only to realize that during this period, most establishments sold bulk herbal tea, with few offering beverages. For instance, this restaurant only served Jianlibo, considering that the owner had kindly watched over his motorcycle for a while. Combined with his own thirst, Ren Dingtian decided to purchase a bottle of Jianlibo as a gesture of goodwill. Without further thought, he reached out and took the bottle from the owner's hand, popping it open with a loud bang. $2.50. What? Ren Dingtian's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the restaurant owner. The proprietor stepped forward, blocking Ren Dingtian's path to escape while discreetly grasping the motorcycle, as if fearing he might flee. $2.50 for a can. Ren Dingtian was astounded. He had assumed that given the current pricing, Jianlibo would cost only a few dimes, never imagining such a price. Indeed, in 1986, it was sold for $2.50, which felt akin to robbery, though at least cola was priced similarly. By all that is holy, had he not already opened it, Ren Dingtian would undoubtedly have had the audacity to return it to the owner. Alas, he could only drink this Jianlibo, procured at exorbitant expense in 1986. With tears in his eyes, a rush of coolness surged down his throat, and he felt utterly refreshed. The Jianlibo of this era was truly unsurpassed. It was delightful. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Ren Dingtian gave a thumbs up, but then, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, his eyes lit up. This year, yes, this very year, Jianlibo's sales had nearly skyrocketed tenfold, reaching 1.3 billion. This was an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. As he contemplated this, Ren Dingtian bid farewell to the owner, mounted his motorcycle, and sped towards the town. However, on his return journey, he took a detour, arriving at Huibo County. Indeed, he planned to set up a stall here to test the waters. Premium calendars, originally priced at over 10 or even dozens of dollars, could now be sold at half price. As one casually strolls by, do not miss the exquisite landscape calendar originally priced at 38, now available for merely 18 yuan. Indeed, the striking Honda 125, coupled with this alluring proclamation and the enticing 50% discount, swiftly drew a considerable crowd. However, what astonished Ren Dingtian was that although many were observing, few were willing to make a purchase. A few students, on the other hand, were delightedly selecting from the celebrity calendars. "Uncle, how much is this calendar?" inquired a young girl, lifting a calendar adorned with a star's image. "This one, originally priced at 198, now only 99. You're mistaken. The original price is clearly 216, so half should be 108. The girl argued passionately. "Oh, is that so?" Ren Dingtian was at a loss for words, recalling that he had seen it priced at 198 in the mall. Yet, he soon realized that perhaps the prices had been slightly reduced after the new year. "Just $9.99. Take it or leave it. I am a proprietor of principles. No bargaining and additional charges are out of the question." This declaration elicited laughter from those around him. Chapter 18. Journey to the West and Calabash Brothers to Ren Dingtian's surprise. He sold 3 calendars at the price of $9.99 in Huibo County, all to students. And all were celebrity posters. The adults, while intrigued, largely remained mere spectators, though they extolled the calendar as both affordable and excellent. None were willing to part with their money. Initially, Ren Dingtian struggled to comprehend why, if it was indeed both cheap and good, no one chose to buy. Gradually, he came to understand. Firstly, calendars sell well before the new year, but poorly afterward for reasons that are clear. The primary factor is that people are concerned with appearances. Acquiring a new calendar to display at home during the new year brings a semblance of prestige when relatives and friends visit. Secondly, in a county town, while many possess some disposable income, most had already purchased their calendars before the new year. Therefore, even if they feel tempted by the low price, they merely glance and express their sentiments. Aside from festive occasions, in a typical household, visitors are few and no one pays attention to the calendar. For everyday use, one calendar suffices. Why squander money on another? It is worth noting that even at half price, $9.99 is still not trivial. In an era where vegetables cost mere cents, a calendar could equate to 100 pounds of cabbage or radishes. Who would willingly spend such money? As for why students purchased them, it was for their admiration of celebrities. The seemingly outrageous price of $9.99 pales in comparison to the thousands spent on tickets and various celebrity-endorsed products in later years. However, the manner of idolizing celebrities in this era is rather amusing. "Uncle, do you have any posters or calendars of Journey to the West?" inquired a chubby little boy. Not at the moment." Ren Dingtian was taken aback. Was there truly an interest in Journey to the West? And what about Calabash Brothers? What Calabash brothers? Ren Dingtian was astonished. Not even knowing about Calabash brothers? Oof. The little boy scoffed disdainfully and proudly walked away. Ren Dingtian, it is you who are unaware of the Huluwa, for the little fellow is simply too young, having not yet faced the harsh realities of the world. Upon realizing the reasons behind the poor sales, Ren Dingtian resolved to pack up and return. Thus, he hurried back to the hospital just before dusk. When Dong Su Jing saw him arrive, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She was not overly concerned about whether Ren Dingtian had made any money. Her primary worry was that with so much cash in hand, he might indulge in drinking and revelry, potentially attracting trouble. "My dear wife, I have returned," Ren Dingtian announced, a smile gracing his face as he entered. He reached out and embraced Dong Su Jing, causing her to startle and her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "Did you miss me?" Ren Dingtian viewed this as a commonplace gesture between spouses. However, one must not forget that this was the 1980s, a rather conservative era. Even in the privacy of their home, such actions could elicit fluster reactions. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Dong Su Jing hastily pushed him away. "Dear wife, I have brought you a gift." As he spoke, Ren Dingtian pulled out a jar of snowflake cream and a hairpin he had purchased at the market. Dong Su Jing was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the Bai K Ling snowflake cream. In those days, there were numerous brands of snowflake cream, much like the cosmetics of the future, categorized into various grades. The Friendship brand was quite popular in town, while Bai K Ling, a venerable Chinese brand dating back to the Republic era, was undoubtedly more expensive and sophisticated. The hairpin was also delightful, featuring a novel and beautiful design. What was the meaning of this? While she felt joy and gratitude, a wave of nervousness washed over her as she gazed at Ren Dingtian. The saying goes, "No good deed goes unpunished," leading one to suspect ulterior motives when one is unexpectedly kind. Ren Dingtian had previously been a carefree scoundrel, indulgent in laziness and drinking. Such sudden tenderness and thoughtfulness, coupled with gifts, inevitably raised questions about his intentions. Perhaps he has exhausted the 18 yuan he took, and, having earned nothing, is now attempting to appease me with gifts to avoid my scorn, Dong Su Jing mused. She understood the difficulty of earning money in those times. It was improbable that 18 yuan could double in a single day. Given his apparent reform and intention to lead a better life, she resolved to overlook the matter of finances. However, when she inadvertently noticed the bulging shape in Ren Dingtian's pocket, reminiscent of the Bai K Ling snowflake cream she held, her expression darkened to an extreme. He did not purchase just one. Then, for whom was he buying? Could it be that he had someone else? Why has he suddenly altered his disposition, becoming so gentle and thoughtful, so adept at selecting gifts? Could it be for someone else, and I was merely an afterthought? As these thoughts raced through her mind, the jar of snowflake cream trembled in her grasp. Just then, Xiao Wu entered, carrying a lunchbox. Initially lackluster, his demeanor brightened upon seeing Ren Dingtian. "Brother Tian, you have finally arrived." "Ah, Xiao Wu is here?" Ren Dingtian turned to greet comrade Xiao Wu, completely oblivious to the change in Dong Su Jing's expression. "Brother Tian, I miss you so much," comrade Xiao Wu exclaimed, nearly brought to tears by his excitement. Ren Dingtian, however, was taken aback and somewhat flustered by his fervent demeanor. "Brother Wu Jinxiong, please don't look at me with such passionate eyes. It frightens me." In this era, passion still bore a positive connotation, leaving comrade Xiao Wu utterly bewildered. "What are you afraid of? I fear you may fall in love with me," Ren Dingtian replied with a remarkably serious expression. Wu Jinxiong burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Why would I fall in love with you? If I were to love someone, it would surely be my beloved girl." While speaking, he reached out. "Brother Tian, hurry and hand me the car keys. My cherished girl is waiting for a joyride. In this frigid weather, are you not concerned about freezing?" Ren Dingtian shivered at the memory of his day spent riding in the cold and reluctantly handed over the keys to Wu Jinxiong. "It's fine. I'm young and resilient to the cold," Wu Jinxiong declared proudly. Indeed, the vigor of youth. Ren Dingtian nodded anxiously. "By the way, there are a few things in the car. Let me go retrieve them." As he spoke, he walked outside, still unaware that Dong Sujing's face had turned pale. Her eyes filled with despair and sorrow. So, he is someone else outside. No wonder he suddenly became so nice. Apparently, this kindness is for others, while I am merely an afterthought. Or could it be that after engaging in such shameless conduct, he feels guilty? I knew it. A scoundrel like him could never truly change. Tears began to overflow from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Chapter 19. He has someone else? Brother Tian, what do you have in the car? Wu Jinxiong asked, his face brimming with curiosity. A calendar. As Ren Dingtian spoke, a thought struck him, and he unfastened the sack containing the calendar, revealing its contents. Here, this is for you. What? A fine landscape painting calendar. Ren Dingtian beamed at Wu Jinxiong. But I can't make use of this. Wu Jinxiong replied, glancing at it and suddenly brightening. Yet I must admit, the paper, the printing, the craftsmanship, truly exquisite. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "That's it. I'll give it to my girlfriend. She will absolutely adore it. This is fantastic." Ren Dingtian, observing this, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Pray tell, giving a calendar to your girlfriend, especially after the new year, what sort of divine operation is this? This should be a gift for your father. He swiftly grabbed Wu Jinxiong and produced a jar of Baikai Ling's snowflake cream and a hairpin from his pocket. Now, this is what you should present to your girlfriend. Wu Jinxiong stared at the hairpin and cream in his hands, momentarily stunned, then trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Brother Tian, you are truly too good to me. I find myself at a loss to repay you, so I can only offer my apologies. Ren Dingtian, upon witnessing this, was taken aback and hastily distanced himself from Wu Jinxiong, waving his hand in disdain, fearful that he might utter that iconic line. Only by offering myself can I repay you. The total for the snowflake cream and hairpin amounted to 2 yuan and 60 cents, while the calendar cost 129 yuan. After deducting the 86 yuan and 30 cents I previously took from you, I still owe you 70 yuan and 80 cents. How can one pursue romantic endeavors without funds? Allow me to return 20 yuan and 80 cents now, and I shall settle the remaining balance within 3 days. As Ren Dingtian spoke, he retrieved the money, counted it meticulously, and handed it over to Wu Jinxiong. Trembling, Wu Jinxiong accepted the funds, momentarily stunned. Ever since his father declared that he had no intention of claiming the money, he had relinquished hope. Yet here it was. I knew it. How could such a selfless and benevolent person like Tian Gu possibly default on a debt? It is my father's mercenary and cunning nature that led him to underestimate Tian Gu. I must return and inform my father. He must realize that he has misjudged the character of the genuinely righteous Tian Gu. Indeed, my father, being so mercenary, would fail to appreciate the value of such a splendid calendar. Perhaps it will be better to present it to the lady I cherish. Fortunately, Ren Dingtian was not present, for otherwise, he might have been infuriated. Let us not even discuss the absurdity of gifting a calendar to a lady after the new year. What kind of divine gesture is that? Even if one harbors sentimental feelings towards calendars, surely a celebrity poster would be more fitting. To gift a landscape calendar, what was the intention behind that? Moreover, it is crucial to note that Ren Dingtian was also contemplating using this opportunity for promotion. After all, Wu's office is rather distinct from that of an ordinary person, constantly receiving subordinates, clients, and superiors. Conversely, during the New Year holidays, fewer visitors come. So even if it is past the New Year, displaying a nice landscape calendar now could lend an air of sophistication for an entire year. After all, this calendar is intended for municipal officials. Placing it in a rural town would elevate its status by 2 tiers. Initially, the plan was for Wu to hang it in his office to assist in promotion. A calendar inherently exudes prestige, and with it being a gift from his son, how could one not take pride in it? Alas, while the vision was splendid, the reality is that Xiao Wu is rather blunt and straightforward. Returning to the hospital, Ren Dingtian noticed that Dong Sujing appeared noticeably unwell. Initially puzzled by her demeanor, he anxiously inquired, "Sujing, what troubles you? Why does your face look so pale?" "Oh, it's nothing." Dong Sujing wished to ask Ren Dingtian, but hesitated, ultimately refraining. She feared that should she inquire, Ren Dingtian might become furious, leading to an embarrassing confrontation in front of the child. "Daddy, what did you do today?" Little Yuan asked curiously, her eyes wide with interest. "I went to the city to sell vegetables this morning." "What vegetables did you sell?" "Our family's radishes and cabbages." "Did you earn a lot of money?" "Not much. Just a few yuan, really." Although Ren Dingtian and Xiao Yuan chatted intermittently, Dong Sujing remained silent, her ears perked up in attentive listening. In truth, rather than being concerned about Ren Dingtian's activities throughout the day, she was far more intrigued by the identity of the recipient of the other bottle of Pecco and snow cream. What kind of woman was she? Dad, shouldn't you give the money you earned today to Mom?" Xiao Yuan innocently chimed in. Dong Sujing felt a stir within her heart and turned her serious gaze towards Ren Dingtian. Upon hearing this, Ren Dingtian awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a 10 yuan bill, saying, "Here's 10 for you. I'll earn more tomorrow and bring it all to you." Dong Sujing was taken aback, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she stared at Ren Dingtian. His awkward smile and head-scratching clearly indicated that even in this era of golden opportunities, making money was not as effortless as he had imagined. "I know the 36 you mentioned seems quite distant, but rest assured, I will make it up to you tomorrow." This statement only deepened Dong Sujing's astonishment. He was voluntarily offering money and making such declarations? She gazed at him as if he were a curious creature. Were it not for his unchanged appearance and voice, she might have suspected that some sinister entity had taken possession of her husband's body. Nevertheless, the fact that he had purchased 2 bottles of Pecco and snow cream lingered in her mind. Even if he had changed, so what? He was not transforming for her. There was someone else involved. His transformation must be for her, and she was intrigued by the type of woman capable of altering this scoundrel so profoundly. No. Had he truly improved? Not at all. Previously, he was merely a carefree drunkard. Though he appeared to have mended his ways, he was secretly entangled with another. Perhaps his kindness towards her was merely a fade. How despicable! With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Dong Sujing unceremoniously accepted the money and stuffed it into her pocket, unwilling to utter another word to Ren Dingtian. She turned away, opting to sleep instead. It was hardly surprising that Dong Sujing was suspicious. After all, it was difficult to believe that a man who had been a scoundrel for 5 years could suddenly transform. Moreover, discovering the identical bottles of snow cream only fueled her doubts. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian assumed that Dong Sujing was upset over his past misdeeds or the fact that he had not handed over the promised 36 yuan that day. And he thought little of it as he soothed Xiao Yuan to sleep. Chapter 20. The True Steel Man. The following morning, when Wu Jinxiong arrived with breakfast, he was clearly in high spirits, even humming a little tune. Seeing this, Ren Dingtian realized that the young man must have enjoyed a lively night. "Well done, lad," he chuckled, patting Wu Jinxiong on the shoulder. "It's all thanks to you, Tiange." Wu Jinxiong responded, expressing his gratitude with a warm glance. He felt that the success of the previous night was largely attributable to Ren Dingtian, particularly due to the calendar, which played a significant role. Just thinking about it, the astonished and unimaginable expression on his beloved girl's face upon seeing the calendar made Wu Jinxiong's heart swell with joy. Surely, she must have been overwhelmed by such a grand gift. After a simple breakfast, Ren Dingtian and Wu Jinxiong exited the hospital together. Dong Sujing once again expressed her desire to be discharged, but Ren Dingtian prevented her. "You're in a weak condition. Rest for a couple more days. Don't worry. I will handle everything at home." Yesterday morning, Dong Sujing was touched by these words, but today, the thought that he might have someone else outside left her feeling differently. "He must want to keep me in the hospital to go fool around with another woman," she mused. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Ren Dingtian, grinning, reached out and patted Wu Jinxiong's shoulder as he gazed at the brand-new Honda 125. "What are you doing?" Wu Jinxiong asked, eyeing him warily. "Little Wu, may I borrow your bike again?" Ren Dingtian replied tearfully. Deep down, Wu Jinxiong wished to refuse, but he thought, "I need to go out and earn money to repay you." Ren Dingtian sighed. "All right then." Upon hearing this, Wu Jinxiong felt it reasonable to lend the bike to Ren Dingtian. "By the way, little Wu, what was your father's reaction to the calendar? Did he like it?" Ren Dingtian inquired eagerly. "I didn't give it to my dad. Little Wu's unexpected reply nearly sent him into a fit of rage. I gave it to my girlfriend. You actually gave the calendar to your girlfriend? Ren Dingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, she really liked it. Wu Jinxiong beamed with pride. You can only imagine how she reacted upon seeing the calendar. Ren Dingtian's mouth twitched in frustration as he reached into his bag and produced a beautiful landscape calendar. This item had been cleverly acquired from old Wu's household by Aunt Ying's persuasive tongue. Originally, Aunt Wu had no intention of selling it, but upon witnessing Ren Dingtian's pained expression, she gladly accepted. Here, give this to your dad. You bought this? Wu Jinxiong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You didn't pay for it? Bah, dream on. I'll still sell it to you for 12 yuan and 9 cents. You can give it to your dad. Ren Dingtian was unwilling to part with such an expensive calendar for free. It wasn't that he was stingy. After all, who would gift such an extravagant item to old Wu? Not even his own son, little Wu. Wu Jinxiong shook his head in refusal. My dad already has a calendar in his office. Besides, it would be a waste to give him another. Indeed, one could tell he was the biological son. A godson would never utter such infuriating words. Little Wu, you cannot think that way. Ren Dingtian, seeing that firmness was futile, decided to soften his approach. Let me be honest with you. This calendar was obtained by me in Beijiang City. It originally cost 20 to 30 yuan. I only sold it to you at half price because I consider us brothers. 20 to 30 yuan? ISNT that highway robbery? Wu Jinxiong, upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, widened his eyes in astonishment, resembling someone who had encountered a ghost. Yet, after picking up the calendar and scrutinizing it closely, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. The paper, the printing, so exquisite, it truly is worth that price. Upon hearing Wu Jinxiong's affirmation, Ren Dingtian felt a sense of relief. However, he was soon taken aback by the thought, no wonder my partner likes it. Ren Dingtian's lips twitched in response. Brother, could you refrain from mentioning your partner alongside the calendar? It frightens me. Nevertheless, the rough and tumble old Wu only needed something to mark the date. Such a sophisticated item was beyond his use. Wu Jinxiong still hesitated to spend a mere 10-odd yuan on a calendar for his father. With that money, he could indulge in romantic escapades with his partner or catch a movie. How delightful that sounded. Who said it was of no use? The office of Wu would certainly gain prestige. With a sense of helplessness, Ren Dingtian resorted to his trump card. The key is that you can profit from it. Profit? How so? Wu Jinxiong's eyes widened in curiosity. Ahem, I'm selling it to you at half price, but others are unaware. Ren Dingtian began to entice him. However, before he could elaborate further, little Wu suddenly had an epiphany, excitedly slapping his thigh. Oh my, I get it. I can sell it to old Wu at full price. Hey, Dingtian. Just as he was about to advise little Wu to think long-term, suggesting he gift it to Wu for potentially greater returns. Little Wu had already dashed off with the calendar in hand. Goodness, what speed! Ren Dingtian was speechless. He then started his vehicle, leisurely pursuing him. Little Wu, initially sprinting with vigor, froze upon glimpsing Ren Dingtian behind him. If you're not going to make money, why are you following me? He curiously inquired. I need to grab a couple of bags of potatoes from your place. Ren Dingtian replied with a straight face, suppressing his amusement. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wait for me, let me hop on. Little Wu leaped onto the vehicle. Are you still on duty today? Yes. Old Wu said he wanted to train me while showing everyone that he is a righteous man, not one to indulge in favoritism. As little Wu spoke, a hint of sorrow was barely concealed in his voice. That's good. However, Ren Dingtian sighed in relief upon hearing this. Little Wu, puzzled, responded, That's good? What do you mean? Are you reveling in my misfortune? No, I need to head to the countryside and then back to the city. This calendar is just in the way on the vehicle, so it's perfect to leave it with you. Ren Dingtian began to devise a plan in his mind. Leaving it with me is fine. Little Wu, I can sell it to you at half price, not fourfold. Ren Dingtian suddenly announced. Please no. Startled, little Wu shivered, fearing that Ren Dingtian was broke and intended to use the calendars as repayment. You still owe me 37 yuan and a dime. Not much. And I'm not in a rush. Take your time to pay me back. You spend quite a bit on your partner, right? Indeed. Don't you wish to earn a little? Of course. Aren't you eager to be done with this duty? Of course not. On such a cold day, I possess a method that not only allows you to earn money, but also spares you from standing guard here. Ren Dingtian revealed a charming smile. Is that true or false? Xiao Wu expressed profound skepticism regarding this. You might say, this is your friend's plan. Chapter 21. Xiao Wu's pitiful situation observing Ren Dingtian departing with 4 sacks of potatoes. Xiao Wu could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. My thundersteed has caused you distress again. Yet, upon recalling the scheme Ren Dingtian had devised for him, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated his mind. Whistling merrily, he clutched a calendar and made his way to old Wu's office. Here you are. You seem in good spirits. Wu Su, rare in his generosity, greeted Xiao Wu with a pleasant demeanor. How's it going with Xiaoya? Things are progressing well, I presume? Indeed, father. Look at this gift Xiao Ya asked me to bring you. As Xiao Wu spoke, he unveiled a scenic calendar. A calendar? Wu Su's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Is it from Xiaoya? It truly lives up to her taste. Much better than the one I purchased previously. Of course, this was bought at the Grand Market in Beijing, and it cost over 30. Xiao Wu exclaimed, beaming with pride. What? Over 30? Wu Su was taken aback. Despite having ample funds, the thought of spending such an amount on a calendar still pained him. With that sum, one could buy enough pork to feed the family for quite some time. However, the fact that it was a gift from his future daughter-in-law brought him immense satisfaction. He quickly reached for his drawer, recalling that he had a habit of not carrying cash. Fortunately, he retrieved an envelope from within. Xiao Wu could not help but feel a surge of joy as he witnessed this. Son, we mustn't let Xiaoya bear the expense. Here are 50, Wu Su remarked, extracting 5 bills from the envelope. Yet, feeling it was insufficient, he added another 5. Here, this is 100. Purchase something nice for Xiaoya and her parents. All right, father, rest assured. Xiao Wu happily accepted the money and departed with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, Brother Tian's strategy is far superior to my own efforts. He mused as he walked. He then contemplated that if everything unfolded as Brother Tian predicted, this venture would surely guarantee him profits. Half an hour later, Ren Dingtian returned to Renjiakan. Although it was his second time riding the motorcycle back, the roar of the engine still stirred quite a commotion in the tranquil mountain village. This time, he parked directly in front of Aunt Lu's home. Xiao Tian's back. Have you eaten? Would you like me to serve you some water? Aunt Lu, busy in the kitchen, greeted him joyfully. Not this time. Aunt Lu, I have matters to attend to. Ren Dingtian replied as he unloaded 2 sacks of potatoes from the motorcycle, placing them in Aunt Lu's yard. Oh, so many potatoes. What are you planning to do with them? Aunt Lu was taken aback by the sight of the 2 sacks in her yard. These potatoes have sprouted and are no longer edible, but they can serve as seeds. How about I trade you for some radishes or cabbages? As Ren Dingtian spoke, he gestured towards the motorcycle parked outside. Let's take the motorcycle to the city to sell these potatoes. Exchange them for money and more potatoes for eating or planting. Aunt Lu was initially taken aback, but soon tears of excitement welled up in her eyes. Oh, that's wonderful. Little Tian, you've finally grown up and learned how to earn money. After a brief exchange with Aunt Lu, Ren Dingtian roused the still slumbering Tian de Huang, and they set off on the motorcycle, carrying the remaining 2 bags of potatoes to his elder brother Ren de Li's home. However, upon arriving at the doorstep, his brother was already emerging from the house, evidently having heard the sound of the motorcycle. Xiao Tian, I was just looking for you. Ren de Li had not forgotten his wife's earlier request to advise Ren Dingtian to be more prudent. But before he could utter a word, Ren Dingtian interjected. Brother, it's just 2 bags of potatoes. If you can't eat or plant them all, could you help me trade some for radishes and cabbage in the village? Please prepare a package of your best radishes and cabbage for me to take later. While unloading the potatoes, he continued, by the way, if you're free, could you and Huang help me transport the radishes and cabbage to town with the donkey cart? Just as Ren Dingtian finished relaying his instructions, his sister-in-law Tian Wanjun emerged from the house. Sister-in-law, you're up? Perfect. Ren Dingtian approached her with a smile, pulling out a Baijiaoling snow cream and a hairpin from his pocket. I bought this for you yesterday when I went to the city. Tian Wanjun's eyes lit up at the sight of the Baijiaoling snow cream and hairpin. She clearly adored them, but quickly suppressed her excitement, waving her hands. I can't accept this. It's too precious. Xiao Tian, keep it for Su Jing. Please accept it, sister-in-law. Don't worry, Su Jing has one too. I gave it to her yesterday. Ren Dingtian said with a smile as he handed the items to Tian Wanjun. Trembling with emotion, she accepted them, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Not only did she genuinely want them, but it was also astonishing that her younger brother-in-law, who had previously only taken, was now giving her such an extravagant gift. In the past, this scoundrel had only sought to borrow money or pilfer from their household. Even taking away the eggs from the hens she had painstakingly raised. Receiving such a lavish present today felt surreal to Tian Wanjun. She had to pinch herself to confirm she wasn't dreaming. Meanwhile, at the town hospital, Dong Su Jing picked up a piece of paper from her bed and froze. It was a receipt from the Beijiang department store, clearly indicating the purchase of 3 bottles of Baijia Ling snow cream and a hairpin. He had not merely bought 2, but 3. This revelation deepened her misunderstanding of Ren Dingtian. It wasn't merely her overthinking. It was a response to his previous behavior. Much like a man whose girlfriend discovers a receipt for 3 roses bought for Valentine's Day while he only presented her with 1. It was hard not to feel suspicious. Yet, Ren Dingtian remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil he had unwittingly caused. After a brief explanation, Ren Dingtian set off on his motorcycle, carrying the fresh cabbage and radishes provided by De Ligo, heading towards Aunt Lu's home. Upon arriving, he found that Aunt Lu and De Wang had already prepared the vegetables, and Ren Dingtian requested De Wang's assistance in securing the produce onto the vehicle. Thus, once more, they embarked with 2 bags of radishes and 2 bags of cabbage. After over an hour of riding, they finally reached the familiar market around 10 o'clock. The matron who collected protection fees still bore her familiar visage, but this time she sought not money. Instead, she requested 2 radishes. Ren Dingtian. He then raised his voice, commencing his sales pitch for the day. As was customary, he picked up a radish split in half and took a bite, the juice and spittle flying about. Come and see, behold the freshly unearthed, succulent radishes. Approximately half an hour later, around 11, he had nearly concluded his sales. However, a sense of melancholy enveloped him as he realized he had not encountered Anning that day. Matron, has Anning not come to buy vegetables today? Ren Dingtian could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of the fee-collecting matron. Haha, what is the matter, young man? A day without seeing me has made you miss me? Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Who else could it be but Anning? She had indeed arrived some time ago, quietly observing Ren Dingtian from corner. She suspected that Ren Dingtian had ulterior motives, seeking to ingratiate himself with her for the sake of her son, but did not fully align with her suspicions. It was only when Ren Dingtian directly inquired about her that her doubts intensified, solidifying her belief that he harbored designs upon her. Chapter 22. Anning. The unwitting veteran indeed. Ren Dingtian did have intentions, though they were not as grand as Anning presumed. Rather, he wished to enlist her assistance in procuring some calendars from their residential area. After all, calendars could be collected at 1/3 of a pound, and even if sold at half the market price, would yield substantial profits, certainly a venture worth pursuing. Therefore, upon encountering Aunt Ing, Ren Dingtian approached her with fervent enthusiasm. Anning, you're a bit late today. Allow me to present you with these exquisite radishes and cabbages. Haha, such warmth. You must be after something, Aunt Ing remarked, her demeanor lighthearted as she regarded Ren Dingtian. She had inquired with her son the previous day and was aware that he was currently entangled in several projects. It seemed the young man was preparing to make his request. Ahem, nothing escapes your keen perception, Anning. I was hoping you could assist me in gathering a few calendars. Ren Dingtian, straightforward and unambiguous, discerned that Aunt Ing was a forthright individual. Is that all? Anning was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated he would ask her to speak on his behalf to her son, but to her surprise, it was merely a request for calendars. Nevertheless, she found the situation increasingly intriguing. This young man possessed an admirable composure. As she pondered this, a smile graced her face as she readily agreed. Thus, the 2 individuals mounted the motorcycle once more, making their way toward the family compound. The doorman from yesterday had already completed his shift and was resting, while the new doorman, upon noticing Ren Dingtian's vehicle, was about to intervene when he saw Aunt Ing waving at him from behind. Startled and rendered speechless, he stood frozen in place. "Young man, you are fortunate. A few of us old sisters have just returned from gathering sweet wormwood, and I specifically inquired about it. Several families still have their calendars intact." Aunt Ing cheerfully informed Ren Dingtian, though her intention was not merely to assist him, but rather to share this amusing anecdote with her friends. Ren Dingtian, upon hearing this, was delighted and curiously asked, "Aunt Ing, what do you need sweet wormwood for?" "February is for sweet wormwood, March for mugwort. By April, it's only fit for firewood. Haven't you heard?" Aunt Ing chuckled, observing Ren Dingtian with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, thinking to herself, how naive. A child from the countryside who doesn't even know about sweet wormwood? You needn't come to my home. You can simply stop at this building. As Ren Dingtian parked and reminisced, a sudden realization struck him. "Aunt, you meant mugwort, right? We have plenty of that." "Really? Where's your home?" "Perhaps tomorrow. I could take the old sisters to gather some from your place." "My family is from Huibo County, Chubi Town, Renjiazwang, which is quite far from here, over 100 miles away, and the roads are not easy to traverse." Ren Dingtian responded while his eyes darted mischievously. "Oh, I see. That could be somewhat inconvenient. No worries. Aunt Ing, I could bring you some tomorrow?" Ren Dingtian tentatively suggested. "Ha ha, young man, I've already given you my calendars. You need not be so eager." Aunt Ing replied with a knowing smile. "Not at all. Aunt Ing, surely you have other items at home that you no longer need? You could spare a few for me in exchange, or simply name a price according to market value, and I will be willing to sell them to you." Ren Dingtian was confident, knowing that Aunt Ing was not like the average elderly individuals who sought petty advantages. Her remarks were lighthearted. However, Aunt Ing perceived Ren Dingtian's intentions as an attempt to ingratiate himself with her, hoping to foster a connection through her son. Yet, she chose not to expose this, thinking that since she had little to lose, she might as well enjoy the company of this young man, as long as she remained disinterested. Be it in radishes or mugwort, he would have no grounds to make excessive demands. Previously, she believed Ren Dingtian sought to collect their calendars for a high price, hoping to curry favor with her, but was surprised to find his offer was a mere 3 cents per pound, piquing her interest. Furthermore, Ren Dingtian's demeanor and approach to matters were quite commendable, leaving no room for her irritation. Thus, she grew curious about his next move, wondering how long he could maintain his composure before asking her to speak highly of him in front of her son. Sure enough, with Aunt Ying's call, several elderly ladies soon descended from the building. "This is Aunt Li, and this is Aunt Zhou." Aunt Ying cheerfully introduced them. These were all significant clients, and Ren Dingtian greeted them with a warm smile. As per usual, the calendar was priced at 3 cents per pound. Those in need of vegetables could barter with the few remaining radishes or cabbages, while others could simply pay in cash. Before long, Ren Dingtian had amassed a substantial sack, weighing over 100 pounds of calendars. "Are you still collecting? I see your vehicle is nearly buckling under the weight," Ing Yi remarked, observing the beaming expression on Ren Dingtian's face. "Of course, this is a Honda 125. It can handle much more. Even if you wanted to load 10 people, it wouldn't falter," Ren Dingtian replied confidently. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could a small motorcycle possibly accommodate 10 individuals? Why not? The folks over at Asan can certainly pull off some tricks. Ren Dingtian instinctively recalled the motorcycle performances he had witnessed during the military parade at Asan's side. Thus, as they continued to collect calendars, their conversation meandered until they realized that noon had slipped by unnoticed. Gazing at the sun overhead, Ren Dingtian suddenly came to his senses, a look of embarrassment washing over him. "Apologize, Yingyi. I've been so preoccupied with gathering calendars that I've delayed your meal. How about I treat you to a grand feast?" Yingyi's face lit up at his words. "Oh, so now you remember to invite me to dinner?" She thought to herself, amused that this fellow, seeking her assistance, had the presence of mind to offer a meal only at this moment. Typically, someone of Ing Yi's stature would scoff at such a gesture, but out of curiosity and leisure, she acquiesced. This caught Ren Dingtian off guard, for in his heart, He had merely uttered the invitation out of guilt for having occupied her time. With the cost of meals being so high these days, dining out would certainly require a significant sum. He hadn't anticipated that his casual remark would receive genuine acceptance. Given the abundance of calendars on my vehicle, it would be inconvenient for you to ride along. Perhaps we could postpone this outing? He suggested awkwardly, gesturing towards the load. Yet appeared momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, realization dawned upon her. So, you merely offered to take me out of politeness without any real intention of following through? Ren Dingtian, noticing her expression, hurriedly reassured her, I genuinely intend to treat you. We can leave the calendars here, or even the vehicle if necessary. With a wave of her hand, Ingi declared, let us take my car. Your car? Ren Dingtian was taken aback, only to be further astonished as Ingi approached the garage, opened the door, and climbed into a small car. With a turn of the ignition and a swift press of the accelerator, she drove out smoothly. Chapter 23. Do you still want to drink Jinli Bao? Ren Dingtian stood in utter shock, while Ingi lowered the window, squinting at him with a smile. What are you waiting for? Get in. Oh. As he climbed into the car, his hands trembled with disbelief. What kind of family owned such a vehicle? His astonishment only deepened as he took his seat. His first instinct was to pull out money from his pocket and begin counting. What on earth are you doing, young man? He inquired curiously, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. Having found himself in a precarious situation, Ren Dingtian began to count the money he had on him. The moment he spoke, Ingyi's eyebrows shot up in surprise. I was merely checking how much I have left, fearing it may not suffice to treat you to a meal. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed his thoughts, Ren quickly adjusted his statement while discreetly concealing the largest denomination, a 10-yuan bill. He resumed, counting in a serious tone, 111, 8 yuan and 72 cents. His own tone was tinged with astonishment. Goodness, I still have this much. Had I known, I should have hidden another 5 yuan note. Haha. Over 8 yuan? Worry not, that is ample, Yi said, though internally she began to ponder. If he truly seeks my assistance, shouldn't he be eager to treat me to something nice, rather than fretting over expenses? This young man does not align with my previous assumptions. Could it be mere coincidence? That seems unlikely. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yi decided to further probe the situation, suspecting her past experiences might be clouding her judgment. She parked the car in a secluded alley, and Ren Dingtian followed closely behind. Upon seeing the unassuming little eatery nestled within the alley, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dreaded the thought of being taken to a state-run restaurant or a similar upscale establishment. Surely, a quaint diner like this wouldn't cost much, he thought. However, upon stepping inside and casting a glance around, his initial optimism dissipated, replaced by shock and a desire to swallow hard. Matai. The sight of bottles of Matai liquor filled the room. Although Matai was not as exorbitantly priced in this era as it would later become, it still cost around 10 yuan per bottle, equivalent to the earnings of an ordinary villager over half a month. True, city dwellers earned a bit more, perhaps 70 or 80 yuan, but not everyone was willing to part with 10 yuan for a bottle of Matai. Fortunately for Ren, he was treating Yi, thus avoiding the customary male bonding over drinks and saving a bottle in the process. Let us order a dish of pine nut fish, Yi declared as she entered, promptly placing her order before extending the menu to Ren Dingtian. You can choose the rest. Ren glanced at the menu and noted that the pine nut fish was priced at 38 yuan, which wasn't too bad, as most other dishes seemed to hover around 1 or 2 yuan. Nonetheless, even this modest sum caused him to grimace in discomfort. Finally, steeling himself, he resolutely ordered a plate of country-style vegetables. Ingi chuckled at this. If her memory served her right, country-style stir-fry was among the least expensive options, with peanuts being the only cheaper alternative. Oh, young man, trying to save some money, are we? I want to allow it, she said with a smile, her eyes twinkling as she regarded Ren Dingtian. Young Tian, what would you like to drink? I'll just have water, Ren Dingtian began to respond. But upon seeing Yi's beaming face, he quickly amended, perhaps some fine tea, or maybe we could have a soup instead. He recalled that good tea was 2 jiao per bowl, soup around 5 jiao, while a particularly refined dish, the phoenix corn porridge, was just over 1 yuan. Regrettably, the boss brought 2 bottles of Jianlibo. Auntie Ying immediately spoke up, while Ren Dingtian clutched his chest in agony. The price was $2.50 per bottle. He would rather indulge in Matai. After all, Matai offers a superior cost-performance ratio. However, Auntie Ying had indeed come to his aid, and one could say she was his benefactor. Most importantly, Ren Dingtian calculated that even with the addition of 4 bowls of rice, the total cost was still within an acceptable range he had previously mentioned. Thus, he chose to remain silent. While Ren Dingtian held his tongue, Auntie Ying, with a cheerful demeanor, engaged him in casual conversation. "Whatever happened to the calendars?" she inquired. "Sold them." "Oh, did you make a good profit?" "Not much. I sold them for $29.70 yesterday." Ren Dingtian was candid with Auntie Ying, but cleverly crafted his words to avoid giving the impression that he had sold multiple calendars. Rather, he implied that all had sold for $29.70. "Really? Your business seems to be thriving. Tenfold profit." Auntie Ying chuckled upon hearing this. "What did you sell them? Tell me, and I shall sell them too." Ren Dingtian found himself both amused and exasperated. If anyone else had said such a thing, he would surely have suspected them of trying to encroach on his business. Yet, Auntie Ying belonged to a realm of affluence comparable to those who could afford a Rolls-Royce in later times, wielding power and influence. As the Jianlibo was opened without ceremony, Auntie Ying took a sip and, noticing Ren Dingtian's hesitation, cheerfully urged, "Don't just stand there, drink up." Yet, he remained unmoved. "You're not thinking of returning it, are you?" Auntie Ying's eyes widened in realization as she regarded him. "Cough, cough, did you really discern that?" Ren Dingtian couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, young man, you can't return it here," she teased. "Ah, had I known earlier, I would have asked for a bottle." Ren Dingtian lamented while tenderly caressing the Jianlibo in his hand. "It's quite delicious. Why don't you try some?" Auntie Ying smiled at him. "You made quite a bit yesterday. Why do you act like a miser, reluctant to indulge?" Unexpectedly, Ren Dingtian awkwardly scratched his head. "Cough, cough, I had some yesterday." Auntie Ying nearly burst out laughing. "Who would have thought? This young man knows how to enjoy himself," she remarked, giving him a thumbs up. "Cough, cough, I was merely curious and wanted to taste it." Ren Dingtian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could hardly confess to Auntie Ying that his initial intent yesterday was merely to repay a favor to the noodle shop owner by asking for a bottle, hoping to savor the flavors of that era. Who would have thought it would be so expensive? "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Auntie Ying looked at him in surprise. "Don't young people usually enjoy this?" "I do like it. It's just that it feels a bit pricey. Not worth the cost." Ren Dingtian grimaced, recounting his experience from the previous day. "I had a bowl of noodles for only 83 cents. Yet a bottle of Jianlibo cost $2.50. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's fervent recounting, Auntie Ying across the table could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 24. Returning home to collect Artemisia. Seeing Auntie Ying so cheerful, Ren Dingtian felt that this meal was not in vain. "Ah, Xiao Tian, they say you should not refuse. Yet why do you still hold on to that drink without consuming it?" Auntie Ying inquired curiously, glancing at the bottle of Jianlibo placed before Ren Dingtian. "Well," Ren Dingtian scratched his head awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I had some yesterday, but my wife and daughter haven't had any yet, so I plan to take it home for them to try." Auntie Ying was momentarily taken aback by Ren Dingtian's revelation, her expression shifting to one of mild envy. "You have a wife? And a daughter?" "Yes, we rural folks tend to marry quite early," Ren Dingtian replied bashfully. "Marrying early is good. My son, unfortunately, is quite the underachiever. He has yet to marry, and it drives me to despair." Auntie Ying sighed, clearly exasperated as a mother. After finishing the meal and settling the bill, they departed, as usual, in the crown car driven by Auntie Ying. Ren Dingtian noticed her impressive driving skills, a clear indication that she was an experienced driver, prompting him to give her a thumbs up in admiration. Before departing, he arranged with Auntie Ying to assist him the following day in exchanging Artemisia for some old calendars and other scraps they no longer needed. Auntie Ying readily agreed without hesitation. Leaving the family compound, Ren Dingtian made no stops this time and headed straight for the town. Finally, before 3 in the afternoon, he arrived in town. He hastily dropped off the calendars with Xiao Wu, not having time for pleasantries. Merely exchanging a quick greeting before mounting his motorcycle and speeding towards Ren Dingtian. You finally made it. Xiao was initially very excited. However, upon witnessing Ren Dingtian's swift departure, he grew anxious. Come back sooner. I still want. He had intended to say that he still wanted to ride out and flirt with girls, but upon seeing the calendars Ren Dingtian had unloaded, his eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Flirting with girls is trivial. I need to focus on making money. He rummaged through a bag and, upon discovering a landscape calendar, his excitement surged. Deputy Director Zhou, this is Xiao Wu at the gate. Did you not express a desire for a landscape calendar like my father's? Here, it is, right at the entrance. Lu Gu, weren't you interested in Su Beihong's galloping horse painting? I prepared one just for you. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian returned to Ren Dingtian. Without a moment's delay, heading straight for the home of the village elder. The elder, known as Tai Yi, was the oldest and most respected figure in Ren Dingtian, whose words carried weight among the villagers. 5 years prior, he had attempted to go to the back mountain himself, but his age and frailty had prevented him. Upon arriving at the loudspeaker at Tai Yi's house, Ren Dingtian first greeted the elder respectfully before getting straight to the point. Tai Yi, I kindly ask for your assistance. Please announce over the loudspeaker that those collecting mountain goods are coming to Ren Dingtian to gather Artemisia. Let everyone know to head up the mountain to dig tomorrow morning, offering 3 maos and 5 cents per pound for as much as they can bring. Is that true? The old man gazed incredulously at Ren Dingtian, saying, Xiao Tian, this matter is not to be trifled with. Ren Dingtian replied, how can I jest with you about such a thing? As he spoke, he produced 10 yuan and slapped it onto the table. Look, grandfather, this is the deposit given by the people. The old man examined the money and nodded in satisfaction before turning to the loudspeaker to announce the news. After bidding farewell to the old man, Ren Dingtian made his way to the home of his elder brother, Rendali. Upon arriving at Rendali's doorstep, he found him and his wife busy sorting radishes and cabbages. In Renjia village, where everyone was familiar with one another, Ren Dingtian felt it inappropriate to discuss money. Previously, he had informed his brother that 2 jean of cabbage or 3 jean of radish could be exchanged for 1 jean of potatoes. The villagers were not bringing out their entire stock of vegetables, but rather a portion of what they could not consume, exchanging them for fresh potatoes. Hence, the cabbages and radishes brought back needed further sorting. Seeing his younger brother arrive, Rendali's heart leaped with joy. Xiao Tian, look at how many radishes and cabbages we've gathered today. Not only have we exchanged all our potatoes, but even Aunt Lu's family has joined in the exchange. Yes, brother. Concerning the potato exchange, there's no need to rush. I have something more pressing that requires your attention. Ren Dingtian said, crouching down to assist. What could be more urgent than exchanging potatoes? Hey, Daddy inquired. You heard the announcement from grandfather over the loudspeaker about collecting the herb Yinshinshin, right? Ren Dingtian replied with a smile. Of course I heard it. To be honest, had I not been busy exchanging potatoes with you, I would have considered harvesting it myself at 350 a jean. What a profit. Rendali articulated directly, revealing his thoughts. In truth, I wish to collect this Yinshinshin, but in the past, I was too unreliable, fearing that the villagers would not trust me. Thus, I concocted a tale about being a mountain goods merchant from town. Hey, Dingtian Xiaokut. Rendali paused in surprise and then sheepishly scratched his head. Xiao Tian, it's good that you recognize your past unreliability, but you must not continue in this manner. Indeed, Xiao Tian, look at how wonderful Su Jing is and how adorable Xiao Yuan is. You cannot be so reckless any longer. His sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, quickly interjected. Rest assured, brother and sister-in-law, Ren Dingtian expressed, fully aware that they meant well. He felt grateful rather than resentful. Sister-in-law, you are both intelligent and capable. I would like to entrust you with the task of collecting Yinshinshin. He continued earnestly. I'll pay you 50 cents for each jean you collect at 350. What do you think? Tian Wanjin was momentarily taken aback. Is that really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? It's settled then, Ren Dingtian declared as he rose to leave. I have other matters to attend to, so I must be on my way. As Ren Dingtian turned to exit, Rindali hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Xiao Tian, perhaps you should go visit our mother. At this, Ren Dingtian shivered involuntarily. Rest assured, brother, I will go in a few days. In the meantime, I trouble you to take care of our mother and Huang. As Ren Dingtian's words faded, De Huang came running excitedly, wagging his tail. Ren Dingtian chuckled, bending down to pat De Huang's head. De Huang, I'm leaving. You must keep my mother company for me. Watching Ren Dingtian's figure ride away on his motorcycle, Rindali let out a sigh of relief. Little Tian has truly grown up. Indeed, he has become an adult. Chapter 25. Wu's visit after settling matters. Ren Dingtian rode his motorcycle back to town. To his surprise, he did not encounter Xiao Wu at the entrance. It was nearly mealtime. Perhaps he had gone to deliver lunch to Su Jing. With this thought in mind, he arrived at the hospital. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the familiar aroma of food. However, he noticed his wife, Dong Su Jing, sitting somewhat awkwardly, showing no intention of eating. Dear, the food is getting cold. Why aren't you eating? Ren Dingtian asked without much thought, walking over and jokingly ruffling Dong Su Jing's hair. Are you waiting for me to feed you? Cough, cough. At his words, Dong Su Jing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she awkwardly coughed while casting frantic glances at Ren Dingtian. Noticing her distress, Ren Dingtian instinctively followed her gaze. Oh no, old Wu. Wait. Why are you here, Wu? Ren Dingtian was caught off guard. After all, this was still a conservative era. Showing affection in front of Xiao Wu was acceptable, but in front of old Wu, it could be misinterpreted as lewdness, and that would be a serious faux pas. I came to see how our little Tian is recovering, Wu said, rising to approach Ren Dingtian, patting him on the shoulder with a smirk that did not reach his eyes. You seem to be recovering quite well. Thank you for your concern, Wu. I'm doing quite well, Ren Dingtian replied, eyeing Wu warily. He sensed that this old fox had ulterior motives for visiting. Sure enough, Wu soon signaled him to speak outside. After exchanging a brief nod with Dong Su Jing, Ren Dingtian followed Wu outside. You've been recovering well these past few days, right? Are you ready to be discharged tomorrow? Old Wu asked directly. Although Ren Dingtian wished for his wife to stay in a hospital a few more days for further recovery, he could only nod in agreement given Wu's straightforwardness. Keep our Xiao Wu away from unsavory individuals. I do not wish for him to associate with dubious characters, Wu said, glaring at Ren Dingtian with a menacing look that sent a chill down his spine. Despite being a reborn individual with greater knowledge and insight into the future than those of this era, he never underestimated others. Thus, while he could leverage his relationship with Xiao Wu to procure potatoes from the cafeteria, he still insisted on delivering radishes and cabbages in return. He pondered for a while, and the only thing that might irk Lao Wu was perhaps his constant riding of Xiao Wu's motorcycle. Little did he know that an event transpired in Lao Wu's office this afternoon that would utterly challenge his worldview and perceptions. It was not until dusk that Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, arrived at the hospital to recount his legendary experiences of the day. Brother Tian, you are truly hard to find, exclaimed Xiao Wu as he burst in, eagerly grasping Ren Dingtian's hand. I apologize for my haste in using the motorcycle earlier without considering your needs. Ren Dingtian quickly interjected, no, it's quite all right. However, to his astonishment, Xiao Wu, who had always been so particular about the motorcycle, was behaving unusually today. Brother Tian, look at this, Xiao Wu exclaimed, producing a bag and handing it to Ren Dingtian. Ren Dingtian glanced inside, momentarily taken aback. Money? What is this for? It's yours. Mean it? Ren Dingtian was somewhat bewildered. Indeed, Brother Tian, your method proved to be remarkably effective. Not only did I sell all the calendars you left this morning, but I also managed to sell 3 bags out of the 4 you brought this afternoon, Xiao Wu declared, his face alight with excitement, gesticulating animatedly. This is... Ren Dingtian was astonished, finding the speed of sales astonishing. Even if he had personally attempted to sell, he would not have achieved such rapidity. You see, not only have I made money, but as you predicted, I will no longer need to stand at the gate. Xiao Wu continued, eagerly pulling out money to hand to Ren Dingtian. What's this? Has your father changed his mind? No longer requiring you to stand guard? Ren Dingtian observed the exuberant Wu Jianxiong, and a rather ominous thought crossed his mind. Just as he suspected, Wu Jianxiong, while extracting money, sneered disdainfully. My father? What authority does he have? I will no longer heed him. I have money now, and I will do as I please, without his dictates. Stand at the gate like a fool? Not a chance. Hearing Xiao Wu's audacious words and witnessing his arrogant demeanor, Ren Dingtian could not help but facepalm. You didn't speak to Lao Wu in such a tone, did you? If so, it's no wonder he would be upset. The fact that he refrained from attacking you with a cleaver speaks volumes about his restraint. It's clear why he warned me to keep my distance from you. Ren Dingtian felt unjustly accused, having been unwittingly embroiled in the situation, yet it was indeed his suggestion that had led to this. However, he had underestimated Xiao Wu's stubbornness, not anticipating he would be so unyielding. The events traced back to this morning when, after Ren Dingtian's departure, Xiao Wu stood guard while studying a calendar, attracting the attention of curious colleagues who approached to inquire. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to promote his wares. Everyone was aware that Xiao Wu was the son of Director Wu, making it difficult for them to refuse his offerings, leading to a flurry of purchases. Before long, this news spread, igniting a competitive spirit and a desire to outdo one another. Particularly when Deputy Director Zhou learned that Xiao Wu had gifted Director Wu a landscape calendar. Rumored to enhance fortune and alter feng shui, the tales grew increasingly extravagant. With the impending retirement of the director, several individuals were vying for his position. Deputy Director Zhou, fearing that the calendar's purported benefits might bolster his rivals, also joined the buying frenzy. Xiao Wu was delighted by this turn of events, as the landscape calendars were quite expensive. However, due to a lack of inventory, he could not make any sales. Fortunately, when the news reached Director Wu, he felt a mix of anger and frustration at his son's antics. Yet a sense of satisfaction washed over him at the thought of his adversary's misfortunes. However, this joy was short-lived. When Ren Dingtian delivered 4 large sacks of calendars that afternoon, Director Wu's spirits plummeted. Indeed, the steadfast and dutiful Xiao Wu's first contact was with Deputy Director Zhou. In Director Wu's eyes, Xiao Wu's enterprise at the entrance was not only a dereliction of duty, but also a source of embarrassment. Initially, he refrained from intervening, having heard that Deputy Director Zhou sought a landscape calendar similar to his own to enhance his fortune, which Xiao Wu had chosen not to sell him. This led Director Wu to perceive his son in a more favorable light. Perhaps believing this was Xiao Wu's clever strategy to undermine Zhou's influence and bolster his own. At first, Director Wu reveled in this notion, comforting himself with such thoughts. However, upon the arrival of 4 sacks of calendars that afternoon, Xiao Wu immediately contacted Deputy Director Zhou. Director Wu's illusions were shattered, and he relegated Xiao Wu once more to the ranks of the unproductive and disgraceful, even considering him a traitor. How could he endure this? He promptly dialed the security office. Comrade Xiao Wu, come here at once. At that moment, Xiao Wu was reveling in his newfound wealth, lost in the bliss of counting his earnings. He was somewhat displeased that his father's sudden summons had interrupted his profitable daydream. Rushing to Director Wu's office, he was met with an onslaught of reprimands. In the past, Xiao Wu would have swallowed his pride, feeling inadequate living off his father's success. Yet today, reflecting on his considerable earnings, more than his father's monthly salary, he felt empowered. To hell with this. Xiao Wu, the steadfast son, boldly confronted his father. Director Wu was incensed and demanded that Xiao Wu cease his public displays of embarrassment and return to his department. In previous times, Xiao Wu would have eagerly complied, but today his fiery temperament was unleashed. I refuse to stay in the department. I want to pursue my fortune. I will no longer follow your path. Indeed, Xiao Wu defiantly declared his resignation to his father. After listening to Xiao Wu's vivid account and observing his smug, infuriating expression, Ren Dingtian could only gaze skyward in exasperation. What a misfortune! Fortunately, old Wu possesses a kind heart. Otherwise, Ren would truly suspect that old Wu might be tempted to slip something into his food. Anyone in this situation would be greatly vexed. In this rather traditional era, Xiao Wu's job is undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Moreover, with old Wu paving the way for him, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Wu's future achievements would at least mirror those of Wu Su. Yet, after merely 2 days of acquaintance, he has already decided to abandon his responsibilities. In the eyes of others, this could easily be seen as leading a promising youth astray. While Ren Dingtian's head was throbbing with worry, Xiao Wu remained lost in dreams of grandeur, envisioning a bright future filled with riches alongside him. He paid no heed to the troubles Ren Dingtian was experiencing. Brother Tian, tomorrow morning I'll continue selling the remaining calendars. You must hurry back with another batch for me. Xiao Wu, don't sell calendars tomorrow. Focus on your job. Ren Dingtian interjected seriously, halting Xiao Wu's exuberance. Why not? I have no intention of working. Xiao Wu retorted anxiously. How much can you earn from a job? A mere 50 or 60 a month, while I make over 100 selling calendars in a single day. If you don't work, and your father isn't Wu Su, do you think you could sell my calendars? Ren Dingtian's serious gaze bore into Xiao Wu. Of course I can, although Xiao Wu asserted this. His voice dwindled with a hint of uncertainty. Xiao Wu, your sister-in-law will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. You should take care of her. If she needs assistance, lend her a hand. Ren Dingtian placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu visibly soured and felt a sense of disappointment. Rest assured, the profit sharing I promised you remains unchanged. Ren Dingtian, seeing Xiao Wu's demeanor, could only offer a resigned assurance. Really? Xiao Wu found it hard to believe. Initially elated, he then shyly added, but I won't be doing anything. Is it fair to just take the money? Who says you haven't contributed? You are the most crucial link among the three of us. With you, I can confidently go out and collect calendars. Why? Because I know you will protect your sister-in-law, and no one would dare to bully her. Ren Dingtian spoke with utmost seriousness. You can count on me, Brother Tian. I can't guarantee much, but as long as I, Wu Jinxiong, am around, no one in Shubi Town would dare touch my sister-in-law. Xiao Wu declared proudly, thumping his chest in assurance. Exactly. If you work diligently, your share will be secure. Ren Dingtian sighed in relief, finally managing to calm Xiao Wu. By the way, once you return, apologize to your father. But he's my own father. Why should I be embarrassed? Ren Dingtian chuckled, bemused as he patted Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, yet in his heart, he mused, the moment I mention quitting, old Wu will surely become anxious. Apologize to him? No way. Just watch. I'll make him beg me to return to work. Tiangu, here is the money earned today. Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement as he gazed at the cash in his hands. The mere thought of it banished all his unhappiness to the farthest reaches of the sky. Indeed, as promised, I shall give you 20%. Ren Dingtian, while speaking, counted over 100 yuan and handed it to Xiao Wu. He then counted out another 30 or so. This is what I owed you previously. However, Xiao Wu handed back 100 yuan, saying, Tiangu, consider this my investment. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy holding on to it. Ren Dingtian accepted it without hesitation. He then deliberately reminded Xiao Wu to refrain from causing trouble with Lao Wu. Unfortunately, while Wu could not manage Xiao Wu, if provoked, he could still find ways to deal with Ren Dingtian. Xiao Wu verbally agreed, yet it was evident he paid little heed to the warning. Ren Dingtian could only express his helplessness. Alas, one who is in fortune fails to recognize their blessings. Had my father still been alive, I would surely honor him well. Ren Dingtian couldn't help but voice such sentiments. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, then, feeling somewhat dejected, replied, Tiangu, your father was a hero of mine. I would rather my father had never become that hero, just to live a good life. Ren Dingtian reached out and patted Xiao Wu's shoulder once more, offering him comfort. Upon returning to the hospital, he discovered Dong Su Jing had already fallen asleep. Quietly, he took out 26 yuan and slipped it into her pocket. Dong Su Jing involuntarily shivered. In truth, she had been waiting for Ren Dingtian. However, upon his arrival, she pretended to be asleep as she did not wish to speak. Daddy hug. Little Yuan, seeing Ren Dingtian, became overly excited and insisted he hold her while she slept. Yuan, be good. Shall I tell you a story? Ren Dingtian asked as he embraced her, gently patting her back. Before he could finish the tale, little Yuan drifted into a deep slumber. Seeing this, Ren Dingtian contemplated stopping. Continue. Unexpectedly, Dong Su Jing, captivated by the story, could not help but interject. Sweetheart, call me daddy, and I shall continue. Ren Dingtian Otsut Impulsivity. Chapter 27. The transformation of precious moments. The following morning, Dong Su Jing blushed, unable to meet the gaze of the rogue who had made her call him daddy in the dead of night. Ren Dingtian, feeling innocent yet awkward, scratched his head. He realized he could not wash away this predicament. Fortunately, he had numerous matters to attend to today, allowing him to overlook the embarrassment. The first task was Dong Su Jing's discharge from the hospital. Although the bill was settled with Wu, the necessary procedures still needed to be followed. Initially, Ren Dingtian intended to personally escort Dong Su Jing home. However, upon hearing that his elder brother and sister-in-law, along with Tian de Huang, were coming to town with cabbage and radishes, she insisted that he focus on his own affairs and could return on their donkey cart. The second task involved visiting the office to exchange the radishes and cabbages for potatoes. Upon seeing Ren Dingtian, the logistics supervisor immediately donned a long face. Xiao Tian, why must you be so unreliable in your dealings? Sir, I understand. I apologize for the inconvenience. Ren Dingtian sighed helplessly, knowing full well that Wu's anger would lead to severe consequences. Well, at least you were aware. The old man, while speaking, accepted the packet of de Qianmen cigarettes handed to him by Ren Dingtian, making a concerted effort to suppress the fondness he felt within. Adopting an air of helplessness as he remarked, "You needn't come tomorrow. I am already taking a risk today." "I understand, I comprehend, dear sir." Ren Dingtian refrained from further pleading, recognizing its futility. After assisting in unloading the cabbages and radishes, he grasped a significantly lesser quantity of potatoes and prepared to depart. However, unexpectedly, the old man reached out to detain him. "What's the matter, sir? Do you have something else to discuss?" Ren Dingtian inquired with curiosity. "I heard that the peculiar calendars sold by Xiao Wu yesterday were sourced through your assistance." The old man revealed a bashful smile, and Ren Dingtian instantly grasped his intent. "What kind would you like, sir? I shall arrange for someone to deliver it to you shortly. I have a granddaughter who adores those celebrities," the old man declared, reaching for his money. "How much is it? I shall pay for you." Ren Dingtian quickly intervened, insisting, no need. Consider this a token of my gratitude for your care over the past few days." Seeing this, the old man beamed with satisfaction, then gestured for Ren Dingtian to lean closer. "Last night, while I was clearing the warehouse, I discovered a batch of spoiled potatoes and had Lao Yu, who comes here to collect waste, assist in removing them." Indeed, the old man's wisdom was boundless. Upon hearing this, Ren Dingtian's eyes lit up with realization. "Thank you, sir, thank you," he exclaimed, swiftly inquiring where to locate Lao Yu before hurrying out. "You have a promising future. I have high hopes for you." The old man gave Ren Dingtian a thumbs up, then retrieved the de Qianmen cigarettes gifted by him, tearing open the packaging to enjoy one. In times past, he would have never indulged in such fine and costly cigarettes. However, now he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could afford them again. Accompanied by De Li and De Huang, he found Lao Yu awaiting him as promised. After providing some incentives, he promptly acquired the potatoes. With the affairs in order, Ren Dingtian scrutinized the collected wormwood, assuring himself of its quality, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he did not forget to admonish brother and sister. "You must remember to only accept wormwood harvested that morning, the freshest. Those collected later in the day should be discarded. Little Tian, we rise early before dawn to dig, yet we cannot gather much." Dili interjected, unable to contain himself. "Brother, city folks are particular. They demand the freshest." Ren Dingtian reiterated, emphasizing if it's not fresh, it won't sell, and we might incur losses. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's reasoning, Dili, who had initially contemplated turning a blind eye, resolutely nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, little Tian, I will not let unsold goods result in losses for us. Sister-in-law, here is the money. I lack the time to meticulously settle accounts with you. Please discuss it with Su Jing when you return. I must take my leave now. As Ren Dingtian spoke, he mounted his motorcycle and departed. Observing his retreating figure, those present exhibited expressions of mixed emotions. Who could have anticipated that the once idle, unambitious, and heavy-drinking scoundrel would transform into the most capable and prosperous individual among them? On this occasion in the city, Ren Dingtian did not venture to the market, but instead headed directly to Aunt Ying's residential compound. Upon arrival, he found the security personnel had changed once more. However, he had already been notified, allowing him to register and proceed inside. While registering, Ren Dingtian glanced at the guardhouse clock, noting it was only a little past 9, which felt rather early. Consequently, as he entered the community, he hesitated, contemplating whether he should seek out Aunt Ying or wait below, fearing he might disturb her and cause her displeasure. Fortunately, at that moment, an aunt who had sold him a calendar the previous day recognized him and called out, "Xiao Tian." She approached to engage in conversation. Upon learning that Ren Dingtian had brought Artemisia capillaris with him, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Come, Xiao Tian, let me see." Seeing business opportunities arise, Ren Dingtian had no intention of declining. He hastily retrieved a bag of Artemisia capillaris, opened it, and presented it to her. "Ah, this looks splendid," she exclaimed. "Indeed, we rose early to pick it. It's exceptionally fresh." Ren Dingtian elaborated. "How much are you selling this Artemisia capillaris for?" the aunt inquired. "Well, Auntie, I have yet to sell this and am unaware of the market price. Please decide for yourself." Ren Dingtian cleverly sidestepped the matter. If he quoted a high price, he feared it would displease her. If he quoted too low, he would feel unsatisfied. Thus, he smiled and added, "Of course, our area is rather underdeveloped. If you have any unused items, I would gladly consider a trade." "Really? That sounds wonderful." The aunt nodded enthusiastically, but then her expression shifted to one of concern. "However, I already gave you the calendar yesterday. Ahem, other items would suffice." Ren Dingtian coughed lightly, feeling hopeful. "Are you serious? Let me ponder for a moment." The aunt fell into contemplation while saying this. "Xiao Tian, wait here. I'll go fetch something for you to see." As she turned to leave, Ren Dingtian called out, "Annie, take the Artemisia capillaris. Please take it with you." As he spoke, he handed her a generous amount of the herb. "Oh, I really shouldn't," she protested. Yet her eyes crinkled with joy as she looked at him. "Xiao Tian, you are such a dependable and earnest young man." Ren Dingtian smiled broadly and waved goodbye to her. Moments later, he saw the aunt returning with a bag, from which she extracted a small rectangular box. Upon seeing the artwork on its surface, Ren Dingtian felt a jolt of surprise. Noticing his astonishment, the aunt laughed and retrieved another from the bag. "What? Not enough? No worries, I have plenty." Ren Dingtian, taken aback yet amused, replied, "Auntie, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Chapter 28, The Windfall Indeed. The item this lady produced was none other than a radio, a quintessential accessory for marriage during the 1980s, part of the famed 3 turns and 1 ring. Although televisions had emerged by this era, in rural areas, and even in townships and small counties, few could afford them. Radios, while not excessively priced, merely 30 to 50 yuan, were scarce and required ration tickets for purchase. In those times, 30 to 50 yuan was roughly equivalent to a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Earning money was arduous, but obtaining tickets was even more challenging. However, this lady had effortlessly produced 2 radios. More importantly, they were unused. This implied there must be at least one more at her home. Why should she not part with one? With a smile, she remarked, "It's nothing. These are merely items taking up space at home. Look, this one has only been unwrapped and is practically brand new." It was precisely because it was nearly new that I felt I could not accept it. To be candid, it was difficult not to feel tempted. Yet, Ren Dingtian was steadfast in his principles and boundaries. Accepting her calendar could be seen as a transaction, perhaps a bit of playful negotiation, but if he were to purchase her radio at 3 cents per gene, that would be outright fraud. The allure of a new radio was undeniably strong, yet he would rather have a used one, as it would afford him greater leeway for bargaining. How could he negotiate for a brand new item? Would he still offer 3 cents per gene? He feared he would be outmaneuvered by the lady. Thus, despite the radio's desirability, he preferred to collect calendars. Calendars could be acquired at a higher rate for scrap paper, allowing him to sell them at half price. The investment was minimal, and the return substantial. However, with a brand new radio, even if he acquired it at a 10% discount and sold it at the original price, the investment would be significant and the profit margin slim. Moreover, Ren Dingtian had limited funds. Buying several radios would exhaust his resources, leaving no room for the more gratifying purchase of calendars by weight. Who would have thought this money-minded lad would also have his fears? At that moment, a mocking voice chimed in. Turning to see who it was none other than Aunt Ing. Hey kid, just keep collecting at 3 cents per gene. Aunt Ing, that simply won't do. Ren Dingtian replied, feeling despondent as he rubbed his nose. Suddenly, an idea flickered in his mind, and he regarded Aunt Ing with a mischievous glint in his eyes. How about you help me appraise it? Aunt Ing raised an eyebrow. I'm just here to enjoy the spectacle. You want me to do your bidding? Come on. Stop being coy. Hurry and appraise it. Everyone is waiting for the good stuff. Hearing her prompt and noticing the crowd gathering around, Ren Dingtian took a deep breath and mustered his courage. As the saying goes, second-hand items are worth half the price. For your radio, madam, it certainly cannot be appraised by weight as scrap. I'll offer you half the price for second-hand electronics. Let us say 16 yuan for each. How does that sound? All right, little Tian, I trust your judgment. The lady responded cheerfully, clearly unconcerned about the trifling sum. Each day, I rise before dawn to meticulously gather fresh herbs, which naturally renders them a tad pricier. I offer them at 80 cents per pound, and the lady has just received approximately 2 pounds. So I shall charge her for 2 pounds, leaving her with the option to exchange for an additional 18 pounds. Ren Dingtian, ever so clever, sidestepped the topic of money, proposing instead to trade the herbs for a radio. This won't do, Xiao Tian, the lady exclaimed in alarm. We are but a small family. 2 pounds suffices. If you give me 20 pounds, how shall I consume it all? The surrounding onlookers chuckled at her exclamation. Fear not, dear lady. Ren Dingtian assured her with a smile. You may not finish it in one day, but what of the future? I will owe you 18 pounds of herbs. And whenever you wish, you may come to collect them from me. What do you think? Ah, that is indeed a fair trade. Exchanging 2 useless items for a daily supply of fresh herbs. The lady nodded with a smile and departed. Ren Dingtian exhaled in relief, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This clever maneuver had resolved his financial shortfall, akin to engaging in futures trading, deftly acquiring goods without any initial investment. Seeing the successful exchange, others began to approach, keen to select their own herbs. Unlike radishes or cabbages, the herbs were more voluminous and challenging to harvest, resulting in only 3 bags being gathered by the villagers. In no time, those bags were entirely picked clean. Before long, everyone returned with items they no longer needed, including unsold calendars, which delighted Ren Dingtian. A significant number also brought radios, nearly identical to the one given by the earlier lady. They featured a white front and blue back, operated by 2 large batteries, inscribed with the phrase, "Long live the chairman." Upon inquiry, he learned these radios were distributed during holidays, as most households had televisions, rendering the radios superfluous. Ren Dingtian couldn't help but admire this situation, reflective of the future where some possess multiple homes, while ordinary folk require 3 generations worth of savings and 30 years to purchase a single house. Such is the disparity of life. Fortunately, he had been reborn, seizing this favorable wind to live a life that others might envy. In less than an hour, all the herbs were sold. After tallying, he had garnered a total of $7.50. Some families had no and used items to trade, discarding their waste, which pained Ren Dingtian's heart to witness. He also acquired 35 calendars. Notably, the calendar procurement had nearly concluded. At least this residential compound had been thoroughly cleared by Ren Dingtian. To find more inexpensive calendars, he would need to venture to other compounds, though he currently lacked the connections to gain entry. Moreover, time was of the essence, as he had also acquired 16 radios. By his calculations, he owed over 300 pounds of herbs. Today, He had gathered 3 bags, each weighing around 20 pounds, and his vehicle could carry a maximum of 4 bags. This amount would suffice to repay his debts for several days. Today, business is thriving for Xiao Tian, ending beams at Ren Dingtian. However, for some inexplicable reason, Ren Dingtian finds her smile to be somewhat unsettling. "Oh, this is all thanks to you, Anning," he replies, grinning sheepishly, suddenly struck by a thought. He gives his head a light slap. "Look at me, almost forgot." As he speaks, he produces a small bag containing meticulously selected sweet wormwood. "This is for my wife, prepared especially to express our gratitude for your care of our family." Anning, who had momentarily forgotten her own needs while focusing on Ren Dingtian's sales, is taken aback. She accepts the carefully chosen sweet wormwood, lost in thought. After a long pause, she sighs deeply and remarks, "You are truly thoughtful." She muses to herself that indeed, children from humble backgrounds mature quickly. If her son were as considerate and had such a wonderful wife, all would be well. Chapter 29. Sudden wealth after leaving the family compound. Ren Dingtian rides his bike joyfully toward the town. By the time he arrives, it is already past 1 in the afternoon. Although he hasn't eaten, he is in high spirits. This is it. I'm going to make it big. After searching for a while, he finally locates Xiao Wu and Dong Su Jing, who are selling calendars. "Tiange, you finally made it. If you hadn't tea come soon, we would have run out of stock." Xiao Wu exclaims, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, his expression dims slightly upon noticing the burlap sacks on Ren Dingtian's bike. Why so little today? Although Ren Dingtian has 2 large sacks, it seems insufficient to Xiao Wu. Previously, he had watched with concern as Ren Dingtian transported 4 sacks, but now he wishes for 8. Sales might decrease without sufficient calendars, Ren Dingtian admits candidly, prompting a look of disappointment from Xiao Wu. Conversely, Dong Su Jing breathes a sigh of relief. The rapid pace of making money has been overwhelming and almost frightening. Not even bandits can make money this quickly, she thinks. Upon hearing that Ren Dingtian's profitable spree is coming to an end, she finally feels at ease. But do not worry. If there are no calendars, there are other items, Ren Dingtian says cheerfully as he unloads the sacks from his motorcycle. He unties one and reveals a box. Xiao Wu is astounded. "Is that a radio?" he asks. Dong Su Jing's eyes widen in shock and excitement. "Is it sold by weight?" she inquires, her face flushed and heart racing. Ren Dingtian, at a loss for words, gazes skyward. "They intended to sell it by weight, but I wouldn't dare accept that. What a pity. If this radio were sold at half price, it would undoubtedly be more sought after than the calendars." Xiao Wu laments. "Half price 1T work. That is how much I bought it for." Ren Dingtian, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, quickly interjected to remind him, "You two should not entertain overly optimistic thoughts. We are engaged in business, not piracy. The profits are not as substantial as you believe." "Not piracy?" Dong Su Jing sighed in relief. "Why do I feel that this is even quicker than robbing? Indeed, Brother Tian, I have felt as though I'm living a dream these past few days. The money I earn daily surpasses my monthly salary." Wu Jianxiong chimed in while examining the radio in his hands. "Brother Tian, this radio appears quite new, at least 80 to 90% intact. How shall we price it? Shall we offer it at 80% of the original price?" "Offer it at 80%? That won't do," Ren Dingtian replied, displeased. "We must raise the original price by 10 yuan. Wu Jianxiong was taken aback by this statement, while Dong Su Jing echoed his surprise. "Isn't that price rather exorbitant? The increase seems excessive. We must maintain some consideration for my wife's dignity." As he spoke, Ren Dingtian stroked his chin and, spotting a pile of calendars, suddenly had an epiphany. "In that case, let us sell them as a set." "Sell them as a set? How so?" Wu Jianxiong asked, intrigued. "The radio and the calendars must be sold together, and both must be at original price." "Ah, but the radio is not just any calendar. It is a scarce commodity. It still requires ration tickets for purchase, and the demand far exceeds the supply. As a crucial item for families in the town, it is indeed a rare asset. Just sell it like that. Trust me." After offering a few simple reminders, Ren Dingtian prepared to ride back to the village, but suddenly seemed to recall something. pulling out a bottle of Jian Li Bao from his pocket and handing it to his wife, Dong Su Jing. Even after carrying it all day, despite his thirst, fatigue, and hunger from running around since early morning, he had refrained from consuming it. He had intended to give it to Dong Su Jing the previous night, but due to her lack of interest and early bedtime, along with the interruptions from Wu and Xiao Wu's multitude of matters, it had been delayed until now. Once he placed it in Dong Su Jing's hands, he said nothing further and rode off, leaving Xiao Wu beside him drooling with envy. In this era, Jian Li Bao was not merely a beverage. It was a luxury item not everyone could afford to indulge in, let alone purchase for their wives. At the very least, Xiao Wu could not bring himself to either consume it or buy it for his partner. Brother Tian, truly what? Dong Su Jing looked at Xiao Wu with curiosity. Envy-inducing, he replied, upon returning to the village. Ren Dingtian found himself unable to bear his hunger any longer and chose not to rush home, but instead went to his elder brother Ren Li's house. He had intended to find something to eat here, but to his surprise, both De Li and his sister-in-law were absent, likely busy in the fields. Thus, he proceeded to visit Aunt Lu. Fortunately, Aunt Lu was at home, scolding Tian de Huang for not working diligently. After Ren Dingtian arrived, he did not hesitate to express his hunger. Aunt Lu first handed him a bun to quell his immediate hunger before preparing to cook. Brother Tian, why have you only just arrived? Tian de Wang gazed curiously at Ren Dingtian. I just took a trip to the city, Ren Dingtian exclaimed, as if recalling something, and returned to his motorcycle to retrieve a box, which he handed to Tian de Wang. What is this? Tian de Wang initially questioned, but soon his eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this a radio? Yes, go ahead and try it. Ren Dingtian replied, leisurely seated on a chair, munching on a flatbread and sipping water. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinji hurried into the room. Spotting her son fiddling with a radio, she instantly grew anxious. What are you doing, you rascal? Put that down for your brother, shouted Yan. What if you break it? Can you afford to pay for it? At her words, Tian de Wang froze, his movements slowing as he glanced nervously at Ren Dingtian. Brother Tian wouldn't he make me pay, would he? He ventured, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Especially after he had fiddled with it for some time and found it silent. He began to sweat nervously. Haha, it's a gift for you. Feel free to play with it. Ren Dingtian chuckled, taking the radio back and demonstrating, the switch is here. You just didn't turn it on, so of course there is no sound. Tian de Wang sighed in relief, thinking it was fortunate he hadn't broken it. However, an awkward moment ensued when Ren Dingtian turned on the switch, only to find still no sound. When he received it, he hadn't tested each one, especially since this one came in a box. He assumed it was fine. Could it possibly be broken? Ren Dingtian was taken aback. After all, it cost over 10 yuan. If it were damaged, it would mean a significant loss. Brother Tian, you didn't break it, did you? Tian de Wang asked, stretching his neck to peer at the radio in Ren Dingtian's hands. It shouldn't be broken. It looks brand new and hasn't been used. How could it be faulty? As Ren Dingtian pondered, he suddenly had an idea and asked Tian de Wang to fetch a screwdriver. Upon opening the back cover, they discovered the truth. It lacked batteries. I needs batteries. De Wang, go buy 2 batteries. Ren Dingtian instructed, pulling out a yuan and handing it to Tian de Wang. All right. Tian de Wang beamed, clutching the money and darting out. Shouty Yan, where did you get this radio? Lu Shunji inquired, her eyes gleaming yet tinged with concern. You just earned some money. Don't spend it recklessly. Don't worry, Aunt Lu, I know. Ren Dingtian replied with a smile. I didn't buy from a store. What? Lu Xinji's concern deepened, her unease palpable. Where did you get it? You didn't steal it, did you? Of course not. Ren Dingtian hurriedly clarified, sensing her misunderstanding. I collected it as second-hand scrap in the city. So new. How can it be considered second-hand scrap? Lu Xinji questioned, bewildered. Aunt Lu, you may not be aware, but in the city, there are families living comfortably, possessing refrigerators, color televisions, and washing machines. A mere radio, in their eyes, is nothing but a piece of scrap. Ren Dingtian earnestly explained to Aunt Lu, who listened in astonishment and disbelief. What? She exclaimed, her eyes wide open, reflecting her incredulity as if to say, I may not have had much education, but surely you cannot deceive me like this. She gazed at Ren Dingtian, questioning, "Are there truly such wealthy families? I know about color televisions, which are essentially radios that display human images, but what is a refrigerator? And what is a washing machine?" "A refrigerator is for storing food. It can freeze and preserve items," he clarified. "Oh, it's somewhat akin to our cellar. And a washing machine is for laundering clothes. You simply place them inside. We wash our clothes by hand. How can they possibly get clean otherwise?" Aunt Lu clearly remained skeptical. Ren Dingtian chose not to elaborate further. The Ren family had only recently gained access to electricity, and not a single television graced the entire village. Even the wealthiest families could barely afford a radio. Aunt Lu, emblematic of the older generation of rural women, had seldom ventured into the city throughout her life. Some had never set foot in an urban environment at all. In the following years, as living conditions improved, their trips to the city remained few and far between, typically prompted by a serious illness afflicting a husband, child, or even themselves, and only those with means had the opportunity to seek medical care in the city. For many, the furthest and most vibrant sights they would ever witness were limited to the county or even the town. "Just wait, Aunt Lu. Once I am prosperous, I will buy a washing machine for you and my mother, so you will never have to wash clothes by hand again," Ren Dingtian declared with a smile. Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback, and then her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sighed. "Alas, I am quite advanced in age. I wonder if I shall ever see that day." "Rest assured, Aunt Lu," Ren Dingtian replied earnestly, "that day is not far off." At that moment, Tian Duang rushed in, holding 2 batteries. Ren Dingtian took the batteries, inserted them into the radio, and turned it on again, and indeed, sound emerged. "How wonderful!" Tian Duang exclaimed, his excitement causing him to dance about. "Duang, you shouldn't just laze about at home. Come help me plant our potatoes," Ren Dingtian urged. "Don't worry, brother Tian. Your potatoes have long been planted," Tian Duang assured with a proud thump of his chest. "Planted already?" Ren Dingtian was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I helped plant those plots in your garden a while ago, and even the vegetable patch next door," Tian Duang said, glancing at Ren Dingtian's mother's home. "I see. Are there still seed potatoes available?" "Quite a few," Aunt Lu replied with a wry smile. "Some families are unwilling to plant. Those who do often have limited space, and many only cultivate a fraction of their gardens, adopting a wait-and-see approach to gauge the harvest before deciding to plant again next year." "Oh, I understand now." Ren Dingtian nodded, observing the abundance of potato seeds left in the yard, feeling a sense of waste. With a sigh, he declared, "Then let it be. The remaining seeds shall be planted in my fields." "In your fields?" Upon hearing this, Tian Duang was taken aback. "Your vegetable garden is already full, Tian Ge. If the vegetable garden is full, then we shall plant in other fields," Ren Dingtian asserted with unwavering determination. "I want everyone to see that potatoes are worthy of cultivation and promotion." "Xiao Tian, you mustn't act recklessly," Aunt Lu exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. "You have already sown wheat in your other fields, which has grown to a good height." "Indeed, Tian Ge. How can you plant potatoes when the other fields are sown with wheat?" Tian Duang nervously interjected, "You can't just dig up the wheat to plant potatoes." "Yes, precisely. I intend to dig up the wheat and plant potatoes," Ren Dingtian affirmed with earnest conviction. "You've lost your mind, Xiao Tian," Aunt Lu fretted, pacing anxiously. "How can you do such a thing? Perhaps we should let it go this year and plant more next year?" Tian Duang suggested. "Try to reason with him." "It will be too late next year. It must be done this year," Ren Dingtian insisted, leaving no room for dissent as he pulled Tian Duang towards the fields. Thus, the two of them, engaged in a tug-of-war of sorts, arrived at the wheat field. Gazing at the lush green expanse, Ren Dingtian heaved a sigh. In previous years, he had squandered his time in idleness, drinking away the days, while his wife Dong Sujing toiled in the fields. Indeed, she had endured much hardship. "Tian Yi, it would be such a pity to dig up this flourishing wheat," Tian Duang remarked, nervously scratching his head. "I've heard that in ancient times, anyone who dared to destroy young crops could face execution." He instinctively shrank back at the thought. "Do not worry. Simply follow my instructions," Ren Dingtian replied, reaching into his pocket to produce a 10 yuan note, placing it into Tian Duang's hand. "Rest assured, Duang, I will not let you work for nothing. As Tian Wang stared at the 10 yuan note in his hand, he swallowed hard. Clearly, the money held great allure for him. Yet he gritted his teeth and returned it to Ren Dingtian, saying, Tian Go, it is only right that I assist you. How can I accept your money? If you truly do not want it, then so be it. Wait. Ultimately, under the persuasive influence of Ren Dingtian's monetary offer, Tian Wang yielded. It was indeed just a 10 yuan note. It was not that Tian Wang lacked resolve. It was simply that this was his first encounter with a brand new 10 yuan note. Having elaborated on the specifics of the task, Ren Dingtian returned home to check if his elder brother and sister-in-law had come back. As expected, the house remained empty. Despite the hour being well past 4 or 5 in the afternoon, they were still laboring in the fields. Left with no choice, Ren Dingtian had to wait a little longer. It was only when nightfall enveloped the land that his elder brother and sister-in-law finally returned. Ren Dingtian greeted them with a smile and helped his sister-in-law carry the farming tools. Xiao Tian is here? Yes, Go and Saozi. You need not toil in the fields any longer. Ren Dingtian spoke with a tinge of concern. How can we not work? Indeed, without labor, what sustenance is there? You know well that your nephew is still attending school in town. Brother and sister-in-law could not help but lecture Ren Dingtian. You must assist me in gathering the herbal plant, Inshun. Ren Dingtian, both amused and exasperated, began to explain. You see, helping me collect Inshun will yield more profit than farming, and it's far less arduous. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Deligo was momentarily taken aback, then leaped with glee, exclaiming, Indeed, Xiao Tian makes a valid point. What nonsense! However, his sister-in-law swiftly silenced him with a firm hand. Collecting Inshun may be profitable, but cannot be done every day. Why not every day? Ren Dingtian retorted. In just a month or two, the Inshun will grow into large white mugwort. Who would still consume it? Even as firewood, it would be deemed undesirable. His sister-in-law, astute as she was, struck the nail on the head. Upon hearing this, Deligo fell silent, scratching his head in embarrassment. Indeed, Xiao Tian, your sister-in-law speaks wisely. Absolutely, she is correct. Ren Dingtian nodded in agreement, yet continued. But have you calculated how much you earn from farming? If you gather 80 pounds of white mugwort in a day, you could earn 12 yuan. Over a 30-day month, that amounts to 360 yuan. Rinda Li was stunned upon hearing this. Even Tian Wanjun could not help but gasp inwardly, quickly calculating in her mind. 360 yuan a month? Is it truly that much? Rinda Li looked at his wife, astonished and incredulous. Surely, Xiao Tian Iasin T leading us astray again? Indeed, in the past, he had often been duped by this brother into spending money on drink. Perhaps that is the case, Tian Wanjun replied uncertainly. Then, sister-in-law, why not calculate how much you earn from farming? Ren Dingtian chuckled as he embarked on today's economic lesson. You three have 6 acres of land. If you plant wheat, the maximum yield would be 600 pounds per acre, totaling 3,600 pounds, from which you must pay 600 pounds in grain tax. That leaves you with 3,000 pounds. However, you still need to set aside 300 pounds for seed, which costs considerably more than wheat, nearly equivalent to 5 or 600 pounds of wheat. Ren Dingtian continued his meticulous calculations, which left Renda Li and Tian Wanjun increasingly anxious. That still leaves 2,500 pounds of wheat. Exactly, 2,500 pounds. You two toil from dawn till dusk, applying fertilizer, watering, weeding, and tending to livestock for plowing, Ren Dingtian enumerated, counting on his fingers. That amounts to merely 750 yuan. It's less than what you could earn in 2 months collecting Inshun. Moreover, gathering 80 pounds of Inshun is insufficient for me to sell. If you could collect more, I could sell all, thus allowing you to earn even more. Upon hearing this, Rinda Li and Tian Wanjun fell silent. Your argument holds merit. It is indeed preferable to farming. Ultimately, the two concurred with Ren Dingtian's reasoning. Yet Tian Wanjun, with a serious and earnest expression, spoke up. Rest assured, Xiao Tian, we will gather the herbs in the morning and toil in the fields in the afternoon without delay. Indeed, Xiao Tian, you need not worry. We shall not postpone assisting you in collecting the herbs. Ren Dali chuckled in a simple-minded manner, assuring him. Ren Dingtian, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. It is not that I fear you will delay in helping me with the herbs. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, hesitating to express his thoughts. I am concerned that you two might become too busy and exhausted, ultimately harming your health. Upon hearing this, Tian Wanjin and Ren Dali were momentarily taken aback. They gazed at Ren Dingtian in astonishment. Xiao Tian, he is truly grown up. He is now beginning to care for himself. Worry not, Xiao Tian. We are still young and capable. Yes, Xiao Tian, look at us. In these few years of vigor, we must seize the opportunity to work harder. The sister-in-law and Dali eagerly expressed their youthful energy. Ren Dingtian could only shake his head in helplessness as he departed. After stepping outside, he recalled that years later, his brother and sister-in-law would be left with lingering ailments, struggling with aches and pains until their passing. Alas, it is still my lack of effort. I have yet to earn enough. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to earn more, enough to ease his brother and sister-in-law's burdens, allowing them to rest without toil. Enough to purchase a washing machine for Aunt Lu and his mother, sparing them the agony of washing clothes in frigid water during the harsh winter. By the time he arrived in town, night had fully fallen. The hospital was no longer an option for lodging, and the guest house was prohibitively expensive. Fortunately, Ren Dingtian had anticipated this, instructing Wu Jinxiong and Dong Sujing to inquire about renting a street-facing house while selling calendars and radios. When Ren Dingtian reached the town, they had already secured a rental. He surveyed the place and felt quite satisfied, though Dong Sujing felt a pang of regret. 12 yuan a month. She hesitated, saying, I could manage to return home in the dark. What a waste of 12 yuan. It is not a waste. It is worthwhile. Ren Dingtian comforted Dong Sujing with a smile, gently patting her head. Mommy, Daddy, I am hungry. Little Yuan, worn out from running about, felt weary and famished. She was nearly dozing off before Ren Dingtian's arrival. Hearing his voice jolted her awake. Yes, let us go eat something delicious. Ren Dingtian took his wife and daughter by the hand, ready to step outside. Wu Jinxiong, however, blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Why are you still here instead of finding your partner for some affection? Ren Dingtian's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Wu Jinxiong. Ahem, Brother Tian. Please do not say such things about me. I am not that kind of person. Wu Jinxiong stammered, his face reddening. Yet, feeling shy, he added, Brother Tian, I would like to invite you and your sister-in-law to dinner. Chapter 32. The astute woman Ren Dingtian's eyes widened in curiosity as he looked at Wu Jinxiong. You rascal. You must be harboring some mischievous thoughts. Brother Tian, I do not appreciate your words. How could you say such a thing? Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's remark, Wu Jinxiong's face flushed with embarrassment. However, he found himself at a loss for how to counter her words. He chuckled, wondering if Xiaoxia intended to treat them to a meal. Fortunately, at that moment, Dong Sujing stepped in to ease the tension, providing an explanation for Wu Jinxiong. Yes, indeed. He said, Xiaoxia mentioned that I often speak of Tiangu in her presence, and she is curious to know what kind of person he truly is. She wishes to meet him. Wu Jinxiong expressed this without a second thought. However, upon hearing these words, Ren Dingtian's expression grew peculiar, as they inevitably conjured some ambiguous thoughts. He couldn't help but steal a glance at his wife, Dong Sujing, and upon noticing her lack of anger, he discreetly exhaled in relief. The finest restaurant in town remained the state-run establishment. As Ren Dingtian cradled little Yuan in his arms and held Dong Sujing's hand, they approached the entrance, discovering that Wu Jinxiong had already arrived with a girl waiting at the door. Tiangu is here. Wu Jinxiong greeted them with a smile. Yes, you all have arrived too. Ren Dingtian returned the smile while discreetly observing the woman beside Wu Jinxiong. Hello, Tian Yi. I am Lin Xiaoxia, sister-in-law. We have already met this afternoon, so let us drop the formalities. Lin Xiaoxia greeted the two of them with enthusiasm, even extending her greetings to little Yuan, showcasing her superior social skills compared to Wu Jinxiong. In this manner, they all entered the restaurant, filled with laughter and conversation. Once seated, and the waiter presented the menu, Lin Xiaoxia eagerly handed it to Ren Dingtian. Tiangu, After a long day, you must be exhausted. Please order a few of your favorite dishes. Ren Dingtian, maintaining his composure, accepted the menu, unfolded it, and placed it in front of Dong Sujing. Wife, what would you like to eat? Dong Sujing blushed, hesitating and at a loss for words. Tiange is so considerate of sister-in-law, always thinking of her. Lin Xiaoxia remarked with a playful smile, showering praise upon Ren Dingtian. He felt indifferent to the compliment, while Dong Sujing felt quite embarrassed. Thus, she quickly scanned the menu, selecting 2 reasonably priced vegetarian dishes. Oh dear, sister-in-law, you cannot only order vegetarian dishes. Tiange has had a long day. He deserves to be treated with a couple of meat dishes. Lin Xiaoxia exclaimed, effortlessly ordering 2 meat dishes from the waiter without even glancing at the menu, her confidence bordering on audacity. This is too much. You shouldn't have to spend so much. Dong Sujing interjected, feeling quite bashful. However, Ren Dingtian merely smiled, tacitly accepting the situation. The meal proceeded joyfully, filled with warmth and laughter. Ren Dingtian sensed that Lin Xiaoxia was not to be underestimated. She had ulterior motives for today's gathering. Yet, Lin Xiaoxia remained composed, engaging in light-hearted banter without revealing anything further. As the meal concluded, Lin Xiaoxia cheerfully accompanied Wu Jinxiong to see Ren Dingtian and Dong Sujing out. However, upon returning to settle the bill, her expression darkened ominously. Settle the bill? What bill? Wasn't it already paid? The waiter gazed at Lin Xiaoxia with a look of utter astonishment. What? Has it been settled? Wu Jinxiong, equally bewildered, questioned the restaurant staff. Is it possible you made an error? No, indeed. Just moments ago, the gentleman you sent off settled the bill. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinxiong suddenly grasped the situation. Oh, it seems that Brother Tian paid while he was in the restroom. Truly, Brother Tian is generous. However, he failed to notice the stormy expression on Lin Xiaoxia's face, which had darkened to an extreme. On the way back, Ren Dingtian held his wife Dong Sujing's hand, who blushed and attempted to pull away. Yet, her efforts only resulted in him clasping her grip tighter. Little Wu is quite fortunate to have met such a wonderful girl. In his embarrassment, he sought to change the subject to alleviate the awkwardness. Yet, upon hearing his words, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but chuckle. What good fortune? I believe it will be he who endures. What do you mean by that? Dong Sujing inquired, her face filled with confusion. Lin Xiaoxia is no ordinary woman. Based on my understanding of Little Wu, his steadfast nature and frugality make it impossible for him to treat me to a meal. Not even if his father, old Wu, were to come, would Little Wu greet him with a smile. So, did Lin Xiaoxia treat us to this meal? Dong Sujing's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Indeed, it was undoubtedly Lin Xiaoxia who footed the bill. Ren Dingtian laughed as he glanced at Dong Sujing. You must believe me. Once we leave, Lin Xiaoxia will certainly be the one to settle the account. Oh dear, that doesn't sit well. Dong Sujing nervously turned her head. How can we let such a good girl suffer this loss? Rest assured, my dear, she is far too shrewd to be taken advantage of. Ren Dingtian remarked with a cold smirk. This woman is astute indeed. But how can you say she is shrewd when she is so warm-hearted and genuine? Dong Sujing questioned. Puzzled. My dear wife, you remain too naive. Ren Dingtian replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. As the saying goes, no kindness is given without a motive. It is either deceit or theft. Lin Xiaoxia is indeed displaying an excessive warmth, which is clearly calculated. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. Her eagerness suggests she desires something in return. Desires something? Dong Sujing's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched on her face. What could she possibly want? Oh, nothing much. Perhaps she seeks a stake in our business, or wishes to supplant us. Ren Dingtian revealed. This insight startled Dong Sujing, leaving her momentarily speechless. Is that so? It was evident she struggled to accept this notion. Amidst her shock, curiosity began to swell within her. In just a few short days, her husband Ren Dingtian had not only turned over a new leaf, but was also working diligently to earn a livelihood. Moreover, it appeared his intellect had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming significantly sharper. In truth, both Little Wu and I are rather swamped, and considering that he has a job, Having Xiaoxia assist us is quite beneficial. Wouldn't you agree? Dong Sujing tentatively inquired of Ren Dingtian. Ren Dingtian looked at his naive and adorable wife with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Was it merely a desire to invest? Or did she wish to supplant him? My dear, what do you intend to do? Chapter 33. The mule cart enters the town. That surely can't be the case. Dong Sujing gazed at Ren Dingtian with disbelief and skepticism. I think that girl, Xiaoxia, seems quite nice, not nearly as bad as you suggest. I never claimed Lin Xiaoxia was bad. Ren Dingtian replied with a resigned smile, shaking his head. I merely stated that wealth can stir ambition. Once Lin Xiaoxia realizes our profitability, she is bound to have ulterior motives. Is that so? I fail to see it. Dong Sujing retorted, still unconvinced. If she genuinely wished to invest, why didn't she mention it during our meal today? Precisely. That is her overly cunning nature. Ren Dingtian sighed. Her silence at dinner was likely a ploy to elicit an invitation from us. Perhaps she hoped we would inadvertently discuss work or business, allowing her to seamlessly insert herself into the conversation. Is that so? It doesn't seem too problematic, Dong Sujing mused, scratching her head, bewildered by how a seemingly straightforward matter had suddenly become convoluted. If she wished to join, why not simply voice her intentions instead of resorting to such roundabout tactics? Indeed, had she spoken up today, even if I held no affection for her, I would still have to extend an invitation to Xiao Wu. But since she remained silent, that would be a missed opportunity. Dong Sujing, reflecting on Ren Dingtian's words, expressed her regret. Oh dear, had I known, we should have skipped this meal altogether. Now, I feel indebted to her. Fear not, my dear, Ren Dingtian chuckled. I discreetly settled the bill under the pretense of using the restroom. He smiled and affectionately ruffled Dong Sujing's hair. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Dong Sujing nervously shifted away, though the effect was negligible. Yet, a semblance of propriety must be maintained. Father is biased. He only pets mother and neglects me. At that moment, the drowsy little Yuan, who had been dozing in Ren Dingtian's arms, suddenly stirred and spoke. Ren Dingtian paused in surprise, while Dong Sujing's face burned with embarrassment, wishing for a hidden nook to vanish into. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, blissfully unaware of the tension behind her, reveled in her savings. Cycling merrily, while whistling and murmuring praises about how kind Tiange was, Lin Xiaoxia, observing Xiao Wu's exuberance, felt a surge of disdain as she noted the latter's obliviousness to the storm brewing behind her. Determined to seize this lucrative opportunity, Lin Xiaoxia plotted to leverage Wu Jianxiong to unravel the intricacies of Ren Dingtian's business and secure a steady influx of wealth. As night fell in silence, the following morning saw Ren de Li and Tian de Huang arrive in town with their donkey and mule carts. On this occasion, they collected 5 large bags, exceeding 100 pounds of artemisia. In addition, they also brought along a considerable quantity of radishes and cabbages, all acquired through the exchange of potatoes. Besides what was loaded onto the vehicle, there remained a substantial amount in the courtyard. Previously, the potatoes circulated within the village, yielding little profit. As they were all from the same village, discussing money could easily strain relationships, especially since most households were not particularly affluent. Therefore, Ren Dingtian proposed a scheme to trade the surplus radishes and cabbages, which were in abundance, for potatoes. Although this transaction did not result in monetary gain, it did procure over 1,000 pounds of radishes and cabbages. Selling these in the city would yield a significant sum. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that it provided Ren Dingtian, along with his elder brother Ren de Li and Tian de Huang's family, with a substantial amount of potato seeds. A considerable number of families in the village also followed suit and planted potatoes. After a period of time, when the potatoes matured and were harvested, it would lead to another considerable yield. Today, Ren Dingtian was not the only one venturing into the city to sell vegetables. Ren de Li and Tian de Huang accompanied him. However, Ren Dingtian rode ahead on his motorcycle, while they followed in a mule cart. The speed of the mule cart was not overly slow, managing approximately 30 kilometers in an hour. Yet, despite being merely a beast of burden, The mule understood exhaustion and could only travel short distances without necessitating rest. Consequently, although they set off simultaneously, Ren Dingtian arrived at the family quarters before 10 o'clock and leisurely completed selling all the artemisia by 11. Meanwhile, Rinda Li and Tian De Wang had yet to enter the city. Fortunately, during this time, Beijiang City was not extensive. The east and west were merely a few miles apart, and the north and south even shorter, consisting of just a few streets. Upon departing from the family quarters and arriving at the designated vegetable market, Ren Dingtian waited for a while before spotting Rinda Li and Tian De Wang, both drenched in sweat as they hurriedly drove their mule cart over. "Hey, young man, you're quite late today," chuckled the elderly woman in charge of the fees, eyeing Ren Dingtian with a smile. "It's already 11:30. In another half hour, the market will close." Ren Dingtian sighed, realizing that his development had reached a bottleneck. The motorcycle was fast, yet its carrying capacity was limited. The mule cart could transport more, but its speed was painfully slow. Moreover, even with this slower pace, Renda Li and Tianda Wang were pushing themselves hard to reach the market. Not only were they panting heavily and soaked in sweat, but the mule they were driving was also exhausted, frothing at the mouth and gasping for breath. Ren Dingtian glanced over, genuinely concerned that the radishes and cabbages might not sell for much and that they might end up exhausting the mule. In that brief half hour, Ren Dingtian dared not waste a moment. He first handed over 2 radishes to the fee collector to expedite the process, then requested the assistance of Rinda Li and Tianda Wang to set up the stall before he began to call out to potential buyers. "Come and see, fresh and sweet radishes and cabbages at a bargain price." The sight left Tianda Wang and Rinda Li utterly astonished. Is this really the same Ren Dingtian I know, who was once aimlessly wandering and idle? Goodness, could it be that our brother Tian has truly been possessed by some malevolent spirit from the back mountains? In the astonished and incredulous gaze of 2 individuals, Ren Dingtian swiftly hawked his radishes and cabbages. Unbeknownst to him, over half an hour had elapsed. The market was said to close at noon. It was quite common for it to linger a bit longer. Nevertheless, despite this, Ren Dingtian found himself unable to sell all his produce by the end of the day. "Hey, young man, come earlier tomorrow. That will be all for today. We're closing up. You should tidy up and head back," chuckled the matron in charge of the stall, her eyes glinting at Ren Dingtian, as if his unsold vegetables brought her delight. "Tian Gu, what shall we do with all these leftover vegetables?" Tian De Wang asked, suddenly anxious. However, Ren Dingtian remained calm and unhurried as he replied, "No worries. I've made arrangements with the uncles and aunts in the community. We'll pack everything up and deliver it to them shortly." Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Renda Li let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had harbored doubts about Ren Dingtian's venture into the city to sell vegetables. Beyond skepticism, there was a profound sense of trepidation. Many in their mountain village had never set foot in a big city, and it was only natural to feel a mix of doubt and reverence. Thus, it was not surprising that many villagers did not believe Ren Dingtian could earn money in the city, and even Renda Li himself had his reservations. Yet today, he had witnessed Ren Dingtian sell an impressive quantity of radishes and cabbages in no time, accumulating a substantial profit. Ah, so this is what the city is like. Renda Li thought, indeed, it is not as intimidating as I had imagined. Just as Renda Li and Tianda Wang had begun to feel at ease, their anxiety resurfaced. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Commerce Bureau's residential complex with Ren Dingtian and their mule cart, they were met with the stern face of the guard. "Brother, can I go in? I come here every day. Don't you recognize me?" Ren Dingtian said with a smile, stepping forward to offer a pack of cigarettes. The guard, feeling a mix of exasperation and humor, accepted the cigarette and replied, "Brother, please don't make it difficult for me. You can go in, and I can turn a blind eye, but today you've brought 2 more people. These 2 are my brothers. I assure you, they will not cause any trouble." Ren Dingtian insisted, patting his chest in affirmation. "Oh dear, just spare me. You can guarantee your brothers won't cause a ruckus, but can you also promise that mule 1 tea?" The guard lamented, nearly on the verge of tears, as he found himself unwillingly obstructing Ren Dingtian. All right, how about this? I'll unload the goods from the cart and load them onto my motorcycle to take inside. That should suffice, right? Ren Dingtian sighed, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Despite his efforts to cultivate a good relationship with the guard, the latter remained steadfast on principal matters. Thus, Ren Dingtian made 2 trips, transporting the remaining radishes and cabbages into the community. Due to a prior appointment for selling Artemisia, the morning was not wasted. In less than half an hour, all the radishes and cabbages were sold. Including the earnings from a morning's Artemisia, Ren Dingtian made a total of 98 yuan and 62 cents today, which also offset a significant portion of the previous day's expenses for radios and calendars. Additionally, he received 7 radios and several calendars today, though these were not paid for in full at once, as most required a prolonged supply of Artemisia or radishes and cabbages. In fact, Ren Dingtian favored this installment-based trading method, as it not only helped cultivate a loyal customer base, but also allowed him to gradually build relationships and expand into broader markets. Upon exiting the family compound, Ren Dingtian's heart warmed at the sight of his eager elder brother and Tian De Wang, who awaited with anxious expressions. How'd it go? Sold out? Tian De Wang inquired cheerfully as he approached. Yes, all sold, Ren Dingtian replied. And can we head back? Ren Dali sighed in relief, feeling a bit intimidated by his first trip to the city. No rush. Since we are here, let us take a stroll, Ren Dingtian said, urging Tian De Wang to hop on the motorcycle, while his brother followed closely with a mule cart, heading towards the largest shopping mall in Beijiang City. Upon reaching the mall, Ren Dingtian parked the motorcycle and tied the mule to a nearby tree, then led the 2 of them toward a noodle shop. Boss, 3 bowls of noodles, Ren Dingtian cheerfully called out to the proprietor. Coming right up, gentlemen, the owner replied warmly. Ren Dingtian gestured for Dali and Tian De Wang to sit down. However, as soon as they learned that each bowl of noodles cost 7 or 8 dimes, they sprang up as if pricked by thorns. Tian De Wang's face was a mask of shock and disbelief. So expensive? That exceeds the cost of 10 kilograms of radishes and cabbages. Indeed, Xiao Tian. Perhaps we should skip the meal and head back instead, Dali added, displaying a pained expression. Oh, don't fret. Soon, I'll take you to the Grand Mall to see all sorts of wonderful items, Ren Dingtian insisted, forcibly seating the 2. We could manage without a meal. Let's just endure and eat more at home. Dali couldn't help but voice his grievances toward Ren Dingtian. Recalling his wife's earlier words, Xiao Tian has become accustomed to extravagance and lacks frugality. You, as the elder brother, should advise him more. Initially dismissive of her concerns, he now realized the necessity of heeding such advice. However, just moments ago, they had lamented the prices, and yet when the aromatic beef noodles arrived at their table, they were instantly captivated. Delicious, they exclaimed, their previous reservations forgotten. Observing their enthusiasm, Ren Dingtian smiled and asked, Aren't they delightful? Indeed, they chorused. Shall we order another bowl? Before they could respond, they quickly reconsidered. At 7 or 8 dimes per bowl, 2 bowls would exceed 1 yuan, a sum they were truly reluctant to spend. However, Ren Dingtian insisted on providing each of them with a bowl. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, he calculated the bill and produced a packet of the Qianmen cigarettes, offering one to the proprietor. Brother, we're going to take a stroll in the mall. Could you kindly keep an eye on the mule cart? Sure, no problem, replied the noodle shop owner, glancing at the mule cart not far away. Just make sure your mule is tied up properly. Rest assured, boss, it's been secured long ago. Ren Dingtian exchanged pleasantries with the owner before leading Tian De Wang and Dali Gu into the mall. However, to his surprise, Dali Gu adamantly refused to enter, expressing his concern for his mule cart. Even after Ren Dingtian explained that the shop owner would watch over it, he remained unconvinced. Faced with this, Ren Dingtian could only smile helplessly. Nevertheless, he did not abandon the idea. He first took Tian De Wang around the mall for a brief tour. Afterward, he allowed Tian De Wang to rest by the mule cart while he took Dali Gu for a stroll. Initially anxious, Dali Gu gradually relaxed, captivated by the vibrant array of goods before him. Soon, however, his unease returned as he began to comprehend the steep prices of the items. Clearly, he was intimidated by the exorbitant costs within the mall. Yet, Despite this, he steeled himself and asked Xiao Tian, "Where can I find the place that sells pens?" "Come on, brother, I'll show you." Ren Dingtian replied with a smile, leading the way. When they reached the stationery counter, Tian Wang hesitantly inquired, "Do you have those pencils that write automatically?" "Automatically write?" The sales clerk was momentarily taken aback by Dolly G's question. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Oh, you must mean a mechanical pencil, right?" "Yes, we just received a new model today, the Samsung Journey to the West mechanical pencil. If you buy it, the children will surely love it." Upon hearing this, Rendali's heart leaped with joy, and he inquired eagerly, "Really? How much is it?" $1.60. "What? Why don't you just go rob a bank?" The sales clerk, already somewhat distracted, bristled at Rendali's remark. "Hey, how can you speak that way? What do you mean? Why don't I go rob a bank? We conduct business here with clear pricing. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, that's fine too. How can you say such things to me?" Hearing this, Rendali's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that his words might have been a bit excessive. Fortunately, Ren Dingtian, chuckling helplessly, reached for his wallet. "I'll buy it. All right, I'll wrap it up for you." Although the sales clerk was somewhat displeased, she dutifully proceeded with her work. "Would you like to purchase a box of pencil leads?" She even cheerfully reminded Ren Dingtian and Rendali. "Pencil leads? What are those?" Daligo asked, utterly bewildered. Ren Dingtian slapped his forehead, realizing that he had forgotten about the need for pencil leads after years of not using a pencil. "I'll take a box." "All right, that will be 50 cents. Where are pencil leads?" "That's just 50 cents. Upon hearing this, Daligo winced at the thought of spending more money. This item is remarkably useful. Indeed, as Ren Dingtian enthusiastically introduced it, he collected the pencil leads and mechanical pencil handed over by the salesperson. "Alas, that amounts to 2 yuan too. When Xiao Tian returns, I shall reimburse you." Although Li felt a slight pang in his heart, he was nonetheless filled with joy. As a father, he had finally purchased the coveted mechanical pencil for his son. This would surely inspire his son to study diligently and strive for excellence. Upon exiting the store, the trio tidied themselves and prepared to head home. Notably, although Tianda Huang did not purchase anything from the mall, he paused at the entrance of a pharmacy, expressing a desire to buy something. His mysterious demeanor left Ren Dingtian and Ren Dali perplexed. Nevertheless, Ren Dingtian quickly disembarked and followed him inside. "Do you have that tiger bone plaster?" "Oh, you mean the musk tiger bone plaster?" the doctor responded, turning to search. "Yes, the one adorned with the illustration of Wu Song battling a tiger." Chion da Wangihe market. Speaking almost to himself, "I heard from the old man next door that its effects are quite remarkable, right?" "Indeed, it works well." "Young man, is this for an elderly relative?" "Yes, my mother always suffers from back and leg pains." As Tianda Huang gazed at the plaster handed over by the doctor, he nervously inquired, "How much is it?" 2 yuan 50. "Is it that expensive?" Upon hearing the price, Tianda Huang was taken aback. "Doctor, please do not deceive me. The old man next door said it was 30 cents. 30 cents? The doctor was momentarily stunned, just as he was about to declare it impossible. Enlightenment struck him. "You meant 30 cents for one, right? I have 10 in this pack, which comes to merely 25 cents per plaster. It's quite a bargain." "I see." De Wong scratched his head, cautiously retrieving money from his pocket. "Well then, I shall take a box. Make that 2 boxes." At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. Who else but Ren Dingtian? "Tiangu, 1 box is sufficient. The other is for my mother." "Fang Dingtian sight. It will be a bother to ask you and Aunt Lu to deliver it to her." On their way back, Ren Dingtian did not ride too swiftly. Instead, "Ikoze alizur li pace alongside Ren Dali Entian da Wing." The two of them, gazing at the scenery along the route, were filled with a myriad of sentiments, particularly while observing the passing vehicles. "Ah, is that a Santana?" "Yes, I am aware. I hear it costs over 200,000. When will we ever get a chance to ride in one?" "Ride? I shan't indulge in such fanciful dreams. Merely being able to touch one would suffice." The two conversed, casting envious glances at Ren Dingtian, for he had indeed sat in a Santana. "Ha, Delita Wong, do not envy them, just wait. Once I achieve success, I shall buy each of you a small car, one far superior to this." "Is there a car better than a Santana?" Indeed, I find that hard to believe. Yet, as they spoke, a roaring sound approached, and an impressive, majestic vehicle came into view. What kind of car is that? It looks so formidable. Ren Dali and Tian De Wang widened their eyes, their faces a canvas of astonishment and curiosity. This is a Jeep manufactured by our own country, Ren Dingtian exclaimed, laughter dancing in his words. Just wait, once I make some money, I'll buy one for you to enjoy. Huh, Tiange, you're boasting again, they retorted, their disdainful glares piercing through him. One moment it's Santana, the next it's a Jeep. Can't you be a tad more reliable? In response, Ren Dingtian merely smiled gently. It will all come to pass. Everything will be as it should. Notably, as they passed the edge of the county town, Ren Dingtian stopped to refuel, causing Dolly and DeWang's faces to turn an alarming shade of green. Good heavens, does this thing drink blood? 8 yuan for fuel. Indeed, this is outrageous. It consumes far too much. The two ceased their envy for Ren Dingtian's motorcycle. My mule cart is far superior. It only consumes a handful of fodder every 100 kilometers. My donkey cart is even more economical. Just a handful of straw and a pinch of feed will suffice. They glared fiercely at Ren Dingtian and his motorcycle. Why are you both looking at me like that? Ren Dingtian queried, perplexed by their fierce expressions. Xiao Tian, don't ride that bike. Ren Dali exclaimed, a pained expression on his face. You've already spent the equivalent of 10 bowls of beef noodles. How can one not feel heartache? Tian De Wang's eyes were reddened with urgency. Yes, Tiange, don't ride it. It's too costly. Ren Dingtian, upon hearing their protests, was left both amused and exasperated. But if I don't ride it, how am I supposed to get back? Surely you don't expect me to push it home? To his astonishment, both Dali and De Wang nodded in agreement. Ren Dingtian stared skyward, lost for words. How could he elucidate this? You don't understand. This motorcycle, while seemingly light to ride, is exceedingly heavy to push. I'll assist you. Tian De Wang volunteered eagerly. Please don't. Ren Dingtian hastily waved his hands in refusal. It's too heavy. We struggle. Yet, Dali and De Wang remained undeterred. They disinclined to waste money, insisted on attempting to push it themselves. Ren Dingtian, resigned to their stubbornness, allowed them to try. Oh my goodness, they exclaimed, breathless after merely a few dozen meters. This is unbearable. Indeed, how can it be so heavy? It takes off in a flash. They were both exhausted and flustered. This defies logic. This is precisely the essence of science. Ren Dingtian chuckled in bemusement, continuing his explanation. However, explanations fell on deaf ears. Nothing could impact them more than witnessing Ren Dingtian hand over 8 yuan for fuel. Dolly De Wang, you've tried it. It's truly too heavy to push. Let us not bother saving this money. Ren Dingtian mused, believing that this time they would be left without a counterargument. However, he underestimated the wisdom of the people of this era. Among the passers-by, some could not help but point and comment. These three are truly foolish. They have a vehicle, yet choose to push it. You are the foolish one. Clearly, their vehicle has broken down. Even if it were broken, why push it when there is a mule car behind? Sure enough, upon hearing such remarks, the eyes of Brother Dali and Tian De Wang sparkled with brilliance. Chapter 36. What's wrong with the vehicle? Thus, despite Ren Dingtian's fervent objections and loud protests, Ren Dali and Tian De Wang, their eyes gleaming with excitement and energy, hoisted Ren Dingtian's motorcycle onto the mule cart. Watching this scene, Ren Dingtian gazed skyward in silence, then slapped himself. What folly! Why didn't I just ride back like the wind? Why did I feel the need to accompany them? As Ren Dingtian questioned his life choices and repented to the heavens, Ren Dali and Tian De Wang approached him with cheerful smiles. Don't just stand there, Xiao Tian. Get on the cart. Yes, Tiange, look how splendid this is. Tian De Wang pointed proudly at the motorcycle secured to the mule cart, as if showcasing his skills in tying and loading. Just be careful. If the cart tips over, we'll face a significant loss. At this point, what could Ren Dingtian do? He could only accept this harsh fate. After all, this was the arrangement of the heavens. One was his own brother, and the other, his loyal subordinate. What a remarkable duo indeed. As they arrived in town, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a beautiful golden hue at dusk. It is worth noting that this striking sight of 3 men and a mule cart naturally drew considerable attention, causing quite a stir in the entire town. How did these 3 bring back a motorcycle? Indeed, and that motorcycle looks familiar. Isn't that a Honda 125? If memory serves me right, only the Wu family in our town owns one. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Xiao Wu received the news. Unable to focus on his work, he rushed over in a hurry. Upon seeing the motorcycle tied to the mule cart, his face turned pale with fright. Tiange, my motorcycle. Rest assured, it's perfectly fine. Ren Dingtian replied with a smile to Wu Jinxiong. After all this, you still claim it's fine? Wu Jinxiong felt his heart bleeding. Suppressing his urge to explode, he sighed in resignation. Tiange, just tell me, what is wrong with it? I can handle it. Hearing this, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How would he explain? To confess that they brought it back just to save a trivial amount of fuel? Such an embarrassing admission was unthinkable for a reborn future billionaire. However, while Ren Dingtian struggled to find the words, someone else spoke without restraint. Xiao Wu is here, so you can relax. Look at this, Tian Wang said with a grin as he approached Xiao Wu and patted him on the shoulder. Your big motorcycle is just fine. Since everything is perfectly fine, how did you manage to load it onto the vehicle and bring it back? Comrade Xiao Wu's face was a canvas of confusion and bewilderment. This method is splendid. It saves so much fuel, especially with the soaring oil prices. You see, I devised this solution myself. Tian Wang proclaimed, his chest puffed with pride. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, he also breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. I thought so. Given Brother Tian's exceptional riding skills, how could he possibly have damaged it? You nearly scared me to death. Now that you're here, don't leave. I'll treat you to a meal. Ren Dingtian patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. A meal? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled, but then he seemed to remember something. Scratching his head in embarrassment. I would love to, but I'd already made plans with Lin Xiaoxia to dine together tonight. All right then, enjoy your meal. I wouldn't want to intrude upon your romantic evening. Ren Dingtian made no effort to retain him, not even offering a simple, polite invitation. He understood Xiao Wu, this ironclad man. If he'd been the slightest bit courteous, saying something like, why not bring Xiaoxia along? Xiao would have taken it seriously and indeed summoned Lin Xiaoxia, while Ren Dingtian wouldn't mind dining with more company. He was wary of that clever woman and the potential complications she could conjure. It wasn't that he feared her. He simply dreaded the troubles that could arise from her perceived cleverness. Xiao Wu genuinely wished to stay for the meal, even secretly hoped that Ren Dingtian would invite Lin Xiaoxia to join them. However, since Ren Dingtian remained silent, he departed on his Honda 125, feeling a slight pang of disappointment. To an outsider, this subtle disappointment was as evident as an inscription of melancholy on his face. Dong Su Jing observed the scene and opened her mouth, poised to speak, but ultimately held her tongue. Poor Xiao Wu. She sighed deeply. In retrospect, Ren Dingtian's actions, though seemingly callous, were indeed astute. Upon encountering Lin Xiaoxia, Xiao Wu inadvertently revealed much with a single remark. See, I told you, Brother Tian is so skilled. How could he possibly damage my motorcycle? Lin Xiaoxia, hearing this, broke into an awkward, bashful smile. I heard it from someone else. You wouldn't believe the rumors circulating that Ren Dingtian damaged your bike and brought it back. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a miracle occurred. Lin Xiaoxia's expression shifted rapidly from bashfulness to an indignant fury. Isn't my concern for you justified? Am I wrong for caring about your motorcycle? No, not at all. Xiao Wu hurriedly interjected, completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Xiaoxia's earlier comments were intentionally provocative, aimed at sowing discord between him and Ren Dingtian. Meanwhile, Dong Su Jing emerged from the kitchen, bearing a large plate of stir-fried potatoes and meat. Then everyone eagerly filled their bowls with rice, happily enjoying their meal alongside steamed buns. After satiating their hunger and thirst, the sun began to set, though the sky still retained a faint glow. Ren Dali and Tian Wang stood up, ready to depart. They were anxious to catch their donkey and mule carts before darkness descended, making travel difficult. Shall I accompany you? I offered. No need. Su Jing, we're heading back now. You all get some rest. We shall arrive bright and early tomorrow." As they spoke, the two of them urged their carts away. It was only after watching them completely vanish from sight that Ren Dingtian let out a sigh of relief, taking Dong Sujing's hand as they walked indoors. Most of my day had been spent tidying up the house, without venturing out to sell calendars and radios. Dong Sujing, feeling the warmth of Ren Dingtian's grasp, blushed and softly spoke. "However, a few people did come by today, and I managed to sell 3 radios and 8 calendars." As she spoke, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a wad of cash. "This is the money I earned today. You needn't give it to me. From now on, you shall manage our finances." Ren Dingtian smiled, extending his other hand to hold hers gently, warmly. Chapter 37. A glimmer of hope. "Daddy, Mommy." Little Yuan's indignant voice rang out. "You're hugging and cuddling behind my back again. Daddy, you're biased. You only give Mommy money and not me." Ren Dingtian, feeling a sense of guilt, retracted his hand and cast a dejected glance at little Yuan, silently thinking, "This little darling always seems to expose me at critical moments, ruining my good fortunes." Dong Sujing's face flushed deeper, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "Please, don't always behave like this in front of the child, pulling and hugging. She is still young and might pick up bad habits." "What have I done?" Ren Dingtian protested. "I'm being wronged. I haven't done anything yet. Daddy want a hug." Little Yuan pouted playfully, extending her arms and rushing towards Ren Dingtian. Instinctively, he bent down and embraced her, planting a kiss on her cheek, leaving Dong Sujing beside them utterly astonished. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a pang of jealousy in her heart, her face reddening. Watching Lil Yuan so openly reach out to Ren Dingtian for affection made her feel a strange mixture of envy and longing. Suddenly, she too desired to spread her arms and leap into Ren Dingtian's embrace, yearning for his affection and a kiss. Yet, the modesty inherent in her femininity compelled her to shake her head vigorously, dispelling the thought. Ren Dingtian had resolved to rent a house in town, and this decision extended beyond mere accommodation. More importantly, it was intended for establishing a shop. The house they rented featured a large front room facing the street, with a backyard consisting of 3 tiled rooms, a kitchen, and a restroom. In the past few days, Dong Sujing had nearly finished organizing the backyard, while the front room, designated for the shop, had only been given a cursory cleaning at Ren Dingtian's request. He was still contemplating the specifics of the renovation and layout. Though the hour is still early, and despite feeling somewhat fatigued after a long day, Ren Dingtian remains eager to seek out tasks, determined to accomplish as much as possible. Dong Sujing quietly assists him, while Xiao Yuan, naturally, adds a bit of chaos to the mix. Nevertheless, it is precisely this dynamic that fills the family with joy and harmony. After nearly an hour of travel, Ren Dali and Tian Wang finally arrive at Renjiazwang, just as darkness envelopes the surroundings. Tian Wanjin and Aunt Lu have long been waiting at the village entrance. Hearing the commotion, they quickly call out, "Is Dolly back?" "Yes, my dear wife, it is I who has returned." Ren Dali responds eagerly, astonished at the sight of her braving the cold, exclaiming, "What brings you here in this frigid darkness instead of staying at home?" "Isn't it because I was worried about you, Aunt Wang?" Tian Wanjin retorts with a roll of her eyes. "And I'm not alone. Aunt Lu is here too. You both have been out all day. Couldn't you return a bit earlier?" Although her words carry a hint of reproach, it is evident that Tian Wanjin breathes a sigh of relief, happily guiding Ren Dali toward home. "Dali, after a day of running around, are you tired?" Aunt Lu inquires with a warm smile, her eyes crinkling with concern. Despite her usual complaints about her son's laziness, her care for Tian Wang is unmistakable. "I'm not tired at all. We were driving the whole way," Tian Wang exclaims, his face alight with excitement. "Mother, let me tell you, today Brother Tian took me to Beijiang City. We not only sold vegetables at the market, but also enjoyed beef noodles at a restaurant. Brother Tian even took us on a tour of a mall in a tall building." At this point, as if struck by a sudden thought, Tian Wang produces 2 boxes of medicinal plaster and presents them to Aunt Lu. "Look, Mother, this is the ointment I brought for you. The plasters are quite affordable. By the way, Brother Tian asked me to bring one for Aunt as well. He was worried she might refuse it if she knew it was from him. So he asked you to deliver it. Tian de Wang scratches his head awkwardly. Mother, I'm afraid I can't manage this task properly. It's up to you. Why can't you handle it? Aunt Lu chuckles at his flustered demeanor. Aunt is right beside us. Just give it to her directly. What? Tian de Wang gasps, startled. Where is Aunt? I didn't see her. Ha ha, sister-in-law, you needn't hide. I saw you long ago. Aunt Lu laughs. Indeed. Ren Dingtian's mother steps forward with a sigh, revealing that she had been waiting at the village entrance alongside Tian Wanjin and Aunt Lu, though she had chosen to remain concealed. Oh no, she must have heard everything. Tian de Wang thinks, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. What should I do? However, his mother swiftly delivers a playful slap to his head. You foolish child, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and give the plaster to your aunt. This? Tian de Wang glances cautiously at Aunt and, with trepidation, approaches to offer her the medicinal plaster. The elderly woman trembled as she accepted the gift. How long had it been since her wayward son had brought her anything? She could scarcely remember. When was the last time that ungrateful son had bestowed a gift upon her? 5 years ago. In those 5 years, he had languished in despair, drinking excessively, and even dared to request money for his own coffin. Sister-in-law, look, Xiao Tian has truly grown up. He has become understanding. Aunt Lu wiped her tears while gazing at the musk tiger bone ointment in her hands. In the rural areas of the 1980s, machinery was not yet advanced, and most agricultural work relied heavily on human labor. It was exhausting for both men and women alike. After years of toil, as age crept upon them, they often found themselves plagued by ailments, suffering from chronic back and leg pain, and when the damp weather arrived, their discomfort intensified. Yet despite these hardships, during the busy farming season, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere. For 5 years, with the fathers of Tian de Wang and Ren Dingtian gone, much of the labor fell upon their mother's shoulders. Furthermore, Ren Dingtian and Tian de Wang had been idling away their time, drinking and causing trouble. Who could truly comprehend the hardships and sorrows endured by their mother? Yet now, a glimmer of hope emerged. The days of suffering were drawing to a close. Mother, why are you crying? The once jovial Tian de Wang was suddenly alarmed to see his mother wiping her tears. Rest assured, I will work hard with Brother Tian from now on, earn plenty of money, and ensure you live a good life. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian's mother approached to comfort Aunt Lu. Sister, do not weep. Look, your De Wang has grown into a fine young man. Soon, we will all enjoy better days. There is hope for us. Chapter 38. Lin Xiaoxia arrives again. Though the new year had passed, winter still lingered, and mornings remained quite chilly. Traditionally, at this time of year, families would rise later than usual. This was partly due to the lingering laziness from the holiday festivities, and partly because there was little agricultural work to be done. However, the situation in Renjia village was different. Before dawn, as the sun had yet to rise, households began to stir, opening their doors despite the biting cold, joyfully taking bamboo baskets and small shovels to the fields and hills to gather sweet wormwood. In previous years, they would also collect sweet wormwood, but mostly for their own consumption, thus gathering only a modest amount. This year, however, was different. Someone was purchasing it at a high price. The only dilemma was that purchases were only made for the day's harvest, and only during the early morning hours, arrived too late, and the buyer would be gone. Yet, this did not deter the villagers. Firstly, they had been foraging for sweet wormwood for years, so they were well acquainted with the locations where it thrived. Secondly, although they could not dig during the day, they could scout for it. This led to a peculiar sight. In the frigid weather, while others in neighboring villages remained indoors, either drinking and chatting or playing games, the men and women of Rinjia village were outside, enjoying their time. Upon discovering the presence of Artemisia, a mark was made to remember the location, with plans to return for harvesting at dawn. Despite the limited time in the morning, everyone's efficiency remained remarkably high. By 8:30, Ren Dali and Tian de Wang had already gathered 6 bags of Artemisia, amounting to at least 130 pounds. Once they had finished their collection, they harnessed the mule and donkey carts, laden with Artemisia, radishes, and cabbages, and set off towards the town. Today, Tian Wanjin accompanied them. She was there to assist Dong Sujing in tidying up the house, and since it was Friday, the children would have a 2-day break. She also intended to pick up her son from school. Early in the morning, Ren Dingtian had risen to clean the house. The general tidiness was already achieved, leaving only the renovation of the front store unfinished. In this era, people's understanding of renovation was still quite rudimentary. Most simply involved whitewashing the walls, placing a few cabinets, and hanging a wooden sign with a name. However, Ren Dingtian desired to avoid such hasty measures. He aimed to fully utilize the spacious room with thoughtful design and planning. After completing the chores, he enlisted Dong Sujing's assistance, and then measured the dimensions of the room, noting the width and height of the door. At that moment, Xiao Wu arrived, casting a somewhat awkward glance at Ren Dingtian. Having never engaged in cleaning or tidying up throughout his life, he had been using work as an excuse to evade these tasks for the past few days, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially since he had invested in the venture. Apart from an initial loan he extended to Ren Dingtian, he hadn't contributed any further capital. Moreover, Ren Dingtian had already repaid the borrowed funds. Previously, it was manageable since he profited from selling most of the calendars, receiving a 2% share without much concern. But now, with Xiao Wu's presence, Ren Dingtian greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, Brother Tian, the car is parked out front. I have work today, but I will speak with my colleagues about purchasing our calendars and radios." Xiao Wu promptly shared his plans for the day. Ren Dingtian, smiling broadly, patted his shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard these past few days, Xiao Wu, juggling work and helping out." "Not at all, not at all," Xiao Wu replied, handing over the keys to Ren Dingtian as he prepared to leave. Upon reaching the door, he hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "By the way, Brother Tian, Lin Xiaoxia has nothing to do at home. Perhaps we could ask her to assist my sister-in-law." The reason for Wu Jinxiong's suggestion was his sense of guilt regarding the 2% profits while he was at work and unable to contribute to the store's tidying and renovation. Last night, he had inadvertently mentioned this to Lin Xiaoxia, who seized the opportunity to propose helping Ren Dingtian. This served a dual purpose: to further understand how Ren Dingtian's business operated, and, being far from foolish, she recognized that her presence would likely warrant some compensation. After all, it was improbable that Ren Dingtian would allow her to work without remuneration. Surely, she would receive some shares, or, at the very least, a modest salary. After mastering the nuances of this business, how difficult could it be to take the reins? Ren Dingtian listened to Wu Jinxiong's words and sighed, thinking to himself that this day had finally arrived. He hesitated, on the verge of declining, pondering whether such a refusal would embarrass Wu Jinxiong. Unexpectedly, a voice resonated from outside the door. "Brother Tian, I'm here to help." Who else could it be but Lin Xiaoxia? Fearing that Wu Jinxiong, the quintessential straight man, might struggle to express himself, she had come over early in the morning. However, Wu Jinxiong, oblivious to her intentions, was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Xiaoxia. "Xiaoxia, you come so early." Indeed, in Wu Jinxiong's eyes, having Lin Xiaoxia assist meant that Ren Dingtian could hardly refuse. After all, it was simply one more pair of hands to work. Lin Xiaoxia, however, wore a forced smile as she observed Ren Dingtian. He sighed, contemplating what actions he could take at this juncture. Refusing Lin Xiaoxia was trivial. This self-satisfied woman, with her little tricks, was hardly worthy of his regard. The crux of the matter was that Wu Jinxiong was a decent person, and he did not wish to put his comrade in a predicament. "So, Xiao Wu, what is your current salary?" Ren Dingtian squinted with a smile at Wu Jinxiong. "I haven't been confirmed yet. I earn 35 yuan and 8 jiao a month. Once confirmed, it should be around 50 to 60 yuan, Wu Jinxiong replied, looking at Ren Dingtian with curiosity. "Why do you ask, Brother Tian?" "Oh, it's nothing." Although Ren Dingtian claimed it was trivial, he turned to Lin Xiaoxia with a smile. "Since Xiaoxia is here to help, we can't let her work for free. How about this? Since she's one of us, let us skip the internship and grant her a monthly salary of 70 yuan instead. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxia's smile stiffened, her expression darkening. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Wu Jinxiong, the straight man, interjected. "Oh no, no need for that. Brother Tian, you don't have to pay Xiaoxia. She is one of us." She's just here to help. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxia nearly choked, incredulously contemplating how her straight man had just dismissed her assistance. Ren Dingtian, equally perplexed, quickly chimed in. What? Is 70 yuan too little? Fine, let's make it 80. Chapter 39. Awaiting the wind. No, it's not that it's too little, really. Wu Jinxiong, seeing Ren Dingtian increase the offer, grew even more anxious. Brother Tian, Xiaoxia is just here to lend me a hand. How could she accept payment? Ha, foolish boy. Since Xiaoxia is working, we can't let her do it for free. Ren Dingtian remarked, patting Wu Jinxiong on the shoulder. All right, it's settled then. Xiaoxia begins working today at a monthly salary of 90 yuan. As he spoke, he squinted and smiled at Lin Xiaoxia. What do you think, Xiaoxia? If you feel the salary is insufficient, just let me know, and we can discuss it further. Lin Xiaoxia suppressed her displeasure, putting on a sweet smile as she gazed at Ren Dingtian. There is no need for such formality, Brother Tian. I am merely here to assist, so how could I possibly demand a salary? Clearly, Lin Xiaoxia holds little regard for this meager wage. Indeed, what she truly desires are shares. This salary, in this era, could be considered quite substantial, not only in the town, but even in the city. Yet, Lin Xiaoxia remains unimpressed, for she has already learned from Wu Jinxiong that he earns 100 a day from dividends alone, surpassing an entire month's salary. When calculated, this discrepancy amounts to nearly 30-fold. How could Lin Xiaoxia resign herself to such an inequity? However, regardless of her dissatisfaction, what could she do? She ought to recognize her own standing. By what right should she claim Ren Dingtian's shares upon her arrival? To sit idly counting money, dreaming sweet dreams? Why is 90 insufficient? Very well then, 100 a month. Ren Dingtian raised the offer by 10. Indeed, this was his method, piling on the money. If you refuse, I shall increase it by 10. Should you decline twice, I will add 20. Yet, there is a limit. How will you respond then? Brother Tian, indeed, Xiao Wu, standing aside, grew anxious. Enough, truly enough. Lin Xiaoxia, with a scowl, shot a fierce glance at Wu Jinxiong, then feigned a smile as she declared, I shall heed Brother Tian's arrangements. What sort of work offers 100 a month? I too wish to partake. At that moment, Tian de Wang and Ren Dali entered, driving their donkey and mule carts. Upon hearing the figure of 100, they were momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain their astonishment. Ren Dingtian regarded the entering Tian de Wang with a chuckle. However, he maintained a facade of indignation, speaking with gravity. Have you considered your own capabilities? Is 100 something a simpleton like you could earn? Ahem, I may lack that skill, but 90 is still feasible. How naive, for someone like you. 30 would be more than sufficient. Ren Dingtian still. Although directed at Tian de Wang, Wu Jinxiong, overhearing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment. It was one thing for Ren Dingtian to grant him shares, a fortunate windfall, yet he had also brought Lin Xiaoxia into the fold, who now received a monthly wage of 100. Likewise, Lin Xiaoxia felt her face grow warm, albeit not from guilt or embarrassment, but from anger. Perhaps guilt lingered, or perhaps she felt exposed. Regardless, she sensed that Ren Dingtian's words bore a hidden meaning, subtly chastising her. After a brief exchange with Tian de Wang and Ren Dali, Ren Dingtian mounted his motorcycle, carrying 4 bags of herbal medicine, and departed. His plan for the day involved sending Tian de Wang and Brother Dali towards the city while he first sold the herbs at the family compound before returning to collect them. They had agreed upon 3 rendezvous points along the route, one at the gas station on the county's edge, another at the intersection between the county and the city, and the third within a small grove outside the city. Of course, it was also possible they might encounter each other on the road, though that would complicate matters. While the roads were not particularly busy at present, one still needed to remain vigilant. Thus, Ren Dingtian meticulously planned to ensure that both parties would meet at the designated location. He arrived at the family compound first, where he unloaded the yarrow for Aunt Ying to distribute, before cycling off to collect Tian de Wang and Dali Go. As anticipated, upon reaching the gas station near the county border, he spotted Dali Gu and Tian de Wang emerging with a mule cart. Brother Tian, you're quite swift today. Indeed, please help me load the cart. In his haste, Ren Dingtian exchanged few words with them. Once the cart was loaded, he exhaled in relief and sent Li Gu and Tian de Huang back. He then pedaled toward the city. After a brisk journey, upon arriving at the family compound, he found Aunt Ing had nearly finished distributing the yarrow. It was a timely arrival, aided by Aunt Ing's deliberate deceleration. Seeing Ren Dingtian approach, she too felt a sense of relief. He, in turn, was equally relieved. He hardly had time to wipe the sweat from his brow, smiling as he unloaded the yarrow. Radishes and cabbages for everyone. As time passed, the prices of radishes and cabbages gradually increased. However, Ren Dingtian consistently sold them at their original price, never raising it. Although he was now quite adept at this, it still took nearly an hour to sell everything. While tidying up the vegetable scraps on the ground, he chatted amiably with Aunt Ing. "Thank you, Aunt Ing. You've truly been a great help today." "It's nothing," Xiao Tian. "There's no need for such formality. After all, you've compensated me well." Aunt Ing smiled, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the carefully selected yarrow in her hands. "Xiao Tian, do you have any plans? Selling vegetables like this one yield much profit, will it?" "Indeed, I'm waiting for an opportunity." "What kind of opportunity?" Aunt Ing asked. Her curiosity piqued. Initially, she had perceived Ren Dingtian as someone with ulterior motives, seeking to breach her defenses and secure a favor for her son. However, over the past few days, she began to see a different side of him. His earnestness and competence were far from the cunning and underhanded tactics she had expected. "I intend to accumulate some capital and then await the right moment." "Await the right moment? What for?" Aunt Ing inquired, intrigued. Aunt Ing, I have a friend who once said that as long as one can stand in the right wind, even a pig can soar." Ren Dingtian chuckled heartily. "Surely, I am far more handsome and charming than a pig. Once I catch the winds of opportunity, riding the current of the mainstream, I shall surely soar to great heights." Hearing Ren Dingtian's words stirred something within Aunt Ing. Given the current circumstances, if she merely offered her assistance, or even if her son were to speak a word, the winds he referred to would surely rise. Chapter 40. Visitors arrive. After conversing with Aunt Ing for a while, Ren Dingtian mounted his bicycle and departed. Having learned from the bitter lessons of the past, Ren Dingtian, though still courteous, refrained from making any pleasantries such as inviting Aunt Ing to dine. Observing Ren Dingtian's rather flustered and hasty retreat, Aunt Ing could not suppress a chuckle. This little trickster. Ren Dingtian did not linger and headed straight back to town. However, upon passing a crossroads, he suddenly halted. After swiftly darting across, he slammed on the brakes and turned to look back. Sure enough, there were Ren Dali and Tian de Wang, glancing around expectantly for him. "Did I not instruct you to return?" Ren Dingtian was utterly perplexed. "Brother Tian, you've returned. Of course, we came to fetch you." Tian de Wang cheerfully jogged over. "Fetch me for what?" Ren Dingtian was even more bewildered. "Do I require your assistance?" Then, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, he stood frozen in shock. Surely you do not intend to." "Yes, indeed. Brother Tian, you're quite astute to have guessed it." Tian de Wang exclaimed eagerly, looking at Ren Dingtian. "It would be quite fuel inefficient for you to ride back alone on your motorcycle. Since we are heading back, why not wait for us to take your bike home to save some fuel?" Ren Dingtian gazed skyward in silence. He wished to refuse, but could he? Thus, the three of them set off once again. They hurried yet dawdled, arriving in town just before 2 in the afternoon. As anticipated, the sight of a mule cart towing a motorcycle once more drew the attention of many. Fortunately, Ren Dingtian was already accustomed to such stares. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the interior bustling with activity. It turned out that Dong Sujing had enlisted Lin Xiaoxia's help to find a carpenter in town, who was measuring dimensions to craft a cabinet. Seeing Ren Dingtian return, Dong Sujing approached him with a smile, greeting him, and upon learning he had not yet dined, promptly began preparing a meal. Lin Xiaoxia cunningly dashed out to fetch a couple of dishes from the restaurant, a move that garnered unanimous approval and gratitude from everyone. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Xiao Wu rushed in, breathless. "Brother Tian, you're back. What is the matter?" Ren Dingtian asked, intrigued by Xiao Wu's urgency. "Come with me," Xiao Wu said, pulling Ren Dingtian along without delay. "What is going on?" "My father is looking for you," Xiao Wu gasped. "My father is looking for me?" Ren Dingtian's heart sank at the news. He thought to himself, Could Wu Su still harbor grievances, aiming to sever all ties with Xiao Wu? In truth, with Lin Xiaoxia's troublesome presence, Ren Dingtian had contemplated distancing himself from Xiao Wu, especially in light of old Wu's warning. Yet, alas, Ren Dingtian was still reliant on Xiao Wu. Indeed, he could not do without Xiao Wu. At least, he could not do without Xiao Wu's Honda motorcycle. The journey to the city was still too far without the motorcycle. He would be utterly unable to keep pace with a mule cart. Xiao Wu's motorcycle was a prerequisite for Ren Dingtian's business endeavors, and it was his Achilles heel. He yearned to extricate himself from this predicament, yet his attempts to substitute a mule cart had yielded naught but failure. It was not merely a question of Ren Dingtian's laziness. He could not rise an hour or two earlier to journey into town. Rather, he was obliged to harvest fresh sweet wormwood that very morning, leaving ample time for the villagers to gather their own. After all, they ventured out before dawn, and it would be unconscionable to allow them to trudge up the mountain in darkness to collect the herb. During this time, Ren Dingtian had contemplated acquiring a mode of transportation for himself. However, even a modest Honda 125, let alone a domestically produced 80 cubic centimeters motorcycle, would cost several thousand. Funds he currently lacked. Alas, if old Wu continued to warn him regarding Xiao Wu's affairs, he would have no choice but to sever connections with Xiao Wu and seek alternative paths. With a heavy sigh, Ren Dingtian began to ponder how he might procure a new means of transport. Thus burdened with thoughts, he followed Xiao Wu into the office of Director Wu. After Xiao Wu had closed the door, Director Wu glanced at the distracted Ren Dingtian and, with a forced smile, remarked, "Little Tian has been thriving in the town recently. Quite impressive." "Ahem, it is but your guidance, Director Wu." Ren Dingtian coughed lightly, though a sense of foreboding filled his heart. The fact that old Wu had not permitted Xiao Wu to leave did not bode well. If old Wu were to admonish him in front of Xiao Wu, it would signify a complete rupture in their relationship. Fortunately, Director Wu shifted his tone to one tinged with regret, saying, "I had hoped that, being from Renjiken, you were familiar with the back mountains, and I wanted to enlist your help. Since you have put down roots in town, it seems that is no longer feasible." Upon hearing this, Ren Dingtian's eyes brightened, and he excitedly inquired, "Has someone been dispatched from above?" "What?" Xiao Wu remained perplexed. Old Wu shot a glance at his son, exhaling a sigh of resignation. He then nodded at Ren Dingtian and said, "Indeed, someone has come from above, but it is a covert operation. Do not speak of it. We are still in the confidentiality phase. Do you understand?" "I understand. Understand." Ren Dingtian joyfully nodded. "Rest assured, Director Wu, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence." "Very well then. I will pay you 1 yuan and 8 jiao per day. The town will cover this. Do your best," Director Wu said, smiling as he clapped Ren Dingtian on the shoulder. "As for the payment, I am content to contribute to the nation," Ren Dingtian declared, thumping his chest. Hearing this, Director Wu could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "No worries, this is what you deserve," he said earnestly. "Ahem, Director Wu. The discovery of the mineral deposit is largely due to my wife, Dong Sujing. She knows the back mountains far better than I do." Ren Dingtian coughed again, his embarrassment evident. "Very well. Both you and your wife shall be considered external members of the exploration team. She will receive 1 yuan and 6 jiao per day." Director Wu concluded decisively with a wave of his hand. Ren Dingtian let out a sigh of relief. This was not to say that Director Wu favored men over women. The disparity in pay reflected the prevailing norms of an era still focused on physical labor for calculating work credits, rather than the intellectual labor that would characterize future society, where gender equality would reign. The man possessed a robust physique, surpassing the capabilities of women, hence naturally taller. He was more than willing to offer Dong Sujing a generous 6, feeling that in comparison to himself, it was not a lowly gesture. Most importantly, Dong Sujing would undoubtedly be delighted to learn of this development. After reaching an agreement with Ren Dingtian, Wu led him to meet the individuals dispatched from above. To Ren Dingtian's astonishment, 3 individuals arrived, 2 men and a woman, with the latter being quite young, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. This was not to imply that Ren Dingtian held disdain for the elderly or women. Rather, given that they were venturing into the treacherous terrain of the back mountain. He felt that the presence of the old man and the woman would pose a considerable challenge. However, as these were the representatives sent by the higher authorities, he suppressed his discontent and greeted everyone with a warm smile. Through Wu's introduction, Ren Dingtian learned that the elder was referred to as Professor Liu, the young woman was named Xiao Yunwei, and the remaining young man was He Jinpei. The youthful pair appeared to be students of Professor Liu, which further deepened Ren Dingtian's skepticism regarding the expedition team. Why did this team appear so streamlined, almost resembling a makeshift ensemble? He cast an inquiring glance towards Wu, who returned a knowing look, indicating that it was best not to question further, as it was a state secret. Nonetheless, Ren Dingtian could hardly contain his curiosity. During the journey back, he engaged the three in lively conversation, which quickly provided him with a clearer understanding. The so-called exploration team dispatched from above was merely a university professor tasked with a project, accompanied by 2 students for a field investigation. Indeed, the mineral resources in the back mountain of Ren's family village remained classified. To some, Ren Dingtian's assertions might lack weight, prompting them to seek professionals to assess the situation without alarming official institutions, as that would compromise confidentiality. Hence, they turned to knowledgeable scholars outside the bureaucratic framework. In essence, this mirrored Wu's previous circumstances. Upon learning about the mineral deposits from Ren Dingtian, Wu was naturally thrilled, recognizing it as a significant achievement. However, he hesitated to report it directly. What if Ren Dingtian's claims were unfounded? Verification on-site was imperative. Normally, he would consult the town mayor and other leaders to organize a preliminary investigation alongside Ren Dingtian. Yet, not wishing for the town's other officials, particularly the leaders, to be informed, Wu discreetly approached a teacher at the school for an initial assessment. Upon confirming the presence of copper, he refrained from returning to the town for further discussion and proceeded directly to the county seat. The individuals arriving this time were likely representatives from above, seeking Professor Liu for an exploratory investigation, intent on not alerting the county's mineral department. Their primary goal remained to ascertain the approximate location and scale of the mineral deposits. If it is a small mine, then one can simply follow the established procedures. However, if it is a large mine rich in resources, it is imperative to devise a meticulous plan for its management. Perhaps akin to what Director Wu did, one might bypass the county and report the findings directly to the city or even higher authorities. Having comprehended this, Ren Dingtian finally grasped the significance of the glance bestowed upon him by Director Wu, an unspoken directive to conduct this exploration discreetly and confidentially. The trio did not carry an extensive array of equipment. They merely possessed 2 rudimentary metal detectors, reminiscent of those utilized for mine clearance in later television dramas. Director Wu did not arrange for their accommodation at the guest house, likely to avoid attracting the attention of discerning individuals, considering he was merely an associate director amidst many watchful eyes. Instead, he tasked Ren Dingtian with resolving the lodging issue. This was not an insurmountable challenge. Not only did Ren Dingtian happen to have rented a house in town with 3 available rooms, but he also had property back in his hometown, making arrangements for the 3 of them quite manageable. Thus, Ren Dingtian inquired about their preferences. Professor Liu, would you prefer to stay in the village or the town? The village was over 10 kilometers from the town, and as you have seen, our means of transportation are limited to mules and donkeys, which are already occupied with other tasks. If you choose to stay in the town, the back-and-forth journey could prove somewhat cumbersome. Clearly, Ren Dingtian favored the idea of them residing in the village, as it would alleviate many inconveniences. Staying in your village is fine, but I would need your assistance, Xiao Tian, in addressing our needs for food, shelter, and transportation. Professor Liu replied with a smile. Certainly, that is no problem. Ren Dingtian responded cheerfully. Since there is a supply and marketing cooperative in town, we can purchase whatever provisions you require before heading back to the village. How does that sound? Agreed. Let us proceed with that arrangement. Consequently, Ren Dingtian led Professor Liu and his 2 students to the cooperative, where they procured several essentials, then loaded their luggage and equipment onto the mules and donkeys, setting off towards Ren's family village. Upon learning that officials had come to explore the mineral resources in the mountains, the townsfolk felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. The anxiety stemmed from the fear that Ren Dingtian's previous claims of discovering mineral deposits were unfounded, leading to false hopes and wasted efforts, potentially inciting displeasure from higher authorities. Conversely, the excitement was fueled by the hope that actual or would be unearthed in the mountains. Thus, a rare moment of relaxation ensued as they decided to forego tidying their homes in the town, opting instead to ride the mules and donkeys back home. This sudden turn of events left Lin Xiaoxia, who had initially intended to seize the opportunity to discern Ren Dingtian's operational strategies for her own gain, utterly bewildered. Just as she was beginning to grasp the nuances, she found herself abandoned, left alone as the others departed. Upon their arrival at Ren's family village, the dilapidated state of his home astounded Professor Liu and his students. Ren Dingtian awkwardly scratched his head. "Professor Liu, why don't you stay in my house?" Ren Dali quickly interjected. "Our home is in slightly better condition." "No need. I have lived in a cowshed before. This is far more comfortable," Professor Liu declared with a generous wave of his hand, expressing his willingness to accept the accommodations. However, this decision proved to be a hardship for the two students he had brought along. Only Professor Liu has spoken thus. What can they do? After settling in, Professor Liu gazed at the towering mountains behind him, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Oh dear, I see it's still early. Why don't you take me to explore the back mountain?" Professor Liu suggested. "But, esteemed professor, you have traveled all day. Perhaps it would be wiser to rest and venture there tomorrow?" Ren Dingtian politely declined with a smile. As the saying goes, a mountain seen from afar may appear closer than it is. Despite having arrived at the foot of the mountain, the journey to the back mountain remained long and arduous. Furthermore, the sky darkened swiftly at the mountain's edge. Although the sun was high now, it wouldn't be long before dusk enveloped them. Given Professor Liu's advanced age, Ren Dingtian preferred to avoid any unnecessary risks. Nevertheless, it was evident that Professor Liu was not one to bask in comfort. He was undoubtedly a person of action, which left Ren Dingtian with newfound respect for him. After ensuring Professor Liu was settled, Dong Su Jing and her sister-in-law, Tian Wanjun, headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. By chance, Professor Liu noticed an assortment of various minerals that Dong Su Jing had previously collected in the yard, and he suddenly erupted with excitement. Indeed, it is unmistakably copper ore. Chapter 42. Purchasing wine. Upon hearing Professor Liu's exclamation about the copper ore, everyone quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Particularly, Dong Su Jing, who was busy in the kitchen, felt a profound sense of relief. To be honest, while she had harbored doubts about Ren Dingtian's claims, she sincerely wished that he was telling the truth and that he had truly discovered copper ore in the back mountain. Such a finding would not only ensure a prosperous future for Ren Huang, but would also dispel the previous skepticism directed towards Ren Dingtian's father and his 6 brothers. However, the doubts lingered due to Ren Dingtian's past reputation. Now, hearing Professor Liu affirming his words, any lingering skepticism soon dissipated. Upon realizing that the stones she had tirelessly collected from the back mountain were indeed, or Dong Su Jing was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Almost tossing the kitchen knife from her hand, she frequently ventured to the back mountain. Thus she was well aware of the abundance of such stones there. Just then, Professor Liu's voice rang out again. "These minerals exhibit significant weathering. They must have been found near the surface, correct?" "Indeed, Professor. The stones in your hand are precisely what I gathered from the back mountain," Dong Su Jing replied, her face a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. However, she wondered if this indicated a limited mineral deposit. Upon hearing her words, Professor Liu paused momentarily before shaking his head with joy and enthusiasm. "No, Sufing, you have misunderstood," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he pointed toward the grand mountains behind the house. Minerals typically reside beneath the surface, as their high density causes them to gradually sink over time due to wind and rain erosion. The fact that you have discovered so many minerals at the surface suggests that the underground reserves are even more plentiful. In fact, This entire mountainous region may be rich in ore. These smaller pieces of ore vary due to differences in mineral content, density, and material composition, having broken away from the larger rock formations. Professor Liu, in a state of excitement, gestured animatedly for an extended period. However, apart from his two students, the others were left utterly bewildered. It was Ren Dingtian, drawing from his memories of a past life, who surmised the conclusion. Professor Liu, are you implying that the mountain behind us might be a copper mine? Indeed, it is quite possible. Further validation and confirmation of the mineral content are necessary. Professor Liu responded, nodding vigorously. Meanwhile, the others were even more exhilarated, although they struggled to comprehend what Professor Liu was articulating. Yet, they fully grasped Ren Dingtian's words. The so-called Barrenstone Mountain behind them might actually be a mountain rich in ore. If that were indeed the case, the entire Ren family village could prosper immensely. Upon realizing this, everyone was filled with immense joy, even Dong Sujing, who typically disapproved of Ren Dingtian's drinking habits. Surprisingly took out some money and sent the little girl Yuan to the village shop to purchase some wine. Mom, this money isn't enough. Yet, to her dismay, Yuan, upon receiving the money, crossed her arms and pouted, declaring, "But you said that if I go buy wine, I must be compensated for my errands. And it has to be a lot." Hearing this, Dong Sujing was momentarily taken aback. She recalled the times when Ren Dingtian would frequently drink and request her assistance in procuring alcohol. Initially, she felt pity for him, succumbing to his requests, especially after the traumatic loss of his father. She endeavored to influence him with kindness and compassion, but as time went by, her disappointment grew profound. From that point onward, Ren Dingtian could no longer expect her assistance in buying wine, yet that did not deter his reckless behavior and relentless drinking. Eventually, he even enlisted Yuan to fetch the wine. At first, the adorable Yuan willingly complied. Subsequently, Dong Sujing informed Yuan that while she could assist in purchasing wine, she must be compensated for her efforts. The amount could not be insufficient. Thus, the charming Yuan firmly etched this notion of remuneration for errands into her memory. Now, it was not just her father Ren Dingtian. Even her mother Dong Sujing would have to pay her for errands if she wanted her to buy wine. Observing the little girl, hands on her hips, demanding a fee for her services, Dong Sujing could not help but smile. Yet, as she chuckled, she instinctively covered her mouth, striving to suppress her tears. Drinking is not inherently wrong. The true error lies in the descent into alcoholism and neglecting one's responsibilities. The journey from despising her husband's drinking habits to actively purchasing alcohol for him has been arduous and fraught with challenges. In the past, Ren Dingtian drank to drown his sorrows, indulging in despair. Today, however, she willingly procured wine for him. Joyful wine, celebratory wine, the kind that heralds a vibrant future for their lives together. Smiling brightly, she retrieved 2 dimes from her pocket and handed them to Yuan, saying, "Here, this is your errand fee. Go buy some candy. Mom, you're the best." Little Yuan laughed joyfully as she reached out to take the money, then rose onto her tiptoes, arms wide open, striking a pose that beckoned for a hug. Without a second thought, Dong Sujing instinctively embraced the little girl. Suddenly, in a playful ambush, Yuan planted a kiss on Dong Sujing's cheek. "You little rascal, you've gone astray," Dong Sujing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, affectionately ruffling Yuan's hair. With the money in hand, the little girl gleefully dashed outside. However, rather than heading directly to the village store, she made her way to her grandmother's house, where Ren Dingtian's mother resided. The lively dog, Huang, bounced around joyfully, wagging its tail, sometimes leading the way, and at other times, urging Yuan from behind, barking a few encouraging woofs along the way. The scene was heartwarming and sweet. Upon arriving at her grandmother's doorstep, Yuan stood on her tiptoes and knocked vigorously. Grandma, open the door. Hurry, something big has happened." Upon hearing the familiar voice of her beloved granddaughter, the elderly woman felt a surge of joy. Over the years, her feelings towards Ren Dingtian were filled with resentment and disappointment, yet her affection for her wonderful daughter-in-law was boundless, along with an overwhelming love for her precious granddaughter, whom she cherished deeply. Although she had previously disliked Ren Dingtian's visits, she eagerly awaited the presence of her daughter-in-law and granddaughter every day. Ever since Dong Sujing had been hospitalized in town due to her fainting spell, it had been several days since the elderly woman had seen her cherished granddaughter. Initially, upon hearing the familiar calls from outside, the elderly lady thought she was merely longing for her granddaughter and imagining the sounds. It was only after Yuan called out several times, accompanied by Da Huang's enthusiastic barking, that she realized this was no illusion. Her beloved granddaughter had truly arrived. Chapter 43. The unfilial son planning to sell his wife and daughter? With a joyful heart, the grandmother approached the door and swung it open, revealing her precious granddaughter, Yuan. Standing there pouting, accompanied by Da Huang. Yuan, what is the matter? Who has upset my dear granddaughter? The grandmother asked with a warm smile. Daddy and Mommy. Oh, them. The grandmother was not overly surprised, for it was often those two who had the ability to irritate little Yuan. What could they have done to make our little Yuan so upset? Tell Grandma, and I shall give them a lesson. As she spoke, the elderly woman waved her hands, mimicking a scolding gesture. Oh, dear Grandma, you have no idea. Mommy's gone mad. What do you mean? The grandmother was taken aback by Yuan's words. How could she possibly have lost her mind? She actually asked me to buy alcohol, Yuan exclaimed, pulling out the money that Dong Sujing had given her. Really? The grandmother's eyes widened in shock, her expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Your mother. She truly gave you money to buy alcohol? And for your father? No less. Grandmother, for a moment, found herself utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation at hand. Furthermore, it appeared that she had given little Yuan a substantial sum for errands. As Yuan spoke, she gleefully produced 2 dimes, flaunting them proudly before her grandmother. What on earth is happening? Grandmother's anxiety heightened. After all, she had finally heard that Ren Dingtian was set to turn over a new leaf to abandon his past misdeeds, refrain from alcohol, and strive diligently to earn a living. How could it be that Dong Sujing, instead of securing a good daughter-in-law, was now purchasing liquor for him? Alas, what was transpiring? That foolish girl Sujing, was she not afraid that after finally overcoming his drinking problem, a mere sip would lead him back into the clutches of addiction? Grandmother's worry escalated. Why does your mother want you to buy liquor for your father? She inquired. I don't know, Yuan replied, but it seems they are quite excited. Mama even shed a few tears. Given Yuan's tender age, her ability to express and comprehend was limited. Not only her, but even Rindali and Tian Wang were only vaguely aware of the situation regarding the mineral resources. Yuan recalled her mother instructing her to procure alcohol, and the tears she had shed, prompting her to discreetly investigate. It seemed there were indeed some outsiders in their home. Yuan pondered, donning an expression of deep thought. Before speaking, it appears that Mama and the others are quite fearful of the new grandfather and the uncles and aunts. Upon hearing this, Grandmother was momentarily stunned, and then a wild, bizarre notion flashed through her mind. Especially after Yuan's next statement, Grandmother found herself utterly alarmed. They looked at me in a strange way, particularly that old grandfather who kept squinting and smiling at me, wanting to hug me. He certainly did not seem like a good person. Grandmother's tension escalated. Moreover, he attempted to entice me with candy, but Yuan was not fooled. As Yuan spoke, her face lit up with a proud smile. Who do they look down upon? Recently, a brother brought a large bag of candy for my father. At this juncture, Yuan seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head and added softly. Oh, Grandma, it's not that Yuan doesn't care about you. It's just that Mama says eating too much candy is bad for you, and it can cause cavities. I was afraid you would get cavities, so I consumed it all for your sake. Yuan's words were endearing and delightful. Yet Grandmother absorbed none of it, for her mind was consumed by a frantic thought. Not long ago, whispers had circulated throughout the village that Xiao Tian had sold his wife and child, which had enabled him to ride a motorcycle and indulge in reckless behavior. Initially, she had dismissed such claims, but now, with outsiders in their home and Sujing secretly wiping away tears, coupled with that elderly man casting sinister glances at their precious little Yuan and attempting to lure her with candy. An absurd and bizarre picture rapidly assembled in grandmother's mind. Ren Dingtian's son, indeed disappointing, seemed to embody the saying that he would sell his wife and children. He had even found a buyer who was ready to take them home. His daughter-in-law, Dong Su-jing, was utterly despondent, even contemplating sending their beloved granddaughter to buy liquor. What if she truly lost her mind? That would be disastrous. If Su-jing were to do something reckless, perhaps adding something sinister to the drink. The thought sent a shiver down the elderly woman's spine. "Grandma, I'm going to buy some alcohol. I'll come back to see you once I'm done." Little Yuan chirped, eager to leave. The grandmother could not allow her to go alone and hurriedly chased after her. However, Yuan, filled with joy, skipped ahead with her dog, Huang, while the grandmother huffed and puffed behind, unable to catch up. Upon reaching the small shop, Yuan emerged triumphantly, clutching a bottle of liquor and a bag of snacks. "Oh, Grandma, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, startled by her breathless grandmother. Secretly, she hid the bag of snacks behind her back. After all, while Grandma was beloved, the snacks were far more tempting. "Wait for me, Grandma. I'll put the liquor away and come back to find you," Yuan thought, racing home to conceal her treasures. Even with the bottle in hand, her speed was remarkable. The grandmother, seeing this, continued her pursuit. Thus, one girl and her dog raced ahead, while the elderly woman, panting, chased after them. In no time, they arrived at Ren Dingtian's doorstep. Yuan, brimming with happiness, bounded inside, leaving her grandmother in a state of worry. Despite this being her son's home, she had previously declared that if Ren Dingtian did not mend his ways and strive to become a decent person, she would sever ties with him and never set foot in his house again. This kind-hearted yet stubborn elder believed that such measures would compel her wayward son to reform. She could not easily relent. Standing at the entrance, she hesitated for a long while, fearful that stepping inside would shatter her years of resolve. However, recalling her earlier concerns for her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, she steeled herself and entered the familiar yet long untrodden courtyard. Yet it was not as she had imagined. The first figure she beheld was Professor Liu. Though advanced in years, he exuded the demeanor of an academic, appearing anything but a human trafficker. "Perhaps this is merely a ruse," the elderly woman mused, recalling the loathsome individuals who had once visited their home, hollowing out their finances with insincere smiles. True human traffickers likely wore such masks, affable on the surface yet ruthless at heart. The elderly woman reflected, understanding her own anxieties. The scars left by Ren Dingtian's past misdeeds and the wickedness of those traffickers had etched a profound shadow in her heart. Professor Liu was momentarily taken aback when he suddenly saw an elderly woman enter. Just as he was about to greet her, he noticed Granny Yuan with her head lowered. "Searching for something. What are you looking for, dear lady?" Professor Liu inquired with curiosity. "I'm looking for something to deal with you, you heartless human trafficker," Granny Yuan retorted, her gaze landing on a nearby dilapidated shovel. She picked it up and advanced menacingly towards Professor Liu. The unexpected turn of events left him utterly stunned. He had thought the residents of Rinjia village were warm-hearted and kind. Never could he have anticipated such an unwarranted calamity. Fortunately, Ren Dali happened to emerge from the house just in time to witness the unfolding scene. "Mother, what brings you here?" he exclaimed, initially surprised to see her, only to be taken aback further when he saw her raise the rusty shovel to strike Professor Liu. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to shield the professor from the impending blow. "You scoundrel! I didn't expect to see you here." Granny Yuan's anger only intensified upon seeing her eldest son. "Hey, Mother, Professor Liu has been sent by the authorities to help us search for minerals. You cannot harm him." "Hey, hastily explained." "What Professor Liu?" Granny Yuan, still consumed by fury, swung the shovel in her hand and retorted, "He's nothing but a fraud." "That's not true." Ren Dali, bewildered and enduring the blows, dared not retaliate, but urgently continued his defense. "Mother, Professor Liu is indeed an expert sent to assist us in locating ore. Is that so?" Granny Yuan sighed in relief, lowering the shovel. "Indeed, Mother, this is a tremendous opportunity." Meanwhile, The commotion had drawn the attention of others, who rushed out to see what was amiss. Ren Dingtian was the last to appear. Upon seeing his silver-haired mother, he inhaled deeply and stepped forward, kneeling with a thud. Mother, that simple, straightforward word conveyed more emotion than 1,000 sentiments. You ungrateful wretch. The elderly woman dropped the shovel and raised her hand to strike Ren Dingtian's head. I'll beat you to death for being such a disobedient child. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Mother, I promise to work hard from now on. So you won't have to worry or suffer anymore. Ren Dingtian stated earnestly. Good, good, good. The old woman finally exhaled a deep sigh of relief upon hearing his words. Just hearing that is enough. Just hearing that is enough. As she spoke, she laughed through her tears. If I can't hear you say that, I would consider my life well spent. In a previous life, this stubborn and strong-willed woman would rather die with resentment than witness her son fall into ruin. She would have preferred to sacrifice herself to awaken him from his malaise. In this life, she would no longer endure such a cruel fate. As the meal was served, everyone joyfully took their seats. Ren's mother glanced around, frowning, and said to Tian Duang, Why haven't you called your mother over? Hearing this, Ren Dingtian slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. I was so busy, Duang. Hurry and fetch Aunt Lu. No, let's go together. As Ren Dingtian spoke, he rose and made his way outside. Thus, the two hurriedly arrived at Aunt Lu's residence. Without further ado, they seized Aunt Lu and led her away. Initially bewildered, Aunt Lu found herself stumbling into Ren Dingtian's home, where the sight of his mother left her momentarily speechless. Sister-in-law, don't say a word. Quickly, sit down and have a meal, Ren's mother urged, guiding Aunt Lu to a seat. Dong Su Jing, her cheeks flushed, presented the wine she had asked Xiao Yuan to procure, pouring a glass for Ren Dingtian. Gazing at the wine before him, Ren Dingtian's eyes widened as he glanced between Dong Su Jing and his mother, momentarily at a loss. Since it's poured by Xiao Jing, you ought to drink it. At last, Ren's mother spoke. Taken aback by her words, Ren Dingtian awkwardly shook his head. Mom, Ivet kvit drinking. I'm sober now. The revelation left his mother momentarily stunned, while Dong Su Jing stared at this man in disbelief. Was this truly the same Ren Dingtian who had once been a slave to alcohol, drinking himself into oblivion daily? Good, quitting is indeed a good thing, Ren's mother exclaimed, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with tears. Yes, indeed, quitting is good, echoed sister-in-law. Randa Li, Tian Davang, and Aunt Lu joined in applause, leaving Professor Lu and the others utterly perplexed. Xiao Tian, you must drink this glass. Suddenly, Ren's mother smiled. This wine is specially prepared for you by Su Jing. Drink this, and you must never let Su Jing down again. Upon hearing his mother's words, Ren Dingtian was first taken aback, then lifted the glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Mom, you can rest assured. He then turned to Dong Su Jing, taking her hand into his. She instantly flushed, wanting to withdraw her hand. It was quite inappropriate in such a public setting. Yet, Ren Dingtian held on tighter. I will hold your hand and walk with you for eternity, never to part, forever devoted. With heartfelt sincerity, he gazed into Dong Su Jing's eyes, saying, Su Jing, from now on, I will cherish you and ensure you lead a joyful life. Dong Su Jing stood frozen, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she felt that 5 years of perseverance, 5 years of grievances, and 5 years of heartache had all been worth it. This man had finally returned. The sunny, warm-hearted, and responsible Ren Dingtian was back. The meal was filled with laughter and joy, and after dining, Ren Dingtian assisted Dong Su Jing in clearing the table before gathering everyone to discuss plans for the following day. Professor Lu, I need to venture out early tomorrow. My brother and Su Jing will take you to explore the back mountain first. How'd that sound? Professor Lu nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, I must trouble you and Huang to run into the city to sell vegetables. Ren Dingtian turned to his sister-in-law. In truth, the task of catching a ride into the city could easily be managed by Duang alone. However, his lack of confidence in his own abilities led him to hesitate. After all, it is uncertain whether he is truly any better than Huang. At critical moments, it is still the clever and capable sister-in-law who must be relied upon. Chapter 45. Professor Lu's approval. Early in the morning, Ren Dingtian quietly exited the courtyard and joined the villagers who were gathering mugwort on the mountainside. Upon seeing him, the villagers displayed a range of reactions. Some were astonished, others curious, while a few scoffed in disdain. Clearly, apart from his family, the others remained unaware of Ren Dingtian's transformation. Perhaps they had caught wind of some rumors, yet they could not fathom that a notorious drunkard, who had squandered 5 years of his life, could suddenly mend his ways overnight. Thus, 2 bustling hours passed, and the villagers gathered at the village center with their bamboo baskets, ready to collect the mugwort. Some noticed the gloominess of Ren Dingtian's basket, which held only a modest amount, prompting a few to chuckle derisively. "Is that all you've managed? Look at mine, it's overflowing." Ren Dingtian, do not slack off. This afternoon, take a stroll and mark where you find more mugwort. Tomorrow morning, you can go directly to dig it up, saving yourself the trouble of searching. Though some laughed at the meager harvest Ren Dingtian had brought, others kindly advised him. Each household possessed forested land in the back mountains, yet they had not yet begun to harvest from their own plots, opting instead to search the higher, wilder areas first. The wild lands were communal resources, and everyone strove to gather what they could. Typically, the forested plots were reserved for family use, so to prevent conflicts over the mugwort, the villagers had tacitly agreed to mark their finds, some with sticks, others with ropes. Amidst the competition, there was an underlying order. Witnessing this scene, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but smile. Harmony fosters better development. Thus, amidst laughter and chatter, they arrived at the village center, where Dali Go, his sister-in-law, and Tian Wang were already preparing to gather the mugwort. Meanwhile, Dong Sujing was initially set to assist, but was persuaded to return home to rest and prepare meals for everyone. Indeed, in the countryside, cooking is considered a form of rest and the easiest of labors. As Tian Wang took possession of Ren Dingtian's mugwort to pour it into a bag, Ren Dingtian stopped him, wishing to weigh the harvest first. "Cough, 1 pound and 2 ounces. Tian Wang shot an embarrassed glance at Ren Dingtian. "Oh, just 1 pound and 2 ounces? A middle-aged woman nearby could not help but interject, "That is even less than what my child gathered." "Indeed, Ren Dingtian, you must strive harder." Facing this, Ren Dingtian offered an awkward smile, refraining from retorting. Tian Wang, feeling a bit indignant, could not suppress his words. "My brother can make big money. How can you all compare?" The villagers laughed heartily, clearly skeptical, as they believed Tian Wang was boasting. After all, the reputations of both Tian Wang and Ren Dingtian in the village were quite complicated. However, despite the banter, the villagers remained efficient in their work. The basket is rather heavy, undoubtedly requiring peeling. However, the weight of the baskets varies from household to household, making it cumbersome to weigh each one individually. Thus, sister-in-law Tian Wanjin devised a clever solution. She procured 2 baskets, each weighing precisely 1 pound. This way, each family could simply pour their herbal harvest in her baskets and deduct 1 pound from the total weight, thereby obviating the need for individual measurements. Furthermore, at that time, electronic scales were non-existent. The scales in use were traditional, featuring lead weights and iron poles. As long as the measuring rod was level, Ren Dingtian and Tian Wanjin intentionally pressed down on the scales, allowing the villagers to receive a little extra. The villagers were not unaware of the generosity. In their haste to pour out their herbs, they occasionally left remnants clinging to the baskets. To save time, they did not meticulously clean them out before weighing. Instead, they stood aside, tidying up and placing the herbs directly into bags. This was a small act of kindness. Yet it was these little gestures of warmth and care that the community truly cherished. Before long, the weighing was completed, and everyone assisted in packing the bags and loading them onto the carts. As customary, Ren Dingtian took some with him and departed on his motorcycle, disappearing in a flash. The villagers looked on with envy, discussing his swift exit. Tian Wang and Ren Dali, not wishing to be idle, first loaded several bags of radishes and cabbages beneath the mule cart before placing the herbs on top. Once the cart was fully loaded, they drove out of the village. "Take your time, Wang," Ren Dali called out with concern. "Don't worry, brother Dali," Tian Wang replied cheerfully. Return early. Ren Dali glanced at his wife, Tian Wanjin. Yes. Rest assured, she said, casting a glance at their son, who was sleepily rubbing his eyes. Complete your homework at home, and don't cause any trouble. Got it, Mom? The boy nodded. Thus, everyone resumed their respective tasks. Professor Liu had risen early as well, observing the industrious scene in Ren's village, and could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia. This reminds me of a few years ago when I lived in the cow shed. Those were truly hard times. Now, everyone's lives have improved. Indeed, things will only get better. Dong Sujing smiled as she recalled Ren Dingtian's words. Xiao Dian is truly commendable, diligent, and hardworking, yet he never forgets his family or his fellow villagers. He is indeed a rare talent. Professor Liu, having experienced numerous trials and tribulations, was a discerning individual. Those who could earn his respect were few and far between. Oh, Professor Liu, please don't speak so highly of him. You have no idea how he used to be. Dong Sujing felt that the professor's praise of Ren Dingtian was akin to complimenting her, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly interjected. Not at all. People can grow. I was once a bookish fool, unable to tell grains apart. Now, if you were to ask me to farm, I would fare no worse than any of you. I never believed I would say such a thing. Professor Liu, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed Dong Sujing, saying, Rest assured, I hold great expectations for Xiaotian. To speak frankly, in my decades of teaching, I have seldom encountered a student as exceptional as him. He is destined to become an outstanding individual. Upon hearing Professor Liu's words, Dong Sujing felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. However, the recently awakened Xiao Yunwei and He Jinping were quite displeased. It is worth noting that, in this era, university students are considered precious and are all regarded as the elite. Now, being compared unfavorably to a mere villager from a remote mountain village was intolerable, especially when such remarks came from their own teacher. This was simply unacceptable. Xiao Yunwei, a girl accustomed to luxury, let out a cold snort and strode into the room. He Jinping, albeit more composed, offered an awkward smile and approached Professor Liu to greet him, deliberately ignoring Dong Sujing. Professor Liu shook his head at this display, further convinced of his assessment. How could these two possibly compare to Ren Dingtian? Chapter 46. A profitable venture upon entering the family quarters of the Commerce Bureau. Ren Dingtian fortuitously encountered Anning, which brought him a sense of relief. Without hesitating, he requested Anning to keep an eye on the gloomy atmosphere while he unloaded the vehicle and went to fetch his sister-in-law and Tian Duang. Although this was Tian Duang's third trip to catch the bus, Ren Dingtian still felt a tinge of unease. Even with his sister-in-law accompanying him, he was eager to check the situation. Aunt Ing watched Ren Dingtian hurriedly depart, chuckling to herself with a sigh. It was not merely a coincidence that he encountered her. She had been waiting for him. She found their interactions enjoyable, as despite his rural origins, Ren Dingtian exhibited remarkable eloquence and insight, handling matters with a commendable grace that put her at ease. Initially, Aunt Ing suspected that Ren Dingtian sought to gain her favor to facilitate some ulterior motive, believing he would eventually ask for her assistance with a significant matter. However, he never broached the subject, leaving her with an insatiable curiosity. Consequently, Aunt Ing had been subtly probing to learn more about him. She understood that Ren Dingtian intended to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, as he would say, waiting for the wind to rise. She even sensed that he was acutely aware that she represented the favorable wind he could harness. She found it hard to believe that he visited daily without understanding the significance of this place. In this day and age, entrepreneurship and profit are inextricably linked to the Commerce Bureau. Yet, Ren Dingtian remained reticent. This left Aunt Ing with two hypotheses. Either Ren Dingtian had grand ambitions and was biding his time to establish a closer rapport before making his request, or she had misjudged him from the start, and everything was merely coincidental. Her overthinking had led her astray. Not to mention, women are inherently suspicious. Aunt Ying's previous work had endowed her with a keen perception, sharp intellect, and a knack for deduction and analysis. She always felt that Ren Dingtian was quite an extraordinary individual, yet he did not evoke any aversion in her. The key was that sometimes he was amusing. bringing her great joy. Take the present moment, for instance. Selling vegetables and buying mugwort in the community was an experience Aunt Ing had never encountered before. It reminded her of her previous work in intelligence, which was rather intriguing. At the gas station on the outskirts, Ren Dingtian arrived first, waiting for a short while until De Wang and his sister-in-law arrived with the mule cart. They exchanged brief communications, and everything proceeded smoothly without any surprises, all while unloading and loading the cart without pause. However, this time, one motorcycle was insufficient to transport all the vegetables and mugwort from the cart. The remaining produce still needed to be delivered to the market for sale. Sister-in-law, let us price the radishes and cabbages at 8 and 10 cents per pound. The mugwort should be slightly pricier than at the market. If they ask why, just tell them it's freshly picked early this morning. Ren Dingtian instructed his sister-in-law before mounting his motorcycle and departing. His sister-in-law and Tian De Wang tidied up the mule cart and set off again. Shouty on. He has truly become competent now, Tian Wanjin remarked, watching Ren Dingtian's disappearing figure with a smile. Indeed, although Brother Tian is making money now, it comes from hard work. De Wang also gave Ren Dingtian a thumbs up. They hurried to the family compound, discovering Aunt Ing cheerfully chatting with everyone while distributing mugwort. Upon seeing Ren Dingtian approach, everyone greeted him with smiles. He reciprocated their greetings, engaging in conversation while deftly unloading the vegetables and weighing them for the customers. Of course, he was not merely chatting. He had a purpose. The calendar for this community had almost been completely collected, and the radio had also gathered a fair amount. Though he earned some money daily by delivering and selling vegetables, that was not Ren Dingtian's true aspiration. What he desired were the treasures from these uncles and aunts' homes that they no longer needed. To exaggerate slightly, the garbage these uncles and aunts discarded could bring joy to the people of Rinjiazwang for an entire day. Moreover, there were plenty of items they did not use but were reluctant to throw away. Do not inquire why they had so much. In this era, aspiring to make money and start a business inevitably involved the Commerce Bureau. Each day, Ren Dingtian witnessed countless individuals delivering gifts at the entrance. The crucial point was that these individuals were not even on the waiting list. They hadn't even touched the threshold. Those who had touched the threshold were even more fortunate. Recently, those waiting outside had grown envious upon seeing Ren Dingtian ride his motorcycle in and out repeatedly. There were even instances where someone had stopped him, requesting to be taken inside. Just get me in, and I'll give you this amount, they said, holding up 5 fingers. When Ren Dingtian responded with 50, the other party shook his head with a grin, convinced of his own success. Little did he know, you think 500 can buy me? Who do you think I am? With that, Ren Dingtian rode away, leaving the man behind. It is an inescapable predicament. He fears that if he waits any longer, he may succumb to his emotions. After all, this is a sum of 500 yuan. However, Ren Dingtian is no fool. Should he accept this 500 yuan and engage in such a transaction, he would likely find himself unwelcome in this community forevermore. Yet, on that day when Ren Dingtian rode away, he sensed that the portly man was pursuing him from behind, exclaiming something akin to 5,000. Brother, I am referring to 5,000. Had Ren Dingtian caught the breathless words of the man, one wonders if he would have regretted not turning back and seizing the opportunity. After all, 5,000 yuan is no trifling amount, particularly in these times when affluent households are a rarity, far more so than the millions that would be commonplace in later years. Thus, Ren Dingtian is acutely aware that the homes of these elderly residents contain numerous treasures. Take, for instance, Anning, whose household boasts nearly every appliance imaginable, not to mention the imported crown vehicle parked in her garage. However, while some items may be readily available, others, even if unused, are not easily relinquished. For example, calendars and radios distributed as New Year's gifts are ubiquitous, allowing everyone to openly claim them without reservation. Conversely, certain possessions are not mere giveaways. They may have been purchased or privately gifted. With a portly man granted entry into this community, any gift he presented to someone would certainly not be displayed so brazenly in public. Thus, Ren Dingtian must commit to memory the faces of every elderly gentleman and lady present, fostering relationships with them to earn their trust. For it is only then that they might engage in clandestine transactions with him. Moreover, Ren Dingtian is convinced that such dealings possess the potential for genuine profit. Yes, let it be so, by taking the path less traveled. While others strive to curry favor and offer gifts to these residents, he shall profit from them instead. This venture is viable, and if executed well, it promises substantial rewards. Chapter 47. Not taking cabbage would be a missed opportunity, of course. Ren Dingtian is not one to accept anything indiscriminately. Just as he hesitates to usher the individuals outside into his domain, there are certain items he would refrain from touching. The crux of the matter is that some possessions, even if he were to acquire them, would be beyond the means of others to purchase. Thus, his primary objective now is to focus on the festive gift distributed during holidays. These items, when brought to town for sale, align with the local purchasing power. For instance, calendars and radios are within reach for the average townsfolk, who might stretch their budgets to afford them. However, transporting televisions, refrigerators, and other appliances back would prove impractical. While they may yield a higher profit per item, few can afford such luxuries. Therefore, in recent days, Ren Dingtian has appeared to engage in casual conversations. Yet he has meticulously inquired about the various welfare distributions over the past year or two. Calendars are a staple annual gift, supplemented by essential provisions such as rice, oil, salt, vinegar, and tea. The radio is considered a more generous benefit. The most valuable items, televisions, refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines, are not distributed directly, but rather through vouchers. For example, today, vouchers for color televisions were issued. Many individuals are contemplating replacing their small, black and white televisions with larger color models. In truth, Ren Dingtian has long coveted these soon-to-be discarded small black and white televisions. However, despite possessing a ticket, he finds himself bereft of stock. At least, the colorful televisions have yet to reach this residential community. Indeed, although the tickets were issued prior to the new year, nearly a month afterward, this locality has still not received its turn. This delay is due to the presence of other communities ahead in the queue, compounded by the fact that color televisions from this era are truly scarce commodities, particularly in such underdeveloped small towns. To illustrate, according to Ren Dingtian's findings, the state-run department store in Huibao County only allocates 8 or 9 black and white televisions each month. Color televisions have only begun to be distributed this year, with a mere 2 units available monthly. If he could procure several second-hand televisions, even if they are black and white, he would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. For such in-demand products are never difficult to sell. There is no need to seek out customers like one would when selling calendars. Merely hinting at availability will attract eager buyers. Moreover, during recent conversations with the local elderly residents, Ren Dingtian has nearly discerned who intends to replace their televisions and when. Most households that acquire new televisions render their old ones obsolete. With only a few being gifted to others, he has already negotiated with nearly all of them. Thus, although there have been no significant gains in recent days, Ren Dingtian remains quite content. After selling all his herbs and vegetables, he took out a portion of the herbs he had long prepared for Aunt Ing, presented them to her, and cheerfully prepared to depart. "Wait, don't rush off," Aunt Ing called out with a smile, stopping Ren Dingtian in his tracks. "What is it, Aunt Ing? Do you have something to ask?" Ren Dingtian inquired curiously. "Ahem." Aunt Ing cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor as she regarded him. "I have received quite a bit of your herbs lately. As the saying goes, one should not take advantage without giving something in return. It feels uncomfortable to accept your kindness without reciprocating. If there is anything you need help with, do not hesitate to ask." Though her words were sweet, Aunt Ing was secretly probing Ren Dingtian's intentions. She could not believe that he approached her without ulterior motives. She was determined to uncover Ren Dingtian's true purpose. "Well, you said it," Ren Dingtian replied, momentarily taken aback, then wore an oddly amused expression. "Yes, I said it. If you need my assistance, just let me know." While Aunt Ing feigned cordiality, she was resolutely prepared to reconsider if Ren Dingtian requested anything excessive or sought favors for her or her son. "Very well, Aunt Ing, as you can see, I'm exceedingly busy. Ren Dingtian remarked as he gestured toward the outside. One of my rather simple-minded brothers is still at the market. I fear he might incur losses on my behalf. Thus, Anning, I will bring the herbs and vegetables here tomorrow. Could you assist me in sorting them? Is that all? Anning was taken aback by his request. This was quite different from what she had envisioned. She had anticipated that Ren Dingtian would enlist her assistance, perhaps to leverage connections for a significant business deal worth tens or even hundreds of thousands. To her surprise, he merely requested her help in selling vegetables. Cough, cough. There is something even more outrageous that I dare not mention, for fear that Anning might become upset and strike me. Ren Dingtian cleared his throat, casting an apologetic glance at Anning. Huh, indeed there is more. Aunt Ing sneered, fixing her gaze upon Ren Dingtian. Speak, and I shall not harm you. Yet, she mused internally, it doesn't necessarily mean I will acquiesce to your request. As you can see, my mode of transportation is rather inconvenient. I must make several trips back and forth each day. Would you be so kind as to lend me your car for a couple of days? Lend you my car? Aunt Ing was momentarily taken aback by this proposition, her expression darkening as she glared fiercely at Ren Dingtian. Don't tell me you intend to use my car to haul cabbages and radishes? Absolutely not. Ren Dingtian replied earnestly, locking eyes with Anning. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she was caught off guard by his next words. Not only radishes and cabbages, but there is also this herb. You little rascal, get as far away from me as you can. Aunt Ing could no longer contain her frustration. What a preposterous joke. This was her prized possession. Even if her son wished to borrow it for picking up esteemed guests, she would be reluctant to part with it. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Dingtian made a hasty retreat. He sensed that Aunt Ing was no ordinary woman. Through their recent interactions, he had gathered that her son held a position of some significance. Yet, the Ing household had long possessed a color television. This was not merely a matter of money, but rather of privilege and priority in acquisitions. Moreover, and more importantly, what significance did a color television hold? Om Ting possesid au kron sedan. And her driving skills were exceptional. She was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Furthermore, Ren Dingtian uncovered a rather unsettling realization. In recent days, he had been subtly probing others for information, hoping to uncover what valuable items these older gentlemen and ladies might possess for sale. Having spent the most time with Aunt Ing, he should have been the most informed about her. However, upon reflection, he realized that his knowledge of Aunt Ing was painfully scant, gleaned primarily from hearsay. The key point was that he suddenly perceived that Aunt Ing seemed to know him quite well, effortlessly discerning his background through casual conversation. To be honest, Ren Dingtian was quite envious of Aunt Ing's crown sedan. Such a splendid vehicle, left unused and gathering dust in the garage, was a terrible waste. It would be far better to put to daily use. The space in that crown was considerably more ample than that of a Honda scooter. The trunk could easily accommodate 4 bags, the back seat another 4, and the passenger seat 2 bags. Not to mention, the roof could hold several more bags. This far surpassed the capacity of both a mule cart and a donkey cart. Alas, what a pity that such a magnificent vehicle was not utilized for hauling vegetables. Chapter 48. The Aunt's surprised delight thus. With a deep sense of regret, Ren Dingtian rode his Honda 125 to the vegetable market. From a distance, Tian de Wang and his sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, could be seen standing awkwardly in front of their stall, utterly at a loss. A few customers approached to inquire about prices, only to leave in disbelief and disdain. Ah, how can one sell anything when feeling so restrained? He muttered, shaking his head as he approached. Tiange, you have arrived. Upon seeing Ren Dingtian, Tian de Wang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He hurried over, grasping Ren Dingtian's hand. Come, let us sell some vegetables. Why aren't you selling? Ren Dingtian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Who was it last night, in a drunken fervor, proclaiming that today he would shout until his voice was hoarse, and single-handedly sell out all the vegetables? Tian de Wang scratched his head awkwardly, his cheeks flushing as he avoided Ren Dingtian's gaze. I thought it looked so effortless when you were calling out. I never imagined I'd be at a loss for words myself. Walk by and don't miss out. Ren Dingtian shouted as he shot a glare at Tian Wang. Follow my lead. Tian Wang stuttered. Do you still want your mother to live well? Ren Dingtian gazed seriously at him. Yes. Tian Wang replied without hesitation. Then shout louder. All right. Young man, that's not fair. I bought your vegetables before. Why have you raised the prices? A woman exclaimed, glaring at Ren Dingtian. Ma'am, the prices will rise again in a few days. Ren Dingtian responded cheerfully. Why? Because as time passes, radishes and cabbages become scarcer, and prices will certainly increase. The woman shot Ren Dingtian a fierce look. Fine, give me 2. Ma'am, it might go up again tomorrow. 5. Very well. Ren Dingtian grinned and signaled to Tian Wang to fetch the radishes for the lady. Why is your mugwort pricier than others? Another woman inquired. Simply because mine is better, Ren Dingtian replied, reaching for a handful of mugwort to present to her. Look, this is freshly harvested. We rise before dawn to dig it up. It's fresh and exquisite, unlike others that were picked yesterday or even earlier, which have wilted and lost nutritional value, not to mention the taste. All right then, give me 5 pounds. 5 pounds. Upon hearing this, Tian Wang felt a surge of joy and was eager to help. However, Ren Dingtian stopped him. Ma'am, no need to rush. He smiled at the lady before him. We will be back tomorrow. Just buy enough for today. If you purchase too much, it won't be fresh by tomorrow. It's better to buy some cheaper ones then. We have a large family. We'll finish it in a day, the lady replied, chuckling. Besides, I want to bring some of my good friend. You are quite sincere, young man. This is the first time I've encountered someone advising me to buy less. The surrounding crowd began to nod in approval, giving Ren Dingtian a thumbs up, praising his honesty and integrity. Ren Dingtian smiled shyly in response. To speak candidly, were it not for his involvement, he might genuinely suspect that this Annie was merely a hired supporter, with her divine assistance. The surrounding patrons eagerly began to make their purchases. Coupled with the undeniable quality of Ren Dingtian's freshly harvested herbs, which were indeed the sole offering of their kind at the market, the goods were swiftly sold out. Witnessing this scene, his sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, was utterly astonished. When had Xiao Tian become so formidable? Previously, she had been skeptical of her husband, Ren Dali's praises of Ren Dingtian's prowess. After all, her spouse was rather simple-minded, and considering Ren Dingtian's past as any ne'er-do-well, she had assumed that the stark contrast between his former and current self had merely created an illusion in her husband's mind. However, upon visiting today, she could hardly fathom that Ren Dingtian was indeed far more impressive than her husband had described. While Ren Dingtian was bustling with sales, a pair of eyes nearby radiated a sense of resentment. In truth, Ren Dingtian had been aware of this. Yet he had been far too occupied to pay it any mind. Only after bidding farewell to the last wave of customers did he pause to wipe the sweat from his brow and glance at the disgruntled vendor nearby. It seemed she had a rather leisurely day. With a cheerful demeanor, Ren Dingtian greeted the vendor and instinctively reached for a couple of radishes to offer her. However, he soon realized that most of his radishes had been sold, leaving only 2 half-broken ones. Notably, these radishes bore the evidence of his own bite marks, making their appeal somewhat dubious. Yet who was Ren Dingtian? He simply disregarded the bite marks and, with a radiant smile, extended the radishes towards her. Madam, do give these a try. They're undeniably fresh and delightfully crisp. The vendor shot him a disdainful glance, yet she reluctantly accepted the offering. After all, this little rascal was quite adept at counting, and she feared that after all her calculations, she would end up only losing a couple of pennies. In truth, if she accepted these 2 radishes, she would owe him an additional 20 cents, a fair deal. You've certainly worked hard today. Ren Dingtian remarked, observing the vendor's hands full of radishes. As he spoke, he playfully produced a small bag of herbs and presented it to her. Business has been exceptionally good today. I couldn't hold on to this, so I secretly saved a handful of herbs for you. It's not much, but it's a token of my appreciation. The vendor was taken aback. She was well aware of this little rascal's cunning nature. While others sold their herbs for 70 or 80 cents, he dared to charge a full $1. Yet, his business remained the most prosperous. This generous handful of herbs, while perhaps not a full pound, still weighed several ounces, worth a few dimes at least. If it were from anyone else, she would have gladly accepted it. But faced with Ren Dingtian, she hesitated. Indeed, she feared that he intended to sell them to her. She had no desire to purchase a pound of herbs at an inflated price. Sensing her hesitation, Ren Dingtian cheerfully pressed the herbs into her hands. "Rest assured, madam, it's on the house. My gift to you." "Really?" The elderly woman displayed an expression akin to having seen a ghost as she gazed at Ren Dingtian. Naturally, given her daily care for him, her efforts were not unnoticed, and this served as a token of gratitude for her kindness in recent days. Ren Dingtian beamed at her, yet she remained in a state of disbelief. This is often the case. Individuals like her, humble and unassuming, tend to harbor such sentiments. Had Ren Dingtian been firmly under her thumb on the first day, her reaction to his generosity today would have been one of entitlement rather than appreciation. However, after witnessing his prowess on that initial encounter, she now felt both flattered and overwhelmed by his kindness. Chapter 49. A trip to the mall with my sister-in-law. After tidying up the litter on the ground and discarding it, Ren Dingtian suggested that Tian de Wang return home alone. "Sister-in-law, it's not easy for you to visit the city. Allow me to show you around. Is that appropriate?" Tian Wanjin blushed, clearly eager, yet somewhat shy. "Not at all." Ren Dingtian reassured her, gesturing for her to join him. And so, the two set off towards the department store. True to form, he treated her to a bowl of noodles before parking the car at the entrance of the store and heading inside. "This place is quite nice. You should bring Su Jing here sometime," Tian Wanjin remarked, curiously surveying her surroundings. "Indeed, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Ren Dingtian responded, pointing towards the women's clothing section not far away. "Sister-in-law, look, they have new styles. Let's take a look." "All right." Regardless of the time, women possess an undeniable allure towards shopping for clothes. They meandered through the store for nearly 2 hours before concluding their outing. Ren Dingtian purchased 2 garments, one for Dong Su Jing and another for his sister-in-law. Over the years, he had caused his sister-in-law considerable trouble, and his elder brother was too honest and naive, so he felt compelled to adequately compensate her. As they exited, Tian Wanjin appeared visibly delighted, albeit a touch pained. "These clothes are rather expensive," she exclaimed. "They're not cheap, but they look lovely on you." Ren Dingtian replied with a smile. "Oh, little Tian, you mustn't spend money so recklessly in the future. I understand, but Su Jing has endured difficult times alongside me. Just look at her clothes, all patched up." Ren Dingtian stated earnestly. "From now on, I shall ensure she has all she needs and lives well." "I'm truly happy to hear you say that, little brother. When I overheard you and Su Jing at the hospital talking about preferring that fabric, I bought some for you. I'll need to trouble you to find the time to make her a garment." "Oh dear, I've been so busy lately. I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. I have been pondering what style to create, but after our trip to the mall today, inspiration has struck." Tian Wanjin was quite skillful and adept with her hands. She excelled at crafting. In the past, when resources were scarce in the countryside, most people fashioned their own clothes from purchased fabric, especially when it came to shoes. The clothing is satisfactory. With careful use, it can last for several years. However, shoes wear out quickly due to work or the growth of children, and they are often self-made, as few can afford new ones. By the time I returned home, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Coincidentally, not long after, Brother Dolly and Dong Sujing returned with Professor Liu and 2 students. To Ren Dingtian's surprise, the very professor he had worried about appeared completely unfazed, even managing to refrain from taking a single deep breath. The female student, Xiao Yunwei, although slender, seemed to be doing well. In contrast, the young man, He Jinping, was panting heavily, his hair soaked with sweat, collapsing directly into a chair upon arrival. Remarkably, this exceeded my expectations. Professor Liu, disregarding his students' complaints, was animated with excitement. The mineral reserves here are substantial. If excavated, they would undoubtedly yield a considerable fortune. Hearing this, everyone was filled with joy and enthusiasm, except for Ren Dingtian, who was already well aware of the situation. Even in a technologically advanced past life, the mining here remained unfinished after many years, naturally indicating a rich deposit. "Professor Liu," Shall I escort you back tomorrow? Ren Dingtian inquired with a smile, eager to send the professor back to report on the local conditions so that higher authorities might take notice and send personnel for road construction and exploration. There's no rush. No rus. However, Professor Liu shook his head in refusal. We merely conducted a preliminary survey today. Tomorrow, I wish to delve deeper. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Professor Liu, given your age, venturing too deep could pose dangers. Dong Sujing quickly interjected, nearly referencing the misfortunes of her late father-in-law's 7 elderly companions, but refrained upon seeing Ren Dingtian nearby. Indeed, Professor Liu, if I'm not mistaken, your primary task was to conduct a preliminary assessment, which you have accomplished splendidly. Ren Dingtian also urged gently. Nonsense. Now that I am here, I cannot simply leave. Professor Liu stated resolutely. But surely, those awaiting your report are eager for news as well. Ren Dingtian, somewhat exasperated, reminded him. Perhaps you might rest a day and convey your findings before continuing exploration the day after? I cannot wait. I must enter the mountains tomorrow. Professor Liu was as stubborn as ever. At that moment, He Jinping, still catching his breath and wiping away sweat, spoke up. Professor, I could go to town tomorrow and call my uncle to inform him of our situation here? Professor Liu cast him a disapproving glance, but nodded in agreement without further comment. He Jinping breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that enduring another day of tumult with the professor might cost him half his life. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian looked at He Jinping with surprise, then nodded in realization. It seems there was a reason the higher-ups had dispatched Professor Liu here. At least one of the reasons is He Jinping and his uncle. Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin and Dong Sujing intended to prepare a meal, but they were halted by Liu Auntie and Ren Mother. You have run around all day and must be weary. Allow us to handle the cooking. How can that be? Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin and Dong Sujing would not dare let the 2 elder women busy themselves in the kitchen while they rested outside. They hurriedly followed them into the kitchen. However, this action displeased Ren Mother and Liu Auntie. What? Do you look down on us old ladies? Or do you think our cooking is inedible? Upon hearing such remarks from their elders, the 2 diligent and virtuous women quickly offered their explanations. Before long, the meal was prepared and served on the table, where laughter and chatter filled the air as everyone began to eat. After the meal, Ren Dingtian, with a cheerful demeanor, took Dong Sujing's hand and presented her with a bag. What is this? Dong Sujing inquired curiously as she opened the bag, instantly taken aback. This? She gazed at the beautiful clothing before her, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. Did you buy this for me? Who else could it be for? Ren Dingtian replied with a smile. Quickly try it on to see if it fits. However, Dong Sujing hesitated to try on the dress and instead looked at Ren Dingtian with uncertainty. This dress must be quite expensive, right? The price is of no consequence. As long as you like it. Ren Dingtian gently patted his wife's head, saying, silly girl, stop dawdling and give it a try. Aye. Dong Sujing blushed and glanced at Ren Dingtian before cautiously speaking. How am I supposed to try it on? Just take off what you're wearing and put this on. Ren Dingtian said naturally, only to suddenly pause. You being here makes me nervous. I can't try it on. Dong Sujing's face flushed as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Ren Dingtian's eyes, he was both amused and exasperated. I am your husband, and you are my wife. What is there to be nervous about? I simply can't do it. Maybe it's best if we forget it. Dong Sujing's head drooped even lower. Don't worry, I'll wait outside while you take your time. Ren Dingtian said, feeling slightly dejected as he rubbed his nose and shook his head while stepping outside. Bang! Just as he exited, a gust of wind whipped past him. The door slammed shut behind him, accompanied by the sound of a bolt being locked. I am your husband. Our child is already old enough to fetch soy sauce. Do you really need to barricade me like this? Ren Dingtian looked skyward in disbelief. Yet, who could he blame? After all, he had tarnished his character in the past. Thus, he endured the inner turmoil, waiting for what felt like an eternity until the door finally creaked open. Ren Dingtian turned to look and was instantly mesmerized. To say a celestial maiden had descended might be an exaggeration, but in Ren Dingtian's heart, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world. What? Is it not beautiful? Dong Sujing, seeing Ren Dingtian standing there in a daze, nervously inquired. No, it is simply stunning. Ren Dingtian took a deep breath and smiled. You are the most beautiful person in the world when you wear it. What nonsense are you talking about? Dong Sujing blushed as she uttered a remark and then swiftly turned away, fleeing. Ren Dingtian had just intended to pursue her when a gust of wind swept through, causing the door to slam shut once more, this time locked from the inside. What sort of predicament was this? Feeling dejected, Ren Dingtian rubbed his nose, recalling how narrowly he had escaped a blow to the face. You wicked man. I shall never speak to you again. At that moment, Xiao Yuan, with tear-filled eyes, glared fiercely at Ren Dingtian. Oh dear, my little darling, what troubles you? Ren Dingtian exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Why are you upset? Why won't you talk to Daddy? Oomph. Daddy only buys clothes for Mama and not for Xiao Yuan. She pouted, turning her cheek away to evade his kiss. Ren Dingtian forced a sheepish smile, knowing better than to admit he had forgotten. If this little cotton-padded jacket held a grudge, it might escalate beyond just a chilly breeze. It could very well turn into a hailstorm. Mustering his courage, he replied, Who says I haven't bought anything for Xiao Yuan? Really? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's mood brightened instantly. Where is it? Hurry and show me. I want to try it on. Well, Ren Dingtian hesitated, awkwardly smiling. The clothes I bought for you are of a high quality, custom-made, requiring precise measurements. I had to provide the dimensions to the tailor. Oomph. After all this talk, there's nothing. Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a sulky pout. Who says there's nothing? Once you have Mama measure you, I'll go buy it for you tomorrow. Really? Of course. All right then, I'll hold you to that. With newfound joy, Xiao Yuan skipped eagerly to the door, calling for her mother to come out and take her measurements. The night passed in silence, and the following day, Ren Dingtian, armed with the measurements provided by Dong Sujing, made a mental note that his top priority was to purchase clothes for his precious Xiao Yuan. However, as he was about to set off, a slight hiccup arose. He Jinpeng expressed a desire to ride along on Ren Dingtian's motorcycle. Yet, Ren Dingtian had to transport Inshun and reluctantly declined with a smile. I'll pay you, He Jinpeng declared, pulling a 10 yuan note from his pocket. Brother, it's not about the money. I made a promise and must deliver on time. Ren Dingtian explained helplessly. He Jinpeng, at this, gazed skyward in despair. The thought of walking all the way to town was utterly disheartening. Don't be so hopeless. Ren Dingtian chuckled sympathetically. While I can't give you a ride, I can arrange for you to take a mule cart. How's that sound? Really? That would be splendid. He Jinpeng's face brightened at the prospect. However, as he glanced at the 2-layered bags piled onto the mule cart, he hesitated. Tiango, that seems a bit high. Ren Dingtian sighed, exasperated, then took a deep breath, rubbing his forehead in resignation. All right, I'll find you a special cart. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Tiango. He Jinpeng, while speaking, extended the 10 yuan bill towards Ren Dingtian. No. Just because you called me Brother Tian, I cannot allow you to pay for this. Ren Dingtian replied with a smile, patting He Tianpeng on the shoulder. This young man, though lacking in physical strength, possesses a commendable character. Moreover, Ren Dingtian was eager for him to disseminate the news swiftly, hastening the mining operations in the back mountains. Thus he naturally wished to assist him. As usual, everything proceeded smoothly. Whether in the family compound or at the vegetable market, they effortlessly sold the vegetables and herbal plants. True to form, Ren Dingtian allowed Tian de Wang to leave first, as he intended to accompany his sister-in-law to the department store to select clothes for little Yuan. Sister-in-law, you have Qingshan size, right? Ren Dingtian asked with a smile. Let us buy something for both my brother and nephew Qingshan today. That won't do. It's too extravagant. Tian Wanjin shook her head resolutely. It's all right. Money is meant to be spent. We will have plenty in the future. We cannot let the children suffer in terms of clothing. Ren Dingtian replied earnestly, nodding seriously. You see, when we return home, our little Yuan will have new clothes. But my nephew Qingshan will not. How sad would that be for him? Tian Wanjin fell silent for a moment, conceding to his point, yet she insisted. Then let us just buy one for Qing Shan. Your brother works hard every day. He wouldn't appreciate even the finest clothes. Well then, if you don't buy something for my brother, I won't buy anything either. I want to share both joy and hardship with him. Ren Dingtian declared earnestly. We cannot all wear new clothes while my brother remains without. He is an adult. He won't mind, but he is my brother. It would hurt me, and I would care. Ren Dingtian stated with unwavering determination. Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin paused for 2 seconds, and just when Ren Dingtian thought she would agree, she unexpectedly retorted. You two work all day. Buying new clothes would be a waste. Don't buy them. Ren Dingtian looked up to the heavens in disbelief. See, this is what a true sister-in-law is like. If there were even a hint of estrangement, she wouldn't dare to say such things. Chapter 51. The sister-in-law's quiet purchase of personal items, however. Despite her words, sister-in-law Tian Wanjin, after purchasing clothes for little Yuan and her son Qing Shan, pointed to a nearby fabric and spoke. Let us buy some fabric to take home. I'll make one outfit for you and your brother. Let us head to the men's section and see which style you fancy. Ren Dingtian was taken aback at first, but then nodded with a smile. Right? And we must also buy something for our mother. He quickly added, no need to buy anything. The elder will worry about the expense. If she knew you were spending money on clothes for her, she would surely lose sleep over it. Just buy more fabric. That will suffice. Sister-in-law interrupted him with a smile. All right, I'll heed your advice. Ren Dingtian nodded, then seemed to recall something. Sister-in-law, buy more fabric to make something for your parents as well. Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin was momentarily stunned. No need for that. Sister-in-law, we have money. Ren Dingtian said with a beaming smile, pulling out a handful of cash. What are you doing? Quickly put that away. Tian Wanjin anxiously surveyed her surroundings, relieved to find that no one was paying attention. She then turned to Ren Dingtian and said, we have earned quite a bit from collecting herbs these past few days. If we're truly to do something for my parents, it should be my responsibility to cover the expenses. You shouldn't be the one to pay. She added earnestly, Sister-in-law, I was thoughtless in the past and caused you much trouble. Ren Dingtian quickly interjected, I believe I understand. You wish to make amends? Tian Wanjin continued with utmost seriousness. Therefore, while I have not refused your gifts, including those for Qing Shan, as he is your nephew, I cannot allow you to spend on my parents. It would be quite embarrassing if that were to get out. Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin was indeed quite reasonable. Very well. Ren Dingtian contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, he soon had another proposal. Sister-in-law, as you can see, our business is flourishing and we are short-handed. Why not ask your siblings if any of them would like to join us? I can offer them a salary on par with Lin Xiaoxia's. What? Are you out of your mind? Tian Wanjin exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. She knew that Lin Xiaoxia earned a mere 100 yuan a month. Huh, sister-in-law. If an outsider like Lin Xiaoxia can earn 100 yuan, surely your own siblings can too. Ren Dingtian chuckled as he looked at Tian Wanjin. If I'm not mistaken, your brother Jinxing is nearly 20, at the age where he should be considering marriage. It has been difficult for the men of our village to find wives due to our past poverty, but I refuse to believe that Jinxing, earning 100 yuan a month, cannot find a suitable bride. He added with a smile, just wait and see. Soon enough, matchmakers will be knocking at your door, and you'd better not be too choosy. Hearing this, Tian Wanjin laughed. The two of them continued to chat and laugh as they made their way outside. However, as they approached the door, Tian Wanjin seemed to remember something. Her face flushed as she glanced at Ren Dingtian. Xiao Tian, I need to buy a few more things. Please wait for me here. I'll go with you, sister-in-law. Ren Dingtian replied without a second thought, eager to accompany her. However, she stopped him. No, there's no need. Just wait here. With that, she hurried away, her demeanor suggesting a hint of guilt. Ren Dingtian was left puzzled, bemused by her mysterious behavior. What could she be purchasing that she didn't want him to know? He waited for over 10 minutes, feeling both anxious and slightly impatient. Just then, Tian Wanjin emerged from within, looking somewhat dazed, murmuring to herself, Goodness, could it be made of gold? One extravagant item. Sister-in-law, what did you buy? Ren Dingtian asked, concerned by her expression. Oh, it's nothing. Let us go, Xiao Tian. Tian Wanjin replied. Her face flushed as she forced a smile. Upon returning home, it was no surprise that little Yuan was overjoyed upon seeing her new clothes. Even a nephew Ren Dingtian, whom she had always despised, muttered to himself upon seeing the new clothes. At least he has a semblance of conscience. Upon hearing this, Tian Wanjin playfully slapped her son on the head. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Isn't this the same person you often describe as heartless and a scoundrel? Ren Dingtian wore an innocent expression. Ahem. Well, Tian Wanjin chuckled awkwardly. In the past, your uncle was somewhat immature, but hasn't he grown and matured now? You must not be so disrespectful to him in the future. Oh, women, how realistic you are. A mere piece of clothing has won you over. Hey, King Shen, wise beyond his years, scoffed disdainfully. Oh, I'm realistic? You think you're so high and mighty, don't you? Who was Tian Wanjin? When it came to her son, she was more than capable of handling him. Very well, if you're so principled, then give me the clothes, and I shall return them tomorrow. No, Mum. Ren Dingtian quickly clutched the garment. I was wrong. I won't dare again. At that moment, a melodious voice floated in from outside. Is sister-in-law at home? It's Yunwei. I'm home. Coming quickly. Tian Wanjin exclaimed, hastening to greet her guest. The two engaged in a hushed exchange, after which Tian Wanjin handed a bag to Xiao Yunwei. Sister Yunwei, here, the remaining money. Please count it. She also pulled out some change. No, please. Xiao Yunwei blushed, taking the bag, but hastily pushing away the money Tian Wanjin offered. Keep this for the children to buy sweets. How can that be? Tian Wanjin immediately grew anxious, shoving the money into Xiao Yunwei's hands. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tian Wanjin escorted Xiao Yunwei out. That sister is so beautiful, kind, and her voice is lovely. When I grow up, I want to marry someone like her. Ren Dingtian, truly wise beyond his years, boldly declared his intention to marry such a woman. Go study somewhere else. His mother, Tian Wanjin, unexpectedly swatted him away. She's a precious young lady from the city. Do you think you can afford to marry her? Why not? Didn't you say my uncle makes a lot of money? He used to dote on me. I'll have him arrange my marriage. Huh. But aren't you the one who prides yourself on being high-minded? How can you then rely on someone else to marry you? Tian Wanjin couldn't help but laugh at her son's audacity. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she shook her head with a wry smile. Forget it. Even if you could marry such a precious lady, you wouldn't be able to support her. Her expenses are quite extravagant. What expenses? Mom, what did you buy for that beautiful sister? Ren Dingtian inquired, stretching his neck with curiosity. Go study. This is adult business, and you should mind your own affairs. Tian Wanjin's face flushed as she shooed her son off to his studies. Meanwhile, she needed to take advantage of her free time to make a suit for Ren Dingtian. The boy was constantly running to the market. He couldn't afford to look shabby, or others would look down upon him. Hence, she set to work on his attire. As for Dolly, he had been running to the back mountain these past few days. Waiting a bit longer wouldn't matter. Chapter 52. Spring has arrived, and the season of tender Chinese tune buds is upon us. At the break of dawn, Ren Dingtian rose early once more, joining the others in their quest to gather sweet wormwood. Winter had receded, making way for the quiet arrival of spring. Thus, the wormwood flourished day by day, promising a bountiful harvest. Yet, a sense of concern began to loom. In February, we gather wormwood. In March, we collect mugwort. By April, we burn refuse for fuel. Sighed one villager. Indeed, though we can earn a living by gathering wormwood daily, I fear these profitable days may soon dwindle. Yes, I anticipate we might only have another month at most, lamented another. If only we could gather wormwood profitably every day. If I could do this for 2 years, I could build a splendid house for my son. Upon hearing the villagers' chatter, Ren Dingtian fell into a deep reverie. The cabbage and radishes stored at home were nearly depleted, with perhaps only 2 more harvests remaining. Although the wormwood had been thriving lately, its flavor would inevitably decline as it matured. While the villagers estimated they could continue gathering for another month, Ren Dingtian sensed it would be no more than 20 days. There is such an abundance of mountain goods in our village. Why does the boss only buy wormwood? Someone wondered aloud. Look, The tune buds have already sprouted. I find them far more delectable than wormwood. Another chimed in. Indeed, tune buds are so fragrant. While wormwood has that earthy taste, I cannot fathom the preferences of those city folks. Ren Dingtian was abruptly jolted from his thoughts by the villager's remarks. He had been exceedingly busy these past few days, toiling from dawn till dusk, returning home so exhausted that he scarcely ventured out, and had failed to notice the tune bud sprouting. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the nearby row of tune trees. Sure enough, although the dawn light was still faint, he could discern the outlines and shadows of the tune trees. For Ren Dingtian, that was sufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a basket and dashed back toward his home. Why has Xiao Tian returned so quickly? One villager mused. Who knows? Perhaps he found it too tiring. Another remarked. I thought he was improving when I saw him gathering wormwood with the others yesterday, but it seems not. A few villagers shook their heads in regret as they departed, while Ren Dingtian, brimming with excitement, sprinted forward, oblivious to their comments. Why are you back so soon? Asked Dong Su-jing, astonished at his sudden return. Wife, where is our ladder? I'm off to pick some tune buds. Oh, it's in the shed with the farming tools. But it's still dark. Why do you want to pick tune buds now? I believe tune buds will sell better than wormwood, and they fetch a higher price. Ren Dingtian replied with a smile. Is that so? Dong Su-jing responded, her face lighting up with joy. The ease of gathering tune buds compared to wormwood was a welcome thought. In Ren Jiazhuang, nearly every household had tune trees, some in their courtyards, others lining the roads. Not only were they conveniently close, but the villagers could simply go out and collect them without the need for a search. Moreover, hearing that tune buds could be sold for more money brought happiness to Dong Su-jing as well. Coincidentally, Ren Dingtian's mother had risen early, intending to lend a helping hand. Upon seeing her son carrying a ladder and preparing to head out, she inquired with curiosity about the situation. Are you going to pick the tender shoots? Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's affirmation, Ren's mother felt a pang of concern. The shoots have only just begun to sprout. They are far too tender. If you wait a couple more days until they grow a bit more, it won't delay our meals. I understand, Mom, he replied. However, people in the city are not lacking in money. They are particular about their food and enjoy these young shoots. Picking them now could yield a better profit. Is that so? Ren's mother sighed in relief, then curiously asked, how much can you sell them for per pound? That is still uncertain. I suppose it might fetch a few bucks per pound, Ren Dingtian replied, not entirely sure. He vaguely remembered that in later years, when the price of Artemisia was around 15 to 20 yuan per pound, the price for the tender shoots had soared past 100. Logically, one would expect it to be 4 to 5 times the price of the more common herbs. Yet the price of goods in this era does not always align proportionally with those in the future. Thus, he could only provide a rough estimate. What? A few bucks per pound? Are you out of your mind? Exclaimed Ren's mother. At such a price, who would be willing to buy? Even Dong Su-jing could not help but express her astonishment. They found it hard to comprehend. After all, a decent job in town barely earned 50 or 60 yuan a month. Who would spend several yuan on a pound of tender shoots? With that money, wouldn't it be more satisfying to buy meat? Yet, how could ordinary people fathom the world of the affluent? Just like in later years, where common folks earned merely 3,000 yuan, there were still those willing to pay 100 or 200 for a pound of tender shoots. It is worth noting that in that future, pork was only a little over 10 yuan per pound, making the price of a pound of tender shoots equivalent to 5 or 6 pounds of pork. Of course, in this era, if they could indeed sell for a few yuan per pound, it would also translate to several pounds of pork. Thus, as Ren's mother and Dong Su-jing struggled to grasp, the average person simply could not afford tender shoots, at least not in any meaningful quantity. Naturally, for those earning 50 or 60 yuan a month, it was not that they truly could not afford it, but rather that they were reluctant to spend it. With such funds, wouldn't it be more gratifying to purchase pork? With the assistance of his mother and Dong Su-jing, Ren Dingtian climbed the tree using the ladder and began to gather the tender shoots. The tender shoot trees of this era were still of the old variety, capable of growing tall and robust. In contrast, later generations would see them genetically modified to shorter varieties, even cultivated in greenhouses resembling chives, sprouting quickly after being harvested. As Ren Dingtian plucked the tender shoots, he engaged in conversation with his mother, inadvertently recalling his childhood. It had once been like this, with him in the tree and his mother below. After gathering the tender shoots, she would always select the finest and most delectable tips for him to enjoy, leaving the remnants for herself. This season was transitional, with few vegetables available aside from the radishes and cabbages that had sustained them through winter. Suddenly, the arrival of crisp and savory tender shoots was nothing short of a culinary delight. Before long, dawn broke. Ren Dingtian did not meticulously pick the tender shoots. He merely gathered what was readily accessible and easily plucked, then hastily moved on to another tree. Time was of the essence, and he wished to collect as much as possible. Ren Dingtian had risen early as well, for today he would return to town to attend school. Upon seeing his uncle harvesting the fragrant shoots, he joyfully rushed over to offer assistance. "No, you should focus on your studies and strive to gain admission to a prestigious university. The honor of our Ren family rests upon your shoulders." Ren Dingtian chuckled, attempting to dissuade him. "Rest assured, uncle, while I cannot boast of many things, I am certainly more diligent in my studies than you." As Ren Dingtian patted his chest confidently, he swiftly stripped off his clothing and began climbing the tree. Despite his youth, he was remarkably agile, foregoing a ladder and scaling the trunk like a monkey, effortlessly reaching the branches in no time. Chapter 53. Little Yuan picks fragrant shoots as dawn broke and the individuals who had gone to gather herbs began to return. Many noticed Ren Dingtian atop the tree, harvesting the fragrant shoots. Who is this extravagant person? Indeed, the shoots have barely emerged, and they're already being plucked. What a pity, what a waste. It seems to be the fragrant shoot tree belonging to Ren Dingtian. Oh, that makes sense. Only he would commit such a reckless act. Several villagers conversed as they approached where Rinda Li and Tian Wanjun were collecting herbs, not forgetting to point out Ren Dingtian's actions. "Li, are you not going to rein in that mischievous boy, Ren Dingtian? He is wasting the tender shoots which have just begun to sprout." Upon hearing this, Rinda Li could only offer an awkward smile. He wished to express that he could no longer manage his younger brother, who was far more capable and intelligent than himself. Yet, he knew that the villagers would not believe him, for the reputation of Ren Dingtian's extravagance was deeply ingrained in their minds. Having gathered the herbs, Ren Dingtian descended from the fragrant shoot tree. However, his nephew, Ren Dingtian, had become so engrossed in picking that he did not respond to his calls to come down. Ultimately, Ren Dingtian had to set up a ladder and retrieve him. When Ren Dingtian reached for the fragrant shoots in his nephew's possession, the little rascal clutched them tightly. "These are mine. Why should I give them to you? If you want them, you can buy them." Ren Dingtian could not help but laugh. "Why are you so industrious today?" It seems that the old adage holds true. When one is overly eager, there's often an ulterior motive. Despite his words, Ren Dingtian extended a coin to his nephew. Ren Dingtian gleefully accepted the coin, his delight evident. Just then, a wailing erupted, and little Yuan stood pouting, glaring fiercely at Ren Dingtian. Upon witnessing this, Ren Dingtian instinctively recoiled, a sense of unease creeping over him. Yuan, dear, why are you crying so early in the morning?" Ren Dingtian swiftly stepped forward to comfort her, cradling her in his arms. "Daddy is biased. He only gives money to that stinky brother and not to little Yuan. Ren Dingtian could only look up to the heavens in exasperation. Hastily, he began to explain to his little darling. "Ah, this is your brother Dingtian picking the tender shoots." However, before he could finish, Xiao Yuan broke free from his embrace and dashed towards the locust tree. "What are you doing?" Ren Dingtian, witnessing this, quickly jogged after her. "I want to pick the tender shoots and sell them to Daddy for money to buy candy." Yet, despite her declaration, upon reaching the tree, Xiao Yuan earnestly attempted to climb it. But alas, despite her vigorous efforts, she remained firmly rooted in place. This sight relieved Ren Dingtian, who had initially worried about her climbing safety. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian could not help but burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. Xiao Yuan, feeling indignant, was now truly on the verge of tears. If her earlier display had been feigned, now she was genuinely upset. Ren Dingtian, unwilling to see his precious daughter truly cry, swiftly scooped her up and lifted her high. Just in time to reach a tender shoot, Xiaoyuan gleefully plucked it and waved it triumphantly at Ren Dingtian. Unfazed, he scoffed. I have a whole bag full. You only have one. Daddy, give me money, Xiaoyuan retorted, ignoring Ren Dingtian and cheerfully offering the tender shoot to Ren Dingtian. Chuckling in exasperation, Ren Dingtian accepted it. Money is fine, but you must give me a kiss first. Smack! Xiaoyuan planted a kiss on his cheek. Ren Dingtian then produced a 1 yuan note and handed it to her. No, I want more than Sting, brother. She pouted, pointing at Ren Dingtian. With a resigned smile, Ren Dingtian retrieved another note, which finally satisfied her, prompting another kiss on his cheek. Wow! Ren Dingtian could no longer contain himself. You are bullying me. However, the real bullying was yet to come. As he sought to complain to his mother, he only managed to utter the beginning of his grievance before seeing her outstretched hand. A wave of unease washed over him. Mom, you handle your business. I'll tidy up. It's time for school. But was he only thinking of leaving now? Too late. You little rascal, hand over the money. With a swift motion, Tian Wanjin seized Ren Dingtian. At this moment, he truly felt like crying. However, he was not Xiaoyuan. Tears were futile in front of Tian Wanjin. After confiscating a yuan from her son, she exchanged it for 2 50-cent coins. It wasn't that she valued the single yuan. She simply feared giving him too much money at once could lead to trouble. Don't worry, this is your money. Mom won't touch it. I'm just keeping it safe for you. The tone and method were all too familiar. Thus, after a busy morning, everyone set forth on their respective journeys. Ren Dingtian, with a somber expression and tender shoots in hand, rode ahead, while his sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, and Tian De Wang followed in the mule cart, and his nephew, Ren Dingtian, still managed to hitch a ride to school. Brother Rindali and Dong Sujing accompanied Professor Liu to explore the back mountain once more. This time, only Professor Liu was present, as Xi Jinping was too exhausted to dare join. Xiao Yunwei had been feeling unwell these past few days, rendering her unsuitable for vigorous activities. Despite Professor Liu's advanced age, his presence seemed to lighten the burden for Rindali and Dong Sujing. As Professor Liu aptly put it, in my days of living in a cattle shed, those sheep were remarkably swift. Just a moment of distraction, and poof, a sheep would vanish in an instant. Professor Liu, didn't you live in a cattle shed? Why were you tending to sheep instead of cows? Rindali couldn't help but ask, intrigued. Indeed, we're the cows. Dong Sujing also looked curiously at Professor Liu. Ahem. While Professor Liu cleared his throat, blushing slightly as he glanced at Rindali and Dong Sujing. The cows are gone. How did they disappear? Well, we inadvertently blew them away. Rindali and Dong Sujing stared at Professor Liu in shock and disbelief. You're joking, right? How could you blow the cows away? Exactly. People used to say that those who bragged about their prowess in herding cows claimed to have sent them soaring into the sky. But surely you didn't actually make them fly? Oh, didn't actually fly? Professor Liu, blushing with embarrassment, began to recount his past misadventures. One day, my friends and I were chatting away, reminiscing about our teaching days, and we didn't notice when the cow broke free from its tether and ran off. Rindali and Dong Sujing's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. How many of you were there? How many cows did you have? There were 5 of us, and we were watching 3 cows. Professor Liu admitted sheepishly. Wow, I didn't expect you, Professor Liu, to have such unreliable moments. Rindali exclaimed, his eyes wide with newfound discovery. Who says? I was much more reliable when I tended sheep. Really? Rindali and Dong Sujing expressed their profound skepticism. Indeed, I managed to watch over 7 sheep, and in the end, I only lost 3. Professor Liu defended himself vigorously. Rindali and Dong Sujing were utterly astonished at this revelation. Chapter 54. The delightful surprise from Aunt Ing. Initially, both Dong Sujing and Rindali regarded Professor Liu as a learned individual, hoping that he would someday assist in educating their children. However, this latest revelation left them too stunned to voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian, upon arriving at the family compound, did not rush to pick up his sister-in-law and Tian De Wang. Firstly, as his sister-in-law had already visited and was somewhat acquainted with the situation here, He believed that with her intelligence and capability, she would manage well. Secondly, he intended to remain and observe everyone's reactions to the arrival of the fresh local delicacies. As expected, upon entering the familiar family compound, he encountered Aunt Ing at the familiar pavilion. After stepping out of the vehicle, Ren Dingtian handed a small bag of freshly harvested edible shoots to Aunt Ing. Aunt Ing, our edible shoots are ready. My mother heard that you have been taking care of our family business lately, so she asked me to bring you some edible shoots. Upon hearing his words, Aunt Ing was momentarily taken aback, but soon a nostalgic smile graced her lips. It was astonishing how swiftly spring had arrived, and the tender shoots of the Chinese tune had already begun to sprout. As she spoke, she reached out to accept the fragrant shoots handed to her by Ren Dingtian. Upon opening the package, she was met with a bounty of vibrant red buds, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air, prompting her to nod in satisfaction. Indeed, this was a delightful treasure. The Chinese tune was splendid. What a delightful treasure. Let's have a look. At that moment, other elderly gentlemen and ladies approached, chatting and laughing. Hello, uncles and aunts. Our Chinese tune has sprouted, and to express our gratitude for your care these past days, I brought some for you. As he spoke, he opened the bag containing the shoots, inviting everyone, if you like what you see, feel free to take a handful to enjoy. Oh, you little rascal. How generous you sound. One of the ladies teased, unable to contain her laughter. Indeed, from the sound of it, are you planning to give it to us for free? A nearby gentleman chimed in, chuckling as he looked at Ren Dingtian. What we have today is from our own garden. Although it isn't much, please take some home to savor. Tomorrow, I will rally the folks from our village to gather more for you, and then you can purchase it. Ren Dingtian's words were both grand and eloquent. His meaning was clear. This was a gift from their own garden, hence he invited everyone to partake. However, starting tomorrow, the shoots would belong to the villagers, and he would need to purchase them, so everyone would eventually have to spend money. Moreover, Ren Dingtian was confident that once everyone tasted the shoots today, they would be unable to resist buying more tomorrow. All right, everyone, let us not be shy. It's rare for this little miser to splurge so generously. Each of you, take a handful home to stir-fry with eggs. Thus, amidst laughter and joy, everyone busily bought the wormwood while receiving the Chinese tune. With the atmosphere lively and in full swing, Ren Dingtian breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to fetch Tian de Wang and his sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin. After loading the necessary wormwood and vegetables onto the vehicle, Ren Dingtian continued to the family compound, instructing his sister-in-law and Tian de Wang to head to the market. However, before they departed, Ren Dingtian made sure to remind Tian Wanjin, sister-in-law, while at the market, be sure to check if anyone is selling Chinese tune. If they are, ascertain whether it's fresh from today. If so, match their price. If not, charge 50 cents more. What? 50 cents more? Tian Wanjin exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she looked at Ren Dingtian. Yes, indeed. The allure of the Chinese tune lies in its freshness, and there is reason for its price. Ren Dingtian responded with a laugh as he mounted his bike, adding, those willing to buy Chinese tune at this time, 1 tea mind to 50 cents. Those who do mind wouldn't be purchasing it to begin with. Hearing Ren Dingtian's reasoning, Tian Wanjin nodded in agreement. And so, they parted ways, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Just as Ren Dingtian was nearing the completion of his errands at the family compound, an unexpected delight awaited him. Indeed, the television he had eagerly anticipated had finally arrived. It was merely an elderly gentleman who had purchased a new color television, rendering his old black and white set obsolete. With a jovial demeanor, he brought it over for Ren Dingtian to appraise. Ren Dingtian found himself in a bit of a quandary upon viewing the antiquated television. He desired to negotiate the price as low as possible, yet he feared that being overly parsimonious might lead the residents of the courtyard to perceive him as greedy, thus jeopardizing future business dealings. Would half price be acceptable, sir? Ren Dingtian hesitantly inquired. I never imagined this discarded relic could fetch such a sum. The elderly gentleman exclaimed with delight, waving his hand generously as he relinquished the black and white television to Ren Dingtian. Sir, would you prefer cash or vegetables? Ren Dingtian sighed in relief, squinting with a smile. You've seen the fresh, tender Chinese tune. It's delicious and highly nutritious. Enough of your smooth talk. Convert it to vegetables for me. The elderly gentleman responded, waving his hand dismissively as he departed, even casually snatching a large radish from Ren Dingtian on his way out. Witnessing this, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but chuckle. He meticulously secured the television and mounted his motorcycle, preparing to depart. Unexpectedly, Inge approached, holding a box. "This is for you. Convert it all to vegetables," she said, tossing it to Ren Dingtian. As he caught it and opened the box, he was taken aback. Inside lay a watch, with the word Shanghai inscribed just below the 12 o'clock mark, and a dual calendar feature at the 3 o'clock position. Noticing Ren Dingtian's astonished expression, Inge couldn't help but smile, thinking to herself, "You're always full of surprises. This time, I anticipated your reaction." However, the next moment, Ren Dingtian's remark left Inge in stitches. "Such a fine watch, and you intend to discard it as garbage? What a pity. Fortunately, my sense of civic duty compelled me to catch it before it hit the ground." "Ah, you audacious young lad," Inge chuckled. "This is a brand new Shanghai Diamond Dual Date watch. As you can see, the box is intact. Now praise it for me." Well, Ren Dingtian stammered, his smile fading into an awkward grimace. "You know I only deal in second-hand items. No matter how new they are, they must be priced at half." As he spoke, he cautiously gauged Inge's reaction. Seeing her smirk, he quickly added, "However, considering our relationship, I must offer you a slight increase in price." "Then do enlighten me. How much are you proposing?" she urged. "If I'm not mistaken, the new ones at the department store are priced at 120. The best I can offer is 60%. With steely resolve, Ren Dingtian braced himself, risking her ire, and boldly stated his offer. "Fine, I'll sell it to you at 60%, and you needn't pay in cash. Just bring me some herbs and Chinese tune daily," Inge declared, waving her hand to signal that he could take the watch and leave promptly. Ren Dingtian exhaled with relief, casting a grateful glance at Aunt Inge before pedaling away from the neighborhood. He suddenly recalled that, aside from radios, watches were indeed the true coveted items. He smacked his forehead. Had it not been for Aunt Ying's reminder, he would have completely forgotten about it. In this era, rural society emphasized the 3 turns and 1 sound, wherein sewing machines and couples' watches, particularly the Shanghai brand couples' watches, were of significant importance to young women. While the cumbersome sewing machines could be overlooked due to their transportation difficulties and the improbability of finding a need for them in their community, the couple's watches were small, easily transportable, and a necessary item for weddings among affluent families of the time. The market for them was vast, brimming with potential. However, there was a caveat. Watches were personal daily essentials. Unlike a television, which sufficed with merely one per household, several watches might be required for a family of multiple members. Consequently, even if there were surplus watches within the community, they would likely be scarce. Moreover, even if some were available, gifting watches was relatively convenient, and individuals might not be inclined to sell them at second-hand prices, as Aunt Inge had done. It all came down to chance. As Ren Dingtian walked, he began to mentally recall which families in the neighborhood had fewer members, hoping to procure a few watches from them. Upon arriving at the market, he was momentarily taken aback. He spotted his sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin and Tian Duang, energetically hawking their goods, and their business appeared quite prosperous. Quietly parking his bike, he approached to take a look. Most of the radishes and cabbages had already been sold, and even the modest amount of tune shoots they had brought was largely gone. To his surprise, his sister-in-law was selling the tune shoots at an impressive price of 4 yuan and 50 cents per pound. Ren Dingtian maintained his composure as he strolled around the market, soon discovering that several other vendors were selling tune shoots as well, with their prices ranging from 3 yuan 80 to 4 yuan. More importantly, these tune shoots were evidently not fresh, a stark contrast to the vibrant ones he had picked himself. Therefore, as Ren Dingtian had surmised, those willing to spend 4 yuan on tune shoots would not hesitate to pay an additional 50 cents for fresher, superior quality. Thus, it was no surprise that business was thriving for him. "Hey there, Xiao Tian." The woman collecting protection fees spotted Ren Dingtian from afar and cheerfully approached him. Ah, you seem quite cheerful today. Is there some good news? Ren Dingtian smiled and engaged in conversation with her. What good news could I possibly have? But you, Xiao Tian, are doing quite well. That must be your wife. Quite capable indeed. Cough, cough. Annie, please don't misinterpret. She's my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, the woman paused for a moment, then regarded him with a knowing look, one that men often share. Sister-in-law, I understand. I understand. Ren Dingtian felt a wave of embarrassment, thinking to himself, what do you understand? However, he restrained himself from uttering any curses and instead engaged in casual conversation with the elderly lady. Ren Dingtian was deliberate in fostering a good relationship with her, hoping that when he eventually handed over the market to someone else, he could count on her support. For instance, if Ren Dingtian were absent, it might appear that Tian de Huang and his sister-in-law, Tian Wanjun, had stabilized the situation, but in reality, there were undercurrents of tension. Ah, Tian, your business has been thriving these days. It's made quite a few people envious. The elderly lady seemed to be chatting casually, yet her gaze was pointedly directed at a certain spot in the distance. Oh, dear lady, Yuyist, what does my business even amount to? Ren Dingtian replied with a forced smile. To be frank, there's not much profit here. The bulk of it is still over at Aunt Ying's. Ren Dingtian was subtly waving a flag to draw attention to his association with Anning. Anning? What business is that? The lady was momentarily taken aback. She understood all too well whom she could afford to offend and who was beyond reproach. Anning was certainly someone she dared not provoke. It's at the Commerce Bureau's family compound. Ren Dingtian feigned ignorance, cheerfully explaining, thanks to Aunt Ying's introduction. I now deliver vegetables directly inside every day for the uncles and aunts to choose from. The lady was astounded by this revelation. Goodness, is that true? What a fortunate arrangement. Indeed, Ren Dingtian affirmed, gesturing towards a motorcycle parked nearby. They even gifted me an old television set. He then casually extended his arm, revealing the Shanghai brand diamond watch on his wrist. By the way, do you find this watch appealing? Yes, indeed. It's truly beautiful. If I'm not mistaken, that is the most expensive Shanghai double calendar watch in our department store, right? The lady's eyes sparkled as she admired Ren Dingtian's wrist. Precisely. This watch was a gift from Aunt Ying. Ren Dingtian maintained his innocent demeanor and beamed. Aunt Ying is such a wonderful person. The elderly lady couldn't help but twitch her lips at this. Of course she is. With gifts of televisions and watches, if it were me, I wouldn't just praise her. I'd treat her like a living bodhisattva. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the lady, Ren Dingtian happily strolled over to his sister-in-law, Tian Wanjun, and Tian de Huang. He was confident that in no time, his words would circulate among the vendors who sought to cause trouble. If that were to happen, they would need to think twice before acting out. Indeed, Ren Dingtian was paving the way for his sister-in-law and Tian de Huang. He knew that he would soon be preoccupied with other ventures, and it was only a matter of time before he handed this stall over to someone else. Until then, he aimed to alleviate as many unnecessary troubles as possible for them. Today, upon seeing Ren Dingtian, Tian Wanjun and Tian de Huang exchanged knowing smiles, no longer exhibiting the panic and helplessness they had shown the day before. They were gradually finding their footing and beginning to call out their own sales. Though the expressions may appear somewhat unnatural, Ren Dingtian firmly believes that it will not be long before the two individuals can perform just as well, if not better, than himself. With Ren Dingtian's involvement, it was not long before all the vegetables were sold. After assisting in packing up, as was customary, he began to tidy up the refuse. As he was about to dispose of the trash, he noticed the cheerful figure of the charging lady approaching. Xiao Tian, leave this to me. You've already paid, so there is no need for you to do this. Ren Dingtian, without hesitation, handed the garbage to her, expressed his gratitude, and rode off on his bicycle. Chapter 56. The exceptional individuals of this era. This action was not motivated by the small profit Ren Dingtian had made or a newfound disdain for others after meeting Aunt Ying. Rather, it was essential for him to demonstrate this to others, to ensure they recognized that the charging lady was deliberately flattering him. In doing so, they would come to understand that Ren Dingtian was not to be trifled with. Even in his absence, they would think twice before attempting to meddle with his stall. After bidding farewell to the charging lady, as well as sister-in-law Tian Wanjin and Tian Wang, Ren Dingtian had just exited the market on his motorcycle when, unexpectedly, a car surged forth. Instinctively, he swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding a disastrous collision. However, upon inspecting the damage, he discovered a prominent scratch on his motorcycle. Fuming, he parked the bike and was about to confront the driver of the car when he recognized a familiar face descending from it, a rotund figure with a plump visage. Clearly the opportunistic individual who often loitered around the commercial bureau's residential compound. "Hey, brother, I'm truly sorry, the portly man exclaimed, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology. "I really didn't mean to." Ren Dingtian could hardly suppress an exaggerated eye roll at the man's words. Anyone with eyes could see that this was a blatant attempt at fraud, yet he had the audacity to claim it was unintentional. Perhaps realizing his exaggerated performance had been too obvious, the man quickly added, "How about this, brother? I'll host a banquet for you at the Beijing Grand Hotel as an apology." Ren Dingtian shot an incredulous glare at the man, thinking to himself, "I thought I was shameless, but I've encountered someone even more audacious." It was clear to him that this man was deliberately orchestrating this incident to establish a connection with him, hoping to infiltrate the inner circle of the Commercial Bureau's residential community. Under normal circumstances, Ren Dingtian would have had no interest in engaging with such a scoundrel and would have simply walked away, as he had done previously. However, given the damage to his motorcycle today, he could not simply let the matter slide without compensation. Indeed, the man had skillfully positioned himself, even prepared to potentially knock Ren Dingtian down, offering to cover the cost of a new motorcycle and substantial medical expenses. Yet he had underestimated Ren Dingtian's driving skills. Looking at the Honda 125 now with mere scratches, Ren Dingtian was genuinely concerned that Ren Dingtian might simply speed away. "As for the meal, that's one thing, but you've damaged my bike. So you owe me compensation, right?" Ren Dingtian remarked with a cold smile, to which the portly man readily agreed. Of course. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, the rotund man exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. With so many people coming and going, it seems inappropriate to discuss such matters here. Let us head to the Beijing Grand Hotel, where we can dine and converse comfortably. What do you say? Very well. Ren Dingtian reluctantly accepted the invitation. Thus, the two made their way to the Beijing Grand Hotel. The rotund man was evidently irregular. The staff recognized him immediately. They were ushered into a private room, and shortly after taking their seats, a waiter approached with a menu. The man, still smiling, handed the menu to Ren Dingtian, who graciously accepted it. In this day and age, some exotic delicacies were teetering on the brink of extinction, and naturally, one must seize the opportunity to indulge. After ordering, the waiter returned with 2 bottles of Mao Tai, 2 fruit platters, and 2 cold dishes before retreating. "My dear brother, I truly feel remorseful for you. I find myself with no other choice," the rotund man exclaimed as he poured wine for Ren Dingtian, simultaneously introducing himself. "I am Shi Yongping, hailing from the neighboring Yanshan province, here to embark on a small business venture. However, despite meticulous planning, I encountered an unforeseen complication with a certain procedure. Should my application fail, not only would my aspirations of establishing a factory and achieving great wealth be dashed, but I might even lose my initial investment." "And what kind of factory do you intend to establish? What business do you aspire to?" "Health supplements." Shi Yongping's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Excuse me, what?" Ren Dingtian could hardly believe his ears. "Health supplements," Shi Yongping reiterated, casting a knowing glance at Ren Dingtian before adding with a chuckle, "This is a foreign novelty. It's only natural that you might not be familiar with it." Ren Dingtian smirked, thinking to himself that he not only understood, but was quite well versed in the intricacies and strategies surrounding such matters. Yet, Shi Yongping, mistaking Ren Dingtian's expression for ignorance, eagerly began to elaborate. "You've heard of Jianlibo, right?" As he spoke, he rose, flung open the door, and called out, "Bring me a bottle of Jianlibo." The waiter, hearing his request, hurriedly brought in a bottle. Despite his round physique, Shi Yongping displayed remarkable agility as he swiftly retrieved the Jianlibo, opened a bottle, and presented it to Ren Dingtian. The latter accepted it without hesitation, laughing heartily as he took a sip. I aim to create a product that surpasses Jianlibo in efficacy, one that is more powerful and impactful, Shi Yongping declared passionately, gesticulating with the Jianlibo in hand. Ren Dingtian could not help but feel a surge of astonishment, realizing that this seemingly unassuming man had struck a chord with him. However, the next statement caused Ren Dingtian to sputter out the Jianlibo he had just consumed. Indeed, I aspire to develop a miraculous elixir that cures all ailments. Goodness, the familiar formula, the recognizable flavor. And then, Ren Dingtian regarded the rotund man with a gaze of incredulity, thinking to himself, "You are truly a remarkable talent. I have meticulously chosen the location for my factory, constructed the building, and even procured a batch of production equipment. Yet, alas, I find myself entangled in complications with the production licensing approval process." The rotund man scratched his head in distress. "It will be a miracle if they granted you approval." Ren Dingtian rolled his eyes, asserting that despite the years of reform and opening up, one could not expect to navigate such convolutions with ease. A panacea in liquid gold? Even a fool would recognize its fallacy. Who would dare grant you approval so readily? However, Shi Yongping is no simpleton. He is not primarily focused on pharmaceuticals, but rather on health supplements that are quite popular abroad. Regrettably, he is ahead of his time by a significant margin. As the saying goes, a genius is merely half a step ahead of their era, while someone a full step ahead is deemed insane. This man, however, is not just a step ahead. He is leagues beyond, bordering on madness. Fat man, I must clearly advise you to abandon this impractical notion, Ren Dingtian declared emphatically, swiftly extinguishing Shi Yongping's unrealistic hopes and aspirations. At least for the next 5 years, your entrepreneurial ambitions will be futile. Hearing this, Shi Yongping could only manage a wry smile. I sense the truth in your words, yet my factory is already built and the machinery is in place. I cannot simply let it all go to waste, can I? Chapter 57. A time unbefitting Ren Dingtian regarded the portly Shi Yongping with curiosity. This man possessed undeniable talent. Unable to contain his inquisitiveness, he asked, "You are not from our region. What prompted you to establish your venture here?" If one speaks of reform and rapid development, it is undoubtedly the South that comes to mind. Why would you choose to come to Beijing City? Lacking connections, what led you to this place? Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's inquiries, Shi Yongping sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In retrospect, my considerations were indeed lacking. I must admit, I have no reliable network of connections here. As he spoke, he gloomily raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. His decision to embark on this entrepreneurial journey was partly due to the proximity to Yunnan province, making visits home convenient, and partly because of certain advantageous conditions present in Huibao County. Advantageous conditions in Huibao County? Ren Dingtian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed at how he was unaware of any such conditions. "Brother, do not jest with me. I am from Huibao County. How could I not know of its advantages?" "How can there be no advantages?" The fat man, feeling indignant, poured another glass of liquor and, while drinking, retorted, "You dare to claim you hail from Huibao County? Do you even know what ancient capitals it boasts?" Ren Dingtian found himself momentarily speechless, and after a prolonged silence, he chuckled incredulously. "Brother, it seems you have truly imbibed too much. As far as I know, Huibao County has never served as a capital, ancient or otherwise. What could it possibly be? The medicine capital?" Shi Yongping took a sip of his drink, casting a scornful glance at Ren Dingtian. It was as if he were saying, "Brother, as a native of Huibao County, you are not adequately fulfilling your role." The mention of the medicine capital sparked a realization in Ren Dingtian. Indeed, the medicine exchange fair was about to commence. How could he have overlooked that? The medicinal materials trade fair in Huibao County is renowned across the nation, attracting sellers and buyers of traditional Chinese medicine from all corners of the country. At that time, I can seize the opportunity to gather a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs, while simultaneously enhancing the visibility of our products. As a local of Huibao County, you must be aware that in Yinshan, there exists a spring whose legend claims it to be the site where Taishang Laojun concocted elixirs. This spring flows down from Laojun Mountain to your Huibao County, where it is affectionately referred to as the Treasure Spring. Indeed, I am well aware of this. Ren Dingtian nodded with a smile. The trade fair is aptly named the Treasure Spring Medicinal Materials Fair. Shi Yongping exclaimed proudly, laughing heartily as he patted his thigh and raised his drink. Exactly, with favorable timing and location. Everything is at our disposal. We have the raw materials for medicinal herbs, and the legendary tales to accompany them. As long as we can navigate the necessary procedures, immense profits are assured. I have even crafted a narrative. We shall proclaim it as the divine water from the treasure spring, a remnant of Taishang Laojuan's alchemical endeavors, enhanced with 108 varieties of heavenly treasures, refined over 81 days in the alchemical furnace, resulting in a miraculous elixir capable of curing all ailments. Upon hearing Shi Yongping's words, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It must be noted that in this era, the concept of advertising was virtually non-existent. Yet, this fellow had already concocted an entire brand story. One must admit, he is indeed a talent. Thus, the two of them engaged in jovial conversation over drinks, enjoying a splendid meal together. Although Shi Yongping constantly spoke of his aspirations for wealth, he prudently refrained from soliciting assistance from Ren Dingtian. Similarly, Ren Dingtian chose not to mention his connections within the family compound. Their unspoken understanding allowed them to revel in their feast of food and drink. In these times, there was no concern regarding drunk driving, nor was there any scrutiny of driving licenses. Nonetheless, Ren Dingtian, feeling a twinge of concern, advised Shi Yongping to exercise caution on the road, suggesting he should stay at the Beijing Grand Hotel for the night instead of wandering about. Unexpectedly, Shi Yongping, striding with a charming swagger, confidently pointed at Ren Dingtian. "Fear not, brother. I possess an insatiable capacity. 1,000 cups will not faze me, nor will 10,000. Seeing this, Ren Dingtian felt a wave of apprehension. He believed that anyone who boasts of their sobriety while extolling their drinking prowess is likely quite inebriated. Ren Dingtian himself had consumed only a modest amount of alcohol, supplemented by 2 bottles of energy drink. He then, amidst the astonished gazes of the waitstaff, packed the remaining energy drink and Moutai liquor to take with him. Ignoring the peculiar looks from the staff, Ren Dingtian cheerfully rode his motorcycle towards Renjiakan, pondering along the way. If it weren't for Shi Yongping's mention, I would have completely forgotten about the trade fair. Ren Dingtian smacked his forehead. In his previous life as a native of Huibao County, he was indeed aware of the medicinal materials fair, though he had never participated. Later, he recalled hearing that it was relocated to Beijing City, sparking online chatter about the supposed rivalry between father and son. If Ren Dingtian's memory served him correctly, the coming years would mark the zenith of the trade fair. During this era, Western medicine was still in its infancy, while traditional Chinese medicine enjoyed a vast and thriving market. Every year, numerous merchants of traditional Chinese medicine from distant lands attend the pharmaceutical trade fair, all of whom are affluent individuals. After all, throughout history, one rarely encounters a person associated with healthcare who lacks financial means, especially in contemporary times. In the coming years, the scale of the trade fair is expected to expand significantly, reaching its zenith with attendance numbering in the tens of thousands. Aside from local onlookers, the majority are merchants traveling from across the nation, drawn by its reputation. The rotund gentleman is indeed correct. This is truly an opportune moment, a confluence of favorable circumstances. As Ren Dingtian rides his bicycle, he smiles and shakes his head, murmuring to himself, "This clever fellow is certainly astute, possessing an agile mind. Yet he seems to be fixated on an impractical notion." The company Jianlibo, a state-owned enterprise with local support, successfully emulated Coca-Cola, launching China's first functional beverage, Jianlibo, which garnered widespread acclaim. However, how can a small private factory aspire to imitate foreign health products and introduce China's premier health supplement? Unless several years pass, the endeavor seems extraordinarily daunting. Given this reality, why not seize the opportunity instead? By following the model of Gian Libo rather than venturing into health supplements. Why not pivot towards beverages? While the distinction may appear minor, the implications are profoundly different. In this era, the concept of health supplements is scarcely acknowledged. If the rotund gentleman aims to create a panacea health product, he must adhere to pharmaceutical production standards, which entails navigating a myriad of procedures and regulatory hurdles. Unless he is part of a state-owned enterprise or possesses extensive connections, success appears unlikely. In contrast, beverages are classified merely as food products, requiring compliance with food standards, thus simplifying the process considerably. It may also be that Zhu Yongping is not merely being obstinate. Perhaps such individuals are driven by grand ambitions, disdainful of conventional wisdom, and eager to carve out a broader horizon. Alas, it seems they are destined to be out of sync with the times. Chapter 58. The clothes made by my sister-in-law. As Ren Dingtian passed through the town, he contemplated stopping by to take a look, intending to leave the television behind for Lin Xiaoxia and Wu Jinxiong to sell for money. However, he ultimately abandoned this idea. Life is meant for diligent striving, followed by enjoying the fruits of one's labor, ensuring a better life for one's family. He cheerfully pedaled his bicycle towards Renjia village. With a television, it is only fitting that the family enjoys it first. After all, it is the year 1986, a year that has birthed many classic masterpieces. For instance, the 1986 adaptation of Journey to the West is currently being screened with fervor. Of course, there's also Halua. Furthermore, Ren Dingtian sensed that returning to the town at this moment felt somewhat premature. It's not yet the right time. He would wait and see. He glanced at a particular house in the town. Hopefully, Lin Xiaoxia, this spirited woman, would not let him down. Upon returning to Renjia village, he parked his motorcycle at the doorstep and entered the house with a tinge of guilt. He had claimed he would abstain from alcohol, yet today, chatting with the rotund gentleman had been such a delight, particularly as that insistent fellow kept urging him to drink. Unable to decline such hospitality, he had taken a few sips to show his appreciation. If this were to reach the ears of Dong Sujing or his mother, he wondered if they might be upset. Upon entering the house, he discovered that Xia Yuan was playing in the yard with Xiao Yunwei, while his mother busied herself in the kitchen. However, he did not see Professor Liu or Dong Sujing. Had Professor Liu not returned yet? Ren Dingtian inquired of Xiao Yunwei. Has she not returned? Xiao Yunwei replied curtly, rising to enter the room. Instantly, Ren Dingtian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. I don't believe I have provoked her in any way. Why is she acting as if I owe her a fortune, wearing such a sour expression? Giggle. Little Yuan burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, my dear? Ren Dingtian could not help but join in her merriment upon witnessing his daughter's joy. He bent down to lift little Yuan, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek, only to be met with her disdainful push. Daddy, have you been drinking again? Ren Dingtian was momentarily taken aback. I only had a few sips. Is it that apparent? He looked at little Yuan, who wore a face full of disapproval. Is the scent that strong? Indeed, it is quite potent. I could smell it from afar. Little Yuan stated, waving her hands as if to fan away the odor. It's reeking of alcohol. Really? I truly only had a tad. It shouldn't be this noticeable, should it? Ren Dingtian felt a mix of dejection and bemusement, glancing at the bottles of liquor secured to his motorcycle, beginning to suspect they were perhaps counterfeit. However, in this era, the notion of fake liquor was not prevalent. Mount High, a luxury that common folk in later years would scramble for, was merely priced like a few bottles of soda. The reason Ren Dingtian's scent was so pronounced lay in an oversight. Although he had only consumed a small amount of alcohol, his rotund companion had indulged quite liberally. Sitting beside the man, even if he abstained, he would inevitably absorb some of the aroma. Fortunately, the wind from his motorcycle ride had dissipated much of the smell. Had he not lifted little Yuan, she might not have even detected it. Setting little Yuan down, feeling slightly guilty, he ventured outside and rode his motorcycle to his sister-in-law's home. His sister-in-law, Tian Wanjun, was alone, busily sweeping the floor. Upon hearing the sound of Ren Dingtian's motorcycle, She paused and greeted him with a warm smile as he entered. "Is my sister-in-law at home?" Ren Dingtian called out before stepping inside. He dismounted, retrieving a bottle of Mao Dai and 3 bottles of Jian Libo from a bike. "Little Tian has returned?" Tian Wanjun regarded him with curiosity, noting that he had come home later than usual, likely due to some business in town. However, upon seeing the alcohol and Jian Libo in his hands, her smile faded. "Why are you wasting money on frivolous purchases again?" "This is not something I bought with my own money, sister-in-law," Ren Dingtian explained with a smile. "Not your own money? Who are you trying to fool? Surely this cannot be a gift from someone else?" "Close enough," Ren Dingtian replied nonchalantly, when his sister-in-law did not extend her hands to accept the items. He entered the house, placing the liquor and Jian Libo on the table. Then he stepped into the yard to briefly recount the incident involving his portly friend. Upon hearing this, the sister-in-law could not help but burst into laughter. "This is going to be the death of me. A miraculous remedy that cures all ailments? This is nothing but a scheme for deceit." Indeed, Ren Dingtian nodded in agreement, chuckling, "This project is surely destined to be rejected. Yes, what a waste of money." Sister-in-law Tian Wanjun was also taken aback. "The factory has been constructed, the machinery purchased. That chubby fellow will likely face ruin this time. What a waste." "Indeed, who could argue otherwise?" Ren Dingtian continued to nod with a smile. "Little Tian, you must steer clear of such extravagant ventures in the future." Sister-in-law cast a wary glance at Ren Dingtian. "You tend to spend money rather liberally. Listening to you makes me feel that this chubby fellow is a master of deception. You mustn't let your hard-earned money be swindled away by him." "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I would never fall into his trap." Ren Dingtian scoffed, for as a reborn individual, his perspective and mindset far exceeded that of the people of this era. More importantly, he had witnessed a plethora of schemes and deceptions. There was no way he could be easily fooled. It was merely that the people of this time were often naive and easily trusted others, which is why they continued to be deceived by those intelligence-testing products years later. "By the way, little Tian, you arrived just in time, for I have something to discuss with you," sister-in-law said, seemingly struck by a thought, as she hurried into the house. Shortly, she emerged with a half-finished garment in hand. "The outfit I'm making for you is almost ready. Come and try it on for fit." "So soon?" Ren Dingtian was astonished at the sight of the garment. He was aware that sister-in-law had been quite busy, rising early to assist with the harvesting of herbs, and then heading to Beijiang to sell vegetables and herbs. By the time she returned home, it was often afternoon, with a mountain of household chores awaiting her. Yet, she still managed to carve out time to craft this piece for him. "You go into the city every day and visit those affluent residential quarters you mentioned. How could you possibly wear something too shabby? You might be looked down upon," sister-in-law said with a smile. "I hurriedly made this one for you. Come, try it on. I hope it fits well." Upon hearing this, Ren Dingtian was moved to the point of almost shedding tears. In his past life, even when adorned in globally renowned custom-tailored garments designed by elite designers, nothing could compare to the heartfelt creation he now wore. Chapter 59, A Call of Husband. After trying on the outfit, Ren Dingtian found it quite fitting and felt pleased. However, sister-in-law Tian Wanjun pointed to the shoulder area and remarked, "Oh, little Tian, you've been running around outside all day. You look exhausted and have lost weight. Your shoulders seem a bit broader. They used to fit just right." Initially taken aback by sister-in-law's observation, Ren Dingtian soon smiled and replied, "A little extra width is fine. It allows for better movement while working. That's simply one do. Broad shoulders will sag and give an impression of lethargy." Tian Wanjun insisted, as she helped him remove the garment. "Let's take it off. I'll make a few adjustments. It will be ready by tomorrow or the day after." "Sister-in-law, you're always busy running around. You must be exhausted. There's no rush with the clothing." Ren Dingtian hastened to persuade his sister-in-law, hoping she would take a moment to rest. However, she merely chuckled and shook her head, proclaiming, "I'm not tired. I am still young and capable. Nevertheless, one must heed the body's needs." After exchanging a few more words with her, Ren Dingtian made his way home. Upon his return, he discovered his mother busily preparing a meal, prompting him to detach the television and set it up in the living room. Little Yuan trailed behind, gazing at the television with delight. Daddy, what is this? Such a wonderful thing. Once Ren Dingtian had successfully installed the television, he began searching for a slender rod. In that era, televisions were still equipped with two antennas. The television featured a small antenna capable of receiving nearby radio stations, while larger antenna would allow for the reception of distant television programs. Locating a slender wooden stick, Ren Dingtian proceeded to adjust the antenna. Little Yuan, either creating chaos or embodying a relentless inquirer, added to the merriment. Yet, Ren Dingtian found joy in her curiosity, never feeling a hint of annoyance. After nearly completing the installation of the television and antenna, he switched on the device and commenced channel scanning. Daddy, it lit up, exclaimed little Yuan, her eyes widening with wonder as she pointed at the screen. What is this? So fascinating. Ren Dingtian, unable to suppress a sigh, thought to himself, well, it seems my earlier explanations were in vain. Nevertheless, with time to spare, he continued to explain, this is a television. Little Yuan nodded enthusiastically, her barrage of questions persisting. He managed to tune into Huaxia television, though the image was rather unclear. Little Yuan, keep an eye on it for me while I step outside to adjust the antenna. If it improves, please let me know. Ren Dingtian instructed. Little Yuan confidently assured him that she would diligently fulfill the task bestowed upon her. As Ren Dingtian adjusted the antenna outside, he spun it round, yet received no response. He continued turning it again and again, almost as if under a spell of love. Yet, little Yuan's voice remained silent. Finally, unable to contain himself, he called out, "Is it working, little Yuan? What? Is the image on the television clear now?" Yes. Daddy, it's good now. Little Yuan's cheerful voice rang out. Relieved, Ren Dingtian stepped inside, only to be met with a distorted image resembling an alien. You call us good? Daddy, look at that person. They look so strange. Their body is all twisted. Little Yuan exclaimed, pointing at the contorted figure on screen. Ren Dingtian let out a sigh. He turned the volume up to its maximum, and immediately, the dialogue mingled with static crackled through the air. Little Yuan, displeased, covered her ears. Ren Dingtian ventured outside once more, approaching the antenna to make further adjustments. Soon, the static noise dissipated, and the dialogue became clear. Upon re-entering, he was pleased to see a significantly improved picture. Wow, how marvelous! Little Yuan exclaimed, reaching out to point at the television. Daddy, what is this? With a resigned sigh, Ren Dingtian rubbed his forehead and began to explain once more. It was not until dusk that Dong Sujing, weary from the day's exertions, finally stepped through the door. Following her was Professor Liu, who, despite his fatigue, exuded an unmistakable excitement. Professor Liu, why did you return so late? Ren Dingtian questioned, his tone tinged with reproach. The back mountain is quite perilous. It would be wise for you to return earlier. I know. Professor Liu replied, nodding with a broad smile, his exhilaration evident on his face. It was clear that he had also endured considerable challenges throughout the day. Unable to contain herself, Dong Sujing quietly interjected on Professor Liu's behalf. Ren Dingtian, noticing this, rolled his eyes dramatically, inwardly pondering the perplexing nature of her loyalty. Yet, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned to Dong Sujing with a playful smile. Well then, if you want to speak for Professor Liu, how about calling me husband instead? Dong Sujing was taken aback. What on earth? We are discussing mineral deposits, a matter of utmost importance for the future of Ren Family Village. Professor Liu, bewildered, exclaimed, Who am I? Where am I? This is madness. He had climbed mountains all day, and yet he had never felt so drained as when faced with this display of affection. Irritated, he stood up to leave, only to be halted by Ren Dingtian's voice. Did I give you permission to leave? Ren Dingtian glared at Professor Liu, his expression fierce. Our discussion is far from over. She is yet to address me as husband. How utterly unfair, protested Professor Liu. You've lost your mind, exclaimed Dong Sujing. Yet, observing Professor Liu's flustered demeanor, she could not resist calling out softly, Husband. What was that? Your voice was too soft. I couldn't hear you. Ren Dingtian placed. Dong Sujing's face flushed with embarrassment. Husband, she declared, raising her voice. Satisfied, Ren Dingtian nodded in approval. May I leave now? Professor Liu asked. His face darkened with frustration. Go ahead, Professor Liu, but allow me to remind you of something. Ren Dingtian said, his expression turning serious as he gestured toward Dong Sujing. As you can see, she is my wife. Each day, she toils under the sun and endures the rigors of mountain climbing alongside you. So I hope you will make an effort to return home earlier in the future. Understood, Professor Liu replied, his demeanor sullen as he retreated into the house. Is it so remarkable to be loved? Must one take advantage of honest individuals in such a manner? He lamented. Oh, the youth of today. Dong Sujing, her cheeks flushed, felt at a loss for words, and simply lowered her head as she entered the house. Before long, dinner was ready, and they all gathered around the table to eat. Ren Dingtian switched on the television, and the news broadcast came on, soon transitioning into an episode of Journey to the West. Laughter and joy filled the room as they cast aside the weariness and worries of the day, reveling in each other's company. Chapter 60. Sister-in-law's advice. Meanwhile, the loudspeaker announced the collection of Chinese tune sprouts. The tentative price for the fragrant tender shoots is 80 cents per pound, with each household limited to a maximum of 2 pounds. Upon hearing this price, everyone was initially taken aback, but soon their spirits lifted with joy. However, the expressions of sister-in-law Tian Wanjin and Tian Dewang turned peculiar, for apart from Ren Dingtian, they alone understood the true market value of the fragrant shoots once transported to the city. Even Dong Sujing and Ren Dingtian's mother had only a vague idea, with Ren Dingtian speculating they might fetch a few dollars. Others remained excited, perceiving 80 cents per pound as an extraordinary price, envisioning a time when every household could profit. Yet, sister-in-law Tian Wanjin and Tian Dewang anxiously observed Ren Dingtian, fearing he might amass excessive profit and jeopardize their circumstances. Ren Dingtian, perceptive to their anxiety, merely smiled and shook his head, signaling them to refrain from further discussion. After enjoying their meal, they watched television for a while before succumbing to slumber. The following morning, they rose early as usual to forage for sweet wormwood, returning slightly earlier than customary to gather fragrant shoots from their own trees. Ren Dingtian and Tian Dewang also awakened early to harvest from their own and their eldest brother Rindali's fragrant shoot trees. Once their goods were collected, they set off again. Upon arriving at the family compound, Aunt Ing and the other elders expressed their satisfaction with the fresh, fragrant shoots. As for the pricing, Ren Dingtian calculated it at $4. Indeed, whether it be radishes, cabbages, or fragrant shoots, the prices within the family compound were lower than those at the external market. Ren Dingtian understood clearly that even if his prices were slightly higher by 20 cents, they would sell effortlessly. However, that would reduce their transactions to mere business devoid of any emotional connection. While selling vegetables that day, he engaged in casual conversation with the elders and discovered, as he had previously surmised, that although every household possessed watches, most were functional. After all, even in a family with only one child, the grandparents, sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren could total 5 people, necessitating 5 watches. In this era of scarcity, having 5 watches in a household was indeed remarkable, leaving little room for surplus. Nevertheless, there were some families with fewer members or other circumstances who managed to gather 2 watches for Ren Dingtian. However, those watches were quite new, and he acquired them at a discount of 60 to 70%. Additionally, some uncles and aunts inquired if Ren Dingtian wanted pens and notebooks. Without much thought, he decided to procure a few for his little Yuan Yuan and his brother's nephew Qingshan for school purposes. To his astonishment, when the elders presented the items, Ren Dingtian was shocked. The ballpoint and even fountain pens were indeed high-quality goods of this era, and the notebooks were also premium stationery. This left him in a quandary. It was not that the items were undesirable, but rather that they belonged to the higher echelon of stationery, making them difficult to sell upon his return. To sell to the middle and primary school students in town? Surely, they're still in the phase of using pencils and copying pens. At least the majority of these students cannot afford such pens and notebooks. What? Not worth anything? The elderly, noticing Ren Dingtian's awkwardness, chuckled and spoke up. It's not that. I simply struggle to estimate the price. Ren Dingtian scratched his head innocently. Elder, please name a price. If it suits me, I shall accept it. If not, I shall grit my teeth and take it anyway. Upon hearing this, the elders could not help but laugh. You little trickster, quite cunning indeed. This stuff is of little use to us. At most, we might sell it as scrap later. Indeed, we could probably sell it to the scrap collector for just 2 cents. Hearing such remarks, Ren Dingtian sighed with relief and quickly replied, I certainly cannot offer you the scrap price, dear uncles and aunts. How about this? The notebooks are 10 cents per pound, and the pens, regardless of quality, are 1 yuan each. Does that sound fair? That actually sounds quite reasonable. Much better than selling it to the scrap collector. The elders responded with smiles. Ren Dingtian breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. To be honest, he felt this batch of items was rather like a hot potato, potentially weighing heavily on him. The notebooks were manageable at 10 cents per pound. He likely wouldn't incur a loss even selling to the students. However, he could easily imagine how painful it was for Li to buy the pens. Of course, they might sell better in the county or city, but unfortunately, Ren Dingtian was stretched too thin and lacked the time and energy for such endeavors. So why did he still choose to accept this batch of pens and notebooks? Because he needed to maintain connections and relationships with these elders. Most of them were not overly concerned about money. They primarily sought vegetables. A day's worth of vegetables seldom sufficed for their needs, making it likely they would return the next day. Over time, familiarity would grow, and he would receive better goods. After wrapping up matters in the family courtyard, Ren Dingtian returned to the market, only to find it nearing its conclusion. However, the expressions of his sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, and Tian Dali were not particularly cheerful. Xiao Tian, their Chinese tune has dropped in price. Yes, they are selling for 3 yuan and 78 cents. No worries, this is a normal occurrence. Ren Dingtian replied with a wry smile. In a few days, the price will likely drop further, especially for the wormwood. As it grows larger, its price will plummet. Let us purchase according to market conditions. Being slightly more expensive than them is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Tian Dewang nodded in agreement with a smile. However, sister-in-law Tian Wanjin hesitated, looking as if she wanted to say something but held back. Xiao Tian, I have something on my mind. I'm unsure whether I should speak of it. Sister-in-law, please feel free to say what's on your mind. We are all family here. No need for formality. Ren Dingtian encouraged her to speak freely. Xiao Tian, you see, you are purchasing these Chinese tunes at 80 cents, yet selling them for over 4 yuan. You could actually sell them at the same price as those in the market, considering your acquisition cost is quite low. Sister-in-law's words were, in fact, a gentle suggestion for Ren Dingtian. Fearing that his sole focus on profit might lead to mistakes, one cannot help but ponder the implications. If the villagers were to discover that Ren Dingtian was purchasing the fragrant greens at 8 cents per pound, only to sell them in the city for over 4 yuan, what would their reaction be? Would they not denounce him behind his back? Furthermore, sister-in-law Tian Wanjin noticed that their selling price was several cents higher than that of other vendors in the market, leading to whispers and pointed fingers from numerous customers. Sister-in-law, I understand your concerns, but have you considered that if our prices match theirs, we would be directly encroaching upon their business? Would they be pleased with that? As he spoke, Ren Dingtian cast a glance towards several nearby stalls selling the same greens. Chapter 61. Unfortunate encounters. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's remarks, sister-in-law Tian Wanjin was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze to observe the other stall owners, some of whom were casting unfriendly glances in their direction. Surely, the profits cannot be monopolized by our family alone. Ren Dingtian continued, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he sighed. Our prices are slightly higher, but that is because one gets what one pays for. Our greens are indeed the freshest. Additionally, we are newcomers in the market, and it is vital that we leave room for others to thrive. We cannot simply seize their business. Tian Wanjin was left speechless, surprised by the depth of Ren Dingtian's considerations. Initially, she had assumed he was merely fixated on profit, but it became clear that he had contemplated far more than she had realized. Contemplating this, she found herself wanting to express that the purchasing price for fragrant greens in the village was somewhat low, and that profiting at the expense of their neighbors was an unkind thought but the words caught in her throat. After all, if Ren Dingtian had considered so much, he would surely have taken that into account as well. Alas, Xiao Tian has grown up and has his own plans. After concluding their sales, Ren Dingtian did not rush home, but instead took a leisurely ride around several nearby middle schools to assess the stationery market before returning home at a relaxed pace. Upon reaching Chubi Town, he headed directly to the shop he had rented. Lin Xiaoxia had been quite cheerful these past few days. Initially, she was upset and depressed when Ren Dingtian and the others had left her behind, but gradually, she came to appreciate her independence. Although the shop's renovation was a hassle, her family lived in the town, and she enlisted the help of her father and brother, leaving her with little to do. Naturally, Lin Xiaoxia was not one to remain idle. She was an ambitious woman. Over the past few days, she had been devising ways to sell the radios and calendars left behind by Ren Dingtian. The radios were in demand, but the calendars posed a challenge. After all, who among those not well off would be inclined to spend extra on an item they already possessed, which offered little utility? Thus, the strategy of selling Ren Dingtian's calendars and radios at their original prices encountered various obstacles and difficulties. Lin Xiaoxia even discovered that some individuals preferred to spend an extra 10 yuan on a more expensive radio rather than paying an additional 20 yuan for a radio bundled with a calendar. Despite her persuasive efforts, these customers remained unyielding, which left her somewhat despondent. However, it wasn't long before Lin Xiaoxia devised a solution. At that moment, the demand for radios in their town still exceeded supply, and acquiring a radio from the supply and marketing cooperative required ticket. Consequently, aside from the cost of the radio, one also needed to spend additional money on connections to obtain a ticket, making each radio at least 10 yuan more expensive. With a significant lack of availability. Given this situation, she decided to sell the radios for an additional 10 or even 15 yuan, while still offering the calendars at half price. This way, she could achieve a perfect balance. It was amusing that Ren Dingtian, that self-assured fellow with a bit of cleverness, had not thought of such a simple solution and instead insisted on a strategy of original price bundling. What a joke. Just as Lin Xiaoxia was basking in her triumph after sending off a customer who had purchased a radio, she spotted Ren Dingtian approaching on his motorcycle. "Brother Tian, you've arrived." At once, her disdainful feelings were concealed, replaced by a sweet smile as she greeted him enthusiastically. "Ah, it seems business is thriving, isn't it?" Ren Dingtian remarked, his gaze directed toward a person in the distance holding a radio. He notably observed that the individual only carried a radio and not a calendar. Lin Xiaoxia seemed to sense this as well, causing a flicker of anxiety within her, yet she skillfully masked it. "Brother Tian, we're nearly out of radios. I wonder what wonderful items you brought this time." Lin Xiaoxia gazed expectantly at the back of Ren Dingtian's vehicle. Over the past few days, she had witnessed the rapid profitability of his business. In the words of her earnest partner, the simple-minded Xiao Wu, it was akin to a money grab. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxia, eager to take credit, stepped into the shop and pointed out its decor while addressing Ren Dingtian. "Brother Tian, doesn't the decoration look splendid?" "Indeed, it looks quite nice. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoxia." Ren Dingtian nodded with a smile. Hearing those words, Lin Xiaoxia's face lit up with joy as she entered the counter and retrieved a ledger. "Brother Tian, this is the account for the past few days. Please have a look." She handed it to him with a charming smile. Ren Dingtian accepted the ledger and casually flipped through it, noting that the daily revenue exceeded 300 yuan, even prior to the store's formal opening with all renovations complete. If everything were finalized, the business would undoubtedly flourish even more. "Very impressive. Even if I were here myself, I might not perform as well as you," Ren Dingtian remarked, while also heading to his vehicle to retrieve the pen and notebook he had collected that day. Initially, Lin Xiaoxia had hoped for a few radios to be included. However, upon seeing the pen and notebook, she felt a tinge of disappointment. In this era, not many had a need for such items, making them clearly less desirable for sale. Certainly, the key factor still lies in the price that Ren Dingtian is willing to offer. "Brother Tian, what do you think is a suitable selling price?" Lin Xiaoxia gazed at Ren Dingtian with eager anticipation. "I have already inquired about the prices at the market. Let me jot them down for you." As Ren Dingtian spoke, he produced a pen and began to write. Lin Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback, as she had anticipated a price reduction, perhaps even to 80 or lower. Brother Tian, you wouldn't have acquired these items at full price, would you? Not exactly, but we must sell them at the original price. Ren Dingtian emphasized the words original price, raising his voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxia's heart skipped a beat. She nervously glanced at Ren Dingtian, and upon noticing his calm demeanor, she discreetly exhaled in relief. Before long, Xiao Wu arrived. However, he did not enter immediately, but instead circled around the motorcycle outside. Xiao Wu, Ren Dingtian, slapped his forehead, as if a sudden realization struck him, and he lamented, "A few days ago, I accidentally bumped into a drunken fellow, and the bike sustained a minor scrape, losing a bit of paint. It's nothing, Brother Tian. These minor mishaps are quite normal." Although Xiao Wu felt a pang of heartache, he spoke with a generous demeanor. One must admit, this brother is quite amiable. Unfortunately, he has not encountered the right people. Chapter 62. Ren Dingtian's fatal weakness, though Xiao Wu claimed it was nothing. His distressed expression was evident to anyone with a modicum of perception. Xiao Wu, you arrived just in time. Let's divide the earnings from these past few days. Ren Dingtian seemed to sense Xiao Wu's concern and, as he spoke, signaled Lin Xiaoxia to bring forth the money. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxia's heart leaped with joy as she quickly retrieved the cash from the drawer. Ren Dingtian counted it, totaling 1,652. He first handed Lin Xiaoxia 10 large bills. This is your salary for the month. I shall give it to you first. Brother Tian, this Lin Xiaoxia, flushed with embarrassment, wanting to decline. It's nothing. You all are capable, and this is what you deserve. Ren Dingtian smiled as he reassured Lin Xiaoxia. You possess great talent. You are naturally suited for business, far surpassing both Xiao Wu and me. Lin Xiaoxia felt an immense sense of happiness. It seemed Ren Dingtian's words resonated with her, and she believed her business acumen indeed outshone theirs. Yet, amidst her joy, as she gazed at the money in Ren Dingtian's hands, a hint of displeasure crept in. If I am indeed smarter and more capable, then why should your earnings exceed mine? Especially as she contemplated this, Ren Dingtian handed Xiao Wu over 300. Xiao Wu, this is for you. Thank you, Brother Tian. Xiao Wu exclaimed, thrilled to receive the money, which was more than his salary for several months, instantly alleviating his earlier distress. Yet, unexpectedly, Ren Dingtian counted out 10 more bills. This is compensation for the wear and tear on your motorcycle. Brother Tian, I can't accept this. Xiao Wu protested, attempting to decline. However, Ren Dingtian insisted he take it. Left with no choice, Xiao Wu reluctantly accepted the money. Upon witnessing such a situation, Lin Xiaoxia was driven to the brink of madness by jealousy. How could I be inferior to a mere motorcycle? Why do I share the same fate as a motorcycle? She felt utterly infuriated. She believed that the substantial amount of money garnered was a result of her efforts. Little did she know that this was the outcome when it came time to divide the spoils. Moreover, it should be noted that the 100 yuan represented her entire month's salary. Yet, that motorcycle managed to earn 100 yuan in just a few days. Jealousy consumed her. Jealousy drove her to insanity, especially when she caught sight of the thick stack of cash left by Ren Dingtian. She nearly lost her composure and lunged forward to snatch it away. This was the money she had painstakingly earned from selling radios and calendars in the shop. Why should they take the lion's share while she received a paltry sum? On the surface, Lin Xiaoxia's grievances seemed justified, but one must not forget that the formal employees at the supply and marketing cooperative nearby earned less than 50 yuan a month. Her salary was already double theirs. Yet she was still unsatisfied. Ren Dingtian observed the slight upturn of Lin Xiaoxia's lips and couldn't help but chuckle. This exemplifies the disparity in character. He intended to give his sister-in-law's younger brother 100 yuan as wages, and even she felt unworthy, believing her brother's work did not merit such compensation. Yet Lin Xiaoxia, who fancied herself somewhat clever, found it insufficient. However, this was precisely the effect Ren Dingtian sought to achieve. After a brief exchange of pleasantries amongst the three, Ren Dingtian smiled and announced he wouldn't intrude upon their intimate moment. bidding them farewell with a wave. Brother Tian is truly a good person. Not only did he save my life, but he also helped me earn so much money, Wu Jianxiong expressed, his face brimming with gratitude as he gazed at Ren Dingtian's retreating figure. Really? Lin Xiaoxia retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed, little Wu replied with a smile. Now that we have some money, let me treat you to something delicious. With the vehicle in such a state, aren't you concerned? Lin Xiaoxia interjected suddenly. Of course I am. Wu Jianxiong replied with a wry smile. After all, it's a new car. Right, it pains me to see it. One would think Brother Tian, not owning the vehicle, would be more careful. Lin Xiaoxia seemingly casually complained, yet her intent was quite clear. Not at all. Brother Tian is an excellent rider. It must have been the other party's fault. Wu Jianxiong countered with a smile. Ah, yes, if it was indeed the other party's fault. I wonder if Brother Tian saw compensation? Lin Xiaoxia proposed, as if a thought had struck her. Oh dear, perhaps he forgot? Otherwise, he should have insisted on a greater recompense, especially since this is a brand new car. Wu Jianxiong paused, taken aback by her insinuation, and fell silent. Lin Xiaoxia's implication was unmistakable. Could it be that Ren Dingtian had already confronted the individual responsible for the accident, securing a more substantial compensation? One must admit, the woman was quite adept at sowing discord. Brother Tian is not that kind of person. Wu Jianxiong shook his head with a smile. True, perhaps he simply forgot. Lin Xiaoxia chimed in with a laugh. Yes, indeed, he must have forgotten to demand compensation from that person. Wu Jianxiong exhaled in relief upon hearing her words. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. With Tian Ji's astuteness, how could he possibly forget about compensation? If the other party refused to pay, would Tian Gu simply let him go? Lin Xiaoxia declared firmly, what I mean is, Tian Gu must have forgotten to mention how much compensation he requires from you. Perhaps you should ask him next time? Wu Jianxiong, upon hearing this, hesitated momentarily. It was possible that this 100 was indeed the compensation he sought. Ultimately, he decided against posing this question to Ren Dingtian. Better not to inquire and risk putting Tian Gu in an awkward position. Although Lin Xiaoxia outwardly expressed this sentiment, a flicker of disappointment was evident in her heart. However, as if a sudden realization struck her, her eyes sparkled with delight. I have finally uncovered your fatal weakness, she thought to herself, exuding an air of triumph as she gazed skyward. Indeed, it was the motorcycle. Previously, she failed to comprehend why such a shrewd individual like Ren Dingtian would recruit the simple-minded Wu Jianxiong and grant him such a substantial share. Now, the reason was clear. He needed Wu Jianxiong's motorcycle. Without it, he could not reach Beijiang City, and thus lacked a source of goods. With this thought, Lin Xiaoxia smiled and linked her arm with Wu Jianxiong's. I heard the apricot and rapeseed flowers on the mountain are about to bloom. Shall we go see them? Sure. No problem. When do you want to go? Wu Jianxiong replied without a second thought. Whenever. I want you to take me for a ride on your motorcycle. Lin Xiaoxia's sweet voice resonated in Wu Jianxiong's mind. He agreed without hesitation. Chapter 63. A Mother's Concerns Upon Returning Home. Ren Dingtian found Xiao Yunwei and Xiao Yuanyuan engrossed in a television show while his mother busily tidied the house. He quickly approached to lend a hand, but his mother waved him off, insisting it was unnecessary. You've been toiling away all day. You must be tired, right? She said, gesturing towards the kitchen. I left some food for you, still warm. All right, Ren Dingtian replied with a smile as he entered the kitchen. This was a blissful moment he could hardly have dreamed of in his past life. Sometimes, happiness manifests in the simplicity of everyday life. Eat slowly, his mother remarked, noticing him devouring his food ravenously. Don't rush. There's still more in the pot. Understood, he responded, chuckling as he continued to eat. Xiao Tian, there's something I'm uncertain whether to say or not. His mother hesitated, but ultimately couldn't hold back. Mom, what is it that you can't say? Ren Dingtian asked, looking at her with a warm smile. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. My dear, I never dared to dream before. But now that you're doing well and earning money, I can finally entertain such thoughts. His mother spoke, her gaze drifting towards the room where Xiao Yuanyuan was watching television. You speak of it, my child has grown so much. Have you not considered giving Su Jing a proper status? A wedding that resembles a genuine ceremony? Upon hearing these words, Ren Dingtian found himself momentarily taken aback. 5 years prior, Su Jing was brought into the household as a bride. At that time, Ren Dingtian and his father had contemplated sending the girl back once they made a bit of money, never intending to forcefully claim her for themselves. Hence no wedding was held. Subsequently, when his father encountered misfortune in the mountains, Ren Dingtian was left despondent and without direction. After 3 days and nights of fasting, he turned to alcohol for solace. In his inebriation, coupled with Su Jing's kind-hearted nature, she tended to him, leading to an unexpected and ill-fated liaison. To their astonishment, this encounter resulted in the birth of little Yuan. In this era, reputation is of utmost importance in the countryside. Not only did Ren Dingtian fail to formally marry Su Jing, he did not even offer her a simple wedding. To Ren's mother, this was a considerable injustice to Su Jing. Mother, I am aware of this matter, and I assure you, I am preparing for it. Ren Dingtian responded with a smile, while reaching for a small box, which he then presented to his mother. What is this? Ren's mother accepted the modest yet weighty box, examining it cautiously. It was evident that this item was of great value. Mother, do open it and see. Ren Dingtian urged her with a knowing glance. As she carefully opened it, she was left in a state of astonishment. This is Ren's mother's eyes widened, her face a picture of shock and disbelief. A watch. Indeed, is the finest diamond lady's watch available in the market today. Ren Dingtian chuckled, observing his mother's reaction. When we celebrate a wedding, we must adhere to the tradition of 3 rounds and 1 announcement, right? We already have a radio, and even a television. Now we have a watch as well. As for bicycles and sewing machines, I have already looked into those. He shared his thoughts with his mother with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, indeed, Xiao Tian, you are thoughtful. Su Jing will surely be delighted upon seeing this. Ren's mother said, while affectionately patting his shoulder, her expression radiating satisfaction and contentment. Mother, please keep this a secret from others for now. I am still making preparations, and I wish to surprise Su Jing. Ren Dingtian replied, flashing a mysterious smile at his mother. All right, I understand. Ren's mother sighed in relief at his words. To be honest, despite the rather amusing background of Su Jing as a daughter-in-law, Ren's mother felt that she was the best and most sensible daughter-in-law in the Ren family. As a mother-in-law, she could not bear the thought of letting such a wonderful daughter-in-law suffer any injustice. Ah, if only there were another son, that would be even better, she mused, filled with aspirations of happiness. While I still have the strength, I should encourage them to have another precious grandchild. I could help care for the child. Ren's mother's face glowed with a longing for happiness. What surprise! At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. As they entered, Dong Sujing and Professor Liu were engaged in light-hearted conversation. You returned quite early today, Ren Dingtian remarked cheerfully, subtly signaling his mother to refrain from revealing anything. She responded with a reassuring glance, affirming her understanding, and in that moment, a tacit understanding blossomed between them. The preliminary exploration had reached its conclusion. Dong Sujing and Professor Liu, while setting down their gear, joyfully declared, the situation is excellent, even beyond our expectations. That is indeed wonderful. Ren Dingtian nodded, though he was well aware that the mountains behind held considerable mineral wealth. So, does this mean you will no longer need to venture into the mountains with such effort? Yes, the next step involves Professor Liu drafting the report. Dong Sujing replied with delight. The prospect of mining in the rear mountains fulfilled a significant aspiration of hers, offering a perfect resolution for that stubborn yet kind-hearted elder. Professor Liu washed his face, greeted Ren Dingtian and the others, then entered the house to tidy up. He mentioned he would temporarily return the following day, and after submitting the report, they would await further instructions. If all went well, it wouldn't be long before he could bring more people back. Everyone felt elated by the news. However, Ren Dingtian found himself contemplating new ideas. He smiled and asked Professor Liu, will you be staying at Ren's village upon your next visit? Yes, I believe so. Professor Liu nodded in agreement. The accommodations here are far more convenient than in town. Then I shall eagerly await your return, bringing good news. That evening, Dong Sujing and Ren's mother prepared several dishes. And with their permission, little Yuan brought out a bottle of the fine Maotai liquor that Ren Dingtian had brought back. They all gathered, enjoying meat and drink while watching television, basking in a warm atmosphere. Xiao Tian, Sujing is truly a wonderful girl. You must not let her down. Professor Liu, having indulged in a few extra cups, could not help but share his thoughts. Rest assured, I will treat Sujing well in the future, ensuring she lives a good life and never faces even the slightest grievance. Ren Dingtian pledged without hesitation, thumping his chest in assurance. Seeing this, Dong Sujing smiled brightly, unable to resist raising her glass for a small sip. The 5 arduous years had finally come to an end, and her unfulfilled desires had been realized. Though the world may be indifferent, human connections are profound. She had not let down any of those who had treated her with kindness, nor had they failed her in return. Chapter 64. Hold me tight. The next morning, Tian Wang and Rindali rose early to prepare the donkey cart and ox cart. Not only were they heading to town to sell vegetables, but they also intended to escort Professor Liu and his companions back. Hence, Tian Wang's family ensured the donkey cart was spotless, and Aunt Liu even took out the cherished, vibrant red quilt to spread on the cart for Professor Liu and the others to sit upon. Professor Liu felt pleasantly surprised by such hospitality. Perhaps this was nothing compared to the luxury of a small car in the big city, yet the warmth of this gesture, this regard, surpassed any opulent vehicle. Dong Sujing also climbed aboard the donkey cart. Initially, her intention was to visit the town and observe the conditions of the shop. However, she was informed by Ren Dingtian that everything was well at the shop. Although Lin Xiaoxia was somewhat overly astute, she was indeed capable. So there was no need for concern regarding the shop's affairs. Today, we shall venture to the city. Upon hearing this, Dong Sujing was momentarily taken aback, and then a spark of unprecedented excitement illuminated her eyes. Thus the group set forth. Ren Dingtian, as per usual, rode his motorcycle at the forefront, leading the way. Professor Liu and the others disembarked upon arriving in the town, while Wu Suhei assisted in arranging transportation to the county. Consequently, Tian Wang and his donkey cart remained in the town, no longer required to accompany them to the city. This left Tian Wang feeling somewhat desolate. Although a trip to the city was indeed exhausting, it was also fulfilling. Hence, after delivering Professor Liu to his destination, he did not rush to return, but instead wandered about the town. Previously, Tian Wang relished strolling through the town, admiring its vibrant scenes. However, after experiencing the grandeur and splendor of the metropolis, he perceived the town as rather insignificant. Duangu. Suddenly, an exuberant voice called out. Tian Wang turned to find a girl adorned in new attire, stylish and radiant, approaching him with a smile and a wave. He extended his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement, rubbing his eyes. It was not an illusion, nor a dream. You are. Ah, Duangu. It's me, Lin Xiaoxia. Lin Xiaoxia pouted in displeasure and exclaimed, It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten me. With a sudden realization, Tian Wang responded, Ah, Tian Xiaoxia, your transformation is truly remarkable. I scarcely recognized you. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Duangu, are you free today? Yes, today I have no obligations. I needn't go into the city. Tian Wang replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Perfect. Let us go sit at the shop. All right, let us go. As Lin Xiaoxia laughed, her eyes narrowed. A glimmer of mischief fleetingly flashed. Coincidentally, my cousin is also here. I'll introduce you. Really? Tian Wang's eyes lit up instantly. In the past, he would have hesitated at the prospect of being introduced to someone, fearing the judgment due to his lack of wealth. However, now, he had ventured into the city, witnessed the broader world, and had made significant connections. More importantly, their family's mine on the back mountain of Renjia village bestowed upon them a certain status. Thus, he held his head high, chest out, and accompanied Lin Xiaoxia onward with newfound confidence. Upon entering the family compound, Ren Dingtian was somewhat surprised, for he did not see that familiar small car. In the past, the rotund Xiangping would invariably park there, awaiting his opportunity. But today he was absent. Alas, it seems this fellow has finally decided to let go. Ren Dingtian felt a tinge of regret for him. In a few years, should he have continued on this path, he would undoubtedly have become a pioneer among his peers. It was simply unfortunate that he was born in the wrong era. Upon entering the family courtyard, amidst laughter and casual conversations while dividing the vegetables and fragrant Chinese tune, he received delightful news. Old U.S. family had also replaced their television, declaring the old one useless and offering it to him. Is that true? It seems fortune smiles upon me once more. I'm bound to strike it rich. Ren Dingtian chuckled playfully with everyone. Young man, work hard. In a few days, my family will also get a new television, and I shall bestow the old one upon you. A boisterous aunt called out while selecting vegetables. That would be splendid. Dear aunt, truly a generous gift? Ren Dingtian responded with a smile, not holding back his enthusiasm. Of course, but you must bring me fresh vegetables every day. The aunt replied, grinning. That's a deal. Even without a television, I'd still bring them to you. He laughed in return. Thus, the jovial exchange concluded effortlessly, with the vegetables and Chinese tune entirely consumed by the warm-hearted uncles and aunts present. After tidying up the remnants, Ren Dingtian rose and made his way outside. He mounted his motorcycle and headed to the market, where business thrived that day. Once everything was settled, he took Dong Sujing towards the department store, while Brother Dolly happily returned home, driving a mule cart alongside his wife, Tian Wanjin. Dong Sujing gazed curiously at the array of items within the department store, her eyes sparkling with joy. However, upon glimpsing the prices, her excitement waned slightly. Ren Dingtian, ever cheerful, encouraged her, if there's anything you desire, do let me know. We're not short on funds at the moment. Hearing this, Dong Sujing shook her head, bemused. She thought to herself, though money may not be an issue, one must not spend frivolously. Exiting the department store, she purchased only some daily necessities, many of which were intended for Ren Dingtian's mother, clearly reflecting her frugal nature. Accustomed to a life of hardship. Strictly speaking, this was Dong Sujing's first long journey on Ren Dingtian's motorcycle. As they rode back, she cautiously grasped the rear rack, attempting to maintain distance from his back. Hold on tight. Ren Dingtian bemusel her. What? Dong Sujing widened her eyes, glancing around, thinking this guy in broad daylight. How dare he suggest such a thing? Consequently, instead of wrapping her arms around him, she instinctively leaned back, her expression wary. Seeing her reaction, Ren Dingtian chose not to press the matter further. With a resigned shake of his head, he accelerated the motorcycle, just as a figure appeared ahead, prompting him to brake abruptly. Suddenly, a heavy force pushed against her from behind due to the abrupt stop. The inertia caused Dong Sujing to crash into Ren Dingtian. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. This scoundrel, he's behaving inappropriately. She fumed inwardly, convinced it was all deliberate on his part. Yet, despite her thoughts, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Chapter 65. Tian Duang gets drunk and reveals secrets through the introduction of Lin Xiaoxia. Tian Duang became acquainted with her cousin, Li Xinping. However, Tian Duang felt a tinge of disappointment upon discovering that Li Xinping was not the urban girl he had envisioned, but rather a rural girl like himself. While Li Xinping's family resided in a flat, fertile plain where each household enjoyed bountiful land, her circumstances were evidently more favorable than those of Tian Duang, who hailed from a mountainous village. Initially, Li Xinping held little regard for Tian Duang, but she could not withstand the relentless persuasion of her cousin, Lin Xiaoxia. Lin Xiaoxia extolled the virtues of Tian Duang, claiming that as he worked alongside a wealthy businessman, he would soon earn a substantial fortune. She insisted that his honest and straightforward nature would make him an ideal partner, and she enumerated numerous advantages of such a match. Ultimately, she resorted to a form of intimidation, stating, Xinping, do not think your cousin is neglecting you. Your brother wishes to study in town, and you aspire to find work here. Both require our family's assistance. We are kindly introducing you to a reliable and capable suitor. Even if you're not interested, you should at least show me some respect and indulge me a little, won't you? Li Xinping, being a rather naive and unassuming girl, could only brace herself and reluctantly agree to meet Tian Duang. Although he felt somewhat let down, he remained warm and inviting. treating Lin Xiaoxia and Li Xinping to a meal. Cleverly, Lin Xiaoxia ordered a bottle of wine, and thus the three of them began to eat and drink together. Tian Duang, lacking the cunning of the astute Lin Xiaoxia, soon fell victim to her charms. Within no time, he found himself thoroughly intoxicated. Brother Tian can earn money, and it is all thanks to me. I drive him to the city every day. Lin Xiaoxia was particularly eager to uncover the source of the cheap yet sought-after goods that Ren Dingtian had been acquiring. Vegetables, Tian Duang naively proclaimed, entirely unaware that he had walked into Lin Xiaoxia's trap. Brother Tian is quite capable. He buys Chinese tune at a low price in the village and sells it at a high price in the city, making a significant profit. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Can you guess how much we sell the tune that Brother Tian buys for 80 cents a pound? How much? Li Xinping inquired curiously. How could Brother Tian settle for a mere 20 cents profit? Tian Duang scoffed disdainfully, eliciting a nod of agreement from Lin Xiaoxia. Indeed, when Brother Tian makes a move, it is often a doubling of profits, at least 180 or even 2. 180 or 2. Tian Duang continued to laugh heartily, reveling in his own pride. You can't guess, can you? He then extended 5 fingers, bending his thumb halfway. It has to be doubled again. 450 a pound. What? Such a lucrative venture? Both Li Xinping and Lin Xiaoxia were left utterly astonished, especially Li Xinping, who could not resist counting on her fingers. That means a profit of over $3 per pound. Exactly $3.70. Lin Xiaoxia's smile vanished, and a surge of anger welled up within her. Initially, she had dismissed Tian Duang's claims that Ren Dingtian sold vegetables in the city every day. With that little motorcycle and a mule cart, how much produce could he possibly transport? Surely, it couldn't exceed 1,000 pounds, even at its utmost capacity. Ordinary radishes and cabbages were barely worth a dime per pound. What profit could be gleaned? Even if he had no costs and earned a dime per pound, 1,000 pounds would yield a mere 100 yuan. Moreover, in practical terms, earning even half of that would be commendable, far less than what she earned in her shop. Ren Dingtian, how trivial you are. Yet, to her astonishment, Ren Dingtian was not selling radishes or cabbages at all. Instead, he was vending fragrant Chinese tune, which garnered a profit of 3 yuan and 70 cents per pound. 3 yuan and 70 cents. 100 pounds would amount to 370 yuan. More importantly, he had not even disclosed this lucrative venture to her. Had she not encountered Tian Duang today, she would have remained utterly oblivious. Anger, regret, humiliation, and profound grief consumed her. Little did she know, in the end, she was the fool. Jealousy drives one to madness. Jealousy breeds insanity. Lin Xiaoxia could no longer contain herself, completely losing her reason and sense of morality. However, she masked her turmoil with a cheerful demeanor, pouring wine for Tian Duang while deftly extracting information from him. Your brother Tian must be doing more than just selling vegetables in the city, right? Indeed. He also took us to browse the department store. Tian Duang replied, his pride palpable as he recounted, You have no idea. That department store is enormous. At least 6 or 7 stories tall, with everything one could imagine. His vivid descriptions left the two women beside him wide-eyed with wonder. Indeed, regardless of the era, women have always held an unparalleled fondness for shopping. However, just as Li Xinping became engrossed in the tale, Lin Xiaoxia interrupted Tian Duang's boasting. What about other places? Your brother Tian must have visited other venues, for those radios and calendars couldn't possibly have been purchased from the department store, right? At last, Lin Xiaoxia revealed her true intentions. She was eager to discover the source of Ren Dingtian's inexpensive radios and calendars. Previously, she had attempted to glean information from Ren Dingtian indirectly, but he had seen through her subtle machinations. When that ploy failed, she had even persuaded Wu Jinxiong to inquire on her behalf. Yet, Wu Jinxiong, in his clumsiness, nearly divulged that Lin Xiaoxia had sent him. Ren Dingtian was no fool and had anticipated such tactics. As Lin Xiaoxia pondered her next move, she fortuitously encountered Tian Duang, a serendipitous opportunity for her. Even if Ren Dingtian had not instructed Tian Duang, he was no simpleton and would surely remain cautious. But let us not forget that today he had been drinking, and there was a charming lady by his side. More importantly, he mistakenly believed that Lin Xiaoxia was one of his own. Otherwise, how could Brother Tian possibly offer her a generous salary of 100 yuan? Thus, he didn't ponder much and, fueled by alcohol, let slip. Of course it's the family compound. What family compound? Lin Xiaoxia clenched her glass nervously, holding her breath, too afraid to exhale, as if fearing the revelation of a crucial clue. Meanwhile, Tian de Wang remained oblivious to Lin Xiaoxia's unease, scratching his head as he sank into recollection and contemplation. On the other hand, Li Xinping, witnessing this scene, wore a tense expression filled with concern. She could easily discern that Tian de Wang was a quintessentially honest man, cunningly manipulated by her astute cousin. Chapter 66. Lin Xiaoxia's seduction. When Ren Dingtian and Dong Sujing returned to the town, they encountered a tipsy Tian de Wang, flanked by two women providing support. Observing this, Ren Dingtian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Fortunately, he had decided to pass by today. Otherwise, tomorrow, Tian de Wang might unwittingly find himself becoming a father. Ah, Brother Tian, what brings you here? Lin Xiaoxia stammered, her heart racing at the sight of Ren Dingtian's sudden appearance. However, she quickly composed herself, masking her panic with a bright smile as she gestured toward Li Xinping. This is my cousin, Li Xinping. Hello. Ren Dingtian replied with a smile, carefully scrutinizing the girl before him. She was of decent height, somewhat slender, with a flushed face and lowered gaze, her features faintly discernible. Overall, she was quite appealing. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from coming. Since Lin Xiaoxia intended to employ seduction on Tian de Wang, he might as well facilitate her plan. Not only could he find a suitable wife for Tian de Wang, but also ensure that Lin Xiaoxia would be left with nothing. Having resolved these thoughts, Ren Dingtian's demeanor shifted from previous gloom and anger to one of joy and amusement. He greeted the two women cheerfully, refraining from offering assistance to Tian de Wang. Meanwhile, Dong Sujing, unable to bear the sight, attempted to step in but was halted by Ren Dingtian's gesture. Though unsure of his reasoning, upon catching his eye signal, Dong Sujing quietly retreated, leaving the stage to Lin Xiaoxia and her cousin, Li Xinping. We have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave, Ren Dingtian said succinctly, pulling Dong Sujing away. Lin Xiaoxia, relieved yet sensing something amiss, thought to herself, whatever, it's clear now that Tian de Wang is a simpleton. As long as I employ my charms to control him, manipulating him to create trouble for Ren Dingtian and unearth his secrets will be effortlessly achievable. With this in mind, she exchanged a knowing glance with her cousin, and the two of them painstakingly assisted Tian de Wang into the house. Sister Xiaoxia, can I leave now? Li Xinping sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead while anxiously watching Lin Xiaoxia. Leave? Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but sneer coldly at these words. Where do you think you're going? What? Just stay for the night. Ah, that doesn't seem appropriate. Li Xinping's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as she looked at Lin Xiaoxia. Cousin, how can I possibly stay? You're both women. Why are you pretending? You heard it. Tian de Wang is with Ren Dingtian and earns a handsome income every day. With your conditions, where else would you find such a good man? Lin Xiaoxia's shrewdness and sharp tongue were on full display. Not to speak harshly, but if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes. Do you really think you deserve him? Li Xinping lowered her head, lost for words. Li Xinping, you must think this through. This rare opportunity, if you don't seize it well, will you ever find someone better? Lin Xiaoxia looked at her cousin with disdain and contempt. If you dare to leave today, then don't ever set foot in my Lin family's door again. As she spoke, she walked out with a cold laugh. And as for your brother's schooling, don't hold your breath. All right, I will stay. Finally, with tears in her eyes, Li Xinping uttered those words. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxia nodded in satisfaction and left with an air of nonchalance. She relished the sensation of controlling others' destinies and manipulating their lives. No wonder she could acquire so many cheap treasures. It turns out she found the family compound. Lin Xiaoxia mused, exuding confidence as if she possessed everything. Though Tian de Wang may be a simpleton, there's indeed a saying that holds true. What is a treasure in one's eyes may be seen as mere refuse in another's. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxia glanced back at the shop behind her. For others, that shop was a lifelong aspiration, yet the Lin family had many such establishments in town. Ren Dingtian, despite your clever plans, you never anticipated that your unreliable brother would reveal everything to me, did you? As the saying goes, beware of family thieves. I must admit, you are quite clever, but unfortunately, Lin Xiaoxia, am a step ahead. As she walked, Lin Xiaoxia recalled what Tian Duang had drunkenly said before. In that compound, everyone is incredibly wealthy. They distribute benefits every year, all good things. The calendars we can't afford, they have baskets full of them, using them as scrap paper in their trash bins. Oh, and their trash bins are all stainless steel, far superior to our buckets. Each household has everything: firewood, electricity, refrigerators, washing machines. You wouldn't believe it. Let me tell you, my brother even brought home a television, and he managed to acquire several watches, the finest Shanghai diamond brand. Lin Xiaoxia had begun to envision herself venturing into the city, collecting various treasures at the price of scrap materials from those family compounds, only to sell them at a premium in the town and amass considerable wealth. However, such an endeavor could not be undertaken alone. It necessitated the involvement of the simple-minded Wu Jinxiang. Yet, given his close relationship with Ren Dingtian, he was unlikely to heed her call. Thus, the first step was to sow discord and incite conflict between the two of them. Lin Xiaoxia embarked on a new round of scheming, unaware that while she toiled over these trivial gains, reveling in her cleverness, Ren Dingtian gazed at the distant sky, contemplating a far more expansive market and opportunities. Upon returning home, Ren Dingtian tidied up and, with a cheerful demeanor, made his way to Aunt Lu's house. "Is Aunt Lu home?" he called out. "Ah, Xiaoxiao, you've returned," Aunt Lu exclaimed, rushing out at the sound of his voice. "Have you seen Duang? Didn't T.U. say his task today was to escort Professor Lu and the others to the town and then return?" She looked at him, her face etched with concern. "Aunt Lu, I came specifically to discuss this matter." Ren Dingtian chuckled as he stepped in her home. "You must prepare well." "Prepare for what?" "For Duang's joyous occasion." Initially, Aunt Lu felt a surge of joy at Ren Dingtian's words, believing he intended to introduce a suitable match for Tian Duang after making some money. She quickly pulled him inside, offering fine food and drink while inquiring about the girl's family and appearance. However, as the questions progressed, Aunt Lu sensed something amiss, and her expression grew increasingly dark. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian continued to laugh, commenting on how Lin Xiaoxia's cunning would ultimately backfire. Unexpectedly, Aunt Lu seized a broom and struck at him without warning. "Hey, Aunt Lu, I'm merely doing a good deed for your Duang. You ought to be grateful instead of hitting me." Ren Dingtian protested, feeling aggrieved as he dodged the broom. "Our Duang's future is at stake, but have you considered the girl's feelings?" Aunt Lu glared at him, her anger palpable. Ren Dingtian was momentarily taken aback. He realized he had been somewhat reckless. Some notions still lingered from his past life, which were advantageous in business but utterly inappropriate in matters of romance. For instance, in his view, Tian Duang's situation was simply a matter of mutual consent. It was perfectly normal for a man and woman to engage intimately. However, in the eyes of people in this era, such matters were of utmost importance, especially for young women. At that moment, Ren's mother, drawn by the commotion, rushed over. Initially, she felt a pang of concern for her beloved son and attempted to intervene, urging Aunt Lu to calm down. "Do not be upset, my dear. Please refrain from taking action. Sister-in-law, you have arrived just in time. Listen to the outrageous deeds your reckless son has committed." As Aunt Lu chased after Ren Dingtian, she began to recount the tale to Ren's mother. Meanwhile, Ren Dingtian, who had initially sought refuge behind his mother's back, was now caught in the crossfire. The irony was that the two assailants were none other than his mother and Aunt Lu, who had watched him grow up. He found himself in a predicament where he could neither retaliate nor even dare to evade their blows. What a predicament this was! "Brother Duang, you scoundrel, enjoying your blissful haven while I endure the blows on your behalf at home." However, little did he know, rest assured, that insolent boy will return. and he shall receive a well-deserved beating. Indeed, sister, this behavior cannot be tolerated. He must be punished. Fortunately, after a while, the two elders ceased their assault. Aunt Lu, this may not be entirely a misfortune. I have seen that girl. She is tall and slender, and she appears quite pleasant. Look at how many bachelors there are in our village. Someone has brought a potential daughter-in-law to our doorstep. What a blessing, and you are still displeased? Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu finally exhaled in relief. But according to your words, that vixen Lin Xiaoxia was deliberately sent to seduce our Huang. How could she be a good person? Hearing this, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but chuckle. Aunt Lu, from my brief glance, that girl does not seem malicious. At least, she appears quite honest. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxia was a wicked woman, but her acquaintances were not necessarily so. Look at me. I know her, and I am not nearly as bad. Nonsense. This remark ignited Aunt Lu's fury, leading her to strike him with a broom once more. How could you even think of such a ludicrous notion and still claim you are not wicked? Aunt Lu glared at Ren Dingtian with disdain. Ren Dingtian, feeling awkward, forced a smile. So, I suppose I am mistaken for trying to help your Huang find a beautiful wife? As he spoke, he made his way toward the door. Very well, I shall return home. Perhaps I can still prevent this calamity. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu quickly reached out to stop him. What is it, Aunt Lu? Ren Dingtian looked at her with a puzzled expression. Are you planning to accompany me to personally reprimand that fool Huang? Yes, indeed. Sister, let us go together and teach that stubborn fool a lesson. While speaking, Ren's mother did not forget to pick up an axe. Mother, what do you intend to do? Ren Dingtian was taken aback by this scene. That foolish Huang. I fear he will not learn his lesson. He must be thoroughly frightened. Sister-in-law, given the circumstances, perhaps we should let it be. Aunt Lu quickly intervened to restrain Ren's mother. Having gained an advantage, you still act coy, she said, blushing and awkwardly smiling. Since this matter was orchestrated by you, little Tian, you must take full responsibility. Aunt Lu, I assure you, I may still manage to avert this disaster. I must go. As Ren Dingtian spoke, he attempted to leave once more, but Aunt Lu firmly grasped his arm. Little Tian, it is not an easy task for your brother Huang to find a wife. Perhaps it would be better to let this matter rest. Aunt Lu, blushing, spoke softly. Clearly, her words conveyed righteous indignation. Yet one could only imagine the secret delight she harbored within. That simply cannot be. I fear, Aunt Lu, that you would hold me accountable indefinitely. Ren Dingtian responded with a cheerful smile. You mischievous boy, are you deliberately trying to provoke Aunt Lu? Aunt Lu could no longer contain herself. What is it? Huang has followed you around since childhood, engaging in mischief, and whenever trouble arose, he would bear the brunt of it. I have witnessed you bully him all along, yet I have neither reprimanded you nor failed to show you kindness, treating you as if you were my own son. Aunt Lu grasped Ren Dingtian's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks as she continued. My husband is no longer with us. He heeded your father's words and followed him to the back mountain. They say an elder brother is like a father. As an older brother, should you not be concerned for your younger brother's lifelong happiness? Indeed, upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, Ren Dingtian's smile faded, and he spoke with resolute determination. Rest assured, Aunt Lu, upon my return to the city tomorrow, I shall devise a means to help Huang secure a stable job. And when I return, I will discreetly investigate the character of that young lady. Hearing this, Aunt Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, little Tian, you are so considerate. Wait a moment, she said, dashing into the house, and shortly thereafter emerged with a handkerchief-wrapped bundle. In front of Ren Dingtian, she carefully unwrapped the layers. To his astonishment, he beheld a substantial sum of money, along with scattered coins. This is the savings I have amassed over the years. I know it may not suffice, but please keep track of the expenses. Rest assured, Aunt Lu, I shall repay you even if it means selling everything I own. You need not worry about that. Huang has become quite prosperous now. Prosperous? Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback. Where did he acquire such wealth? I provided it. Ren Dingtian proudly indicated himself. Chapter 68. Infuriating but unrepayable, why did you give Huang money? Aunt Lu gazed at Ren Dingtian, utterly perplexed. With a grin, he replied, Huang has been tirelessly assisting me these past few days. He deserves recognition for his efforts. I have decided to pay him a daily wage of 10 yuan. 10 yuan a day? Aunt Lu was astounded by this declaration. Meanwhile, Ren's mother widened her eyes in disbelief, glaring at him fiercely. You little rascal, what meager earnings do you make to squander so recklessly? Paying someone 10 yuan a day. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu, who had initially been shocked and incredulous, suddenly took offense. Sister-in-law, I must say, I do not appreciate your words. Huang has been by little Tian's side since childhood, always helping him and taking the blame for him. Now that little Tian is earning a fortune, what is wrong with providing Huang with a modest wage? In the daily lives of two individuals who are as close as sisters, a conflict regarding their sons transforms them into fiercely protective mothers, unyielding even against the mightiest of figures. Taking advantage of the quarrel between his mother and Aunt Lu, Ren Dingtian discreetly makes his escape. Huang, who has consistently borne the brunt of his brother's troubles since childhood, is finally repaid today. Indeed, this mischievous lad is blessed in his own foolish way. As Ren Dingtian reflects on this during his journey home, he acknowledges that the matters of fortune can wait, but the construction of a new house must be prioritized. Upon returning home, he discovers his little Yuan pouting, glaring at him in indignation. What is the matter, my precious? He inquires, bending down with a smile, eager to embrace and shower her with affection. Yet, to his surprise, Yuan defiantly pushes him away. Perplexed, Ren Dingtian turns to Dong Su Jing for an explanation. Ah, this little darling is feeling jealous. She chuckles, gesturing towards the motorcycle parked in the yard. She saw you riding it with me. Realizing Yuan's desire to ride the motorcycle, Ren Dingtian chuckles. All right, sweetheart, let us take a ride. He reaches out once more, and this time, she does not resist. He lifts her onto the motorcycle and prepares to start the engine. Just as they are about to set off, the little girl voices a new concern. Why does Mama sit behind you, but I have to sit in front? She protests, her eyes wide with indignation, exuding an irresistible charm. Why, my dear? Sitting in front means you can see all the beautiful scenery and feel the wind in your hair. If you sit behind, you miss everything, he explains, hoping to soothe her. Surprisingly, she seems to find his reasoning compelling, yet she casts a defiant glance at Dong Su Jing, as if to assert her stance. Feeling a surge of frustration, Dong Su Jing wrestles with the impulse to intervene, but ultimately concedes. What can I do? She's my flesh and blood, she sighs, acknowledging that such behavior would not be tolerated from anyone else, not even a mother. Thus, with Yuan settled, Ren Dingtian revs the motorcycle and they roar out of the yard, embarking on a joyful ride through the village. Daddy, let us make a loop by Xiao Fang's house, calls out Yuan, her excitement palpable. Little Yuan led the way ahead. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Ren Dingtian thought, feeling a sense of exasperation. He understood all too well what was going through the child's mind. Wasn't it merely an attempt to show off? Would this not come off as rather ostentatious? Might it not provoke a reaction? He recalled how Xiaofeng once flaunted a shabby toy before him, mocking him for having nothing. Little Yuan boldly declared, Alas, back then my father was quite disappointing, doing nothing but drink. Well, with such words spoken, Ren Dingtian felt compelled to take his motorcycle for a spin, as it would be a disservice to his beloved daughter otherwise. Let us head to Xiaofeng's house, he announced, twisting the throttle of his Honda 125, which roared to life with a thunderous sound. This fellow truly had a knack for showing off. At home, Dong Sujing heard the motorcycle's noise and could not help but express her envy. Xiaofeng, who had been playing in the mud, suddenly heard the resounding roar of the motorcycle. Instinctively, she dropped the mud in her hands and dashed outside. Upon seeing little Yuan perched on the motorcycle, her eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaofeng, look what this is. Little Yuan joyfully pointed at the grand motorcycle, grinning as she asked Xiaofeng. What? Xiaofeng replied, bewildered. A big motorcycle. You've never seen one, have you? Never. Xiaofeng exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. I want to let you have it. As little Yuan spoke, she playfully made faces, reveling in her triumph. Xiaofang stood frozen in disbelief for what felt like an eternity. Then suddenly, she burst into tears. Ren Dingtian, witnessing this, felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Hastily revving the engine to leave. "Daddy, slow down." "I can't, dear. I'm afraid Xiaofang will call her father to come beat me," Ren Dingtian explained, half amused. "Oomph. When Xiaofang bullied me before, I had no one to complain to and had to endure it silently. My father ignored me, and I feared my mother would be no match for Xiaofang's father." Little Yuan lamented, her eyes glistening with innocence. Upon hearing this, Ren Dingtian's heart tightened. "My dear child, this will never happen again, I promise you. All right then, let us go to Xiaoming's house." "Wait, does Daddy not love me anymore?" Little Yuan pouted, visibly upset. "My precious, we must go and not provoke Xiaoming to tears. You know his father is a butcher, and we cannot contend with him." Ren Dingtian responded, slightly anxious. "It's all right. We have a big motorcycle. What do we have to fear? If we can't win, we'll just run away," Little Yuan innocently declared. "Is that so? He dares to lay a hand on my precious child?" Ren Dingtian fell silent for a moment, then seriously said, "Then, my dear, make sure to infuriate him thoroughly. After all, angering someone to death is not a crime." Thus, the roar of the motorcycle echoed outside Xiaoming's home. Before long, it faded into the distance, only to be replaced by Xiaoming's heart-wrenching cries. "Father, I want to ride a motorcycle. I demand a motorcycle. If you don't buy me one, I shall no longer recognize you as my father." Just moments before, Xiaoming's father had been soothing his son to prevent his tears, but upon hearing this declaration, he was momentarily taken aback. He looked at his precious child with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. "What nonsense are you speaking? If you refuse to acknowledge me as your father, who will you recognize instead? I don't care. Whoever possesses a motorcycle, I shall accept as my father." Xiaoming, in his innocent yet stubborn manner, declared, "If you don't buy me a big motorcycle, I will go to Yuan's father and call him Dad so he can take me out." Xiaoming's father widened his eyes in astonishment. "Have you truly lost your senses? How dare you disregard me as your father? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." One might wonder from whom Xiaoming inherited such audacious bravado. It was undoubtedly from his father, the butcher. Thus, not long after, the mournful cries of Xiaoming echoed through the house, accompanied by the sharp sounds of a belt being wielded. Nearby, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but twitch his lips in response. "Alas, I did not harm Bo-Ren. Yet Bo-Ren suffers due to me. Although I have not struck Xiaoming, he bears the brunt of my actions." "Well done," piped up little Yuan, clapping her hands in delight. "Let us see if he dares to bully me again, thinking he is impressive just because his father is a butcher." Ren Dingtian mused to himself. So this little girl holds grudges, does she? That time, when her little coat had a draft, was it perhaps intentional on her part? He gazed at Yuan with a bemused expression, pondering whether her temperament was inherited from him or from his wife, Dong Su-jing. Upon returning home, Dong Su-jing greeted the two with a warm smile. "Back already? Are you happy?" Instinctively, Ren Dingtian began to affirm his happiness. But noticing the seemingly significant glint in Dong Su-jing's smile, he quickly redirected the attention to Yuan. "Indeed, Yuan is quite happy." "Who said that?" "Daddy is also very happy," Yuan chimed in, grinning at Ren Dingtian. "After all, Xiaoming is going to call you Daddy now." Ren Dingtian was taken aback. "What on earth?" Dong Su-jing echoed his surprise. "What is going on?" Thus, the three of them enjoyed a delightful meal together while watching television. The show featured Journey to the West, a favorite among children. Yuan was thoroughly engrossed. "Eat your food," Dong Su-jing gently reminded. "Oh, let me watch this part first." Yuan insisted, her focus unwavering. "Time to eat." "Okay, eating. As the saying goes, the fewer the words, the greater the fury." Yuan dutifully picked up her bowl and began to eat, revealing that she was not entirely reckless, as she had her moments of compliance. After the meal, they cleaned up and settled in to continue watching television. However, Yuan soon became restless, alternating between lounging on Ren Dingtian and then scampering over to Dong Su-jing. She was truly a little clingy kitten. "Daddy, will you take me to play tomorrow?" Suddenly, as Xiaoyu was watching television, she nestled in Ren Dingtian's embrace, playfully pouting. Ren Dingtian instinctively intended to acquiesce, but then glanced at Dong Sujing. Xiaoyu, dear, your father isn't off to play. He's working to make a living. It's cold and tiring, and I don't want you to suffer alongside me, all right? No, no, no. To his surprise, Xiaoyu insisted on accompanying him. While she spoke, she nuzzled her head deeper into Ren Dingtian's arms, igniting a warm tickle in his heart. Xiaoyu is not afraid of hardship or the cold. She wants to help daddy work and earn money. At that moment, Ren Dingtian felt overwhelmed and turned to Dong Sujing with a look of desperation. Clearly, he hoped she would assume the role of the stern figure, reprimanding Xiaoyu to dissuade her from her intentions. Unfortunately, Dong Sujing was fixated on the television, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama around her. Daddy, do you not like Xiaoyu anymore? Daddy, do you not want Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu unveiled her ultimate weapon, leaving Ren Dingtian feeling anxious. He thought to himself, if only she were a mischievous boy, he would have long since lost his patience. Now, he found himself empathizing with Xiaoming's father. His approach was not entirely incorrect. When children misbehave, they need to be disciplined. Yet, looking at the adorable Xiaoyu with her wide eyes and pouting lips, Ren Dingtian could not bring himself to act harshly. He looked once more to Dong Sujing for assistance. In truth, Dong Sujing had long been aware of the peculiar situation unfolding. Typically, she would not mind taking on the role of the disciplinarian, scolding Xiaoyu to bring her some peace. However, today, she was rather touched by the bond share between the father and daughter. Aren't you too close? Well then, let you both figure it out. It has nothing to do with me. Thus, Dong Sujing continued to watch her drama, entirely ignoring Ren Dingtian's plight. Daddy, do you not love Xiaoyu anymore? Daddy, you all left, and Xiaoyu is home alone, so scared. Xiaoyu persisted in her adorable antics. Each pleading call pierced Ren Dingtian's heart like 1,000 needles. Ultimately, he succumbed. All right, Daddy agrees. Is that satisfactory? Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu raised her 2 fingers in a victory sign, beaming with pride as she cast a sidelong glance at Dong Sujing. Ren Dingtian couldn't help but feel exasperated. In just a few days, how has this little girl learned to misbehave? Haha, you see, if the child has turned out this way, it's all due to your indulgence. Dong Sujing chuckled with a hint of jealousy. Ren Dingtian smiled in response. Are you feeling jealous, dear? You, what nonsense are you talking about? At his words, Dong Sujing's face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, eager to explain. I just worry that you're spoiling her too much. What will you do when she refuses to listen in the future? Mama is jealous. Mama is jealous. Little Yuan was laughing and teasing nearby. Mama, Yuan is no longer a child. She shouldn't be allowed to play so wildly at home. Dong Sujing, noticing the little girl's audacity to join in the teasing, could not resist deploying her trump card. Perhaps we should send her to school. In an instant, the smile vanished from Yuan's face. My happiness is gone. Chapter 70. A familiar encounter with a scammer early the next morning. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Yuan in his arms, Ren Dingtian quietly extricated himself, rising with utmost caution. Indeed, Dong Sujing's remark about sending Yuan to school had thoroughly enraged the little girl, prompting her to refuse sharing a bed with Dong Sujing that night. Instead, she sought solace from Ren Dingtian, who cradled her and spun tales for half the night until she finally drifted off to sleep. This morning, Ren Dingtian planned to sneak away while Yuan remained asleep, wishing to make a swift exit, despite having seemingly done little throughout the day. The chilly weather made the early morning journey to the city and back quite exhausting. He could not bear the thought of subjecting little Yuan to such hardships at her tender age. Now that the carrots and cabbages had been sold out, Ren Dingtian only needed to take the sweet wormwood and Chinese tune into the city, although he had fewer items to transport. Both the sweet wormwood and Chinese tune were delicate vegetables that could not be packed too tightly. Additionally, their light weight meant there were quite a few bags to carry. However, the mule pulling the cart was noticeably less burdened, moving with a lighter step. Today, Dong Sujing did not venture into the city, but rather stopped at the town to check on the shop and assist in stabilizing matters with Tian Duwang. Tian Wanjin, feeling somewhat anxious, decided to accompany her. Are you sure you can manage the sales on your own? She asked, casting a worried glance at her husband. Unlike others, Tian Wanjin was acutely aware of her husband's timidity. In the bustling market, he might struggle to raise his voice. "Don't worry, my dear. I can do this," Ren Dali replied with unwavering confidence. He reasoned that if his capable wife could succeed, then even the clumsy Tian de Wang could manage. Surely, he could do no worse. Little did he know, the challenges ahead would leave him with no words to express his frustration. Ren Dingtian hurriedly returned home to finish sorting the vegetables before heading out, feeling uncertain about leaving his older brother alone at the market. He resolved to assist him, but as he exited the compound, he spotted a familiar vehicle approaching. "Why does it have to be this intense every time we meet?" Ren Dingtian cursed under his breath, quickly maneuvering to avoid a collision. He narrowly escaped as the driver, the plump Xiongping, slammed on the brakes and rolled down the window, sheepishly glancing at Ren Dingtian. "Brother Xiaodian, I apologize." This time, it was truly unintentional. Upon hearing this, Ren Dingtian could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. "Ah, so you finally admit that the last time was deliberate, huh?" Then, extending his hand toward Shi Yongping, he said, "Perfect, you can compensate me for the losses from our last collision." Shi Yongping, with an expression of embarrassment, cast a quick glance at Ren Dingtian, his eyes darting about restlessly. Observing this demeanor, Ren Dingtian could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. "My dear brother, just the person I needed. Gulme, let me lead you to great fortune," Shi Yongping exclaimed, pulling Ren Dingtian along. "Fortune? Spare me." Ren Dingtian hastily waved his hands in refusal. He had no desire to become entangled with such an extraordinary individual. One misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. "Aren't you supposed to offer compensation?" Shi Yongping squinted, wearing a cheerful grin as he regarded Ren Dingtian. "Come, let us discuss the matter of compensation." Upon hearing this, Ren Dingtian found it increasingly difficult to decline. After all, he had genuinely parted with 10 substantial bills for Xiao Wu. Although he had surreptitiously taken a few bottles of Matai and a sports drink from Shi Yongping that night, it was evidently insufficient. Thus, Ren Dingtian found himself once more in Shi Yongping's vehicle, which began to drive away. However, this time, Shi Yongping did not head toward the bustling North River Hotel in the city center, but instead ventured out of town. "Where on earth is he taking me?" Ren Dingtian pondered, growing curious as he accelerated his bike to catch up with Shi Yongping. Beep, beep, beep. He honked to signal Shi Yongping to stop. After halting, Shi Yongping stepped out of the car with a warm smile. "Come, my dear brother, let me show you my factory." "Please no," Ren Dingtian exclaimed, stepping back in alarm, creating distance between them. He wished to avoid getting caught in this whirlwind. Observing his reaction, Shi Yongping sighed in resignation. "Don't worry, brother, I'm leaving soon." "Leaving? Where to?" Ren Dingtian inquired with curiosity. "To the south." Shi Yongping replied with a grin. "You were right, my brother. Opportunities for making money abound in the south, where fortunes lie in abundance. I wish you a smooth journey and rapid prosperity." Ren Dingtian responded, momentarily taken aback, before bowing and congratulating Shi Yongping with a smile. "Too polite, dear brother." Shi Yongping chuckled, gazing warmly at Ren Dingtian. "I also wish you wealth and success. Since you're departing, why are you so insistent on showing me your factory?" Ren Dingtian asked, intrigued. "Ahem, I heard that you've been quite successful with second-hand goods lately, and I thought you might assist me in selling off my factory." Shi Yongping replied with an awkward smile, scratching his head in embarrassment. Ren Dingtian was taken aback. "Brother, you truly overestimate my abilities. My utmost limit is tinkering with a radio or a watch. A television is my pinnacle. How could you expect me to handle a factory? Please, spare me. Do you truly believe I possess such capabilities?" As he spoke, he took a step back, feeling a strong sense that this hefty figure was laying a trap for him to stumble into. "Brother, this time I truly wish to engage in this business with you, as it promises a mutually beneficial outcome." It seemed that Shi Yongping also noticed Ren Dingtian's intention to slip away, and he hurriedly approached, firmly grasping Ren Dingtian's arm. "Come, let us take a look, just a glance. If you find it unappealing and feel that this venture is not viable, you may turn away, and I shall not hinder you." Ren Dingtian gazed skyward in silence, wanting to express his desire to leave immediately. However, Contemplating the 10 substantial banknotes, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. What about the repair cost for my car? Rest assured, I shall compensate you 1,000. Sure, Yongping replied, while reaching for his wallet. Yet, Ren Dingtian obstructed him. It's not necessary to be so excessive. 200 will suffice. He cheerfully held up 2 fingers. Very well, if you say 200, then it is 200. Sure, Yongping said, his eyes darting shrewdly as he observed Ren Dingtian. Let's not tarry. We must first visit the factory. All right, no problem. Ren Dingtian thought to himself. What harm could there be in taking a look? Regardless of the grandiose claims you make, I shall remain unfooled. What can you do to me? Thus, Ren Dingtian followed Shi Yongping back to Huang County. Upon entering the county town, they traversed nearly the entire area before arriving at the northwestern corner of Baoquan town. Behold my factory. The location is excellent. Right across from your Baoquan pharmaceutical factory. After parking, Shi Yongping pointed towards a distant chimney emitting thick white smoke. If I were given an opportunity, just allow me to get this factory operational and the golden liquid project underway. Shi Yongping turned around, gesturing towards the new factory adorned with a golden liquid sign, his face displaying a mix of reluctance and ambition. Do you believe it? In 3 years at most, I shall surpass your prestigious pharmaceutical factory in Huang County in scale. I believe that. Ren Dingtian nodded earnestly, recognizing that this rotund man could indeed be considered a precursor to the masterful deceivers of the future. Compared to him, those legendary figures of later times could only be seen as juniors. While continuing his speech, Shi Yongping extended 5 fingers. In 5 years at most, I shall acquire the neighboring pharmaceutical factory. Indeed, I believe you possess that capability. Ren Dingtian replied, his expression filled with sympathy for the man before him, silently adding, it's a pity that you, this legendary figure, are born in an ill-fated time. Brother, come, allow me to show you my factory. Shi Yongping sighed, a mix of reluctance and resignation evident as he patted Ren Dingtian on the shoulder and stepped forward into the factory area. Ren Dingtian followed closely behind, curiously surveying everything. Do not be deceived by the 2 rows of buildings in my factory. There is indeed a vast expanse of land behind. Not to mention, this large vacant lot, in a few years, will be worth a considerable sum. Do you believe it? The rotund man spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. What you say, I certainly believe. Ren Dingtian nodded earnestly, realizing that this man was quite perceptive, already recognizing the trend of future real estate development in these times. To speak candidly, were it not for the outrageous antics of this individual, one might genuinely suspect him to be a time traveler or a reincarnate. After all, the sequence of events he orchestrated displays an extraordinary foresight, even when it comes to your Baoquan Lake in Baoquan Town, although separated by a wall. Water can be extracted from underground. The electricity has been arranged to be shared with your Baoquan pharmaceutical factory, ensuring a reliable supply that will not be easily interrupted. As Shi Yongping walked, he gestured towards the electric lines within the factory premises. My brother, you can see for yourself, my factory is truly impeccable. Indeed, perfect. Ren Dingtian nodded in agreement. He then noticed Shi Yongping gazing at him with anticipation. He thought, having reached this point, why do you show no sign of being swayed? Is my persuasion not compelling enough? What do you gaze at me for? Ren Dingtian, feeling a surge of caution, took a step back and suddenly realized, oh, you wish to compensate for the losses I might incur. Bring it on. Shi Yongping felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, realizing that his attempts at persuasion were destined to fail, and he would suffer losses in the process. Despite the gloom in his heart, he extended a wad of cash to Ren Dingtian. With a cheerful demeanor, Ren Dingtian accepted the money, disregarding Shi Yongping's reluctance and despair, and stood up to leave. Brother, this factory has a significant investment. How about I sell it to you at half price? Shi Yongping turned around, pursuing Ren Dingtian with his proposal. Sell it to me? Ren Dingtian could not help but chuckle. What would I even do with it? Shi Yongping, visibly embarrassed, looked at Ren Dingtian with a flushed face. You frequent the business bureau's residential area. Your connections must be solid. If you're willing to follow my suggestion and get this factory up and running, it is bound to be profitable. Shi Yongping spoke with utmost seriousness and sincerity. However, Ren Dingtian scratched his head, bemused, brother, I truly have no funds. If I had money, I wouldn't be selling vegetables every day. Then how about we collaborate? You can invest with your connections. I will provide the capital and effort. If you can help me with the paperwork, I will grant you a 30% share. Shi Yongping was not ready to give up. Please, without funds, how could I possibly leverage connections? Ren Dingtian replied as he walked away, feeling despondent. This plump individual had claimed to have given up before arriving. Yet he was evidently still intent on dragging him into this venture. My brother, you simply cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Shi Yongping, unable to suppress his eagerness, hurried after him, his face filled with urgency. Listen, I see you have a good heart. So allow me to offer you a word of caution. Ren Dingtian sighed, feeling a mix of mirth and exasperation as he looked at Shi Yongping. Go on. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's invitation to speak, Shi Yongping's eyes lit up with excitement as he thought to himself that perhaps he still had a chance. However, since you are aware of Jian Libo, why toil over these thankless endeavors? As Ren Dingtian spoke, a smile graced his face as he gestured toward the south. You are an astute individual, and you should realize that the path of your golden liquid is fraught with obstacles. At least in the short term, it is unattainable. Given this, why linger here to meet your demise? The winds of fortune are favoring Jian Libo. Instead of wasting time, why not seize the opportunity to soar high on the wings of Jian Libo's success? Ride the winds of Jian Libo? Shi Yongping's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Ren Dingtian. Brother, what do you mean by that? Since you are familiar with Jian Libo, you must know that they are currently expanding, seeking agents across the nation, correct? Ren Dingtian replied with a grin. If you become a major agent, you can earn money by simply sitting back. Why toil away in a factory where the effort yields little reward and carries the risk of loss? Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Shi Yongping fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly responded, I find this a bit dubious. The expansion phase of Jian Libo has already concluded. It had a brief surge during last year's sports event, but that momentum has since waned. Wouldn't it be too late for me to board the train now? Given the same price, if I were to become an agent, I would prefer to represent Coca-Cola. After all, it is an imported brand. No, I hold an entirely contrary view. I believe Jian Libo's rapid ascent is merely in its infancy. However, you must act swiftly to seize this opportunity. You have only a couple of years. If you miss it, it will truly be gone. Ren Dingtian proclaimed, casting a knowing glance at Shi Yongping. And heed my advice. If you choose to pursue this venture, aim to become the largest national agent. Do not fear that products will not sell. Produce as much as you can. Really? Is this reliable? Absolutely. Brother, you aren't trying to deceive me to keep me from bothering you. Are you? Shi Yongping eyed Ren Dingtian with uncertainty. Fatty, I would never share such information with just anyone. If you do not appreciate it, then so be it. Ren Dingtian retorted, rolling his eyes in irritation as he turned to leave. Don't be in such a rush. Since you're here, let us have a meal before you go. I've prepared drinks for you. I'm quite busy. Ren Dingtian had no desire to engage further with this rotund figure. As he approached the door, however, he was taken aback. A crowd loomed outside, dark and oppressive, each individual brandishing menacing implements, clearly not of a benevolent nature. Ren Dingtian turned, casting a bewildered glance back at Shi Yongping. Brother, are you setting up an ambush here? Is the soft approach not working, so now you're resorting to force? Chapter 72. The Master of Deception meets his match. Ren Dingtian initially believed that Shi Yongping was merely employing a more aggressive tactic. However, upon witnessing the group, Shi Yongping instinctively recoiled, appearing more anxious and unsettled than Ren Dingtian himself. What on earth is happening? Ren Dingtian inquired, perplexed as he regarded Shi Yongping. Before Shi Yongping could respond, a voice emerged from the opposing side. Boss Shi, amidst the throng of individuals wielding implements, an elderly man stepped forward with a jovial demeanor. Greetings, Shi Yongping. We are all prepared. When shall we commence our work? Shi Yongping, caught off guard, could only manage an awkward smile. His face flushed as he stammered. unsure of how to respond. We are all eager to join you in amassing great wealth. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, I have resigned from my position at the pharmaceutical factory, eagerly awaiting your generous monthly salary of 80. The elderly man's companions, brandishing their clubs, shouted in unison. Ren Dingtian, observing the scene, quickly grasped the situation. No wonder this rotund fellow was so insistent on recruiting me. He has ensnared me into a considerable predicament. He cast a disparaging glare at Shi Yongping, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. With an awkward yet polite grin, Shi Yongping cast a pleading glance at Ren Dingtian, subtly gesturing for mercy. It was evident that if Ren Dingtian revealed Shi Yongping's intention to flee, a tempest of chaos would ensue. Ren Dingtian chose to disregard Shi Yongping's imploring gaze, unwilling to entangle himself in such a sordid affair. Though Shi Yongping's pitiful expression implored for help, Ren Dingtian resolutely turned a blind eye. However, while he could ignore Shi Yongping, the crowd wielding weapons was an entirely different matter. They seemed to perceive Ren Dingtian as an ally of Shi Yongping. Seeing Ren Dingtian attempt to circumvent them, they stepped forward, blocking his path with evident displeasure. I knew it. Encountering this rotund fellow never bodes well. Ren Dingtian lamented internally. Today, acquiring 100 grand unification tokens would undoubtedly prove rather challenging. Uncle Luo, this matter does not concern Brother Xiaotian. Let him go. I, Shi Yongping, shall bear the consequences alone. Shi Yongping interjected urgently as he noticed the crowd closing in on Ren Dingtian. However, his words only served to heighten the crowd's resolve to prevent Ren Dingtian's escape. Ren Dingtian, witnessing the unfolding situation, shot Shi Yongping a scathing glare. You wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? Shi Yongping replied, with a perplexed expression. Do you truly believe I wish for them to let you go? Ren Dingtian retorted incredulously. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you deceitful rotund rogue. Thus, Ren Dingtian and Shi Yongping found themselves encircled by a menacing group, brandishing an assortment of implements. Across the street, within the gatehouse of the Baozuan pharmaceutical factory, a man in his 50s, exuding an air of privilege and authority, leisurely sipped from a ceramic teacup, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the unfolding spectacle. Director, as per your instructions, I promptly notified you upon the arrival of that rotund fellow. I trust this action meets your approval? A young gatekeeper, brimming with obsequiousness, inquired with a sycophantic grin. Ah, Dog Danzi, you have executed this task splendidly, the elder proclaimed, slowly rising to his feet. You dare to establish a factory and manufacture medicine right beneath my nose? Huh, you must possess the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. I wonder how long you can continue to prance about. With that, he merrily hummed a tune as he made his way towards the factory. Uncle Luo, please do not rush. Over here, Shi Yongping observed a throng of individuals closing in, the circle tightening around him. His anxiety surged, and he implored, let us converse amicably. There is no need for violence. We are all civilized individuals. Let us refrain from resorting to brute force. Huh, boss, sure, we are hardly civilized. We are rough and unrefined. You promised us generous wages, enticing us to follow you for a life of luxury. Old Luo chuckled heartily, gazing at Shi Yongping. I have demolished my old house, uprooted my vegetable garden, and even dug up the trees that my family has nurtured for decades, all to make space for your factory. My son and nephew have resigned from the pharmaceutical factory to lend you a hand. Our entire family now relies on you for sustenance. If your factory fails to materialize, we shall starve. Behind old Luo, a group of young men brandished their weapons, shouting fervently, indeed, we are on the brink of starvation. What need have we for civility? Let us fight to the bitter end. If we are to perish, let us perish together. The atmosphere was charged, reminiscent of a gang confrontation. Ren Dingtian was at a loss for words, gazing skyward in despair. What a calamity! What does it mean to ride in a car while the pot falls from the sky? This was precisely why he wished to maintain a distance from Shi Yongping. The man possessed a remarkable talent for deception, much like the later figure of Teacher Ma. If one succeeded in deceiving others, one became a revered figure. But what if one failed? then one would be akin to a rat scurrying across the street, universally reviled. As Shi Yongping observed the fervent crowd, brandishing their clubs ready to strike, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cast a pleading glance towards Ren Dingtian. Instinctively, he sought to draw closer to Ren Dingtian, perhaps planning to back up against him during the impending assault, thereby minimizing the area exposed to blows. However, upon noticing that the rotund man dared to inch closer, Ren Dingtian swiftly sidestepped, resulting in the formation of two encircled spaces around them. Indeed, at that moment, Ren Dingtian preferred to endure a 360-degree onslaught rather than remain close to the corpulent figure. He had little faith that as a mere bystander, he would endure the same level of punishment as the hefty man. Should they stand back to back, he would surely be struck mercilessly. Brothers, I must assert that I too am a victim. I have been deceived by this rotund man. Will you believe me? Ren Dingtian voiced his last glimmer of hope in a sorrowful tone. By heavens! Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, the encircling crowd was momentarily taken aback, while Shi Yongping could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Brother, that is treacherous. Silence. Who is your brother? I am your victim." Without hesitation, Ren Dingtian deflected the blame, and he was not mistaken. Indeed, he was the victim. However, Ren Dingtian greatly underestimated the shamelessness of the fat man. "Brother, I've handed over the factory to you. You must not turn a blind eye to this predicament." Chapter 73. Becoming the new factory director in a daze? Upon hearing Shi Yongping's words, Ren Dingtian immediately sensed that things were going awry. He hastily shouted, "You foolish fat man, if you seek your own demise. That is one thing, but do not involve me. What do you mean the factory has been given to me? This factory has nothing to do with me. How can it be unrelated to you?" Shi Yongping, however, believed that Ren Dingtian was his last lifeline. At that moment, what need was there for face? He unleashed his shamelessness and adept persuasion to the fullest. "I brought you here to facilitate the handover of the factory, did I not?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at the nearby Mr. Luo. "Rest assured, Mr. Luo, though I, Shi Yongping, lack the ability to manage this factory, I will certainly ensure that you will not go hungry." While saying this, he pointed at Ren Dingtian. "Look, this is the wealthy and connected big boss I found for you. Once the factory is handed over to him, with his connections and resources, it won't be long before the factory is operational. Everything I promised you will be fulfilled without exception." "Really?" Mr. Luo, upon hearing Shi Yongping's words, first scrutinized him, then cast a dubious glance at Ren Dingtian. Upon witnessing this, Ren Dingtian felt a wave of dread wash over him. Damn, truly a master of deception. Seeing the situation deteriorate, he immediately resorts to his tricks. However, while Shi Yongping may have been skilled in persuasion, Ren Dingtian was no fool either. "Mr. Luo, do not listen to this fat man's nonsense. I was merely struck by his car, seeking compensation. He claimed he had no money on him and asked me to follow him to the factory. As soon as I arrived, I saw you all crowding around, thinking he had brought thugs to bully an honest man like me. Is that true?" Mr. Luo felt a bit bewildered by the conflicting accounts from the two young men. "Indeed, Mr. Luo, look at my old motorcycle. He drives a car. In comparison to him, I am but a struggling commoner. How could I possibly afford to take over the factory?" Ren Dingtian gestured towards the motorcycle parked nearby. "That seems reasonable." Mr. Luo sighed, hesitating as if he were about to let Ren Dingtian go. "What's wrong with a motorcycle? It costs at least 10,000. My car is quite expensive, but it isn't mine. I merely borrowed it from someone else. I cannot be compared to you, Mr. Ren." Unexpectedly, at that moment, Shi Yongping interjected again. "Is that so?" Mr. Luo was astonished. "Wow, you two young men are quite the players. Your skills are truly impressive. Ah, Master Luo, take a look. Even if you were to kill me today, it would be futile, since I am the boss for the day and my brother Tian is also present. Why don't we find a place to sit down and discuss how to get the factory operational and earn money together?" As Shi Yongping spoke, he cast frantic glances at Ren Dingtian. Internally, Ren Dingtian was resolute, yet upon witnessing the group of strong men brandishing clubs with menacing expressions, poised to strike him down at any moment, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. Thus, Ren Dingtian once again retreated into the factory. Shi Yongping, exhaling a sigh of relief, dared not utter a word, merely casting a pleading glance at Ren Dingtian, the implication clear. Help! Help! I'm in peril. Ren Dingtian rolled his eyes in exasperation. To be honest, had it not been for Master Luo's presence behind him, he would have turned and fled. However, even without the option of escape, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. He had resolved that if an opportunity presented itself, he would scale the wall and depart post-haste, forsaking the motorcycle to escape this treacherous place. After listening for a while, he finally grasped the situation. Most of the individuals outside hailed from Baoquan town. It was no wonder they were so frenzied. They had been thoroughly deceived by the rotund Shi Yongping. Shi Yongping had utilized the same tactics he employed on Ren Dingtian, claiming to possess a miraculous formula for a panacea. He assured everyone that if they followed him, they would undoubtedly amass wealth. Consequently, not only had they been lured into relinquishing their land at a meager price to build the factory, but many had also resigned from their jobs at Baoquan, pharmaceutical, and other establishments to join him. Yet now, although the factory was constructed, it remained idle. These people had lost their homes, their gardens razed, and even their jobs vanished. Now they found themselves destitute and cornered. When individuals truly have nowhere to turn, they may resort to desperate measures. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. If this mob were to beat Shi Yongping and Ren Dingtian to death with their clubs, it might very well diminish the severity of the situation. Thus, Ren Dingtian sensed that today's events were unlikely to conclude amicably. His only recourse was to seize an opportunity, slip away unnoticed over the wall, and hasten back to find Xiao Wu. With a stroke of luck, Xiao Wu, utilizing his connections, should easily reclaim the motorcycle, if fortune were to frown upon him. And these individuals, in a fit of rage, vented their frustrations on the motorcycle, leaving it in ruins. He would have to accept his fate and strive to earn enough to buy a new one for Xiao Wu. However, Ren Dingtian mused that the latter scenario was improbable. They were not fools, and in these times a Honda 125 was rather costly. If he did manage to escape, it was highly likely the motorcycle would remain behind, either sold or claimed by someone else. With so many present, there was no secret that could remain hidden, and with Xiao Wu's connections, it would likely be recoverable, albeit with some trials and tribulations along the way. Alas, while the aspirations were beautiful, reality was undeniably harsh. As Ren Dingtian meticulously observed the escape route, he was suddenly seized by a greasy, pudgy hand. Who else could it be but Shi Yongping, that corpulent fellow? Clearly, this crafty scoundrel had discerned Ren Dingtian's intentions and was fearful of his escape. This was not to suggest that Shi Yongping was particularly malevolent. He was not the type to drag Ren Dingtian down with him in his final moments. Rather, he had noted that Ren Dingtian frequently rode his motorcycle in and out of the commercial bureau's residential compound, leading him to believe that Ren was a person of influence and connections. Furthermore, after 2 encounters, he had observed Ren's calm demeanor and remarkable eloquence, which only reinforced his belief. In their conversation, Shi had also learned that Ren hailed from Huibo County. Thus, he thought that when pressed, Ren might reveal his identity, potentially diffusing the situation and sparing himself from being beaten to death by this unruly mob. Ren Dingtian discreetly attempted to withdraw his hand, but the hefty, greasy grip of Shi Yongping was surprisingly strong, and he found himself unable to escape. At that moment, the infuriating voice of Shi Yongping echoed, "Brother Tian, stop looking. Beyond that wall lies Baoquan Lake, and the water is quite deep. On a day as cold as this, it's not worth the risk. Otherwise, I would have jumped over the wall and fled long ago." Chapter 74. This is not deception, but insult upon hearing Shi Yongping's words. Ren Dingtian could not help but roll his eyes, internally cursing the man for his audacity. Was he not indeed a scoundrel? He could have whispered such sentiments quietly, yet he chose to shout them, as if fearing that the followers behind him would not hear. As expected, upon hearing Shi Yongping's proclamation, Lord Luo cast a glance back at his entourage. A young man among them waved his hand, and immediately 2 groups split off. One group advanced cautiously to the wall, standing guard to prevent Ren Dingtian from making a hasty escape as Shi Yongping had suggested. The other group sprinted forward, encircling both Ren Dingtian and Shi Yongping in a tight formation. Seeing this, Ren Dingtian was utterly speechless. It appeared that the day's events were unlikely to conclude favorably. Thus, the group proceeded to the factory office. Upon opening the door marked Director's Office, Shi Yongping led the way, pulling Ren Dingtian inside. Just as Lord Luo stepped over the threshold, a throng of people crowded in behind him. Luo Shu, we are here to discuss matters. We don't need so many people, Shi Yongping schemed, hoping to send most of them away while retaining Lord Luo, in hopes of winning him over and securing his own safety. You all wait outside. Surely these two youngsters cannot harm me. Lord Luo, adopting the demeanor of a martial arts master, waved his hand dismissively. However, despite his words, he still allowed his son and nephew to remain. Observing this, Shi Yongping let out a sigh of relief. The ones who stayed were all from the Luo family, making negotiations considerably easier, as the costs of winning them over would be significantly lower. As Shi Yongping entertained nefarious thoughts, Ren Dingtian's mind was racing with fervor. An audacious and reckless idea suddenly materialized in his consciousness, prompting a slight upward curve of his lips, revealing a smile. The door closed, and Master Luo sat across from Shi Yongping. Initially, Ren Dingtian had no intention of intervening, showing no desire to take a seat. However, the emergence of a wild yet intriguing notion compelled him to cheerfully pull over a chair and sit down. Observing Ren Dingtian's decision to join, Master Luo's son and nephew hastily sought out chairs to partake in the gathering. This was a matter of maintaining face and momentum. One could not afford to appear diminished in front of the adversary. Yet the director's office was hardly a conference room, and there were indeed only 3 chairs available. Nonetheless, this did not deter Master Luo's family. His son promptly opened the door and called in 2 additional chairs from outside. With a resounding thud, the door was shut once more. Thus, the 5 of them settled in, embarking on a round of tense and vigorous negotiations. Shi Yongping was the first to speak, eager to seize the initiative. Master Luo, I assure you, I have already transferred the factory to Boss Ren. Right, Boss Ren? He chuckled while signaling to Ren Dingtian, seemingly conveying, brother, I am not betraying you. This is our only path to survival. However, contrary to his expectations, Ren Dingtian did not hastily acquiesce. Instead, gazing at Shi Yongping with a grin. Do you genuinely intend to hand over the factory to me? No regrets? What regrets could I have? This crumbling factory is a blessing for you, Boss Ren. I could not be happier. Shi Yongping exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Are you truly giving it to me? That necessitates a signed agreement, does it not? It seems we have yet to formalize anything. Have we? Ren Dingtian responded leisurely, his demeanor unhurried and cheerful. Upon hearing this, Shi Yongping was momentarily taken aback. Are we really going to sign? He widened his eyes, appearing as though he had seen a ghost while staring at Ren Dingtian. Previously, he had exerted every effort to coax Ren Dingtian into investing, but Ren had barely glanced in his direction. Now, as the situation unraveled and the mess became apparent, any rational person would instinctively steer clear. Shi Yongping had relinquished all hope with respect to Ren Dingtian. He was merely hoping to enlist Ren's assistance in staging a desperate performance to evade today's impending catastrophe. Yet, unexpectedly, the tide turned. I will offer you 50% of the shares. What do you say? The corpulent man exclaimed, rising with excitement and extending 5 fingers toward Ren Dingtian. Yet, Ren Dingtian coldly shook his head. This factory's location, I either take it all or none at all. What use is a half? Shi Yongping was taken aback. All? You. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he gazed at Ren Dingtian with fervor. Are you planning to cut me out and go solo? No, I do not intend to pursue your golden liquid. Rather, I plan to venture into other enterprises. Ren Dingtian gazed at Shi Yongping with a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Brother, your golden liquid only leads to a dead end. My intention to take over your factory at this moment is not to undermine you, but to save your life. Shi Yongping felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. How could he not perceive Ren Dingtian as attempting to usurp him, or even taking advantage of a misfortune? Hey, what is going on between you two? Interjected the ever-curious Grandpa Luo. Are you still negotiating? Were those earlier statements mere fabrications? Shi Yongping found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Uncle Luo, perhaps you could step outside for a moment, so we may discuss this further? He implored, his tone laden with desperation. However, Grandpa Luo was not inclined to heed his request. What is there to negotiate? Are you conspiring to deceive us? He let out a cold chuckle, propping his leg on the table and fixing a piercing gaze on Shi Yongping. Speak freely in my presence. Sighing in agitation, Shi Yongping felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. In a moment of resignation, he steeled himself and glared at Ren Dingtian. Fine, I will sell you the factory. How much will you offer? With a smirk that barely concealed his amusement, Ren Dingtian extended a single finger. 1,000? Shi Yongping exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? I've invested a considerable amount into this factory. Yet, to his astonishment, Ren Dingtian merely shook his head, still smiling. That is not the figure I had in mind. Not 1,000? Surely it cannot be 1 million. Shi Yongping's expression shifted to one of disbelief, and as he processed the implications, his eyes widened in fury. Ren Dingtian, are you out of your mind? You want to buy my factory for 1,000? However, Shi Yongping was misguided in his assumptions. What Ren Dingtian declared next nearly sent him into a rage. Indeed, you are correct. It is 1,000, but not as payment from me to you. Rather, you will pay me 1,000. Ren Dingtian chuckled as he rose slowly, leaving Shi Yongping in a state of incredulity. You must be insane. You want the factory, and not only will you not pay, but you expect me to pay you? Shi Yongping found himself overwhelmed with the impulse to retaliate. He was accustomed to deceiving others, not being the victim of such deception. This was not merely a trick, but an affront to his dignity. Chapter 75. Shall we settle the accounts? Not only was Shi Yongping incensed, but even Grandpa Luo could no longer remain silent. Young man, your business dealings are rather unscrupulous. Indeed, this is not a purchase. It is nothing short of a robbery. Grandpa Luo's son and nephew stood up in indignation. Glaring furiously at Ren Dingtian. Ah, business is business. One party is willing to engage, the other is not. If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave. Ren Dingtian shrugged off the situation, preparing to depart. Instantly, Shi Yongping panicked. Grandpa Luo and his son were equally bewildered. How could he simply walk away? Tian Yi, don't leave. Fortunately, Shi Yongping reacted swiftly, stepping forward to grasp Ren Dingtian's arm. Brother, Tiangu, you cannot leave like this. If you do, it would be tantamount to abandoning me in my time of need. Shi Yongping pleaded, gripping Ren Dingtian's clothing tightly, fearful that he might indeed walk away. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, I find myself utterly powerless. Ren Dingtian lamented, raising his hands in exasperation. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Shi Yongping seethed with frustration, gnashing his teeth. He firmly believed that Ren Dingtian possessed the means and the capability to aid him. Yet he suspected he was merely reluctant to lend a hand, now seemingly intent on taking advantage of his predicament. Do not be hasty in departing. Everything is negotiable. Despite the unmistakable sense of Ren Dingtian capitalizing on his misfortune, Shi Yongping had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the situation. Is there really anything left to negotiate? Ren Dingtian replied with a cheerful demeanor, suggesting they simply proceed to sign the transfer contract. Shi Yongping felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Meanwhile, Grandpa Luo observed the scene. Utterly bewildered, what on earth is happening? He wondered. The transfer contract still requires preparation. Brother Tian, do not rush. Let us first resolve the current predicament. We should not keep Uncle Luo and the others waiting. Shi Yongping said with a sincere smile directed at Grandpa Luo. Indeed, your matters can be addressed as you see fit in the future. Presently, we must focus on our own concerns. Upon hearing Shi Yongping's words, Grandpa Luo could not help but pound the table with conviction. You make a valid point, but the factory still belongs to Boss Shi. Even if I wish to assist you, I am powerless to do so. Ren Dingtian feigned helplessness, gazing at Grandpa Luo with a look of sympathy and resignation, raising his hands in surrender. Perhaps I should wait outside while you resolve your issues, and then we could discuss our own? With that, he turned to leave once more. Do not go, Brother Tian. I implore you. Sure, Yongping's anxiety peaked. He was genuinely fearful that if Ren Dingtian departed, the increasingly desperate crowd would turn violent against him. I refuse to believe you have not prepared a contract. Ren Dingtian smiled knowingly at Shi Yongping, who had unwittingly dug himself into a pit. Well. Shi Yongping scratched his head in embarrassment, chuckling ruefully. He had indeed prepared a contract, but it was merely a ruse intended to persuade Ren Dingtian to invest or to sell the factory to him at a reasonable price. He never anticipated that not only would he be giving the factory away for free, but he would also need to pay Ren Dingtian 1,000 yuan in addition. I've changed my mind. 1,000 yuan is no longer acceptable. Ren Dingtian chuckled, extending a finger. I desire this amount. 10,000? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Shi Yongping felt on the verge of collapse. I possess such a large factory with so much equipment. And you expect me to give it to you without compensation, yet you demand I pay you 10,000 yuan? His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Ren Dingtian as if he had seen a ghost. That is not how this works. The accounts do not tally in such a manner. Ren Dingtian remarks, laughing as he glanced at Grandpa Luo. Shall we sit down and calculate this properly? Let us calculate. Shi Yongping retorted defiantly. What if we determine that my factory holds value? Then I shall pay you according to its worth. Ren Dingtian responded with unwavering confidence. This left Shi Yongping somewhat hesitant. What tricks is this young man playing? He pondered, who instilled in him the confidence to confront me? Regardless, I have already established the factory and purchased the equipment, with real money spent. I refuse to believe he can hold me accountable for losses. With this thought, Shi Yongping's confidence returned. The land for the factory cost 170,000. This was already a reduced price, considering we would be working here. Old Master Luo interjected. Then, the construction of the factory buildings, 2 rows of structures, cost 125,000. Fatty Luo chuckled at Ren Dingtian, saying, adding these 2 items together, that's 300,000, not including the expenses incurred from connections and various favors. Very well. I shall estimate it at 500,000. Ren Dingtian kindly. This left Shi Yongping bewildered. What is he up to? Could he truly be so foolish as to offer me 500,000? Shi Yongping felt as if fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. However, the next moment, when Ren Dingtian spoke, his pleasant dream shattered. And what about your factory's debts? My factory hasn't even been built yet. What could I possibly have? Upon hearing this question, the fatty couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that this man couldn't even find a decent excuse to negotiate. Yet unexpectedly, how could there be no debts? Ren Dingtian laughed as he pointed at old Master Luo and his son. The wages you promised to old Master Luo and the others. Aren't those debts owed to them? Am I mistaken, old Master Luo? Old Master Luo was momentarily taken aback, thinking, how did the account turn back to me? However, it seemed this young man intended to collect debts on his behalf, so he nodded in agreement without hesitation. Indeed, you're not mistaken. Upon hearing old Master Luo's affirmation, Fatty Shi Yongping felt a wave of dread wash over him. You promised each person a monthly salary of 80, right? That amounts to 960 a year, plus holiday benefits and such. It must be over 1,000. Let us estimate it at 1,000 per person per year, and if they work until retirement at 60, that's 30 years, making it 30,000 per person. Ren Dingtian glanced out the window and made a motion as if to count. I see how many people are outside. There must be at least 100, right? Over 200. Old Master Luo chimed in. We have more than 200. Not everyone is here today. Over 200? Upon hearing this, Ren Dingtian exclaimed in shock. At 3,000 each, that totals over 6 million. Boss, sure. When will you repay this debt of over 6 million? Chapter 76. A path to earn 1 million in a year. Shi Yongping was utterly bewildered. Not just bewildered, but felt a surge of blood rush to his head nearly causing his brain to explode. He wanted to protest. How could accounting be done this way? But before he could speak, Ren Dingtian smiled at Old Master Luo and the others. Old Master Luo, my calculations are sound, aren't they? Boss sure owes you over 6 million, correct? Old Master Luo was somewhat confused as well. To speak candidly, he came today seeking a resolution, a means to secure his livelihood. Little did he anticipate that in the blink of an eye, he would transform into a debtor demanding a staggering 6 million. However, Grandfather Luo is no fool. He perceives that this young man is reliable, and his calculations are flawless. Instinctively, he nodded and gave a thumbs up. The calculations were indeed accurate. Without a single flaw, Ren Dingtian smiled and nodded in agreement. Shi Yongping thought to himself, I truly begin to suspect that you are all in cahoots, having long conspired to ensnare me. With 6 million in debts and a factory valued at 500,000, if you offer me 550,000, I shall take over the factory and settle Grandfather Luo's affairs on your behalf. Ren Dingtian, with great bravado, gazed at Shi Yongping, gesturing grandly as he accepted this troublesome predicament. Shi Yongping was on the verge of tears, not from emotion, but from humiliation. Had I even possessed 50,000, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that sometimes desperate circumstances can ignite an individual's latent potential. Just as Ren Dingtian had devised a brilliant solution in his moment of crisis, Shi Yongping too quickly conceived a countermeasure. Indeed, your calculations are sound. But let us not forget that while you pay wages, the workers also exert their efforts. It is a reciprocal arrangement. If you were to offer them a monthly wage of 80, they might generate even greater profits for you. As he spoke, he anxiously turned to Grandfather Luo. Am I not correct, Grandfather Luo? It seems there is merit in my argument. Grandfather Luo was inclined to retort that Shi Yongping was merely a charlatan, spouting nonsense, and that he should promptly repay their money. However, a vestige of his conscience compelled him to make the right choice. If we are discussing wages, we must also account for the profits and wealth they generate for you. Shi Yongping's eyes sparkled as he looked at Ren Dingtian. Ah, then let me inquire. What is the current wage for an ordinary worker in Huang County? Upon hearing this, Ren Dingtian chuckled. As he laughed, he pointed towards the nearby Baoquan pharmaceutical factory. Is it not one of the leading enterprises in Huang County? What are the wages there? I'm aware. Before Shi Yongping could respond, Grandfather Luo's son could no longer contain himself. The current wage for ordinary workers in Huang County hovers around 40. At Baoquan Pharmaceutical is slightly higher, at 50. Well, if others are earning 50, why should I offer you 80? Ren Dingtian chuckled as he regarded Grandfather Luo's son. Why should I employ you when I could recruit cheaper labor for 40 or even 50? Grandfather Luo was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had deemed this young man trustworthy. What has transpired? Grandfather Luo's son exclaimed. I am at a loss for words. Grab a stick and beat this scoundrel. Grandfather Luo shot a fierce glare at his son, thinking to himself, be quiet. Is this not humiliating enough? This is what Boss sure promised us. It was not our insistence. Grandpa Luo stared intently at Shi Yongping, his eyes blazing. If this rotund man dared to utter a single refusal, he would risk everything to end him. Shi Yongping, exasperated, rubbed his forehead in resignation, tacitly acquiescing. A single individual earning nearly 500 in wages over the course of a year. Ren Dingtian, grimacing in pain, extended 5 fingers. There are over 200 people outside, right? Just the daily wages alone exceed the norm by 100,000. As he spoke, Ren Dingtian cast a sympathetic glance at Shi Yongping, then looked at Grandpa Luo with a questioning demeanor. If this were the case in the first year, and wages were reduced or employees dismissed in the second year, that would be one thing. But if this continued annually, it would result in an additional expenditure of 100,000 each year. Thus, after a heated exchange of words, Shi Yongping, the great deceiver, found himself despondently defeated. In the end, he even felt that spending 1,000 yuan to sell the factory to Ren Dingtian was a significant bargain for Ren Dingtian. Meanwhile, Grandpa Luo and his son had previously harbored some ulterior motives. contemplating how to oust Shi Yongping and seize the factory for themselves, only to realize, upon hearing Ren Dingtian's calculations, that the factory was indeed a hot potato, not to be trifled with. 2 hours later, everything was finally settled. Shi Yongping, with a pained expression, signed the transfer agreement for the factory and handed over 1,000 yuan. After receiving the money, Ren Dingtian immediately passed it to Grandpa Luo. With the cash in hand, Grandpa Luo was noticeably more agreeable. Thank you for your hard work today, Grandpa Luo. Please take your people back. In the coming days, I will prepare for our factory to commence operations. Naturally, with the money received, Grandpa Luo left with his team. In the factory manager's office, only Ren Dingtian and Shi Yongping remained. Shi Yongping gazed at Ren Dingtian with a complex expression, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He had initially intended to ensnare Ren Dingtian into a scheme, never anticipating that he would nearly bury himself alive in the process. Rest assured, little Shi, I shall not take advantage of you, Ren Dingtian said with a cheerful smile, looking at Shi Yongping. I want to acquire this place for free. If you address me as Brother Tian right now, I shall provide you with a path to becoming a millionaire within a year. Shi Yongping trembled with anger, wishing he could leap at Ren Dingtian in a fit of rage. Yet, with matters having reached this point, he could only steel himself and utter the words, Brother Tian, do you remember when I mentioned Jianlibo to you? Ren Dingtian smiled and nodded. I do. What about it? Shi Yongping replied, dejected. You must head south directly to the Jianlibo factory and negotiate with them, pressing them to lower the price. You must become the leading sales agent for Jianlibo in the country. Is that all? Shi Yongping, feeling disheartened, responded, Didn't you already mention this? After you arrive at Jianlibo, discuss with them a method to increase their sales tenfold within a year, thus securing a price reduction. Really? Shi Yongping's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ren Dingtian. What if they refuse to listen? Then you should tell them to seek out Coca-Cola. Ren Dingtian chuckled as he gazed at Shi Yongping, confident that with this fellow's persuasive abilities, he could effortlessly resolve the matter at hand. Chapter 77. The Shanxi merchant and local tycoon, are you truly not deceiving me? Shi Yongping looked at Ren Dingtian with an expression of incredulity. Of course. Why would I deceive you? I gain no benefit from such trickery. Ren Dingtian replied earnestly. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that your proposal lacks credibility, Shi Yongping admitted. Despite being a visionary ahead of his time, he found himself momentarily swayed by Ren Dingtian's money-making scheme. How about we sign a supply contract? Ren Dingtian suggested with a smile. All right, Shi Yongping agreed without hesitation, but I have a condition. The contract must stipulate that if you fail to fulfill the supply terms, you owe me your factory. Oh, so you just escaped from the depths of despair, yet still cling to hope? Ren Dingtian laughed at this. All right, but what if you cannot deliver the goods on time and in the required quantity? He inquired with a grin. What will you offer as compensation? Shi Yongping paused, then confidently declared, It's impossible. I'm just worried you might not be able to consume that much. Stop with the nonsense. What substantial wager can you present? Ren Dingtian asked with curiosity, intrigued by Shi Yongping's background. My car, worth over 200,000, I can put it up as collateral. Not enough. I have a yard back home. Still not enough. The yard spans dozens of acres, larger than your factory. Goodness. What kind of family do you come from to possess a yard of such size? Ren Dingtian's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he regarded Shi Yongping. From Yinshan province. Could it be that your family lineage traces back to a wealthy Shanxi merchant? Indeed, Shi Yongping replied with a proud grin. Does your family own a mine? Ren Dingtian suddenly recalled that Yinshan province was rich in coal. A mine? What mine? Shi Yongping inquired, intrigued. Nothing much. Do you have land? Any hills? Ren Dingtian finally remembered that during this period, the concept of coal barons was not yet prevalent, and many coal mines had yet to be excavated. Yes, why? Put it down. On what grounds? Simply because you are seeking my assistance. How can you expect to exchange your shabby factory for so much for my family? You might as well rob us. As long as you supply me timely and adequately, there will be no issue. What are you afraid of? Surely you are not worried that you lack the capability to secure the position of the nation's leading agent? Who said that? I just don't want you to profit unfairly. Your factory is burdened with millions in debt. That amount could easily purchase your yard and hillside. After a lively exchange of words, it became evident that while Shi Yongping was a rare talent and skilled persuader of his time in matters of accounting, he was not on the same level as Ren Dingtian, who had traversed through time from a future era. The disparity was indeed vast. It must be said that Shi Yongping is indeed a man of considerable stature. It is often said that the business world resembles a battlefield, where negotiations are filled with sharp exchanges and unyielding stances. However, once agreements are reached, he is eager to invite Ren Dingtian for a drink. In a good mood, Ren accepted the invitation. On this occasion, Shi Yongping opted for a box of Maotai instead of the usual Coca-Cola or Jianlibo. It was evident that he was quite curious about Ren Dingtian's intentions in acquiring a factory and engaging in business. After several attempts to probe, he sensed that Ren was not being entirely forthcoming, prompting him to try to intoxicate Ren in order to extract more information. The outcome was predictable. Observing Shi Yongping inebriated, Ren Dingtian shook his head in resignation. I have already stated that I do not engage in the kind of deceitful business you pursue. My focus is on legitimate beverage sales. Why can't you believe me? Selling beverages can be done in a mall. Why do you need a factory? For repackaging. Ren's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Brother Tian, trust me, beverage sales are not profitable. The future lies in my health products. Shi Yongping, however, remained unconvinced. You are correct. Health products will indeed be profitable in the future, but that time is not now. Resigned, Ren patted this tenacious fellow on the back. So heed my advice. First practice with beverages like Jianlibo and Coca-Cola to establish a nationwide sales network, laying the groundwork for selling health products in the future. It seemed to make some sense. Shi Yongping nodded, albeit groggily. First, profit from their products, then utilize their sales channels to develop my own offerings. Ha ha ha. Borrowing a chicken to lay eggs? Splendid. Ren Dingtian thought the rotund man had finally grasped the concept and sighed in relief, ready to depart, only to be met with, "Wait for me. Once I make money, I will definitely return to acquire your factory, and you shall be my subordinate." Goodness, this inebriated fool. How dare he speak so boldly in front of Ren Dingtian? After escorting the portly man to the hotel, Ren finally rode his motorcycle towards Renjiazwang. Hastily, he arrived at Renjiazwang as night had already fallen. After parking, he washed his face to regain some clarity, only to find his wife, Dong Sujing, and daughter, Xiao Yuanyuan, staring at him in wide-eyed astonishment. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ren Dingtian asked with a smile. "Did you drink again?" Dong Sujing inquired cautiously. "Not much. Mostly that fat man drank excessively, and I ended up smelling of alcohol," he explained. Upon hearing this, Dong Sujing quietly sighed in relief. Yet her face was filled with curiosity. "Who exactly is this fat man you speak of? Why does he seek you out for drinks every few days?" "A talented individual, quite skilled at persuasion," Ren replied while lifting Xiao Yuanyuan into his arms, only to be pushed away in disdain. "Daddy smells bad. I don't want to be held." "Be good, Yuanyuan. I will try to avoid drinking with that fat man in the future." Ren Dingtian sighed. As a man, engaging in social drinking is inevitable until one possesses sufficient capital. He can certainly refrain from drinking himself, yet he cannot prevent others from indulging. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Xiaoyu reluctantly allowed him to embrace her and bestowed a kiss upon him. However, she soon pushed him away with a look of distaste, declaring, "Tonight, I wish to sleep with Mama, not with stinky poop." Ren Dingtian could only sigh in exasperation. Dong Sujing, with a twinkle in her eye, brought forth a meal for Ren Dingtian. The family gathered before the television, eating and watching together. How did things turn out with DeWang? The girl's name is Li Xinping, my sister-in-law, and I made a special trip to inquire about her. She seems quite decent, and her family is respectable. As Dong Sujing spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she sighed, lamenting, "It's a pity to have a relative like Lin Xiaoxia. That is truly a stroke of bad luck." Chapter 78. Someone is offering a high price for Chinese tune. Hearing his wife's remark, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, Dong Sujing had always thought Lin Xiaoxia was rather commendable, at least not as dreadful as Ren Dingtian portrayed her. It appeared that today she had genuinely witnessed Lin Xiaoxia's unpleasantness. However, it would be unfair to say that, had it not been for Lin Xiaoxia's malicious nature, Wang would not have found a spouse so effortlessly. Ren Dingtian continued, chuckling as he gazed at his wife in the same vein. Wouldn't Li Xinping also be fortunate to encounter a fine man like our Wang? It had seemed somewhat plausible. Dong Sujing paused, taken aback by Ren Dingtian's words. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, when she previously heard Ren Dingtian speak ill of Lin Xiaoxia, she felt a twinge of defiance, wanting to defend Lin Xiaoxia. However, today, a sense of bitterness filled her heart as she disapproved of Ren Dingtian's praise for Lin Xiaoxia. That could only be described as a wicked person doing good deeds. I suddenly find myself disliking Lin Xiaoxia. Can we please refrain from partnering with her in business? Dong Sujing suddenly voiced her thoughts. Haha, my dear, you've developed quite the temperament. Ren Dingtian laughed heartily in response to her words. How annoying. I am not jesting. Dong Sujing blushed at being called his wife. In truth, I never wished to collaborate with Lin Xiaoxia in the first place. Ren Dingtian sighed, helplessly stating at that time, when I expressed my concerns to you, you thought I was being overly sensitive and even chided me. That was merely because I had yet to recognize Lin Xiaoxia's true vile nature. Dong Sujing replied softly. Then, regarding significant family matters from now on, will you heed my counsel or yours? Ren Dingtian seized the opportunity to assert his influence within the household. This made Dong Sujing blush as she quietly observed Ren Dingtian, sensing that he was playfully charming her. Indeed, you are correct. With a woman's keen intuition, she felt that he was indeed trying to win her over. If I were to heed your advice, how would you handle Lin Xiaoxia? She inquired, testing the waters. My dear, you've made an error. The only business partner we have is Xiao Wu. Lin Xiaoxia isn't worthy of that title. Is there really a distinction? Certainly. Lin Xiaoxia is currently just one of our employees. In the future, she may at most become a mere sales clerk. Ren Dingtian explained to Dong Sujing with a smile. Furthermore, my decision to offer her this position is not due to her abilities, but rather to spare Xiao Wu any embarrassment. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Dong Sujing finally exhaled in relief. However, I've always felt uncomfortable keeping such a person close at hand. I understand that too, but we must consider Xiao Wu's feelings. Ren Dingtian shook his head in frustration. Not to mention, during your hospitalization, Xiao Wu brought you meals every day. That kindness is something I cannot forget. Therefore, I cannot confront Lin Xiaoxia unless she has a falling out with Wu Jinxiong. At that point, I will unhesitatingly side with Wu Jinxiong and have her dismissed. If I expel her now, it will surely create conflict between her and Xiao Wu and that child. Hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Dong Sujing sighed helplessly. That malicious woman, Lin Xiaoxia, is unworthy of Xiao Wu. Indeed, I too feel she is unworthy. Yet the crux of the matter is that we cannot voice such sentiments. If Xiao Wu wishes to be with her, we should not say anything that would hurt him. Ren Dingtian contemplated the situation comprehensively. As you have seen, Xiao Wu is quite naive and easily deceived. He is still in the throes of infatuation with Lin Xiaoxia and cannot discern her true nature. We must bide our time and wait. Alas, what a pity for Xiao Wu. Dong Sujing lamented, rubbing her temples. Xiao Wu followed Ren Dingtian closely, calling him Brother Tian, and was exceedingly polite to Dong Sujing, addressing her as sister-in-law. Moreover, during her hospitalization, he brought her meals every day, and in her heart, Dong Sujing had long regarded him as a younger brother. I shall go to the store in town tomorrow. Otherwise, I cannot shake off my worries, Dong Sujing declared, as if she had resolved something within herself. Taking a deep breath, to her surprise, Ren Dingtian shook his head in refusal. That won't do. If you stay at the store, Lin Xiaoxia will become wary, and her behavior will be much more compliant. How can we provide her with opportunities to err, allowing Xiao Wu to see her true colors and subsequently dismiss her? Dong Sujing was taken aback upon hearing Ren Dingtian's reasoning. She widened her eyes, staring blankly at him. Ren Dingtian felt a shiver run down his spine under the intensity of her gaze. Dear, why do you look at me like that? Suddenly, I find you to be quite cunning and terrifying, Dong Sujing spoke softly. Hearing this, Ren Dingtian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Everything I do is for our family. I'm wholly devoted, and yet you accuse me like this. Very well. Huh. This man is trying to be charming again. The following morning, Ren Dingtian arose early, as usual, to gather herbs and Chinese tune sprouts. However, unexpectedly, an incident occurred at that moment. Have you heard? Ren Laoqi and his crew have also begun harvesting Chinese tune sprouts, and the price is significantly higher. Is that true? Indeed. I just inquired, and it's a staggering one. 2 yuan per pound. Upon hearing these rumors, Ren Dingtian could not help but furrow his brow. Why must his seventh uncle be so unreliable? He sighed and made his way towards the center of the village. Indeed, he spotted an elderly man, approximately in his 50s, standing beside his elder brother, greeting everyone with a broad smile. The fresh Chinese tune we harvest is priced at 1 yuan and 20 fun per jean. No limits. Take as much as you desire. Everyone's selling tune. Come my place. Don't go digging for bitter herbs in the mountains. They're nearly depleted and only fetch a few mao per jean. Why go through all that trouble? It will be better for everyone to pick tune and sell it to me instead. Ren Dingtian observed the elderly man, who was beaming with pride as he conversed with those around him. His older brother, Ren Dali, stood blushing and awkwardly to the side, unsure of how to proceed when he caught sight of Ren Dingtian and rushed over as if he had found savior. Xiao Tian, you've come. What are we to do about this? However, before Ren Dingtian could respond, a middle-aged woman, standing next to seventh uncle, spoke up cheerfully. Oh, isn't this Xiao Tian? I've heard you struck it rich, collecting tune at 8 mao per jean and selling it in the city for 4 or 5 yuan. No wonder you're riding that big motorcycle. At this remark, the atmosphere erupted with chatter. The woman who had spoken was none other than Ren Dingtian's seventh aunt, the young wife of Ren Laoqi. Indeed, she was the young wife. Ren Laoqi was the biological brother of Ren Dingtian's father. And in those times when family planning was not yet a concern, having many children was encouraged. Being the youngest son of the previous generation, Ren Laoqi was the apple of everyone's eye, truly a spoiled child from childhood to adulthood. Thus, 5 years ago, when it was agreed that they would venture into the back mountains together, he cowardly backed out at the crucial moment, becoming a deserter. Yet, even so, he showed no signs of remorse. Instead, he often took pride in this incident, believing he had foresight, stating that Ren Dingtian's father and his peers were a bunch of foolish idlers who spent their days drinking and gambling, and had even become entangled with a beautiful widow from the town, forcing his original wife out of their home. This was quite disgraceful. Therefore, even though he was a blood relative, Ren Dingtian seldom interacted with Ren Laoqi. Little did he expect that this shameless scoundrel would come to trouble him at such a critical moment. Xiao Tian, why don't we raise the price a bit? His sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, sighed, appearing conflicted and hesitant. At worst, I can cover the few mao difference for everyone. However, Ren Dingtian shook his head firmly. No, sister-in-law, we cannot raise the price. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings and sighed. I will go pick some tune from our trees. If anyone is willing to sell to us, we will buy. If not, then so be it. With that, Ren Dingtian turned and walked away. This scene filled Ren Laoqi and the beautiful widow with delight. Look, this fellow is fleeing in guilt. Ha ha, he is only focused on making ill-gotten gains. The tender shoots of the Chinese tune can fetch over 4 yuan in the city, yet he is only willing to offer us a mere 80 cents per pound. It is as though he perceives us as fools, robbing us of our hard-earned money, ignoring the commotion and clamor behind him. Ren Dingtian returned home and quietly retrieved a ladder. Surprised by this, Dong Sujing, who was busy cooking, approached to inquire about the situation, only to witness Ren's mother approaching with an ominous expression. What's wrong, mother? Ren Dingtian asked, bewildered. Is what they say true? Ren's mother glared at him with indignation. Is that scoundrel Laoqi also collecting tune shoots? Yes, he is collecting them too. But don't worry, mother. It's not a problem. I can handle it. However, before Ren Dingtian could finish his sentence, his mother interrupted him brusquely. Is what they say true? She demanded, her face flushed with anger. They claim you are collecting tune shoots at 80 cents a pound, yet they can be sold in the city for 4 to 5 yuan, accusing you of profiting off the hard work of our fellow villagers. It became clear that Ren's mother was incensed not only by the encroachment of Lao Qi on their business, but also by the rumors circulating among the villagers that Ren Dingtian was exploiting them for his own gain. Mother, it's not as they say. The situation is quite complex. Ren Dingtian attempted to explain with a wry smile. Are they not correct then? You are indeed collecting tune shoots at 80 cents, which can be sold for 4 to 5 yuan in the city. The adage, a mother knows her child best, rang true, for upon hearing her son's words, Ren's mother recognized that the villagers' claims were likely accurate. What? There's such a profit to be made? Dong Su Jing, overhearing the conversation, was equally astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Ren Dingtian. Mother, vegetables are seasonal products. Their prices fluctuate significantly. Ren Dingtian shook his head in exasperation. Take the tune shoots, for instance. Only the first tender sprouts of the season hold value. After a few days, they will lose their worth. I am collecting them at 80 cents now, but when the price drops, I will still be paying the same. By the time the first batch is harvested and the second comes in, I might even incur losses at this price. He gestured toward the tune trees nearby. Rest assured, I would never exploit the hard-earned money of our fellow villagers. This price is based on careful estimation. In the end, I can hardly make a profit of a few dimes. Oh, I see. Ren's mother initially appeared taken aback, but then her eyes widened, and she looked at him with some hesitation. Is it truly so? You're not deceiving me? Of course not, mother. How could I ever deceive you? Ren Dingtian sighed. Then you must explain this to the villagers. Ren's mother insisted, pulling him toward the door. It would be futile, mother. Trust me. There is no need for me to explain. Those who believe me will continue to do so. And those who don't, even if I try to clarify, what good would it do? Ren Dingtian smiled as he gazed at their tune trees. Besides, it's too late today. It seems I won't be able to collect much. I need to gather more tune shoots to make ends meet. Upon hearing this, Ren's mother refrained from further argument and instead lent a hand to steady the ladder. Dong Su Jing had intended to assist as well, but Ren's mother urged her to return to the kitchen and continue preparing the meal. Beneath the fragrant wisteria tree, Mother held the ladder while Ren Dingtian swiftly plucked the tender shoots from above. This scene, repeated year after year, season after season, unfolded tirelessly, imbued with warmth. Indeed, a modest harvest of tender shoots was gathered, most of which was given to Ren Lao Qi. Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin approached with a troubled expression, while Ren Dali followed behind, carrying a bag of tender shoots, shaking his head and sighing. Xiao Tian, is this all we've gathered? Sister-in-law expressed her concerns. Perhaps I should join in to help raise the price. No need for that, sister-in-law. Ren Dingtian replied with a beaming smile, taking the bag from his elder brother. Sister-in-law, make sure to ask who provided you with the tender shoots today, and focus on collecting from them in the future. Inform them there will be no limit to the quantity. Don't say that, Xiao Tian. Ren Dali interjected with a hint of resignation. The tender shoots we gathered today mostly came from your sister-in-law's family. Others contributed very little, and our Ren family received none. Is that so? Well, that is quite favorable. Let us allow our Ren family to earn a bit more. Ren Dingtian said, while deftly bundling the tender shoots onto the vehicle. Smiling at Dali and sister-in-law Tian Wanjin. Sister-in-law, regarding your brother's job at the town shop, please don't postpone it any longer. Let us resolve this today. Is that advisable? Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin hesitated. Would it be wrong? It is indeed the right course of action, Ren Dingtian asserted earnestly, gazing intently at sister-in-law Tian Wanjin. Sister-in-law, let us not let your family feel unappreciated. Xiao Tian, the Tian family assists us not solely because of your sister-in-law, but also due to Luani. Oh, in that case, let's not worry about Luani. After all, it's her disappointing son who caused the trouble. Let her help us fill the pot. Ren Dingtian concluded, mounting his motorcycle and departing the village. Chapter 80. Bandits. As Ren Dingtian hurriedly rode away, Dong Sujing and her brother and sister-in-law stood in stunned silence. Mother Ren sighed and remarked, Xiao Tian has finally matured. Indeed, he appears much more composed and has developed his own ideas. Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin nodded in agreement. He seems like someone capable of achieving great things. Sister-in-law, let us have a meal, tidy up, and head to the town. Dong Sujing suggested with a sigh. Yes, It is indeed time to visit the town. Oh, that Huang truly gives us no peace. Clearly, after hearing Ren Dingtian's words, everyone quickly grasped the situation. Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin knew that discussing the market price of tender shoots was not to be shared lightly, so she instructed her husband not to disclose it to anyone. Even Mother Ren was kept in the dark. How then did Ren Laoqi and his young wife come to know? Unquestionably, it was likely that Tian de Wang let it slip after a few drinks, but who relayed this information back to the village, allowing Ren Laoqi and his young wife to learn of it? It goes without saying. Surely it was that wicked woman, Lin Xiaoxia. In fact, if Ren Dingtian's suspicions were correct, this entire matter might very well have been orchestrated by Lin Xiaoxia herself. Evidently, Dong Sujing and her sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, shared this sentiment. Thus, they disregarded Tian de Wang's romantic escapades in town and hurriedly sought to call back this indiscreet individual, lest his unguarded remarks provoke further complications. Concurrently, both Dong Sujing and Tian Wanjin harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, desiring to confront Lin Xiaoxia in town. As the saying goes, 3 women create a play, and indeed, an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Due to the limited quantity of vegetables brought today, Ren Dingtian quickly sold out. This, however, left some unamused uncles and aunts who had failed to procure any produce. Observing their discontent, Ren Dingtian could only sigh in resignation. After apologizing to the disappointed patrons, he absent-mindedly rode away on his bicycle. What clever tactic indeed. I never anticipated such a move. With a bitter smile, he shook his head while making his way towards the agricultural machinery market. Ren Dingtian had always assumed that Lin Xiaoxia would target the motorcycle he was riding, seeking a means to persuade Wu Jianxiong to reclaim it. Should that occur, he would be left without transportation, severing his delivery channels. However, he did not expect Lin Xiaoxia's cunning to delve deeper, as she directly attacked the supply chain. Alas, it seems imperative to find a vehicle for convenience post-haste. Upon arriving at the agricultural machinery market, he hoped to find a suitable mode of transport. Although the motorcycle was swift and agile, it lacked cargo capacity and was rather expensive, leading him to dismiss it outright. He contemplated the possibility of acquiring a tractor or a small 3-wheeler. Yet, after a thorough search, he found himself at a loss for words. Not a single 3-wheeler was in sight, and while there were tractors available, they were in high demand, requiring tickets and even letters of introduction, purchasable only under the village collective's name. Furthermore, the prices were quite steep. The cheapest would set him back at least 7,000 or 8,000. Ren Dingtian calculated that although he had earned a considerable sum recently, it still fell short of 5,000, with the largest portion being the 1,000 gained from the hefty stone Yongping. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How foolish of me to overlook the obvious. Why complicate matters when a ready solution lies at hand? Smacking his forehead, he mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the Bakwun Hotel. I hope that rotund fellow hasn't left yet. However, upon arriving at the Bakwun Hotel, he discovered that Stone Yongping had already checked out. With a sense of futility, Ren Dingtian rode away, unwilling to give up, and decided to circle back to the factory. It still found no sign of him. Cursed be it, that rotund fellow has escaped. Feeling disheartened, he left the factory and noticed that his motorcycle was running low on fuel, prompting him to head to the gas station to fill up. At that time, gas stations were still a rarity, with only one existing on the outskirts of Huibo County. Despite the frivolities and chaos, returning the bike with a full tank was an absolute necessity. Ren Dingtian was aware that if his intuition served him correctly upon returning, Xiao would undoubtedly demand the motorcycle from him. In this matter, he held no resentment towards his comrade, Xiao Wu. On the contrary, Comrade Xiao Wu was more than willing to lend his new motorcycle to Ren Dingtian for such an extended period, and Ren Dingtian felt a deep sense of gratitude within. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that this gesture was not of Xiao Wu's own volition, but rather instigated by Lin Xiaoxia. Thus, with a heavy heart, he planned to fill the tank and give the motorcycle a thorough cleaning as a proper farewell. However, unexpectedly, outside the gas station, Ren Dingtian's eyes widened in astonishment. By heavens, I've finally caught you. Spotting a familiar car refueling not far away, he slammed the throttle down and roared forward. What on earth is he up to? The once dejected Shi Yongping, who was also at the gas station, was taken aback by the speeding motorcycle approaching him. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting Ren Dingtian's treachery, believing he had been duped. Upon seeing Ren Dingtian barreling towards him, his first thought was that this fellow might be having second thoughts. No way, I must escape. However, halfway through refueling, he realized he had no time to board his vehicle. The staff member, previously lackadaisical, was startled by his sudden movements and rushed to block his path. "Comrade, you haven't paid yet. How much is it?" Shi Yongping, panicking, fumbled for his wallet. But it was already too late, as Ren Dingtian rode his motorcycle right up to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he parked the motorcycle, dismounted, and approached the driver's side, yanking open the door and seizing the car keys. "What on earth are you doing?" Shi Yongping exclaimed, his face a mask of panic. "We signed a contract. You cannot back out now." "Precisely because we signed a contract, this vehicle should be collateral in my possession," Ren Dingtian replied solemnly. Shi Yongping was on the verge of madness. "You brigand! I might deceive others, but you are outright robbing me. Thief! Bandit! This is utterly outrageous." Shi Yongping glared at Ren Dingtian, exuding an air of confrontation. "Calm down, do not be angry." Ren Dingtian chuckled, narrowing his eyes at Shi Yongping. "First, you need to settle the fuel payment. Indeed, comrade, it amounts to 36 yuan and 80 cents. The gas station attendant regarded Shi Yongping warily. "The fuel has already been transferred into your vehicle. Please make the payment promptly." "Me?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yongping's fury intensified. "Are you also attempting to rob me? I take offense to your words." The gas station staff was infuriated. It should be noted that in these times, operating a gas station was no trivial matter, and those employed there were far superior to mere sales clerks in shops. His temper flared, and he was on the verge of striking Shi Yongping. "Enough. No need to be angry. I will cover this." Ren Dingtian interjected, eager to defuse the situation. "Let us fill up my motorcycle as well, and we can settle the total later. That one due, you must pay for the fuel first." The attendant insisted, unconvinced. "Very well, I shall pay," Ren Dingtian replied, reaching for his wallet. However, unexpectedly, upon witnessing Ren Dingtian taking out money, Shi Yongping's heart sank even further, prompting him to speak hastily. No, it's my vehicle. I will pay for it myself." As he uttered these words, he hurriedly produced 4 large bills and handed them to the gas station attendant. When he mentioned my car, he intentionally emphasized the phrase, seemingly as a reminder to Ren Dingtian. Ren Dingtian could not help but chuckle, for this was indeed a manifestation of Shi Yongping's inner turmoil. "Well then, let me cover the fuel for my motorcycle as well. No need for change," Ren Dingtian said to the attendant with a smile. The attendant was taken aback and then shot a disdainful glance at Ren Dingtian before glaring at Shi Yongping, stating, "Not enough." Shi Yongping exclaimed, "You truly are a bandit." Yet, feeling somewhat guilty, he obediently produced another $5 bill and handed it over. "Now that's more like it." The attendant accepted the money and began fueling Ren Dingtian's motorcycle. Meanwhile, Shi Yongping intended to seize the opportunity to leave, but upon entering his vehicle, he was astonished to discover that he had no keys. Indeed, that rascal Ren Dingtian had snatched the keys the moment he entered. "What are you trying to do?" Shi Yongping glared fiercely at Ren Dingtian. "You've already robbed my factory. What more do you want?" "Brother, that is not how we should phrase it. I still intend to help you earn $1 million each year," Ren Dingtian replied, his demeanor serious and earnest. "I trust you as far as I can throw you." "You scoundrel!" Shi Yongping gritted his teeth, feeling that his journey to Huibo County had been fraught with misfortune. Not only had he failed to deceive others, but he had also been outsmarted by the bandit Ren Dingtian, resulting in a substantial loss. "Brother, I was somewhat conservative before, but now let me offer you another piece of advice that guarantees you will earn over $2 million this year." "What do you say?" Ren Dingtian smiled amiably at Shi Yongping. "Really?" Shi Yongping gazed at Ren Dingtian with skepticism. Even this master of deception felt uncertain in the presence of Ren Dingtian, fearing he might be duped. "Why would I deceive you?" Ren Dingtian said, his expression earnest. "Don't forget, we are partners. When you feast, I too shall savor the broth. Your profits bring me joy more than anyone else." What is the idea? Please do share. It still involves Jian Libo, but this time we will incorporate not only Jian Libo, but also Coca-Cola and even Bei Binjiang. Bei Binjiang? What is that? It's a beverage company from the north, and their prices are low, making it easier for us to profit. Ren Dingtian continued, grinning at Shi Yongping. To be frank, I initially intended to undertake this venture myself. Had it not been for circumstances, I would not have been so generous with this information. Is that true? Shi Yongping, still skeptical, instinctively reached for a lighter, preparing to ignite it. What on earth are you doing? Ren Dingtian exclaimed, startled by the sudden action. Dear friend, in commerce, even if a deal is not struck, decency should prevail. Must you be so perturbed? Observing the panic-stricken expression on Ren Dingtian's face, Shi Yongping, who was poised to light a cigarette, found himself momentarily taken aback. It's merely a cigarette. Why the excessive anxiety? Ren Dingtian appeared utterly flabbergasted, retreating while glancing between the igniting cigarette in Shi Yongping's hand and the station attendant nearby. Aren't you going to intervene in this reckless behavior? The attendant, upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, wore a look of confusion and disbelief. It's just a cigarette. What's the fuss? I smoke regularly. He then produced a cigarette of his own and turned to Shi Yongping. Brother, could I borrow a light? Ren Dingtian was left speechless. In this day and age, nobody monitors smoking at gas stations. The scene was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Would you care for a cigarette as well? At this moment, Shi Yongping approached Ren Dingtian with a cigarette pack in hand, seemingly inquiring if Ren Dingtian smoked. Quickly, Ren Dingtian took 2 steps back, desperate to distance himself from the two oblivious individuals. Despite his extraordinary experiences from a previous life, he couldn't help but feel a cold sweat forming on his brow, his scalp tingling with anxiety. It reminded him of a video he had seen online, depicting construction workers in a developed country decades ago, casually smoking and eating while working at dizzying heights of over 300 meters, with no safety measures in sight. The comments at the time had mercilessly ridiculed contemporary extreme sports enthusiasts. Now, Ren Dingtian perceived that Shi Yongping and the gas station attendant resembled those workers. In a different era, even a robber would likely flee in terror at the sight of these two. Thus, Ren Dingtian felt that merely trembling as he exited the gas station was an act of remarkable bravery. While the heavy-set man and the attendant shared laughs and smoked, Ren Dingtian, with shaky legs, made his way outside. He dared not return until his motorcycle was fully fueled. Even when the 2 seasoned smokers finished their cigarettes, he hesitated to approach. Only when another vehicle arrived for refueling did he realize he had to move his motorcycle and Shi Yongping's car. Gritting his teeth, he finally made his way over. However, he first maneuvered his motorcycle aside before retrieving Shi Yongping's car. Indeed, even if it meant risking his life, Ren Dingtian had no intention of handing over the keys to Shi Yongping. He genuinely needed a means of transportation. Brother Tian, they have taken everything from me. Please return my car. Shi Yongping sat in the passenger seat, a look of deep melancholy etched across his face. Ah, dear friend, you know that your vehicle is collateral mentioned in our contract. Ren Dingtian replied with a sly smile. That was only because you failed to supply me with enough Jian Libo throughout the year. Shi Yongping retorted, indignant. Do you recall what I mentioned about the opportunity to earn an extra million in a year? Ren Dingtian has unveiled a masterstroke. If you heed my advice, you could acquire several more of these modest vehicles within a year. What is this method? Shi Yongping hesitated, feeling as though Ren Dingtian had set a trap for him. Yet he was irresistibly drawn to leap into it. Alas, curiosity often leads one to peril. He chuckled. I can reveal to you how to earn an additional million this year, provided you leave the car with me. What do you say? You. Shi Yongping seethed. Gritting his teeth, your actions are utterly unscrupulous. Robbery should not be confined to just my losses. Chapter 82. Li Xinping's parents come knocking. Oh, is that so? Ren Dingtian laughed heartily at Shi Yongping's words. With a grin, he produced the car keys and handed them to Shi Yongping, saying, Very well, I shall seek others. I am confident they would offer me at least 2 vehicles. However, I must forewarn you, should they encroach upon your business and diminish your earnings. You cannot hold me accountable for not forewarning you. Initially, Shi Yongping instinctively reached for the keys upon seeing Ren Dingtian draw them out, but he halted at this remark. Do you truly possess such a method? He asked, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Ren Dingtian. Nonsense. Do you think everyone operates as you do, relying solely on deception and trickery? Ren Dingtian cast a disdainful glance at Shi Yongping. I can't shake the feeling that you are far more adept at deceiving others than I am. Shi Yongping muttered under his breath. What did you say? Ren Dingtian retorted, rolling his eyes, tossing the keys to Shi Yongping, and preparing to exit the vehicle. Wait, Brother Tian, I was mistaken. Please enlighten me. I'm all ears. Shi Yongping exclaimed, presenting the keys with both hands. Fatty, whether this venture succeeds hinges upon the reliability of the contacts you choose. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Only the heavens, the earth, you, and I should be privy to it. The moment a third party learns of it, the likelihood of failure escalates. Ren Dingtian regarded Shi Yongping with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, Brother Tian, concerning this lucrative endeavor, I, Shi Yongping, am absolutely trustworthy. Shi Yongping assured him, thumping his chest in promise. Seeing this, Ren Dingtian finally smiled and disclosed his plan to Shi Yongping. Initially stunned, Shi Yongping's expression morphed into one of horror. He gasped, anxiety gripping him as he stared at Ren Dingtian, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead and back. He realized that had Ren Dingtian not shared this information, following his earlier advice to approach Jianlibo would yield a profit, albeit limited. However, if Ren Dingtian were to pursue the leads he had just provided, such as Coca-Cola or Beibinjiang, he would undoubtedly seize a substantial portion of his market and business. Previously, he had dismissed Ren Dingtian's suggestion to inform Jianlibo to seek out Coca-Cola as a jest. After all, such a threat from a factory of Jianlibo's magnitude would likely be disregarded. Unexpectedly, he thought, Brother Tian, you are utterly unprincipled. As Shi Yongping wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, he cast a resentful glance at Ren Dingtian. I nearly made you a wedding dress. You fatso. I must say I do not appreciate your remarks. Let us put aside everything else. If you had followed my earlier advice and approached Jianlibo, you would have earned $1 million within 5 months. Have I ever deceived you? Shi Yongping was momentarily taken aback. Then what about after this? He looked at Ren Dingtian with a mix of surprise and trepidation. Do you have any backup plans? None. Ren Dingtian shrugged helplessly. To be frank, I initially intended to handle it myself, but there are too many family matters demanding my attention. Moreover, I am in urgent need of a means of transportation, and I do not wish to take advantage of you. Brother Tian, your actions leave me quite uneasy, Shi Yongping said nervously, gathering his resolve and suggesting. How about we draft a contract? I'll offer you a 20 stake. No, a 30 share in the venture. However, to his surprise, Ren Dingtian quickly shook his head. No, just keep that little car for yourself, and when I require supplies, provide them to me generously. Why not? Shi Yongping exclaimed, his face a picture of bewilderment. Brother Tian, are you trying to lead me into a trap? Believe it or not, Ren Dingtian replied, his patience wearing thin as he contemplated leaving. Please don't be angry, Brother Tian. I'm merely curious why, knowing this business can be lucrative, you refuse a 30 stake. Fatty, let me be candid with you. Ren Dingtian sighed, exasperated. Though you possess a sharp mind, your methods are too reckless. If it weren't for necessity, I would prefer to avoid any association with you. Why? Shi Yongping asked, utterly perplexed. You are far more astute than I. I cannot possibly trick you. Our collaboration has always meant you gaining at my expense. What are you afraid of? I fear you might unearth a colossal pitfall that could ensnare me. Ren Dingtian sighed again, fully aware as a reborn individual. He understood well the fate of those swindlers who, despite amassing great wealth and achieving financial freedom, ended up with a tarnished reputation. In an era of advanced networking, no secret could remain hidden. For him, making money should be the simplest task, and he had no desire to be maligned by countless netizens over trivial sums. Fatty, heed my advice. In business, integrity should be paramount. You may employ various tactics against competitors, but you must never deceive consumers, for they are your sustenance. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Shi Yongping was momentarily taken aback. as if he had grasped something profound, yet clarity eluded him. After escorting the fatty to the train station, Ren Dingtian parked the car behind a gas station and rode his motorcycle home. By the time he arrived in town, the sun had set, and darkness was creeping in. Upon entering the shop, he found it filled to capacity with people, some seated, some standing, yet a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, thick with tension and awkwardness. Especially Tian Wang, with his head bowed, resembled a child who had committed a wrongdoing, embodying the essence of accepting punishment. Though he stood in the corner, all eyes were drawn to him, rendering him the focal point of the gathering. "Brother Tian, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing Ren Dingtian, Tian Wang exhaled a sigh of relief, akin to a wronged wife, pleading earnestly as he approached Ren Dingtian. Unexpectedly, Ren Dingtian reached out and brushed Tian Wang aside. "So many people here. Have you all eaten?" "Alas, who could possibly eat?" Lin Xiaoxia sighed, adopting a posture of concern for the nation and its people. "Xiao Dian, Li Xinping's parents have arrived. What shall we do?" Dong Sujing cautiously approached Ren Dingtian, speaking softly while glancing at a pair of elderly individuals in the distance. "Oh, Uncle and Auntie have come. How delightful." Ren Dingtian responded with a smile directed at the two elders. "Let us go. No need for words. Let's first enjoy a meal." "Oomph. What meal could I possibly enjoy? My daughter has been ruined by you lot. How can I possibly eat? I would rather perish." Li Xinping's father scoffed, casting a fierce glare at Ren Dingtian. "Indeed, how can I continue living? My daughter, a pristine flower, has been soiled by your group of beasts." Her mother collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. Chapter 83. A relaxed resolution witnessing this. Ren Dingtian shook his head helplessly before letting out a cold snort. "Go on. If you still find it insufficiently embarrassing, continue your commotion. Is it that you wish to tarnish your daughter's reputation further?" Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, the elderly woman abruptly ceased her wailing, yet her eyes remained fixed on him with fury, clearly indicating that unless Ren Dingtian provided her with an explanation today, this matter would not conclude. As dusk approached, signaling mealtime, Ren Dingtian addressed Lin Xiaoxia. "You're familiar with the town. Accompany your sister-in-law to the restaurant and bring back some food." While speaking, he pulled out money, counting 10 large bills and handing them to Lin Xiaoxia. Lin Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "What are you waiting for? Hurry along, dear wife. We cannot let our in-laws go hungry." Noticing Lin Xiaoxia's hesitation, Ren Dingtian shot a cold glance at his wife, Dong Sujing. Taken aback at first, Dong Sujing quickly accepted the money and urged Lin Xiaoxia to leave with her. As Lin Xiaoxia was pulled away, she couldn't help but glance back into the room, an inexplicable sense of unease lingering in her heart. After Lin Xiaoxia had departed, Ren Dingtian wiped the smile from his face, fixing a cold gaze upon Li Xinping and her parents. "Do not pretend to be ignorant. You know full well what the situation entails." Ren Dingtian stared intently at Li Xinping, enunciating each word. "Our Wang is a simple and honest man, but that does not mean he is a fool. You took advantage of him while he was intoxicated, and now you wish to extort money from us? You do not speak nonsense. Indeed, you are slandering us. How dare you make such accusations?" Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, Li Xinping's parents could no longer contain their outrage and erupted into a heated argument. "It is clearly your shameless child who has violated our daughter Xinping." One exclaimed, "If necessary, we shall go to the police station and see who is in the right." Another added, with a charge of assault, he could very well face dire consequences. Upon hearing such declarations from Li Xinping's parents, Tian Wang was instantly struck with trepidation. Despite the presence of witnesses, he hurriedly approached Ren Dingtian, pleading for mercy. "Brother Tian, please save me." Ren Dingtian, unfazed and wearing a cold smile, regarded Li Xinping and her parents with disdain. "What you say holds no weight without evidence. If you truly escalate this matter, I cannot predict what will happen to my brother, but your daughter's reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Your entire family will be subjected to public scorn. And who will dare to look upon you with respect? Your son might even struggle to find a wife in the future." As Ren Dingtian spoke, Li Xinping's parents, who had previously been so brazen, shrank back in fear, their faces pale with anxiety as they turned to their daughter for reassurance. Observing their reaction, Ren Dingtian shook his head in resignation. It was evident that this was a typical family that favored their son over their daughter, willing to sacrifice her well-being for the sake of their precious boy. Do you believe that someone has your back, which gives you the audacity to act this way? Ren Dingtian's gaze turned icy as he confronted the two elders. To be candid, I know Xiao Wu and have a decent rapport with him. He and my brother Wang are practically like family. When the time comes, who knows which side he will take? He continued, moreover, even if Xiao Wu decides not to assist anyone, I trust you understand the reality of the situation. Some individuals are merely using you as pawns, and they are unlikely to offer you any benefits. What do you hope to gain by following their lead? If you persist and ruin your daughter's reputation, she may find it impossible to marry, and you, too, will suffer the consequences of public scorn. Your son will be unable to hold his head high and might not even secure a wife. What do you truly stand to gain? 100 or 200 yuan for me. As he spoke, Ren Dingtian reached into his pocket and tossed a sum of money toward the two elders still on the ground, without counting it. Here, take the money and leave. The elderly couple stood in stunned silence. Truth be told, this was the first time they had encountered such a generous offer in their lives. While it would be disingenuous to claim they were not tempted, the intimidating demeanor of the young man before them made them hesitate. The money had come too easily, too effortlessly. But our daughter Xinping has indeed suffered. Li Xinping's mother lay on the ground, gazing longingly at the money, nearly drooling. How can this be considered a loss? Ren Dingtian retorted with a smirk, glancing at Li Xinping. At best, your daughter Li Xinping and my brother Tian Wang are simply in a relationship of mutual affection. Rest assured, Tian Wang will not disappoint you. If you continue to make a fuss, what will you gain? You may end up losing your reputation altogether. Given the circumstances, why not openly acknowledge this marriage arrangement? We shall provide the full bridal price, and it is evident to anyone with sight that our family will prosper in the future. With such a capable son-in-law, your family stands to gain significantly. Surely, this is preferable to causing a rift and incurring our displeasure. Upon hearing this, Li Xinping's parents were momentarily taken aback, glancing between their daughter and Tian Wang, lost in contemplation. Wang, why are you dawdling? Ren Dingtian glared fiercely at Tian Wang. Quickly assist your future in-laws. Huh? Tian Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Enough of your foolishness. Hurry and help them up. Ren Dingtian kicked him lightly. Finally snapping back to reality, Tian Wang hurried forward to assist Li Xinping's parents. They were merely seeking to benefit from the situation, and with the advantage gained, they were inclined to play along. You sought Lin Xiaoxia's assistance, didn't you? That's why you followed her misguided instructions. Ren Dingtian remarked with a cold smirk directed at the elderly couple. Have you considered that she is ultimately an outsider? What genuine benefit could she offer you? Especially when her intentions could lead to your family's disgrace. Such motives are clearly nefarious. Wang, however, is different. They say a son-in-law is akin to a son. Henceforth, Wang shall be like a son to your family. A true ally. With such a capable and affluent son by your side, why would you need to seek help from others? At Ren Dingtian's words, the elderly couple's eyes lit up. Though they had previously harbored somewhat unscrupulous thoughts, they were not foolish and could discern how to maximize their benefits. We desire this amount for the bridal price. Li Xinping's mother held up 5 fingers. Very well, it shall be as you wish. Ren Dingtian, without even glancing at Tian Wang, took the initiative and agreed on his behalf. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Moments before, the air had been thick with animosity. Now, it transformed into a scene of warmth and familial affection. Thus, when Dong Sujing and Lin Xiaoxia returned, laden with bags of food, they were taken aback by the sight of this newfound camaraderie. What on earth is happening here? Lin Xiaoxia's eyes widened in disbelief. She cast a questioning glance at Li Xinping, then at her parents. Li Xinping appeared somewhat bashful and evasive, but her parents ignored Lin Xiaoxia's gaze entirely, continuing their jovial conversation with Ren Dingtian and Tian Wang. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaoxia was furious and nearly succumbed to the urge to hurl the food she was carrying. Dong Sujing and her sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, stifled their laughter, marveling instead at Ren Dingtian's adept maneuvering. As the meal was laid out, everyone sat down, engaging in cheerful conversation while enjoying their food. Except for Lin Xiaoxia, who could no longer maintain her facade of a smile, suppressing the urge to confront. The meal was devoid of flavor, and several times, I found myself on the verge of departing. "How are you adjusting to your work, Jin Xing?" Ren Dingtian inquired cheerfully, glancing at his sister-in-law Tian Wanjin's younger brother, who sat nearby. This youth, Tian Jin Xing, was no stranger to Ren Dingtian, being a local from Tian Wanjin's family. "Yes, I'm adjusting quite well," Tian Jin Xing responded, nodding with a smile. His expression filled with curiosity as he regarded Ren Dingtian. Truth be told, he harbored a keen interest in this legendary figure from the village. "You should learn from your sister, Xiao, more often. She is intelligent and capable. Learning from her will surely benefit you," Ren Dingtian added with a grin, mentioning Lin Xiao. "All right, brother Tian, rest assured, I promise to study hard." Tian Jin Xing vowed earnestly, patting his chest. Then, seemingly possessed by some inexplicable force, he blurted out to Lin Xiao, "Does your family have any cousins? Please introduce one to me." Even Lin Xiao, who had previously remained unperturbed by Ren Dingtian's jests, found herself utterly disarmed by Tian Jin Xing's innocent remark. Had it not been for the fact that everyone in the room sided with Ren Dingtian, becoming her adversaries, she would have surely lost her composure. Fortunately, at that moment, classmate Wu strolled in with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, everyone is here," he greeted, blissfully unaware of Lin Xiao's impending explosion of frustration. Wu's arrival was timely. Ren Dingtian quickly rose to make space, pulling Wu Jianxiong to sit down. "Well then, I want to be polite, Tian Ge," Wu Jianxiong replied, beaming as he took a seat. Observing the camaraderie between Wu Jianxiong and Ren Dingtian, with the latter addressing him as Little Wu, while Wu reciprocated with Tian Ge, Li Xianping and her parents breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Ren Dingtian had indeed been truthful. He and Wu Jianxiong shared a close bond. If matters escalated, it was uncertain whom Wu Jianxiong would support. Having come to this realization, their gazes toward Lin Xiao held a hint of sorrow. "Jianxiong, didn't you say you would take me out tomorrow?" Lin Xiao remarked with a cold smile. Indeed, she had resolved to wield her own trump card. She had seized Ren Dingtian's means of transportation. One must admit, Lin Xiao was quite the strategist. With meticulous planning, she had orchestrated a clever threefold scheme against Ren Dingtian. First, she had enlisted the help of a charming widow connected to Huang to disrupt his supply lines. Next, she had summoned Li Xianping's parents to create discord, ensuring Ren Dingtian faced constant trouble. Finally, as her ultimate move, she severed his access to transportation. Thus, one could only ponder how Ren Dingtian would respond. Indeed, at this juncture, Lin Xiao's intentions had transcended mere business rivalry. She felt insulted and disrespected. "He does not regard me with any esteem. He so blatantly disregards my presence. This is nothing short of an affront." As the saying goes, when a woman finds herself unable to reason, she resorts to a matter of attitude. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiao had developed a deep-seated resentment towards Ren Dingtian. Her perception was not entirely misguided. Indeed, Ren Dingtian regarded her as merely a self-righteous, self-satisfied woman with a modicum of cleverness, not someone deserving of his deference or affection. For she was neither his girlfriend nor his wife. Yet, out of respect for Xiao Wu, he chose not to engage in petty disputes with her. However, it was this very disregard that ultimately provoked Lin Xiao's ire. Who was this mere country bumpkin to dismiss a woman of her stature? Accustomed to the privileges of town life, with his profitable venture, why did he not include her? He offered her a meager salary of 100 yuan, as if that sufficed to dismiss her. Meanwhile, he clandestinely ventured into the city to sell vegetables, reaping greater profits without her. Such was the formidable logic of a woman who believed herself clever. Thus, despite Ren Dingtian's kindness, she felt slighted and humiliated, vowing to seek revenge. Xiao Wu, visibly embarrassed, observed Ren Dingtian, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He was a straightforward man, not a fool. He recognized the significance of the motorcycle to Ren Dingtian. Yet, just days prior, he had inadvertently promised Lin Xiao assistance, and now, faced with her public insistence, he found himself at a loss to refuse. Sweating profusely, He hesitated on how to voice his objections, when unexpectedly, Ren Dingtian spoke first. Xiao Wu, I apologize for the inconvenience of using your motorcycle these days. I've washed it and filled the tank. Here are the keys, he said, extending the motorcycle keys to Wu Jinxiong. Brother Tian, Wu Jinxiong opened his mouth, wanting to express something, yet the words failed to materialize. You've been generous to let me use your motorcycle, and it has delayed your outing with Xiaoxia. Starting tomorrow, I'll grant her a short leave so you two can enjoy some time together, Ren Dingtian continued, beaming at Lin Xiaoxia. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated a look of panic on Ren Dingtian's face upon losing his motorcycle. Yet he remained cheerful, even granting her a holiday. What was happening? Lin Xiaoxia felt that the unfolding events were far beyond her expectations. Chapter 85. Stealing a motorcycle is a crime. While Lin Xiaoxia pondered whether Ren Dingtian's actions were part of some hidden scheme, Xiao Wu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Brother Tian, this is truly too generous of you. I feel somewhat embarrassed. Ren Dingtian smiled and nodded in response. No worries. We're good brothers. It's only right. He continued. In a few days, Duang will be getting engaged to Li Xinping. Speaking of which, Xiaoxia, you're the matchmaker. You must both come. Really? Wu Jinxiong exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at Li Xinping and Tian Duang. Brother Duang, that's wonderful. He could not help but raise his thumb in approval. How quickly he was about to get engaged. Ha! Xiao Wu, we are brothers. You must come and let us enjoy a couple of drinks together. Tian Duang laughed heartily. Xiao Wu, without a second thought, readily agreed. Meanwhile, Li Xinping's parents, witnessing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xiaoxia, silently acknowledging how wonderful their niece was. Lin Xiaoxia looked around the room at the jubilant crowd, her heart filled with irritation. Annoyed, she stood up and pulled Wu Jinxiong towards the exit. What's wrong, Xiaoxia? Wu Jinxiong asked, astonishment etched on his face as he inquired about Lin Xiaoxia's sudden departure. Indeed, has Xiaoxia eaten? Is she in such a hurry to leave? Ren Dingtian chimed in, feigning concern. I've eaten well. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Tian. Lin Xiaoxia forced a smile, one that was insincere and hollow. After exchanging pleasantries with Ren Dingtian, she prepared to leave. Xiaoxia, don't be in such a rush. You've had your fill. But my brother Xiao Wu has just arrived. He hasn't even warmed his seat or picked up his chopsticks yet. He is still hungry, Ren Dingtian remarked with a forced grin. Lin Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback. It's nothing, Brother Tian. I'm not hungry. Unexpectedly, Wu Jinxiong intervened, coming to Lin Xiaoxia's aid. Brother Tian, we'll take our leave now. He waved to Ren Dingtian, saying, let us gather another day. Seeing this, Ren Dingtian could only wave goodbye reluctantly. Oh, one should not be too much like Wu Jinxiong. He shook his head helplessly and returned to the room. Sitting at the table, noticing everyone's curious gazes fixed upon him, he chuckled. Why are you all staring at my face as if there's food on it? Quickly, enjoy your meal while it's hot. Only then did the crowd resume eating. Once they were well fed and satisfied, everyone began to disperse. Tian Duang and Tian Jinxing were tasked with escorting Li Xinping and her parents home, after which they returned to the town to rest in the shop. Ren Dingtian and Tian Dali, accompanied by their wives, set off in a mule cart back to Rinjia village. Xiao Tian, what shall we do about the sweet wormwood and the tune tomorrow? Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin expressed her concern during the ride. Fear not, sister-in-law. I've already informed Li Xinping's parents to gather some. You should consult your family about it, and I will speak to Aunt Lu as well. Ren Dingtian replied with a smile. Our Rinjia village has made quite a bit of money lately. I'm sure other villages are envious. That is indeed the case. Tian Dali chuckled in agreement. Ren Dingtian smiled warmly. It's true, they're like famished wolves, eager for me to collect sweet wormwood and tune from them. Are you really considering that? Tian Dali hesitated, uncertain how to voice his concerns. Over the years, Rinjia village had not maintained cordial relations with other villages. If Ren Dingtian were to gather sweet wormwood and tune from other villages, thereby enriching them first, the people of Rinjia village would surely gossip behind his back. Not everyone will be included. Let us prioritize your family and Aunt Lu's relatives from the old Tian clan first. Ren Dingtian let out a sigh. pondering helplessly that sometimes matters concerning his own family seemed less manageable than those of others. The Ren family in Huang was quite numerous, and alongside his sisters-in-law and the Tian family, they comprised a significant portion of the village. Logically speaking, with such an advantage, Ren Dingtian should find it easy to flourish in his endeavors. However, the old Ren family not only failed to provide support, but often became a burden or even an obstruction. It was no wonder that their unity had faltered. Once, the old Ren family was as united as a mountain. Yet, when his father led a group of brothers into the back mountains, they never returned, scattering the hearts of the family and leaving them despondent. In truth, apart from these tribulations, Ren Dingtian possessed a much greater secret weapon, which he chose to conceal from others. After a night of silence, he arose early the next morning. With the absence of a motorcycle, they needed to set off ahead of schedule. Fortunately, the number of people in the village selling Chinese tune and wormwood had decreased, allowing them to save considerable time during the harvest. However, that still felt insufficient. Observing the bags of tune on the mule cart, his sister-in-law, Tian Wanjin, expressed her concerns. "Oh, this one do. Fear not, sister-in-law, I have a plan." Ren Dingtian replied with a confident smile. "What plan could you possibly have?" The Li, his elder brother, looked at him in astonishment. "Little Tian, don't act rashly and make a mistake. Rest assured, elder brother, I am well aware of what I am doing." Thus, the group made their way towards Beijiang City. Upon reaching the county gas station, Ren Dingtian instructed De Li to halt the mule cart. "Little Tian, our mule cart doesn't require fuel. Why stop here?" De Li inquired curiously. "Perhaps he needs to use the restroom. You do talk too much." Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin shot De Li a glare. As expected, they watched Ren Dingtian walk into the gas station, and a vehicle soon emerged. Initially, they paid it no mind. It was common for cars to come and go at a gas station. However, when the car stopped right in front of them, De Li momentarily believed it was their own mule cart blocking the way. He hurriedly dismounted, intending to move the cart to clear the path. To his surprise, the car door opened, and Ren Dingtian stepped out. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, please help unload the tune from the car," Ren Dingtian said cheerfully. This, De Li's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Ren Dingtian. He quickly rushed over to grasp Ren Dingtian's hand. "Little Tian, have you lost your mind? Stealing a car is illegal. Return it at once." "Indeed, little Tian, you must return it to its owner immediately." Sister-in-law Tian Wanjin chimed in. Dong Sujing, looking anxious, slid down from the vehicle and rushed to Ren Dingtian, biting her lip and trembling with worry. "Steal? What do you mean steal? This car is mine." Ren Dingtian chuckled at their frantic expressions. Chapter 86. Others would feel sympathy. De Li and his wife, Tian Wanjin, stared wide-eyed at Ren Dingtian, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Where did you get this car?" Even Dong Sujing could not restrain her curiosity. "I've heard that the cheapest car costs at least 200,000. How could you possibly afford that?" "Indeed, Xiao Tian, you mustn't deceive us. Even if you earn a decent amount selling vegetables in the city, at most you could make 500 a day, right?" Tian Wanjin interjected with a pragmatic tone. "If we tally it up over the past few days, it wouldn't exceed 4,000 or 5,000, would it? You absolutely cannot act recklessly. Return the car immediately. If the owner finds out, it will be disastrous." As De Li spoke, he instinctively reached out to pull Ren Dingtian closer, genuinely concerned that his younger brother might make a regrettable decision in a moment of confusion. However, Ren Dingtian, bemused, shook his head. "Big brother, this car belongs to a friend of mine, the chubby guy. He has some matters to attend to outside and asked me to keep an eye on it for him." Upon hearing this, De Li sighed in relief, finding the explanation somewhat reasonable. Yet, his wife remained hesitant. "He merely asked you to watch over it. He didn't authorize you to drive it, did he? You've never learned to drive. What if something happens?" Dong Sujing chimed in, her face etched with concern. "This is such an expensive vehicle, 200,000. Perhaps we should return it. If you accidentally damage it, we cannot afford the cost." "It's all right. The chubby guy has already taught me how to drive. Have no worries," Ren Dingtian confidently asserted, starting the engine and executing a drifting turn right before De Li, his wife, and Dong Sujing. Stepping out of the car, he declared with pride, "See, My driving skills are impeccable. No issues at all. Nevertheless, Li and his wife could not help but express their trepidation. Even so, Xiao Tian, you must drive slowly and cautiously. You were too reckless just now. What if you were to crash? Rest assured, brother and sister-in-law, I will be careful. Ren Dingtian replied, opening the trunk only to be taken aback. He had intended to place the fresh Chinese tune in the trunk, but instead, it was crammed full of items. A cursory glance revealed bottles of Maotai, premium quality, no less, with at least 2 or 3 dozen present. A portable cassette player, though in this age, it was simply referred to as a recorder, alongside high-end cigarettes and watches. He had struck gold. It seemed this affluent venture promised substantial returns. After setting the gifts aside, awaiting the unloading of the Chinese tune, he turned to Li and his wife. Brother and sister-in-law, please take these gifts back with you. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Li responded, astonished, looking at Ren Dingtian as if he were an oddity. We're already borrowing someone else's car. Taking their gifts as well feels rather improper. Greetings. These matters are trifling. I surmise that the hefty fellow will not return anytime soon. Just look at these gifts. It would be a shame to let them expire. Ren Dingtian smiled at Brother Li and remarked, since we are utilizing their vehicle, we ought not to do so in vain. When he returns, I shall prepare a fresh load of gifts for him. This way, we waste nothing and also repay a kindness. Upon hearing this, Brother Li felt that his brother's reasoning was quite sound, and he nodded in agreement. Brother, I see there are 2 men's watches here, one for you and one for me. I happen to have 2 women's watches on my side, which I can take back for sister-in-law and to Huang's future bride. Ren Dingtian said, gathering the items while advising Ren Li. I have no use for this watch. Brother Li quickly shook his head. What a joke. A watch costs a couple of 100 yuan. With that money, I could purchase something far more worthwhile. It would be a waste to buy a watch for myself. Ren Dingtian looked at Brother Li, shaking his head in resignation, keeping his thoughts to himself, yet resolved that one day he would earn abundant wealth to the point where his brother would not have to fret, allowing him to wear a fine watch with pride. After packing the trunk full, only one bag remained, which Ren Dingtian placed in the back seat. Having finished the arrangements, he did not leave immediately. He glanced at the watch. It was just past 9, and indeed, before long, 2 mule carts approached. Boss Ren. From afar, old man Luo greeted Ren Dingtian cheerfully. Ah, Uncle Luo, you're here. Ren Dingtian waved back with a smile. The herbs and the fragrant acacia you requested are all here, old man Luo said, gesturing towards the 2 carts behind him, one filled with herbs, the other with acacia. Excellent. Please assist me in loading some onto the vehicle, and let my brother and sister-in-law take your mule carts first. Ren Dingtian instructed. Who are these people? Ren Li could not suppress his curiosity. My workers. Ren Dingtian replied with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. Your workers? What a jest. Ren Li stared incredulously at Ren Dingtian, feeling overwhelmed by the day's revelations. After a challenging arrangement, the back seat of the car was filled with 8 bags of acacia and herbs, causing onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Goodness, one would usually expect only wealthy bosses in the back seat. It's my first time seeing such bags stuffed in, exclaimed Luo d'Aziesson, Luo Champagnot. Ren Li also watched nervously, fearing the expensive car might be damaged. Xiao Tian, the car looks like it might collapse under the weight. Are you sure this is wise? Sister-in-law Tian Wanjun said anxiously, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Don't worry, sister-in-law. There is still room. Ren Dingtian assured her, pointing to the roof. He felt that they had not yet reached the vehicle's limits. At least 4 more bags could be secured on top. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, everyone present shuddered in fear. Brother Li and his wife, Tian Wanjun, insisted that Ren Dingtian cease his antics, terrified that he might crush the delicate little car. Faced with their concerns, Ren Dingtian reluctantly acquiesced. He thought to himself that the purchasing power within the family compound was likely limited. Even if he garnered more support, it wouldn't necessarily result in sales. So he decided to let it be. All right, big brother, you all take your time heading to the market. I will set off with Su Jing first, Ren Dingtian announced as he climbed into the vehicle. After starting the engine, he noticed Dong Su Jing still standing outside, looking dazed. Unable to hold back, he urged, "Stop daydreaming. Get in the car." "I'm afraid," Dong Su Jing replied, her face a mixture of anxiety and caution. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm a skilled driver," Ren Dingtian explained, exasperated. "I'm afraid that if I get in, I'll squash the car." Dong Su Jing's voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears. Chapter 87. Never underestimate a Santana indeed. Apart from Ren Dingtian, everyone else present, including Brother Ali, his wife Tian Wanjin, and old man Luo with his son and nephew, felt that this petite automobile was enduring an undeserved burden. Who would use such a sophisticated vehicle to transport vegetables? Moreover, it was overloaded, the trunk filled to the brim, and the back seat nearly bursting. The sight was heart-wrenching. They even needed to fit 2 more people in the front. It was as if they regarded the Santana not as a car, but as a small truck. "Don't worry, it's fine. Hurry and get in," Ren Dingtian urged Dong Su Jing, who hesitated to enter. After several prompts, she cautiously settled into her seat, gripping the door handle tightly, her gaze fixed nervously ahead. "Rest assured, I'm here. Nothing will happen," Ren Dingtian reassured her as he started the vehicle. In this era, no one checked for drunk driving or seatbelt usage, so most people did not buckle up. However, as a reincarnated individual, Ren Dingtian had long cultivated the habit of safety. Thus, while speaking, he leaned towards Dong Su Jing. What are you doing?" Dong Su Jing exclaimed, startled and flustered. In that moment, she watched in disbelief as Ren Dingtian leaned closer, extending his hand toward her. This man, could he possibly be attempting to act inappropriately in broad daylight? With her eyes squeezed shut, she felt utterly helpless. The confined space of the vehicle left her with no room to evade. Yet, the anticipated intrusion did not occur. Opening her eyes cautiously, she discovered that Ren Dingtian was merely reaching for the seatbelt, inadvertently brushing past her chest. "Don't move. Let me fasten your seatbelt." His calm voice resonated, inexplicably providing Dong Su Jing with a sense of reassurance. "All right." She gently uttered a simple word of greeting. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, appearing exceedingly alluring. With the seatbelt fastened, the vehicle engaged its gears and set forth. The car gradually accelerated, steadily heading towards the direction of Beijiang City. Throughout the journey, there were no unexpected occurrences. However, upon reaching the entrance of the residential compound, an anticipated obstruction arose. I have told you countless times, no unauthorized vehicles are allowed. The security guard instinctively began to shoo them away, but as the window descended, Ren Dingtian emerged with a smile, opening the door to exit. "Brother, it's me. You mentioned I couldn't control the donkey cart, but surely you'll allow me to drive this little car in?" Ren Dingtian jovially engaged the guard in conversation, simultaneously producing a pack of fine cigarettes, thoughtfully prepared by the rotund Shi Yongping, and offered them to the guard. "Oh, it's you, Tiange." The guard, now familiar with Ren Dingtian, greeted him warmly. He glanced awkwardly at the Santana parked behind Ren Dingtian and hesitantly remarked, "Of course, you could drive in, but it's best if you don't bring anyone else along. If any trouble arises, it won't reflect well on us. Rest assured, I'm only bringing my wife, not that hefty fellow." Ren Dingtian discerned the underlying meaning in the guard's words and chuckled in response. "Ha! That's good to hear." The guard laughed, yet showed no intention of opening the gate. "What's this? You don't trust me, Tiange? Well then, feel free to search the car." As he spoke, Ren Dingtian reached to open the rear door. The guard, upon seeing the bulging sacks inside, was taken aback. "Tiange, what are you transporting?" "Vegetables," Ren Dingtian replied, simultaneously opening the trunk. "There's more back here. Would you like to inspect each bag?" The guard hesitated. According to protocol, he should indeed conduct a thorough check, but he feared that doing so would offend Ren Dingtian. "Xiao Tian has arrived. Why aren't you coming in?" At that moment, a voice rang out. Ren Dingtian turned to see Elder Li from the compound and quickly responded with a smile. "It's all good. I'm just assisting Brother Lu with his duties." "Xiao Lu, don't worry. Xiao Tian is one of us." "Eldeli chocolat reassuringly." "Yes, there's no issue. Xiao Tian is one of our own, so don't fret, Xiao Lu." A nearby aunt chimed in with a warm smile. Instantly, the security guard Xiao Lu felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was the first time he had witnessed such camaraderie between outsiders and the residents of the compound. Thus, Ren Dingtian effortlessly drove into the residential area, soon becoming the center of attention. Xiao Tian has made quite an achievement, driving a car now. Indeed, and it's a Santana, no less. That vehicle must be worth over 200,000. However, one couldn't shake off the feeling of familiarity with the car. Oh, now that you mention it. Isn't this the same car that the hefty fellow is always seen driving around? Indeed, the color and license plate were strikingly identical. A group of elderly gentlemen and ladies, while conversing, pointed at Ren Dingtian's vehicle. Goodness, child, how have you gone astray, associating with that portly fellow? Remarked a matron who usually held Ren Dingtian in high regard, treating him like a surrogate son. Dear matron, you do me an injustice. Ren Dingtian, overhearing the murmurs, was drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined that the rotund man had gained such notoriety, known even among the residents of the compound. Hastily, he interjected, I have not been consorting with that rotund fellow. On the contrary, I was the one who managed to send that nuisance packing. Is that so? Auntie Ying, having caught wind of the commotion, approached with a sardonic smile directed at Ren Dingtian. If you truly sent him away, how could he still be driving your vehicle? Indeed, Auntie, last night, I personally saw him on the train. I wager he won't bother you for at least a few years. Ren Dingtian assured with fervent conviction. Well, that will be splendid. I have long wished to teach that rotund man a lesson. Another elder chimed in. Indeed, that scoundrel dared to set his sights on my granddaughter. If I hadn't acted swiftly that day, I would have certainly dealt him a fatal blow. Ren Dingtian was taken aback by this revelation, yet he felt an immense relief wash over him. Fortunately, he had maintained a firm boundary with that portly individual. Otherwise, the fragile rapport he had built could have crumbled in an instant. While silently thanking his lucky stars, he quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and attempted to shift the conversation. Dear elders, uncles, and aunties, weren't you lamenting about the meager amount of Chinese tune and sweet wormwood I brought yesterday? Today I have filled an entire truck to the brim, ensuring that all who come will receive their share. Upon hearing this, the elderly folks beamed with joy. Well done, young man. It's remarkable that such a fine vehicle is used for transporting vegetables, exclaimed one. Indeed, with such a load, you must have some attachment to this vehicle. As laughter filled the air, only Auntie Ying looked on, her expression darkening. This impudent boy borrowed my vehicle again yesterday. Seeing his woeful demeanor, I nearly lent it to him. Thank goodness I refrained, or I would have been utterly humiliated today. Chapter 88. Auntie Ying is checking the households again, noticing Ren Dingtian engrossed in his tasks. Dong Su Jing felt compelled to join him rather than remain seated in the vehicle. In truth, she had long wished to assist, but as it was her first time in a car, she struggled to unbuckle her seatbelt, causing her considerable anxiety. Initially, Ren Dingtian was preoccupied with greeting the hospitable uncles and aunties, oblivious to her plight. It was until someone inquired about the identity of the passenger in the front seat that he suddenly recalled. Su Jing, don't just sit there. Come out and lend a hand, he urged with a smile. Flushed with embarrassment, Dong Su Jing attempted once more to release the seatbelt, but to no avail. The mechanism was straightforward, yet without proper knowledge, her efforts were futile. Though she had pressed the buckle, she had not done so correctly. Accompanied by a new vehicle, albeit borrowed, Dong Sujing was exceedingly cautious, fearful of damaging it and incurring reparations. Thus, her mounting anxiety only exacerbated her inability to open the door. Oh, have you brought your wife today? Inquired one of the elderly onlookers. Let her step out so we can have a look. The elderly folk, fond of lively gatherings, particularly those who had become well acquainted with Ren Dingtian, naturally regarded him as one of their own. Now, witnessing him arrive with his wife, their curiosity was piqued. Why isn't she getting out? Could it be that our presence has made her bashful? They jested. Fear not. Young lady, we are all friends here. At this, Dong Sujing's cheeks flushed deeper, her urgency intensifying. She could only cast a pleading glance at Ren Dingtian. I can't get it out. Ren Dingtian, initially taken aback, soon chuckled and approached the passenger side, opening the door with ease. Leaning in, he explained, it's quite simple. Just press gently and pull. It'll release. As he demonstrated, understanding dawned upon Dong Sujing. The spectators erupted in laughter at the scene unfolding before them. What's this? The bride must be carried down from her flower cart by the groom? Some, unfamiliar with the situation, merely saw Ren Dingtian opening the door and approached, playfully teasing. This caused not only Dong Sujing's face to redden, but also Ren Dingtian's. He quickly exited the vehicle and extended his hand to assist Dong Sujing out. Sujing, these are the kind folks who look after us, our dear uncles and aunts. He introduced with a smile. Hello, everyone. This is my wife, Dong Sujing. Ah, splendid. Indeed. What a lovely bride. The group chimed in, nodding in approval and showering her with compliments. Overwhelmed, Dong Sujing could not help but lower her head, her cheeks aglow with shyness. All right, everyone, let us not frighten her. Another chimed in, quickly now, let us choose the dishes and not delay the young couple. Thus, amidst laughter and chatter, they commenced the day's meal distribution. Shouty on, we've also purchased a new television. Just wait, I'll have the old one moved out when I return. One aunt exclaimed, carrying fragrant herbs. Aunt, please don't. The television is far too heavy for you to lift. Wait, I'll handle it. Ren Dingtian replied, signaling Dong Sujing to keep an eye on their stall before hastening to assist the aunt. Aunt Ing, smiling, lent her support while engaging in light conversation with Dong Sujing. Previously, she had sought to extract information from Ren Dingtian, only to find him adept and elusive in his responses. Now, observing his timid and demure wife, she saw an opportunity for a more fruitful discussion and decided to initiate a new round of inquiry in Ren Dingtian's absence. However, what disappointed Aunt Ing was the realization that the answers she received from the shy young bride were remarkably similar to those from Ren Dingtian. What does this imply? It suggests that Ren Dingtian, perhaps, had not been entirely dishonest. It was merely her overthinking. But no, that rotund fellow's car had indeed arrived, serving as the best evidence. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Aunt Ing smiled and inquired of Dong Sujing, Sujing, are your young Tian and that plump fellow quite familiar with each other? Well, I'm not entirely sure, Dong Sujing replied, distributing the fragrant greens while pondering. From what I know, it seems they have only met 3 times and shared drinks on those occasions. Oh, is that so? Aunt Ying's eyes narrowed in a smile. Indeed, Xiao Tian has often remarked that the fat man is quite the swindler, which leads me to believe he is not a good person. Why would that fellow lend his car to your young Tian? This was the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. Well, I'm not certain. I only learned of it this morning. Dong Sujing continued her tasks while recounting the events of that morning to Aunt Ing. You actually believe this? Aunt Ing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Dong Sujing. Well, Dong Sujing blushed and whispered. Xiao Tian said he wouldn't deceive me anymore. Oh dear, foolish girl. Aunt Ing felt that Sujing was truly a good child. Unfortunate to be entangled with that oaf. Ren Dingtian. Before long, Ren Dingtian returned, cheerfully carrying a television. Kid, do you want that colorful one for my house? Aunt Ing, observing his beaming expression, felt a stir in her heart and responded with a half-smile. Are you planning to give it to me? Ren Dingtian did not hold back in his reply. Giving it to you isn't out of the question, but you must agree to one condition. Aunt Ing unleashed her bargaining chip. Then perhaps I should reconsider. To her surprise, Ren Dingtian immediately refused without hesitation. This infuriated Aunt Ing. Why don't you ask what the condition is? She exclaimed, visibly upset. Aunt Ing, if you wish for my assistance with something, just say it. I wouldn't want to impose conditions on you for a television. That would be rather improper. Ren Dingtian replied cheerfully, seemingly flattering her, yet Aunt Ing couldn't help but feel a warm satisfaction at his words. You rascal, truly a cunning one. Indeed, you are sharper than many of us seasoned folks at such a young age. Others chimed in with laughter. Kid, I'm genuinely curious about your relationship with that plump fellow. How did you manage to acquire his car? Aunt Ing asked with a twinkle in her eye, and the surrounding crowd perked up in anticipation. Seeing this, Ren Dingtian sighed, thinking it best to provide some clarity. Otherwise, everyone would remain uneasy. Honestly, Aunt Ing, not only the car, but I also managed to persuade that rotund fellow to leave me a large factory along with around 300 employees. Ren Dingtian boasted exaggeratedly. What? Have you truly taken over that corpulent fellow's pharmaceutical enterprise? Upon hearing this, the countenance of those present darkened considerably. Particularly, Aunt Ying's expression soured to an extreme degree. It is no wonder that these elderly individuals can turn on a dime. The notorious reputation of the corpulent man within this residential compound is, indeed, exceedingly foul. What is the essence of being too clever for one's own good? This is it. The corpulent man, in his arrogance, believed he could amass wealth by marketing his so-called panacea, a miraculous golden elixir. When confronted with the necessity of permits and the need to navigate bureaucratic channels, he approached the Commerce Bureau. The young, ambitious staff regarded him with the incredulous gaze one reserved for the delusional. A universal remedy? Who do you think you're fooling? Begone. The younger generation, possessing robust health, proved impervious to his ruse, prompting him to target the elderly instead. He stationed himself outside the compound, eagerly awaiting any senior citizen who might emerge, swiftly introducing himself before extolling the virtues of his miraculous elixir. Initially, the elderly merely dismissed him as a street peddler, a charlatan, and paid him no heed. However, as time passed, it became evident that this corpulent man harbored grand ambitions. He envisioned not merely hawking his wares on street corners, but establishing a substantial factory to distribute his dubious elixir nationwide, boasting aspirations of surpassing the likes of renowned brands. Had it been other elderly individuals, they might have indeed fallen prey to his schemes. Yet, let us not forget that the seniors here are no ordinary folk. They are accomplished professionals, well-educated, and possess a high degree of awareness. They promptly categorize the corpulent man as a deceitful scoundrel. Undeterred and lacking any semblance of shame, he shifted his focus to the younger generation. He began to approach children, offering gifts such as celebrity posters and portable music players in exchange for their attention. He proclaimed that his golden elixir could enhance intelligence and improve academic performance. Surprisingly, a few youngsters were indeed swayed, returning home to plead with their parents or grandparents on his behalf. The fallout was predictable. It is said that one day, Aunt Ying, accompanied by several companions, armed with kitchen knives, rolling pins, and even frying pans, pursued the corpulent man, administering a thorough beating. This incident serves as one of the reasons the corpulent man ultimately lost heart and resolved to abandon his venture. The futility of this path had become abundantly clear. Consequently, the corpulent fellow found himself blacklisted within the Commerce Bureau, akin to a rat scurrying down the street, universally reviled. When Ren Dingtian arrived in his vehicle today, it was inevitable that suspicions would arise regarding his intentions. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian claim to have acquired the corpulent man's enterprise, the crowd instinctively assumed he intended to partner with the corpulent man in that absurd business venture concerning the so-called universal remedy. Naturally, their attitude towards Ren Dingtian underwent a complete and utter transformation. Indeed, I too found myself in a position of necessity, compelled to reluctantly accept the factory from that rotund individual. Ren Dingtian casually remarked, "So, will you be producing the golden elixir?" Aunt Ying scoffed derisively. "That venture must be quite lucrative, huh?" At her words, Ren Dingtian could not suppress a chuckle, gazing at Aunt Ying. "Do you truly think me foolish? Huh? You little rascal are quite astute." Ren Dingtian continued, "Of course not. Why would I engage in such foolishness as that man? Besides, while his intentions may be commendable, the business is evidently unprofitable. My venture will yield tenfold or even 100-fold the profits." "Oh, are you now a grandiose braggart?" Aunt Ying retorted with a cold, disdainful laugh. "Pray tell, what kind of deceitful enterprise could possibly earn you such vast sums?" The surrounding uncles and aunts leaned in, intrigued to hear more. Let us not rush. Allow me to recount the tale from the beginning. Ren Dingtian realized that without a thorough explanation, he would likely be misunderstood. Thus, he narrated their initial encounter, where the rotund man attempted to swindle him, leading to a drinking session, and their subsequent meeting where he sought 1,000 yuan in compensation. "You intend to extort 1,000 yuan for merely a scrape? Why not rob him instead?" The crowd erupted in disbelief at Ren Dingtian's brazen demand. "Good sir, you mustn't speak so lightly. You did not witness the rotund man's cunning malice. He He aimed to injure me gravely enough to warrant a substantial payout, all the while attempting to coerce me into his employ. Upon hearing someone defend the rotund man, Ren Dingtian could not contain his retort. That was only due to my superior driving skills that I avoided catastrophe. Otherwise, the damages would surely have exceeded 1,000 yuan. You see, he had previously accosted me outside, attempting to thrust 5,000 yuan into my hands to gain entry into the family compound. As he spoke, Ren Dingtian laughed heartily at the assembled crowd. I truly had no idea he had so enraged you all. Had I known, I would have accepted his 5,000 yuan and brought him in here for you to have your way with him, saving you the trouble of pursuing him so far. The crowd burst into laughter at his words. After a spell of mirth, they turned to Ren Dingtian, eager to learn more. What happened next? You went to claim that 1,000 yuan, yet ended up with his factory? Ren Dingtian scratched his head in embarrassment, replying, do not even mention it. It was indeed a harrowing adventure. That rotund man, undeterred, insisted on showing me his factory, attempting to entice me with a 30% stake in the business. I disdainfully rolled my eyes and demanded my 1,000 yuan instead. He narrated animatedly. Who could have foretold that upon pocketing the money, I would be merrily humming as I made my way out? I hadn't even reached the factory entrance when a daunting throng came into view. They were reminiscent of you all chasing after the rotund man, each brandishing a weapon far more fearsome than yours. Iron rods, steel pipes, hose, shovels, and even a massive 40-meter-long machete. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, the crowd erupted in laughter once again. What could one possibly find a 40-meter-long cleaver? Surely it must be 40 centimeters. Indeed, was this throng of individuals merely a collection of rotund folk enlisted by the chubby one? This corpulent fellow. Could it be that after failing to entice, he resorted to intimidation? Curiosity piqued, everyone turned their gaze towards Ren Dingtian, urging him to dispense with the suspense and continue his tale. Chapter 90. Are you certain you are not joking? Ren Dingtian did not withhold the truth from his audience and proceeded to narrate the purpose of the gathering of Grandpa Luo and his companions. Upon hearing that they had come to confront the hefty individual, the elderly residents of the compound clapped their hands in delight, reveling in the prospect of justice served. It was truly deserved. The rotund man ought to be dealt with accordingly. Alas, while the fat man deserved such fate, I remained innocent in this affair. With a bitter expression, Ren Dingtian continued. Upon seeing me exit with the chubby one, Grandpa Luo and his entourage mistook me for an accomplice. You cannot imagine the scene. A throng encircled me, brandishing their weapons high, poised to strike. Serves you right for your misfortune. Strangely enough, instead of expressing concern for Ren Dingtian, the crowd erupted into laughter. Indeed, I had just felt that extorting 1,000 yuan from the man was somewhat harsh. But little did I know, it was merely the hefty fellow's medical expenses. Ha ha ha! Laughter filled the air, even drawing a chuckle from Dong Su Jing. It was not that they lacked concern for Ren Dingtian. Seeing him standing there in good health reassured them that no calamity had befallen him. But that chubby fellow was truly something. At a critical moment, he intervened to extricate me from my predicament. Isn't that a stroke of good fortune? Someone inquired, puzzled. At that time, everyone perceived the rotund individual as a grand deceiver, believing his words to be the opposite of the truth. Would he claim not to know me and urge me to leave? Was he not clearly pushing me into the fire? Quite so. Indeed, that chubby fellow was no saint. However, I was coerced back to the factory, stealthily eyeing the low wall, contemplating an escape. Yet, that chubby man, ever the good Samaritan, felt compelled to remind me that beyond the wall lay Baoquan Lake, and that the plunge would be quite deep. That was genuinely benevolent. The elderly nodded in agreement. Yes. But alas, his voice was rather loud. Even those 800 meters away could hear him, instantly surrounding me once more. Can you imagine that scene? With 2 rows of people densely packed by the wall? Ren Dingtian's recounting was indeed humorous, akin to a comedic performance. While laughter resonated, curiosity also lingered about what transpired next. I had no intention of wading into such murky waters, but forced into this situation. What choice did I have but to reluctantly accept a figure to acquire the factory? Ren Dingtian sighed, extending a finger in a rather ostentatious manner. 10,000? The crowd inquired, intrigued. 1,000. And it was he who offered it to me. Oh, how audacious, what an opportunistic plunder. Yet, I did not let him off scot-free. I proposed a path that could yield him 1,000,000 yuan annually. Ren Dingtian spoke in a conspiratorial whisper. What opportunity? Curiosity drew the crowd closer. For this was a secret valued at 1,000,000. Ren Dingtian, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed, how could I possibly divulge it so readily? Huh, you're just trying to pull our leg, was the retort. Indeed, that hefty fellow had finally met his match. This rascal was far more adept at deception than he. The elderly onlookers regarded Ren Dingtian with expressions of disdain and scorn. Dear uncles and aunts, you are being quite unjust. Ren Dingtian protested, his face a portrait of grievance. You've seen what sort of character that rotund man is. If there weren't genuine benefits to be gained, would I be able to bamboozle him? This reasoning struck a chord, and many nodded in agreement. And what of the vehicle? Ren Dingtian continued. My predicament arose when I borrowed a motorcycle, only for it to be reclaimed by its owner. In a moment of desperation, I sought out a means of transportation. Alas, yesterday, when I approached Anning for her vehicle, she stubbornly refused to lend it to me. Left with no other option, I ventured to the agricultural machinery market, hoping to procure a 3-wheeled or 4-wheeled tractor. To my dismay, not only were the prices exorbitantly inflated, but I also required documentation and recommendations. Oh, how unfortunate my fate is. Do you dare mention borrowing a vehicle? Just wait until I have my say. However, the mention of borrowing a vehicle nearly sent Aunt Ing into a fit of rage. The surrounding crowd could barely contain their laughter. Enning, please don't strike him yet. Let him finish his tale first. Yet, some individuals interjected, offering kind-hearted advice to Aunt Ing. Indeed, don't rush to hit him. Let us all take our turn after he finishes. Others chimed in, eager to know more. Pray, do enlighten us regarding the vehicle situation. Aunt Ing's curiosity was piqued. Ren Dingtian proceeded to recount his encounter with the portly man, particularly the moment when the man and the gas station attendant were smoking, causing him to tremble in fear. The laughter erupted anew, as Aunt Ing and the others were nearly doubled over in amusement. Ha! Who would have thought, little Tian, that you are so timid? It was merely a smoke at the gas station. What is the big deal? They even celebrated the opening of gas stations with firecrackers in the past. The elderly men and women couldn't help but mock Ren Dingtian. Stunned by their audacity, Ren Dingtian was taken aback, realizing he had been oblivious to their boldness. Just as he was still reeling from their carefree attitude, the crowd drew closer, pressing him with inquiries. You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Indeed. What profitable scheme could possibly allow you to swindle a factory and a vehicle from that big deceiver? I refuse to believe you could merely charm him into earning 2 million. Seeing their skepticism, Ren Dingtian could only offer a wry smile and shake his head. This is a trade secret. I cannot share it with others. How can we trust you, old man? One elder voiced his discontent. Little Tian, the Annie has cared for you for nothing. Another elder lamented with a pained expression. Ren Dingtian, now thoroughly exasperated, thought to himself, why is it that every one of you seems to be an Oscar-winning actor? Very well, I shall reveal it, but you must promise to keep it a secret. No one can know. He cautiously scanned the vicinity before whispering. Quickly now, tell us how you managed to bamboozle that hefty fellow. Clearly, no one believes that Ren Dingtian possesses a genuine method to earn 1 million. They assume he is merely deceiving them, much like the rotund fellow. Alas, you are unaware of the vastness of the world beyond. With a sigh, Ren Dingtian, embodying the solitude of a master, began to speak. You are familiar with Jianlibo, correct? Of course, came a reply. The first avenue to earning 1 million is to have the rotund fellow become a Jianlibo agent, and the largest agent in the nation at that. Can that truly yield 1 million? Someone questioned, regarding Ren Dingtian with skepticism. Haha, 1 million might even be an understatement. Ren Dingtian asserted confidently. Excuse me, if memory serves, Jianlibo only sold a little over 1 million last year. How can you possibly make an agent earn 1 million? An older gentleman scoffed, his expression one of disdain. You might fool the rotund fellow, but not us. Don't forget what we do. We are from the Commerce Bureau. Even if we retire, we are not so easily swayed by your slick words. The elder citizens regarded Ren Dingtian with expressions of scorn and derision. Yet, he remained unfazed, smiling at them. Very well, let me ask you this. How much Jianlibo did you consume last year? And what about this year? Upon hearing this, some were about to respond when others suddenly fell silent. They realized that in just over a month this year, their household consumption of Jianlibo had already surpassed their total from the previous year, even accounting for the festivities. If my estimations are correct, Jianlibo's sales this year will likely be at least 10 times that of last year, easily surpassing 100 million. Ren Dingtian confidently addressed the crowd. If the rotund fellow, as I suggest, becomes Jianlibo's largest agent, do you think he could earn a million? A million should be feasible, but 2 million seems rather dubious, remarked a young man with glasses, chuckling. If you claim a national sales figure of 100 million, that would be distributed among provinces, and they must also share profits with the subagents. Clearly, as a representative of the Commerce Bureau, he possessed some understanding of Jianlibo's profit-sharing sales model. That rotund fellow I have seen is indeed talented, but alas, his talents are misapplied. To think he could earn 2 million through mere persuasion seems quite challenging. Jianlibo alone may not suffice, but what if we include Coca-Cola? Ren Dingtian laughed heartily at the assembly. Coca-Cola, being an imported product, undoubtedly has a more illustrious reputation, and its sales would not lag behind those of Jianlibo. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, sensing no fault in his logic. Yet, some voices of dissent arose. Your argument is sound, but the rotund fellow lacks the necessary background. Not to mention Coca-Cola. I doubt he could even secure the provincial agency for Jianlibo. Indeed, the rotund fellow has minimal backing, and while he may possess some funds, this endeavor does not seem promising. Others concurred. Merely relying on monetary resources is insufficient. I imparted a cunning stratagem to the portly fellow. Ren Dingtian spoke with a mischievous grin. Watch his stratagem. The audience gazed at him with curiosity. I advised that to seek out the person in charge of Jianlibo and to be forthright, declaring, I possess a method that can amplify your sales tenfold within a year. Is that all? The crowd regarded Ren Dingtian with incredulous expressions. Surely you are not attempting to exact revenge on hoping he would be reprimanded by the Jianlibo representatives once more? Certainly, it is more than that. Ren Dingtian continued with a devilish smile. Undoubtedly, the Jianlibo personnel would scoff at his audacity. Hence, I instructed him to retort, very well, if you consider yourselves so superior. I shall turn to Coca-Cola instead. Laughter erupted from the group. Oh dear, you are quite the scoundrel. Indeed, are you not satisfied with the receiving a beating? Is the truly that Navi? Does he genuinely believe in your ruse? While the others jested about Ren Dingtian and the Ing, he perceptibly detected something amiss. What exactly is this method you speak of? She queried, narrowing her eyes and fixing an intense gaze upon him. Yes, what is this trickery you propose? The crowd chuckled as they awaited his response. Bottle it in larger sizes. Ren Dingtian gestured expansively with his hands. Is that truly sufficient to sway them? The audience stared at him as if he were a fool. Indeed, we have all received a fair education. Do not attempt to deceive us. Hee. Do you perceive the current prices of Coca-Cola and Jianlibo as exorbitant? Ren Dingtian inquired with a grin. Not all. Quite reasonable. Indeed, significantly cheaper than Matai. Ren Dingtian sighed in exasperation. You are the true progenitors of Versailles. Your wealth is evident. While you deem it affordable, I find it quite extravagant. I must confess, during my first encounter with Jianlibo, had it not been for my boss's insistence on treating, I would have fled without paying. On my second occasion, dining with Ing Jia, I treated her to a meal where she ordered 2 bottles of Jianlibo, which pained me greatly. I could hardly bear to drink it, and ended up taking it home for my wife. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. They suddenly realized that what seemed inexpensive to them might be perceived as a luxury by an ordinary household. Dong Sujing gazed at Ren Dingtian in astonishment, having never comprehended that such a small bottle of Jianlibo could harbor so many narratives. What relevance does this have to larger bottles? He inquired with curiosity. Observe, currently, The prices of Libo and Coca-Cola are equivalent. However, what if Libo were to introduce a bottle 4 times the capacity for merely double the price? For those who enjoy both beverages, which would they select? Ren Dingtian articulated his plan with a smile. Certainly Libo. Someone instinctively replied, only to abruptly pause in realization. You. In unison, the crowd regarded Ren Dingtian with expressions of bewilderment. What sort of genius is this? They pondered, astonished. Yet, it was not long before others began to comprehend the brilliance of his idea. It appears that while sales have surged, profits have plummeted by half. What remains to be gained? Indeed, this situation leaves little to no profit, does it not? The crowd, puzzled, gazed at Ren Dingtian, silently urging him not to let Libo incur losses for mere publicity. Upon hearing their remarks, Ren Dingtian couldn't help but chuckle. Let us not dwell on Libo. Are you aware of the cost and profit margin of cola? Uncertain, they speculated that it must be quite high given its foreign import status. Perhaps a 50-50 split? The audience ventured cautiously. What if I told you that the profit is over 24 times the cost? Would you believe it? Ren Dingtian inquired with an enigmatic smile, fully aware that his statement would shatter the established perceptions of those present. What did you say? The cost of cola is less than a dime? How can that be? They protested, glaring at him in disbelief, thinking he was trying to deceive them. The cost of the bottle alone is nearly a dime. They exclaimed, demonstrating their ignorance. Amused, Ren Dingtian responded, indeed, the reason I claim the cost of cola is under a dime is largely due to the high cost of the bottle. As for the cola itself, do you know how many bottles can be produced from a single barrel of high-concentration syrup imported from abroad? How many? The crowd inquired with curiosity. Over 160,000 cans. Ren Dingtian revealed this staggering figure. Just a cubic-sized barrel with a bit of water and sweetener can yield over 160,000 cans. If we sell them at 2 yuan 50 per can, that easily amounts to over 4 million. With this realization, Ren Dingtian could not suppress his admiration. This is far more lucrative than robbing a bank. Chapter 92. Aiming for the golden elixir? Everyone, except Ren Dingtian, was rendered speechless. What is the cost of that barrel of high-concentration syrup? Someone, eyes gleaming, could not contain their eagerness to ask. Ren Dingtian, however, could only smile wryly and shake his head. I have no idea. Very few know, for the Coca-Cola formula is the most valuable asset in the world, worth more than any treasure. Indeed, someone sighed with regret. It is a pity that such a lucrative tool is monopolized by foreigners. The older generation present were individuals who had labored diligently for the nation and its people, always prioritizing their country and citizens. Fear not, while we may lack Coca-Cola, we possess Libo. Ren Dingtian reminded them with a smile. Are you suggesting that Libo is akin to Coca-Cola? Does it enjoy similar profits? That can't be right. Isn't that akin to robbery? Xiao Tian, such matters are no jest. He glared fiercely at Ren Dingtian. Cough, cough. I didn't mention Libo. I was referring to Bei Binjiang from the Kyoto region, which also produces beverages that are just as palatable as Libo and Coca-Cola. Presently, they should cost only about 10 to 20 cents per bottle. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words, the audience, not foolish, instantly grasped the situation. Libo indeed. It is not that Libo is unscrupulous. Rather, it is compelled to contend with the formidable foreign competitor, Coca-Cola. If the price were excessively low, the affluent consumers would likely dismiss it as lacking sophistication. Furthermore, the costs associated with Libo extend beyond mere raw materials. There are additional expenses to consider. The annual advertising budget alone amounts to several $100,000, a cost that inevitably contributes a couple of yuan to the price of each bottle. Upon hearing Ren Dingtian's remarks, some listeners fell silent while others sighed in resignation. There is merit in his argument. It is said that during the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics, the sponsorship of the Chinese team alone cost $200,000, and the investments over the past 2 years have likely escalated even further. The crowd became hushed, and even those from the Commerce Bureau felt a tinge of dissatisfaction upon realizing that the advertising expenditure could surpass the actual value of the product, leading to the unsettling notion that consumers are being exploited. Especially troubling was the implication that the contents of the can might be less expensive than the can itself, with the cost of filling it surpassing the advertising expenses. What then are they truly consuming? A sense of emptiness. When it comes to advertising costs, one must adopt a broader perspective. Consider, for instance, an annual sale of 2 million units with a 20,000 advertising budget. One might deem that wasteful. Yet, what if the sales reached 20 million or even 200 million? Noticing the somber expressions among the audience, Ren Dingtian began to elucidate. This approach effectively reduces costs in a roundabout way. Indeed, there is logic to that. Some nodded in agreement. If one were to follow this reasoning, launching a larger bottle could indeed prove profitable. Why not simply lower the price directly? Surely, a straightforward price reduction would be far more convenient. Yi and others looked at Ren Dingtian with perplexed expressions. Did I not mention it? He continued. If Jianlibo were to have its price, offering bottles at 1 yuan each while Coca-Cola remains at 2, what would you drink? For entertaining, would you not choose Coca-Cola? Ren Dingtian explained further. By introducing larger bottles while maintaining the price of smaller ones, the brand's prestige remains intact and affordability is achieved, an optimal solution for all. This perspective, albeit somewhat convincing, led to murmurs of disbelief among the crowd. Could this truly generate a profit of 1 million? Would this suffice to cover the cost of a factory and a vehicle? Gradually, they began to accept Ren Dingtian's proposition, recognizing then the vast market landscape. Such a strategy could indeed be worth a couple of 100,000. However, one voice interjected with skepticism. But I know you well enough to realize that if there were such an advantageous opportunity, you would seize it for yourself, not let that rotund fellow benefit from it. Another chimed in. Indeed, I was wondering why that plump fellow departed. It seems there was a lucrative opportunity at play. The crowd regarded Ren Dingtian with astonished expressions. Previously, they had merely recognized him as a capable individual. They had not anticipated his acumen in business matters. But wait, little Tian, you are not the selfless type. Yi exclaimed, her face awash with confusion as she looked at Ren Dingtian. You offer that rotund fellow a path to earn 1 million while taking on his burdens yourself? Are you not afraid of being surrounded and beaten to death by those 200 people, much like that hefty individual? What are your intentions for that factory? Indeed, you smile with a cunning glint in your eyes. Knowing the beverage market can yield such substantial profits, would you not be tempted? Everyone gazes at Ren Dingtian with curiosity and anticipation. Surely, you do not wish to establish a beverage factory, do you? They are filled with excitement. If a beverage factory could generate such profits, it would undoubtedly invigorate the economy of the entire city, or even the province. Thus, rather than speculating on Ren Dingtian's intentions to produce drinks utilizing the hefty man's premises, they find themselves yearning for him to transform that chaotic situation into a beverage production opportunity. Yet producing beverages is no trivial task. Upon hearing their words, Ren Dingtian can only shake his head with a wry smile. The recipe for Coca-Cola is among the most closely guarded secrets globally, and the recipe for Jianlibo was fortuitously acquired from a sports science research institute. Here I stand, lacking resources. Where would I procure a recipe? His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Indeed, what a conundrum. Alas, what a pity. At that moment, however, Yi and Dong Su Jing suddenly perked up and instinctively exclaimed, "Golden liquid!" Instantly, everyone shuddered, their faces a blend of shock and delight as they looked at Ren Dingtian. You cannot be seriously considering producing golden liquid, can you? Yes. I've also heard about Coca-Cola's origins. It was initially used abroad as a remedy for headaches. Someone nodded, feeling optimistic about the idea. If golden liquid tastes pleasant and has no adverse effects, while it may not be a cure-all, it should serve well enough as a beverage, right? Others nodded in agreement while contemplating the notion. Ren Dingtian, witnessing their enthusiasm, widened his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, are you all this bold? You dare use that hefty fellow's dubious recipe? Hearing this, the crowd fell into a deeper state of confusion. Then what is your plan? With a mischievous grin, Ren Dingtian unveiled his scheme. Of course, I shall use the enemy's weapons against them. Chapter 93. A no-cost transaction. What does it mean to use the enemy's weapons against them? You still intend to seize their recipe? The crowd gazed at Ren Dingtian, bewildered. No, I do not intend to produce beverages. I merely plan to act as nature's transporter. Ren Dingtian uttered a rather pretentious remark. What do you mean? They inquired, their interest piqued, unable to contain themselves. Some, with fiery tempers, were ready to take action. It is quite simple. Why did I have that hefty man seek them out to propose the ingenious idea of offering Coca-Cola in large barrels? Wasn't to boost sales? Yink, ye instinctively responded. Then suddenly fell silent. 4 times the quantity at double the price? You cannot possibly be thinking. Indeed, Ren Dingtian nodded with a smile, saying, it's no big deal if we lack the recipe. We can simply purchase a ready-made product. We could buy a large barrel, divide it into 4 smaller bottles for sale, and make a tidy profit of about 50%. What do you all think of this? Goodness, you rascal. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up for such a scheme? The crowd erupted in laughter upon hearing Ren Dingtian's words. Indeed, that's quite audacious. If Coca-Cola were to find out, you would surely face their wrath. Some offer a more rational perspective. While your approach seems clever, it is hardly a sustainable solution. That's right. You must not let them come knocking at your door. Ren Dingtian nodded earnestly, his expression grave. I understand, but time is of the essence. I cannot bear to watch foreign enterprises like Coca-Cola profit from our homeland. It pains me. As he spoke, he wore a wry smile. Thus, we must temporarily create a product to counter them. Once we have the time and resources, we can slowly develop our own formula or seek to acquire a suitable one. Upon hearing this, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you have a plan. If you were merely repackaging their cola, not only would it be rather foolish, but it would also lack stability and sustainability. Ren Dingtian, however, looked at everyone with a grin. Dear friends, let us be clear. I am undertaking this endeavor out of compassion. I cannot bear to see over 200 people going hungry at night, nor can I watch foreign companies rob us in our own land. More importantly, I wish to find a way to drive that fat man away and restore peace. Upon hearing this, Enning sighed deeply, thinking, he has finally come. This little rascal has finally asked me for a favor. Others exchanged glances, some feeling